Chapter 1. The young prince's escape to the southern frontier. In the year 3937 of the Tianyuan calendar, the great Yuan emperor fell, and demons invaded the realm, leaving the populace in despair and devastation. Famine ensued, leading to the most desperate acts of survival. 16 years later, on the borders of the Jiugong mountain range in the southern frontier, a voice echoed, "Yuaner, remember this. You are not merely my grandson, your true identity is that of the great Yuan prince. Your mother is the lesser deity of the extreme north icebound tribes, consort, and from 16 years ago. You must survive. Within this jade pendant lies a drop of the blood of our founding emperor. If combined with potent elixirs, it may grant you the rebirth of divine martial roots. Yuaner, you must vanquish the demons, restore the great Yin, and avenge your mother." As these whispered words faded into the darkness, a glimmer of white light emerged, and Li Yuan struggled to hold on to it. Am I traversing through realms? Two streams of memories swirled within his mind. After a prolonged moment, Li Yuan regained his senses. To be precise, he had not merely crossed over, he had been reborn into a different world, awakening the sealed memories of his past. As he looked down, the lifeless form of a frail, dark-skinned old man lay before him. With the unearthing of his memories, Li Yuan recalled the events of his early childhood in this life. 16 years prior, he was born within the great Yin palace. Amidst a demonic assault, the palace was besieged, and numerous princes and princesses were slaughtered. His mother, consortin, sensing the impending doom, entrusted a physician to smuggle him out of the palace. However, endowed with the divine martial roots of the great Yin, he could not escape the demon's senses. To ensure his survival, the physician sacrificed his own grandson, exchanging the divine roots to save Li Yuan. From that moment on, the physician had been on the run with him. "Grandfather, may you rest well," Li Yuan murmured, gazing at the body of the old physician beside him. After 16 years of flight, Li Yuan had long anticipated this day, though he had not foreseen his identity as a young prince. "Hey, you there! You don't seem to be from these mountains." A booming voice interrupted his thoughts. Li Yuan turned to see a man clad in a simple, deep blue, buttoned shirt, watching him with a wary expression. "I am a refugee," Li Yuan recalled the physician's words before losing consciousness. This place, known as the Jiugong mountain range, was one of the most enigmatic locales in the southern frontier and the origin of the Gu master lineage. The physician had brought him here to escape the calamities wrought by bandits and demons. In contrast to the chaos beyond, the mountains exuded a serene tranquility, akin to a sanctuary untouched by worldly troubles. "The Jiugong mountain does not welcome outsiders. Please leave," the man barked. "I wish to join the Jiugong mountain," Li Yuan replied. The physician had sought to join this mountain, but Li Yuan was unaware of the requirements, and retreat was not an option for him. If he left this place, having lost his martial roots, encountering demons would spell certain death. "Do you possess a token?" the man inquired. Indeed, Li Yuan retrieved a wooden box from his robe, a relic bestowed upon him by the physician. "A very ancient token," the man remarked, glancing at the box. "But this alone does not grant you entry. You must pass the Gu master's trial." Li Yuan asked, "What is the Gu master's trial?" "A perilous trial, one fraught with death," the man responded, turning to walk deeper into the mountains. "If you wish to participate, follow. If not, depart." "I am willing," Li Yuan declared, shouldering the physician's body, recognizing this as his sole lifeline. What was death in a trial of 9 lives against 1? Outside, it was a death sentence. Starving and dizzy, he gritted his teeth to endure. Fortunately, the journey was not far. The man halted before a dark cave's mouth. "I am Qi Lin, steward of the 9th palace, 12th cave of the Jiugong Gu Nest," he introduced himself. The Jiugong Gu Nest was the revered sanctuary of the Jiugong mountain, a holy ground for Gu masters. Qi Lin pointed towards the pitch-black cave. "If you are resolute, step inside. Upon passing the trial, you may join the Jiugong mountain." Li Yuan laid the physician's body down gently. "May I first bury my grandfather?" Qi Lin's expression remained indifferent. "Why complicate matters? Out of respect for the token, I shall bury you both together once you have perished." Li Yuan felt a chill within. It seemed Qi Lin held little faith in his ability to pass the trial. The truth was, he had no understanding of Gu arts. How could he possess any confidence? "Thank you," Li Yuan bowed, steeling himself for what lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, he approached the dark cave, but after a few steps, the ground vanished beneath him, and he fell into the abyss, cushioned by an unseen force. Thud! He landed on the ground as the space brightened, sunlight streaming through the opening above. The pit was 7 or 8 meters high, with sheer rock walls that would be impossible for an ordinary person to scale. Just 10 of you, all present, a voice called from above. The trial has officially begun. Hey, those from the 12th cave, could you at least explain the requirements of the trial? From the other side of the pit, someone shouted. Li Yuan peered closely, realizing that various figures were huddled in the corners, men and women, young and old. 1, 2, 3, 9. Including himself, there were precisely 10. Suddenly, the words of Qi Lin echoed in his mind. A perilous trial? Did that imply only one among them would survive? No further response came from above. The other participants seemed to grasp the implication as their expressions turned fierce or fearful, yet none dared to make a move. Li Yuan retreated into the shadows, where the light could not reveal his countenance. After 16 years of evasion, he understood this all too well. In such moments, the weak would be preyed upon and consumed. Famine and cannibalism were not mere phrases, they were the horrors he had witnessed firsthand in the inferno of humanity. Sitting in the shadows, Li Yuan's gaze swept across the remaining 9 women and 3 men. The women appeared ordinary, gaunt and pale, with the eldest perhaps in her 40s and the youngest likely in her teens. Among the 3 men, one was old, one was stout, and one was lean. The stout one wore garments typical of the southern frontier, suggesting he might be a local. Everyone kept their distance from him. In Li Yuan's mind, the stout man was the greatest threat among them. Newcomer, stop staring at me, the stout man barked, noticing Li Yuan's gaze. This is a Gu master trial, not a murder trial. You fools, stop thinking about killing each other, will you? The stout man's words held a kernel of truth. Yet what of it? In such an environment, people would only grow wary of one another, interpreting every action with the utmost suspicion. Who showed kindness? They will be the first to fall. Just then, a small, red insect resembling a ladybug landed on Li Yuan's hand. A Gu insect? Li Yuan was taken aback. Had the main event finally arrived? The other 9 participants also received a similar insect. Everyone, whoever can nurture the blood insect into their life, Gu shall be deemed to have passed the trial. The Jiugong Mountain voice from above reminded them. The blood insect must be nourished with your own blood. Feed the Gu insect with one's own blood for it to heed your command and become your life Gu. Li Yuan had heard similar sentiments before. The issue was, in this environment, who dared to shed blood to nurture a Gu? Was that not akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, inviting death? Just as Li Yuan pondered a strategy, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring your first Gu insect. The Gu insect synthesis system has been activated. Chapter 2. The Gu insect synthesis system. Is it the insect fusion system? Li Yuan was taken aback. With the awakening of his past memories, had the system also activated? Was this the privilege of lifting the 18 prohibitions? A phantom panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan Black Jar first turn 030 realm. Unranked destined insect. None subordinate insects. None feature. By investing any 3 insects of the same rank into the black jar, they can be fused into a higher ranked insect, which will be automatically subdued. Note, the rarer the original materials, the stronger the synthesized insect. 3 unknown star upgrade? I'm familiar with this. Li Yuan grasped the system's utility. So, if I acquire 3 blood insects, I can synthesize a more powerful insect? Even my destined insect? The pressing question remained. How to obtain 3 blood insects? The blood insect was the lifeblood of many. The sole hope through the trials, no one would relinquish it. If I forcefully seize it, I would become the target of everyone. Stay calm. Li Yuan took a deep breath, reminding himself to refrain from impulsiveness and await his chance. Time trickled by. The night deepened. The already dim cave became enveloped in darkness, where one could not see their own hand. In the shadows, an intangible fear spread. Li Yuan picked up a large stone, gripping it tightly as he gradually sharpened it against the rock wall. This was destined to be a night of torment. After an indeterminate duration, amidst the struggles of fatigue and hunger, a faint glimmer appeared within the cave. Dawn broke, accompanied by the sound of squeaking. It's a rat. At times, it could even be considered a delicacy everyone was already famished and fixated on the rodent. Even Li Yuan could not help but swallow hard. Squeak! The rat seemed to sense danger and attempted to flee, but the nearest gaunt figure lunged at it like a monkey. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat's cries turned urgent and sharp, seemingly pinned down. Haha, got it. The thin man chuckled uncontrollably. Just as he intended to retreat into the shadows, another figure appeared behind him, swinging a stone down with great force, striking again and again in rapid succession. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, the thin man lay in a pool of blood. Li Yuan was astonished. The first to take a life was, surprisingly, the youngest among the Tenagirl. Perhaps seeking to establish her dominance. After killing the thin man, she did not immediately retreat into the darkness, but instead surveyed the scene with a fierce gaze. Then she seized the rat, biting into it with blood-soaked jaws. Trying to act tough? Li Yuan thought to himself. If she were truly fierce, she would have devoured the thin man's flesh instead of resorting to the rat for intimidation. Among the group, aside from the local chubby man, who hadn't tasted rat before long, the sun rose high, casting light into the pit. Under the sun, the gruesome sight of the thin man's mangled corpse sent chills down Li Yuan's spine. He felt a twinge of unease. He had witnessed cannibalism, but had never partaken. Under the care and guidance of his grandfather, the physician, he had yet to traverse that harrowing path. Perhaps in his grandfather's heart, there lingered a hope that he would one day become the new emperor, never allowing the dignity of the Yin to be devoured by malevolent thoughts. Li Yuan could still restrain himself. However, the others were growing restless, their gazes predatory, primal instincts gradually eclipsing moral constraints. At that moment, Li Yuan noticed a small red dot crawling on the thin man's corpse. A blood insect? Alive? He was first startled, then elated. This was an exquisite opportunity. Li Yuan slowly rose, clutching the stone he had sharpened the night before, and approached the thin man's lifeless body. His movement instantly alerted the others. Li Yuan feigned calmness, his gaze fierce. He was tall, not overly muscular, but certainly not as frail as the deceased. To the casual observer, he was undoubtedly the second strongest presence, aside from the local chubby man. The others refrained from attacking him rashly, maintaining a defensive stance, their eyes fixed on him. Li Yuan reached the thin man's corpse and swiftly grasped the blood insect, retreating back into the shadows. I thought you were going to eat someone, the local chubby man remarked. You seized that blood insect to cultivate another, enhancing your chances of nurturing your destined insect, right? It seems you understand well. Perhaps we'll end up losing to you. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan instantly felt a surge of hostility. They were deliberately trying to redirect the animosity towards him. Aren't you from the southern border? Don't you know more about insect arts than I do? Why would you offer me the opportunity? Li Yuan scoffed. The chubby man replied, Of course I want it, I just happen to be a step behind you. Li Yuan waved his hand. Well then, I shall gift it to you. Do you dare to take it? And if you do, will you have the audacity to nurture it? Heh! The chubby man let out a cold laugh and ceased to respond. Only a fool would attempt to raise two blood insects in such dire circumstances. The only outcome would be to be drained dry. Once this fool perished, he would become the strongest here, guaranteed to pass the trial. Li Yuan fell silent, continuing to bide his time. He gradually regained his composure. Now that everyone was desperately hungry, conflict was bound to arise again. That would be his opportunity to seize the third blood insect. Another night passed, and on the third day, the resolve of the group was nearing its limit. Human morality was being overshadowed by primal instincts. Everyone, let us share him, the previously silent elder spoke. He was weak, as feeble as a woman, unwilling to fight, well aware that only by calling upon allies could he survive. All right, a woman responded. We are also left with no choice, merely fighting for our lives. If there is divine retribution, let it fall upon us. Others knelt, raising their hands to the heavens in lament. If there is divine punishment, let it be blamed on the incompetence of the Dian royal family, on the rampant demons, and not upon us, the impoverished folk. Though it seemed a prayer to the heavens, all understood that this was merely to comfort themselves, to muster the courage to commit an act that transcended human morality. The elder took the first step, followed closely by 6 women, all encircling the thin man's corpse. The chubby man remained still. Li Yuan also did not move. However, he was acutely aware that if those few truly became sated, they would undoubtedly unite against him and the chubby man first. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The group soon reached the thin man's corpse, exchanging glances, each hesitant to be the first to act. "Elder, you suggested we feast, you should go first," the girl who had killed the thin man said. "You did the killing, you should partake." The elder hesitated, having heard that cannibalism could drive one insane, invoking divine retribution and a miserable death. Even if he had to eat, he could not be the first. "If you do not eat, we shall slay you first." The girl raised the stone in her hand. The other women followed suit, brandishing their stones. I will eat." The elder, gripped by fear, realized he had been outmaneuvered and was forced to crouch down, leaning over the thin man's corpse. Before he could utter a word, the stone in the girl's hand came crashing down. Thud! The elder fell to the ground in response. After slaying the elder, the girl shouted, "Sisters, let us unite to take down those two filthy men, or none of us shall survive." Chapter 3. Qi and blood goo. Ordinary women possess inherently limited strength. Not only are they no match for a man in one-on-one combat, but even in groups, they struggle against a single man. The strategy is clear: eliminate the greatest threat first. Li Yuan squinted, realizing that the young girl had clearly devised a plan to first eliminate the thin man, then lure and kill the old man, before finally launching a united attack. "Little girl, you're quite clever," he thought. The chubby man chuckled. "Unfortunately, even if you few weak women join forces, you still cannot defeat me. Let's give it a try." The girl retorted coldly. "It's better than us fighting amongst ourselves and allowing you men to devour us." "How about this? I'll give you an opportunity," the chubby man sneered. "You go kill that lad first, and I promise not to intervene." "What do you say?" "Not a chance." The girl shook her head and turned to Li Yuan. "How about you come over here and we kill this chubby man together?" This was a psychological game. Everyone wanted to play the fisherman. "Very well," Li Yuan agreed without hesitation. Both the chubby man and the girl were taken aback by his straightforwardness. "Are you insane?" the chubby man exclaimed, losing his calm. "Do you think if I'm dead, these women will spare you?" "I believe you pose a greater threat than they do," Li Yuan grinned, stepping toward the old man's corpse. "You go first," the girl urged him, employing the same tactic again. "Fine," Li Yuan nodded. "But you all need to step back a bit. Let me have a bite to regain my strength, all right?" The girl frowned, then relented. The initiative was in her hands, and as long as the boy did not ally with the chubby man, it was in her favor. She took 3 steps back. The other 5 women exchanged glances and also retreated. Li Yuan then knelt down, skillfully capturing the blood worm from the old man's corpse. The chubby man's face darkened. This fool couldn't he possibly believe the venomous women would let him off the hook after he killed him? Could he? First detection of a mergeable goo worm. "Do you wish to combine?" Unbeknownst to him, obtaining the blood worm was Li Yuan's true objective. "Combine," he silently instructed. "This merge will utilize 3 common bloodworms. Combining, you have acquired a first-tier Qi and blood goo. It has been automatically subdued. Qi and blood goo, when refined into a life goo, can replenish the goo master's vitality. When turned into a subordinate goo, it can serve as a consumable to absorb or replenish another's vitality. Do you wish to refine it into a life goo?" Li Yuan recalled that every goo master could possess only 1 life goo and a corresponding number of subordinate goo based on their own realm. Refine. In this moment of life and death, Li Yuan had no choice. You have acquired a life goo, Qi, and blood goo. In an instant, waves of warmth surged through him. Li Yuan felt his exhaustion dissipate, vitality surging within him. This was the replenishing effect of acquiring the Qi and blood goo for the first time. His strength seemed to have increased. Looking at the women before him, he felt capable of knocking them out with a single punch. No wonder goo masters could achieve a respectable status in this martial world. They indeed possessed remarkable abilities. During his 16 years of fleeing, Li Yuan had encountered martial artists a few times. Powerful martial artists could tear apart demons and soar through the sky. He had once envied them. His grandfather, the physician, had told him he lacked the foundation for martial arts and should not harbor such delusions. If he could not practice martial arts, becoming a goo master was also a good option. Having tasted the sweetness of this newfound power, Li Yuan felt at ease. The arduous path of restoring one's martial foundation through the blood of the founding emperor and potent medicines seemed far too difficult. The system offered a more straightforward approach. There was no need to endure unnecessary hardship. What are you doing? Why aren't you making a move? The girl's cold voice interrupted Li Yuan's thoughts. I've changed my mind. He turned to her. Are you toying with me? The girl exclaimed in anger. Yes, I am indeed toying with you, Li Yuan grinned. The girl's chest heaved with fury. Then she turned to the chubby man. Come over here and help us deal with this person, shall we? Not a chance. The chubby man shook his head. I said if you kill him, I will not interfere. That is my bottom line. If you dare not act, then just sit back. Li Yuan did not act immediately. After the qi and blood goo replenished him, he felt somewhat weakened and needed to recover. Now that he had the upper hand, biding his time would be more prudent. Li Yuan returned the life qi and blood goo to the corpse, only to discover that the worm had flown into the shadows and quietly attached itself to one of the women. Oh, quite the connoisseur, seeking fresh prey, Li Yuan chuckled. He could only allow it to replenish itself. There was no need to worry about the qi and blood goo being easily dispatched. After all, it belonged to a first-tier goo master, corresponding to an entry-level martial artist. In his memory, an entry-level martial artist could easily handle over a dozen adult men. Another night passed. For Li Yuan, this night was no longer a torment. He felt invigorated. By dawn, the remaining threats from others would likely vanish. Just as he pondered, Li Yuan sensed the women moving toward him, plotting a nighttime ambush. Clearly, these women did not wish to see the sunrise. Then let us resolve this all at once. Li Yuan rose stealthily, making his way toward the most significant local threat, the chubby man. His footsteps were light, nearly soundless. At that moment, the chubby man leaned against the stone wall, alternating between drowsiness and vigilance. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there was a commotion from the opposite side. The 6 women had launched their attack, hurling stones toward Li Yuan's previous position. The chubby man was startled. Puff! Li Yuan also struck, launching a surprise attack from the shadows, delivering a powerful punch to the chubby man's abdomen. Despite his seemingly tough exterior, the chubby man cried out in agony from the blow. Li Yuan's first action was not to kill, but to seize the bloodworms from the chubby man. Then he forcefully grabbed his hair and slammed his head against the wall. Bang! 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 1, 2, 3. After several pained cries, the chubby man fell silent. Now, it's your turn, Li Yuan's voice echoed in the dark cave. Instantly, the 6 women felt their hairs stand on end, their bodies turning cold. How is this possible? They had never anticipated that Li Yuan would target the chubby man first, and with such swiftness. If he was this formidable, why had he waited until now to act? Puff! Li Yuan no longer concealed himself, unleashing a deadly rampage, moving swiftly in the dark, first delivering a fatal punch to one woman, then 2, 3, 4, 5. Finally, the last one. His fist, as large as a cauldron, slammed into the girl's chest, causing her to fly back against the cliff wall, lifeless. Li Yuan admired the girl's intellect and cunning, but that was all there was to it. Those who deserve to die must perish. His grandfather, the physician, had taught him to be decisive in killing while harboring no malice. This was team malice, was it? Li Yuan mused, gathering all the bloodworms. Detection of mergeable goo worms. Do you wish to combine? The system chimed in once more. Combine. Li Yuan's anticipation began to rise. Chapter 04. Joining the 12 caves, 3 blood essence insects fused. Can they ascend once more? The synthesis materials are common blood insects 7. Synthesis in progress. You have obtained a first-turn common insect, blood essence insect 2, which has been automatically captured. Continue synthesizing. Li Yuan contemplated. Please elevate the black jar's grade before exploring a higher path as a goo master. Li Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, there are restrictions? It is only natural. Without some limitations, if he stayed in the goo nest for an entire night, he could easily dominate the world by dawn. The virtual panel reappeared. Goo Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, first turn 430. Realm, first turn, Innate Goo, Blood Essence Insect, Subordinate Goo, Blood Essence Insect, Li Yuan then noticed that the number behind the black jar had increased from 0 to 4. Is this the experience bar? Does it increase by 1 each day? He pondered. If the synthesis of goo insects is based on quantity, it should be 3, and counting the activation days, today marks the 4th. So, if he can just remain in the Jiugong mountain range until the black jar and Oppo's S level is maxed out, he would be invincible. This is far superior to any mundane task system. Quite splendid indeed, Li Yuan thought with satisfaction. Now, I should have passed the test. I can ascend, right? He gazed at the pit towering 7 to 8 meters. For him now, it was no longer a bottomless pit, but a shackle waiting to be shattered. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan leaped upward, grasping a protruding stone over 3 meters high. And with a swing, he grabbed hold of a higher stone. Repeating this several times, he successfully reached the top, exactly where he had fallen from. Applause erupted nearby. To have refined your innate goo in just 4 days is remarkable. It has been ages since I have encountered such a gifted talent in Goo Dao. As flames illuminated the cave, Li Yuan turned to see 2 figures approaching. One was Qi Lin, who had invited him to take the test, and the other was a middle-aged man. Young brother, quite impressive. The middle-aged man, with a kind demeanor, introduced himself. I am Qi Xian, the head of the 100 Affairs Hall of the 9th Palace 12 Caves. Head, have I passed the test? After experiencing a life-and-death trial, Li Yuan found it hard to warm to these individuals. However, the nature of this test indeed aligned with his impressions of nurturing goo. Of course, Qi Xian replied with a smile. I will report to the cave master and issue you an outer disciple token. Given your commendable talent as a goo master, you may freely choose a position within the 12 caves. What positions are available? Li Yuan inquired. See for yourself. Qi Xian produced a booklet and handed it to Li Yuan, who focused intently on its contents. 100 Affairs Hall, responsible for recruitment, assessments, mail handling, and mediation of personal matters. Goo Beast Garden, responsible for raising various goo insects and goo beasts. Goo Planting Garden, responsible for cultivating various spiritual plants necessary for nurturing goo. Damaged Goo Tower, responsible for processing the discarded defective goo insects raised by the entire organization. Li Yuan and Oppo's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is excellent. Defective goo insects should also be usable for synthesis, right? The system defines any 3 goo insects of the same rank for synthesis. Head, I choose the damaged goo tower. The damaged goo tower? Qi Xian's expression shifted oddly. Have you thought this through? Handling damaged goo is dirty work and fraught with risks. Qi Lin also cautioned, defective goo insects from various halls will be thrown there. Mishaps can easily occur during processing. Li Yuan and Oppo's enthusiasm only grew. This seems tailor-made for him. While the Goo Beast Garden raises only quality goo insects, that is a resource of the sect with monthly task quotas to meet. If he synthesized them all, he would surely be held accountable. The damaged goo tower, however, harbors no such worries. The discarded refuse, unwanted by others, becomes treasure in his hands. I have made up my mind. Li Yuan could hardly contain his eagerness. Very well. Qi Xian did not press further, respecting his choice. By the way, what is your name? After conversing for so long, he realized he had yet to learn the boy's name. You may use your own name or discard the past to receive a new name from the Jiugong Goo Nest, Qi Xian said. Li Yuan, Muzi Li, and Yuan Bao's Yuan. Li Yuan preferred to use his own name. Good. Qi Xian nodded. The identity token will be issued in 3 days. Qi Lin, take Li Yuan to report to the damaged goo tower. Follow me. Qi Lin turned and led the way. Li Yuan hoisted the old doctor's corpse and followed Qi Lin up the mountain, where he could see the grand and majestic buildings rising from the mountainside. Along the way, Qi Lin briefly recounted the history of the Jiugong Goo Nest, an ancient power rooted for generations in the southern Jiugong mountain range. It is both the origin of Goo Masters and an undisputed hidden ruler of the south. The Jiugong Goo Nest consists of 9 palaces, each containing 72 caves. This hierarchy originates from the early days of Goo Masters, when families distinguished themselves by the caves they inhabited. Even today, they are still referred to as caves. In truth, any cave within the Jiugong Goo Nest rivals a third-rate sect in the outside world in terms of scale. Li Yuan listened with rapt attention, filled with anticipation. This place is indeed his sanctuary for growth. Before long, The two arrived at a 5-story pavilion, its sign bearing 3 ancient characters. Damaged Gu Tower. Old Wang, I brought you a newcomer, Qi Lin called out. Shortly after, an elderly man with frosty hair emerged from the damaged Gu Tower. At last, a newcomer has arrived at the damaged Gu Tower. The old man beamed. Li Yuan, this is Old Wang, the steward of the damaged Gu Tower. He will be your guide from now on, Qi Lin introduced. I am Wang Lin. You may call me Old Wang, the elder said with a smile. All right, Old Wang. Li Yuan replied without hesitation. Old Wang, Li Yuan possesses considerable talent. Do take good care of him. If he manages to enter the inner sect of the 9th palace, you will benefit as well, Qi Lin remarked. Considerable talent? Wang Lin was taken aback. If he is so talented, why would he come to the damaged Gu Tower? Qi Lin teased, it's his own choice. Wang Lin was astonished and advised, Li Yuan, I suggest you reconsider. There is little future in working at the damaged Gu Tower. Thank you, Li Yuan chuckled. Old Wang, your kindness makes me even more eager to work under you. Ha ha. Qi Lin laughed heartily. Very well. I shall take my leave. You two enjoy your conversation. Sighing, Wang Lin resigned himself to the situation. Since you've chosen this path, I shan't dissuade you. Before you enter the damaged Gu Tower, allow me to explain the foundational matters of Gu master cultivation. As he spoke, he glanced at the corpse Li Yuan was carrying. Is this your innate Gu? To have a corpse as your first innate Gu is indeed rare. Is that polite? Li Yuan raplia, sumawat spakalas. No, this is my grandfather. Apologies spilled from Wang Lin. His expression awkward. I heard from Qi Lin that you possess talent. I assumed you were a fierce individual who had just refined a corpse Gu. This piqued Li Yuan's curiosity. Old Wang, can corpses really be used to refine Gu? Chapter 05. Li Yuan's Paradise Naturally, Wang Lindao replied. The art of crafting one into Appo's life corpse Gu is a skilled endeavor that demands both innate talent and technical prowess. It is not something the average individual can accomplish. Has anyone among the 12 caves managed to create a life corpse Gu? Li Yuan inquired. No, Wang Lindao shook his head. It is a laborious task that often yields little reward. In the entire 9th palace, only one vice master has succeeded. You wouldn't wish to transform your grandfather into a life corpse Gu, would you? That would be rather perverse, Li Yuan replied, his expression darkening. Who knows? Wang Lindao chuckled. There are indeed some eccentricities among the Gu masters. He gestured toward the back mountain. First, go bury your grandfather. It is a site of good feng shui. When I pass, I hope you will inter me there as well. Your grandfather is unfamiliar with this place. I can keep him company for a while. Li Yuan was at a loss for words. Did he wish to become the spectral neighbor of his grandfather? He hoisted the physician's body and made his way to the back mountain. Wang Lindao followed, saying, Did you see that coffin? It was prepared for myself. But you can use it for your grandfather. When I die, you can make me another. All right. Li Yuan nodded, grateful to Old Wang. Though his words were somewhat morbid, he was indeed a reliable companion, having already procured the coffin. Wang Lindao remarked, Do not mistake me for a great benefactor. I merely wish to avoid leaving a corpse to rot in the wild and hope for some assistance after my demise. As they chatted, Li Yuan dug a substantial pit. He then approached the coffin, took a deep breath, and with a sudden exertion, placed it into the grave, covering it with earth. He even utilized the unmarked gravestone that Old Wang had prepared. Rest well, grandfather. Li Yuan knelt before the gravestone, bowing 3 times with reverence. I shall avenge your death, and my mother's as well. A gentleman's vengeance is not late, even after 30 years. He buried the anger deep within his heart. You possess considerable strength. Your life, Gu must be a Qi blood Gu, remarked Wang Lindao. The physical constitution of Gu masters is generally inferior to that of martial artists. Yet the most common Gu that can bolster a Gu master's vitality and strength is indeed the Qi blood Gu. Wang Lindao deduced this instantly. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. How many days did it take you to refine it? Wang Lindao continued his inquiries. For days, Li Yuan responded. Wow, Wang Lindao gasped, slowly exhaling 2 words. Impressive. To refine a life Gu in just 4 days is truly extraordinary. It is a pity you are wasting your talent here. I shall first impart to you the foundational practices of a Gu master. Wang Lindao resolved to cultivate the young talent. If Li Yuan were to join the inner circle of the Ninth Palace in the future, it would not be merely for a comfortable life in his later years, but rather for a life of splendor. Li Yuan Listanatintanli. The realms of Gu masters range from the first to the ninth turn, corresponding to the ranks of martial artists from entry level to ninth grade, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. The strength of the Gu also follows this progression from 1 to 9. The first to third turns are known as common Gu, the fourth to sixth as mysterious Gu, the seventh is termed heavenly Gu, the eighth as sacred Gu, and the ninth as divine Gu. Each Gu master can only refine 1 life Gu and a number of subordinate Gu corresponding to their own realm. For instance, if I am a third turn Gu master, I can refine 1 life Gu and 3 subordinate Gu. Wang Lindao elucidated each point. Wait, I have a question. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Old Wang, since I have already refined the Qi blood Gu, can I still change it in the future? Yes, Wang Lindao replied. Before reaching the 4th turn, the conditions for changing 1 and Oppos life Gu are not overly stringent. However, after the 4th turn, one can only elevate the grade of their life Gu through cultivation and evolution. Hence, many young Gu masters choose to change their life Gu at the 3rd turn for rare Gu with potential for evolution. If one can acquire a renowned life Gu, their future accomplishments will be limitless. Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The option to change was reassuring. Yet, he was not content with simply that. We are all people of systems. The limits should not stop here. Come, let me take you to the residual Gu Tower. With that, Wang Lindao turned and made his way from the back mountain, with Li Yuan following closely behind into the residual Gu Tower. As they crossed the threshold, Li Yuan shivered. It's so cold. Cold indeed, Wang Lindao smiled. The residual Gu Tower processes countless residual Gu daily, and the accumulation of malevolent energy renders it naturally frigid. That is why I suggested you find another place. You are still young. Have you married and started a family? Staying here for too long could be detrimental to your health. Now that I am here, I have no choice, Li Yuan replied fearlessly, convinced that this was his paradise. He had begun to hear the echoes of the Gu immortal. By the way, old Wang, how have you managed to endure? Wang Lindao smiled. I was fortunate. After coming here, I encountered an abandoned ice silkworm. Once I nurtured it, it became my life Gu. Li Yuan thumped his chest as a young man. I have ample vitality. I can withstand it. Wang Lindao teased him. With that vitality, you might as well pursue a wealthy lady. That would be far better than lingering here. Li Yuan had no retort. At that moment, he finally observed the situation within the building. The residual Gu Tower was filled with an array of jars of various sizes, all sealed with lids. Some were transparent, revealing the densely packed Gu within. A paradise. Truly a paradise. The residual Gu Tower comprised 5 layers, each housing residual Gu of corresponding grades. Our duty is to clear away the deceased residual Gu daily, selecting those that have undergone secondary metamorphosis to return to the Baishir Hall. We have performance quotas. At least 100 first-turn Gu, 30 second-turn Gu, and 10 third-turn Gu must be returned each month. There are no requirements for 4th turn and 5th turn Gu, as they do not fall under our jurisdiction. Wang Lindao clarified the division of labor and responsibilities. Li Yuan scanned the surroundings. Old Wang, are we the only 2 in the residual Gu Tower? There's one more. Wang Lindao pointed upward. He resides on the 4th and 5th floors. We cannot ascend to meet him, nor is it necessary to concern ourselves with him. Understood. Li Yuan agreed, wishing not to meddle further. Wang Lindao then shared numerous important considerations for nurturing Gu, handing Li Yuan several manuals on Gu care, as well as a volume titled Elementary Gu Master's Heart Technique. The title was unassuming. From today onward, the 1st floor is under your charge. I will no longer intervene. As night deepened, Wang Lindao retired to the adjoining quarters of the residual Gu Tower to sleep. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a mere requirement to submit 100 transformed Gu to the Baishir Hall each month, and with several tens of thousands of residual Gu at his disposal, he had ample opportunity to synthesize wildly. He approached a black jar, which bore a yellow cloth with inscriptions. Residual Gu type, 1st turn vitality Gu. Li Yuan consulted the 1st turn Gu insect manual. This Gu nourished the Gu Master's spirit and could also absorb others' vitality or deepen sleep. Detected a compatible residual goo. Do you wish to synthesize? Chapter 06. Breaking the limitations of the goo master through synthesis. Li Yuan silently recited to himself. Current synthesis materials. 31st turn Yongjing goo remnants. Synthesis in progress. You have obtained a first turn ordinary goo, Yongjing goo 10, which has been automatically subdued. Is a good goo produced after synthesizing remnants? Li Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Continue synthesizing. Please enhance the black jar and amp. Oppos, S-grade before exploring the higher echelons of goo mastery. Another failure. As expected, Li Yuan remained unperturbed as the virtual panel materialized. Goo master, Li Yuan, black jar, first turn 430, realm, first turn, destiny goo, chi blood goo, subordinate goo, chi blood goo, Yongjing goo. Is there no limit to the number of subordinate goo I can obtain? Li Yuan speculated. He opened another jar. Synthesis. Current synthesis materials. 31st turn turtle, shell, goo remnants. Synthesis in progress. You have obtained a first turn ordinary goo, turtle shell goo 10, which has been automatically subdued. Turtle shell goo, when refined into a destiny goo, can enhance the hardness of the goo master skin. When transformed into a subordinate goo, it serves as a consumable, temporarily strengthening localized skin hardness during combat. Li Yuan had read about this in the Goo Master Manual. The benefits of a destiny goo are permanent, while subordinate goo are primarily consumables, providing only temporary effects on oneself or the enemy. Furthermore, controlling a destiny goo requires merely thought, whereas controlling subordinate goo necessitates external assistance. The advantage is that if a subordinate goo perishes, it does not affect the goo master as a destiny goo would. Upon inspecting the subordinate goo section, he found it had indeed changed. Subordinate goo, chi blood goo, Yongjing goo, turtle shell goo. Isn't this invincible? Thus, Li Yuan toiled throughout the night. He began to frantically synthesize goo insects, but did not exhaust all remnants, synthesizing only a portion to avoid drawing suspicion. Soon, he encountered a new dilemma. After a whole night of labor, he had not managed to produce a single rare goo insect, let alone one renowned on the exotic goo list. All he had were basic scraps. Li Yuan sighed softly. It seemed that synthesizing exotic goo was no easy feat. He resolved to bide his time, believing that fortune would eventually smile upon him. As time flowed swiftly by, half a month had passed since Li Yuan joined the Remnant Goo Tower. He had acclimated to life here. It was monotonous, yet peaceful, far superior to the chaotic world outside, rife with conflict and malevolent creatures. He found solace in this place. In a few days, the black jar and amp, Oppos, S-grade would elevate to the second turn. Li Yuan, a significant event has transpired in the outside world. Are you aware? During lunch, Wang Lin spoke of occurrences beyond the Jiogong Mountain. What significant event? Li Yuan, isolated from news while residing in the Remnant Goo Tower, was far less informed than the seasoned Wang Lin, who seemed well-versed in the happenings outside. Wang Lin inquired, "Have you heard of the martial goddess treasure?" "No." Li Yuan shook his head. He had not heard of it, but could speculate. Wang Lin continued, "It is the treasure left behind by the founding emperor of the Dian dynasty, the renowned martial god. It is said to be the foundation for the resurgence of Dian. Currently, various warlords and malevolent beings are in search of the martial goddess treasure, throwing the realm into utter chaos." Li Yuan sighed, empathizing with the common folk. He could not relate to the royal family, even though his true identity was that of a prince of Dian. The 16 years of hardship and displacement had forged a rift between him and the royals. Instead, he deeply understood the suffering of the lower classes. Yet, he felt powerless to act. The Jiogong mountain range, nestled in the most secluded part of the southern frontier, had thus far avoided the ravages of war. But in times of turmoil, it was only a matter of time before they would be swept into the fray. I hope the Dian royal family can locate the martial god-S treasure soon, bringing an end to this suffering and strife. Alas, it seemed nearly impossible. Wang Lin sighed heavily. Why? Li Yuan, feeling like an outsider, engaged in casual conversation. It was indeed stifling here. Spending days with Gu alone, learning more about the outside world was a means to maintain his sanity. What else could it be? Wang Lin shrugged. The direct descendants of the founding emperor have all been eradicated. It appears none have survived. Perhaps one still lives? Li Yuan whispered. Let us hope so, Wang Lin replied. After all, the martial goddess treasure can only be unlocked by the direct descendants of the founding emperor. Li Yuan chuckled. Even if a direct descendant truly existed, should they dare to emerge now, they would merely serve as a key to unlock the treasure. True, Wang Lin concurred. Dian is but a shell of its former self, merely lacking a figure capable of unifying it. He then added with a hint of mystery, I've also heard that demons infiltrated the imperial palace long ago, meticulously orchestrating schemes to subdue the late emperor before gradually exterminating the royal bloodline. Li Yuan had become aware of this during the restoration of his memories from 2 lives. The question remained, who had leaked this information, and what were the motives? Given the blood feud involving his mother and the royal physician, he could not remain indifferent. Old Wang, how do you know all this? It's common knowledge by now, Wang Lin replied. Some even claim that the emperor's favored concubine, Ming Guofei, is a demon, and that the emperor was bewitched, leading to his subjugation. Otherwise, with his 8th grade martial saint cultivation and the unparalleled national fortune backing him, how could he have easily fallen to demons? Beauty can indeed be perilous, Wang Lin narrated like a storyteller, vividly recounting the tales circulating in the outside world. Li Yuan listened, half believing and half skeptical. At the level of a martial saint, one would not succumb merely to mere beauty. Undoubtedly, other means were employed. What those means were remained a mystery. He treated it merely as a story. Li Yuan calmed his thoughts, burying all within. For nothing could deter him from nurturing his growth. Counting the days, on the 27th day since joining the remnant Gu Tower, which also marked the 30th day since the activation of the Black Jar fusion system, Li Yuan summoned the virtual panel. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, second turn 0100, Realm, second turn, Destiny Gu, Chi Blood Gu, Subordinate Gu, Chi Blood Gu, Yang Jing Gu, Turtle Shell Gu, Bloodthirsty Mosquito, Stench Bug, Wind-Chasing Butterfly. Indeed, Li Yuan exclaimed with delight, having automatically ascended to the second turn. Shortly thereafter, the system sent another notification. Detected that you possess numerous subordinate Gu. Would you like to select one to refine into a Destiny Gu? This was the outcome Li Yuan had desired. In other words, I can possess multiple Destiny Gu, thereby directly breaking the traditional limitations of Gu Masters. How exhilarating! The connection between a Gu Master and their Destiny Gu is profound. If a Destiny Gu perishes, the Gu Master is similarly doomed, with only a few rare exceptions. This was why Li Yuan yearned for multiple Destiny Gu. Who does not fear death? He certainly did. The selection of a second Destiny Gu could not be taken lightly. Li Yuan and Amp, Oppos, SKs drifted toward the second floor. Not to mention those renowned on the exotic Gu list, he needed to synthesize at least one rare Gu insect first. Chapter 07. The resurgence of the exotic Gu, Li Yuan ascended to the second floor. Upon spotting the figure of a young man diligently tending to the remnants of Gu, Wang Lin furrowed his brow. Li Yuan, what brings you up here? The malevolent energy is quite thick. You should descend immediately. Old Wang, I have achieved the second transformation, Li Yuan stated directly. What? Wang Lin sprang to his feet. Repeat that. I am now a second-tier Gu Master, Li Yuan reiterated. By heavens! Wang Lin's eyes widened, and after a moment, he could only exclaim, impressive. Reflecting on it, he realized that it was not so surprising for a prodigy capable of crafting a personal Gu in 4 days to attain the status of a second-tier Gu Master within a month. Ha ha! Wang Lin laughed heartily. Indeed, I have grown accustomed to mediocrity and forgotten the essence of genius. At that moment, he genuinely perceived the hope of the young man entering the 9th palace. Old Wang, your health is not the best. Allow me to take charge of the second floor from now on, Li Yuan said straightforwardly. You young rascal, you care for an old man? Wang Lin chuckled. Li Yuan was primarily concerned about not allowing Wang Lin to squander the valuable remnants. Those remnants were true treasures, far more beneficial to him than any divine weapon. Then I shall entrust the second floor to you. Wang Lin stretched lazily. You seem to possess an innate vigor, working tirelessly amidst the remnants of Gu. Your vitality is undiminished, and your energy has only increased. Li Yuan smiled. so you may enjoy your twilight years. Once I reach the third transformation, I will handle everything. Good lad, you have a kind heart. Wang Lin gave a thumbs up. From the moment he witnessed the boy carrying his grandfather's corpse up the mountain, he recognized him as a filial child. After conversing for a while, Wang Lin took his leave to rest. Li Yuan picked up the management manual for the second floor. The manual documented all records of the remnants of Gu entering and exiting the premises. He scrutinized it carefully, searching for something. Soon, he stumbled upon the name of a rare variety. Second transformation common Gu, 1,000 lives centipede. This is it. Li Yuan approached a jar, lifting the lid to reveal a centipede with half of its body missing, writhing energetically. Even in such a state, it clings to life with such vigor. Selected raw material. Second transformation blood Qi Gu, second transformation vitality Gu, second transformation remnant Gu, 1,000 lives centipede, residual longevity, herb potency within. Longevity herb? What is this? Li Yuan, unfamiliar with herbs, couldn't comprehend its significance. He disregarded his uncertainty and resolved to proceed with the synthesis. Detected that this synthesis involves multiple types of Gu, including rare materials. The direction of synthesis will be uncontrollable. No matter, proceed with the synthesis, he encouraged, intrigued by the unknown. As he added the 3 types of Gu, the black jar began to shake violently. After a while, a glimmer of golden light emerged. Is it truly materializing? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. Synthesis complete. You have obtained the second transformation exotic Gu, Resurgence Gu, which has been automatically subdued. Resurgence Gu, an exotic Gu unbound by realm. When refined into a personal Gu, grants the Gu master the ability to revive from the brink of death. As long as the heart remains intact, survival is assured. But it cannot become a subordinate Gu. Am I truly this fortunate? An exotic Gu has emerged. Li Yuan had perused the introduction of Resurgence Gu in the Gu Master Manual. The process of nurturing and refining Resurgence Gu was notoriously arduous, requiring the Gu Master to sustain it within their organs and nourish it with their own flesh and blood for over a decade, a trial that could be likened to hell. Yet, he had managed to synthesize it himself. While the 1,000 lives centipede was indeed a rare species, the blood Qi Gu and vitality Gu were merely commonplace. This should not have increased the likelihood of synthesizing an exotic Gu. Perhaps it was related to the longevity herb? Could it be that he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck? It was likely that the 1,000 lives centipede had inadvertently consumed the longevity herb, unbeknownst to the Gu master nurturing it, resulting in his fortunate acquisition. This revelation sparked a new idea in Li Yuan's mind. Could nurturing Gu with extraordinary treasures prior to synthesis yield a greater probability of obtaining rare or even exotic Gu? Would you like to refine the Resurgence Gu into your personal Gu? A prompt from the system appeared. Refine it. Did it even require questioning? The refinement was guaranteed. Moments later, Li Yuan felt an intense heat coursing through his body, his blood surging, especially within his internal organs, as if they were being seared by fierce flames. The enhancement of a Gu master's physique largely depended on the feedback from their personal Gu. As an exotic Gu, the Resurgence Gu bestowed upon Li Yuan numerous benefits, enhancing his overall physical attributes, transforming him into a versatile warrior. As I am now, my physical prowess is likely not inferior to that of martial artists of the same tier. Li Yuan felt invigorated. The benefits of possessing multiple personal Gu were remarkable. While the enhancement of his body was a minor aspect, the core advantage lay in the life-preserving capability of the Resurgence Gu. As long as his heart remained intact, revival from the brink of death was assured, rendering him nearly invincible in battles at lower realms. He need not fear the Resurgence Gu being destroyed, leading to his own demise. He could relish all the benefits without bearing any adverse effects. Marvelous! Li Yuan found himself increasingly enamored with the remnants of Gu. It was indeed his unique treasure trove. Survive. Continue to survive. Li Yuan's singular ambition was to endure until the world revered him as a deity, fearing him as one with a celestial being. The following day, during breakfast, Wang Lin glanced at Li Yuan and frowned. Why do I feel like your vitality has surged even more? Am I merely growing weaker with age? After years of laboring in the remnants of Gu, plagued by malevolent energy, Wang Lin sensed his own decline, evident in the coffin he had prepared and placed on the mountainside. Old Wang, you are mistaken. My blood-chi goo has reached the second transformation. How could I not be vigorous? Li Yuan chuckled. Indeed, Wang Lin slapped his forehead. Then how goes your mastery of the goo control heart technique? Fairly passable, I suppose. That is not something to be taken lightly, Wang Lin replied earnestly. The goo control heart technique is crucial to a goo master's combat capability, particularly when facing martial artists. If it is not mastered thoroughly, the goo will pose no threat whatsoever. I will strive to improve. Li Yuan did not wish to neglect his practice. But the goo control heart technique was of little use to him. The technique comprises 3 levels. The first level involves luring goo with scent, utilizing blood or food that bears a distinct aroma to entice the goo into action. This is the most elementary method and is employed by most low-tier goo masters to manipulate subordinate goo. The second level involves controlling goo through objects such as flutes, instruments, or umbrellas. The third level enables the goo master to control subordinate goo through thought. Notably, any goo master can control their personal goo with their mind, while the goo control heart technique is primarily for managing subordinate goo. After all, no goo master would recklessly unleash their personal goo in battle. The goo control heart technique was of no use to Li Yuan because all the goo he had subdued could be controlled through thought, reaching the third level directly. By the way, now that both the first and second floors of the remnants of goo are under your stewardship, there is something important I must clarify with you. Wang Lin recalled something significant. This matter is of utmost importance. You must remember it well. Chapter 08. Youthful Zeal. This matter pertains to your job and future. Wang Lin solemnly reminded. Old Wang, I will certainly remember, Li Yuan replied, invigorated by the thought of this job he cherished dearly. He could not afford to lose it. The prospect of being dismissed or transferred was a considerable loss. As you know, nurturing the goo is no simple task. The cave master places great importance on this aspect, maintaining strict control. In other halls, any intact goo is considered the sect's property, and no one is permitted to appropriate it. The remnant goo building is a rare exception. The cave master cannot predict how many remnant goo here can undergo a secondary metamorphosis. Hence, a modest production target has been set. Upon hearing Wang Lin and Amp, Oppos, S-words, Li Yuan began to piece together the implications. Old Wang, do you mean to say that someone might overstep the rules to demand goo from the remnant goo building? Indeed. Wang Lin nodded. You must face these matters alone, discerning who can be accommodating and who cannot. Otherwise, being dismissed or transferred is the least of your worries. You may even lose your life. Understood. Li Yuan committed this to memory. A few days later, Li Yuan encountered the individuals Wang Lin had mentioned. Old Wang personally attended to them, while Li Yuan observed silently from above. Oh, Old Wang, the quality of the good goo emerging from the remnant goo building has been quite impressive lately, one disciple remarked. The sect and Oppos, mountains and waters are splendid. The goo nurtured here grows increasingly robust, and even the remnant goo can yield fine specimens. Wang Lin smiled in response. I must frequent this place more often, Old Wang. You surrender everything to the sect, and no one acknowledges your efforts, but I will certainly remember. The disciple left with a hearty laugh. To Li Yuan and Oppos' dismay. Within a few days, several more groups arrived, each coveting the remnant goo building. Some even plotted to replace Old Wang as the steward of the remnant goo building with their own trusted confidants. Wang Lin sighed. Human nature is insatiable. Managing relationships delicately without offending anyone is exceedingly difficult, especially in the realm of interests. If one person gains a piece of meat, another loses one. No one is willing to yield. If I am indeed replaced, you must be extremely cautious and remain humble, he cautioned. Li Yuan realized that while he viewed the synthesized goo as commonplace, for the former goo of the remnant goo building, the quality was exceptional, which only served to attract trouble. Time flew by, and half a month passed. Each day, Li Yuan engaged in various combinations of remnant goo, fervently synthesizing with unyielding enthusiasm, hoping to create new rare and extraordinary goo. Alas, the limitations of raw materials proved too restrictive, and his endeavors remained unfulfilled. Dragons beget dragons, Phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse and Apos, S offspring will burrow. Ordinary goo combined with ordinary goo will always yield the same few results. Goo Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, Second Transformation 14100. Realm, Second Transformation, Innate Goo, Vitality Goo, Revitalization Goo, Affiliated Goo, Vitality Goo, Essence Nurturing Goo, Turtle Shell Goo, Bloodthirsty Mosquito, Stinking Poison Bug, Wind-Chasing Butterfly, Murderous Peak, Bewitching Fragrance. To obtain rare and extraordinary goo, one must rely on perseverance. Li Yuan steadied his emotions. Old Wang, Old Wang. At that moment, a resounding voice erupted from outside the building. Li Yuan peered out, exclaiming, "Another visitor? It truly seems endless. There are numerous pathways for goo masters to cultivate their innate goo. The simplest methods involve devouring other goo to enhance oneself or nurturing rare treasures. Both require considerable financial resources. If no measures are taken to curtail this, it will never cease. If they truly replace Old Wang, my days will not be bright either." Li Yuan was compelled to remain vigilant. As he stepped outside, the newcomer fixed a keen gaze upon him, then broke into a smile. "You there? Are you a new disciple of the remnant goo building?" "Yes," Li Yuan assessed the newcomer, noting his fine attire and confident demeanor, suggesting he was no ordinary disciple. "I am Sun Meng from the Battle Guard Hall, your senior. Recently, my innate goo has suffered some damage, and I came to the remnant goo building to procure some goo for nurturing." Li Yuan recalled Old Wang's warnings about the Law Enforcement Hall and the Battle Guard Hall being the most perilous to offend, and he had also heard of Sun Meng and Apos' name. This individual was a second transformation goo master and a distant relative of the cave master, leveraging his connections to demand goo from Old Wang every month or so, putting Old Wang in jeopardy of failing assessments multiple times. His recent frequency of requests had become quite excessive. "Oh, the remnant goo building is now under my responsibility. Old Wang has retired," Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. Sun Meng raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the audacity of this youth. "Very well. Would you kindly fetch me some goo? You appear quite young and promising. I shall speak favorably of you to my uncle and ensure your early transfer from here. A talent like you should not languish in the remnant goo building." Li Yuan's mind raced, feeling increasingly irked. "Are you trying to cut off my source of income? The remnant goo building has no surplus of quality goo left." He flatly refused. "None?" Sun Meng frowned, incredulous. "I recall the remnant goo building had a high output, consistently producing a dozen first transformation goo each month. Old Wang would always reserve some for me. Why not call Old Wang here? Let him discuss it with me." Sun Meng's impatience began to show. "I've already stated that the remnant goo building is under my jurisdiction now. Old Wang is no longer involved. If I say there are none, then there are none." Li Yuan insisted. He hoped these individuals would take their leave while the situation remained amicable. He was willing to concede a little, offering a few goo if necessary. However, if they continued to pressure him or insisted on replacing Old Wang, he would have to take some measures. Even a sage would find it intolerable to be constantly burdened by others. "You." Sun Meng was nearly apoplectic. Where did this foolish boy come from? Utterly ignorant of the nuances of human interaction, blinded by the malevolence of the remnant goo building. "Junior, are you intent on opposing me?" Sun Meng lowered his voice threateningly. "Do you believe that with just a word from me, you will remain bound to the remnant goo building for life, unable to transfer? And that would be a good thing?" Li Yuan retorted, further inciting his ire. "Then I must thank you." Sun Meng perceived this as a blatant insult. A new disciple's disdain for him. "Very well. You shall pay for this insolence. I hope that the next time you venture outside, you do not end up as carrion." Just then, a figure rushed out from beside the remnant goo building, none other than Old Wang. In recent days, he had been instructing Li Yuan on navigating the complexities of human relationships, emphasizing that Sun Meng was a petty individual not to be offended, advising him to simply provide a few goo to appease. He had not anticipated Li Yuan's fiery temperament. All his teachings had gone to waste. The intricacies of human relations had devolved into a calamity. "Junior's son," Wang Lin approached with a smile. "This young lad bears no ill will. He is merely inexperienced and overly principled. I hope you can forgive him." "Sun Meng snorted coldly. "I will prepare the goo for you shortly." Despite his age, Wang Lin was unafraid of retaliation, yet he worried that Sun Ming might target Li Yuan once he departed. Never mind, I shan't stoop to the level of the young. He sighed. Sun Ming's expression softened slightly, but he added, Old Wang, you must teach him more. Those who are too rigid do not last long. Indeed, Wang Lin nodded repeatedly. Moreover, I am not one to seize what is not mine. Sun Ming countered, I have suffered injuries for the sect, shed blood for the sect. Seeking a few gu for nurturing is hardly excessive, is it? Quite right, it is what junior son deserves, Wang Lin replied, though internally he scoffed. Members injured for the sect receive compensation from the 100 Affairs Hall, asking for supplements from the remnant gu building, time and again. This is nothing short of sheer insolence. Had it not been for Li Yuan and Appo's arrival to enhance productivity, he would have faced disciplinary action from the sect. Wait a moment, junior brother Sunday. With that, Wang Lin promptly ushered Li Yuan into the room. Li Yuan, what conflict have you had with him? Did I not warn you that Sun Ming's cunning is sharper than his wit, and he is not one to be trifled with? Let this matter slide for now. Go and select a few fine venomous insects, prepare them, and present them to him, hoping he will not target you in the future. Wang Lin sighed heavily. Very well. Li Yuan nodded. I shall fetch them. Only then did Wang Lin breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, fortunately, Li Yuan is not too obstinate and can be persuaded. Otherwise, survival would become exceedingly difficult. Li Yuan approached a jar, selecting the finest venomous insects he had tamed, including the stench bug, murder hornet, and heart-piercing worm, creating an extravagant gift package as a token of sincere gratitude. Chapter 09. The arrival at the law enforcement hall, brother Sun. The poison insects you requested are ready, Wang Lin said with a forced smile, handing a small jar filled with the insects to Sun Ming. Sun Ming nodded, seizing the moment. Make sure to educate that young man properly. I hope they're one in amp. Appo's, TBA next time. Wang Lin chuckled. He already recognized his mistake and vowed it will not happen again. You performed well, Lao Wang. I will ask my uncle to arrange a comfortable position for you to retire, allowing someone else to take over the management of the residual insect pavilion, Sun Ming remarked, having long wished to replace Wang Lin. Though nurturing the residual insects was a taxing job, the burden did not fall on Wang Lin. A more dedicated individual could yield greater resources for Sun Ming. Individuals like Wang Lin, who were adept at maneuvering, often redirected resources to others, effectively depriving him. Wang Lin and Appo's expression shifted slightly. Brother, I appreciate your kindness, but there is no need for a transfer. My innate insect is the ice silkworm, which is quite suitable for this role. Are you implying that I am causing you harm? Sun Ming frowned. And no, Wang Lin stammered, a bitter smile on his face. That an amp. Appo's, that's good to hear. Sun Ming feigned a smile, patting Wang Lin heavily on the shoulder. I remember when you used to be quite ruthless. Now, you show kindness and care for unfamiliar disciples. Rest assured, after you are reassigned, I will ensure that young man learns the value of life. Sun Ming laughed heartily and departed with the jar of poison insects. As he walked along the path, an inexplicable sensation gripped him. The jar felt as though it were shaking violently. What on earth? Sun Ming furrowed his brow, suspecting that the newcomer might seek revenge by deliberately giving him residual insects. Is he courting death? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, and he abruptly removed the lid. With a sudden puff, a cloud of toxic mist erupted. Stinking poison insect. Sun Ming clamped his nose shut, about to summon his innate insect, but his arm went numb, and darkness enveloped him. And killer bees. More terrifyingly, these insects harbored an intense, purposeful killing intent that was unlike anything he had encountered before. Someone was undoubtedly orchestrating this from behind the scenes. He drained a blood-chi insect to bolster his spirit, scanning the area, but sensed no presence. Could it be that they controlled the insects telepathically? In the entirety of the 12 caves, only a handful possessed such abilities. Who would waste time eliminating a mere insignificant figure like him? Despair washed over Sun Ming. The paralyzing toxins from the killer bees gnawed at him, sending piercing pain through his heart. Is there a heart-piercing insect too? His eyes widened in realization. This was a deadlock. The will to survive flickered and faded, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. In his dying moments, he thought of that newcomer at the residual insect pavilion. Was it him? Unlikely, but he had mentioned there would not be a next time. Was that what he meant? Days later, Wang Lin was dining with Li Yuan when a group of individuals wearing silver masks abruptly entered the residual insect pavilion. Wang Lin's eyes widened and his body trembled. The law enforcement corps? Why are they here? Before he could speak, a disciple from the law enforcement corps stepped forward, exuding a chilling aura. "Where is the manager of the residual insect pavilion?" "Wang Lin." "I am he," Wang Lin replied. "Wang Lin, you are suspected of murdering a fellow disciple. Come with us." The law enforcement disciple advanced, restraining Wang Lin. "Li Yuan, do not fear. It is nothing," Wang Lin said, masking his confusion and urging. "Don't worry about anything. Just protect the residual insect pavilion until I return." With that, Wang Lin was taken away. Li Yuan furrowed his brow, suspecting that this incident might relate to him. Surely it would and amp. Oppos, to result in punishment for Lao Wang? Meanwhile, Wang Lin was brought to the law enforcement hall. Having been part of the 12 Caves for decades and witnessing numerous events, he was not overly frightened. Sun Meng is dead, the head of the law enforcement hall. Qi Wang stated, his gaze fixed on Wang Lin, a faint pressure emanating from him. Sun Shidi is dead? Wang Lin was taken aback. He died 5 days ago on his way back from the residual insect pavilion to the battle guard hall. The last person he encountered was you, Qi Wang said calmly. Do you suspect that I killed Sun Shidi? Wang Lin said with a bitter smile. Do you believe I have that capability? No, Qi Wang shook his head. But your suspicion is the highest. He produced a scroll detailing the cause of Sun Meng's death. Sun Meng died from an attack by poison insects. The second-order stinking poison insect, killer bees, and heart-piercing insects struck him consecutively, leading to his tragic demise on the spot. These insects all originated from the residual insect pavilion. Did you give them to him? Qi Wang queried. Yes, Wang Lin admitted plainly. I provided them to him. He is the cave master and amp, Oppos, S distant relative, and I dared not refuse him. Misappropriating sect resources adds to your crimes, Qi Wang noted. Everyone knew these matters were unspoken, but bringing them to light carried a different significance. Wang Lin understood this, but he could only confess it was better to live than die. Did you tamper with the insects? Qi Wang pressed further. Hall Master, I am merely a third-order insect master. I lack the ability to control insects telepathically. How could I accomplish that? Wang Lin defended himself. Moreover, my innate insect is the ice silkworm, while my subordinate insects are the blood chi insect, guiding chi insect, and bladeworm, none of which are related to the ones that killed Sun Shidi. All of this can be verified. Hall Master, I am innocent, Wang Lin lamented. Qi Wang was well aware of this information, but could not uncover the true culprit and could only interrogate Wang Lin, hoping to find some clues. Perhaps the mastermind was connected to Wang Lin? Did the newly joined disciple, Li Yuan, partake in any collusion with you and Sun Meng? Qi Wang inquired. Not at all. He is new and knows nothing, Wang Lin insisted, unwilling to drag Li Yuan into this. Qi Wang did not press further. He had reviewed Li Yuan's information, noting that he was a talented young insect master, but his innate insect was merely a blood chi insect. He lacked the capacity to kill Sun Meng. Thus, only one possibility remained. Qi Wang asked, in recent days, has the individual guarding the 4th and 5th floors of the residual insect pavilion made an appearance? No. Wang Lin shook his head, pondering whether Sun Meng had frequently sought favors from the individual, inciting their wrath, leading to his demise. After all, that individual hailed from the inner sect of the 9th Palace and held equal standing to the cave master. Qi Wang continued to pose questions, to which Wang Lin responded truthfully. All right, you may leave. Qi Wang waved his hand, declaring Wang Lin innocent. This matter was too perplexing. Perhaps that individual had indeed acted. If so, it was beyond Wang Lin's jurisdiction. Thank you, Hall Master, for restoring my innocence. Wang Lin bowed deeply, preparing to depart when he noticed a figure approaching from outside, causing his pupils to contract. The cave master is here. Greetings, cave master. Everyone bowed in unison. Qi Wang, have you uncovered the cause of Menger's death? The cave master, Huang Funan, a direct disciple of an elder from the 9th Palace, inquired. Not yet, Qi Wang replied, shaking his head. Not him. Huang Funan pointed at Wang Lin. Not him, Qi Wang asserted. He has no motive to kill Sun Ming, nor the capability. All clues are unrelated to Wang Lin. He is innocent. Who knows? Huang Funan scoffed coldly. As the head of the law enforcement hall, you can sometimes be overly lenient. Such a heinous crime cannot be unraveled with slow investigation. In truth, you already have an inkling of who it is, do you not? If so, then special methods should be employed to extract a confession. With that, Huang Fu Nan pointed sharply with his right hand. The truth goo. Qi Wang's expression shifted dramatically. The truth goo, a fourth-tier mysterious insect, is specifically designed for coercive interrogation, capable of dismantling a person's will, leading to a profound inner collapse, rendering them utterly numb. In such a state, whatever is asked will be answered by the afflicted. This is the origin of the name Truth Goo. Master Dong, is this not going too far? Qi Wang's countenance darkened. Is it excessive? Huang Fu Nan replied nonchalantly. In comparison to the safety of our fellow disciples, this measure is necessary and harmless. Surely, Master Qi does not wish for any of our companions to perish as a result. Qi Wang fell silent. He understood that Huang Fu Nan was deeply concerned with his own reputation, rather than the welfare of their peers. It was about salvaging face after the death of his cousin. Speak. Huang Fu Nan approached Wang Lin, looking down upon him. Was there someone who instigated Sun Ming's death? Who is it? Chapter 10. The third transformation, Gu Master No. I did not. No one manipulated me. I did not kill Sun Ming. Ah, Wang Lin wailed in agony. Huang Fu Nan furrowed his brow. Was it truly not that madman? The madman he referred to was none other than the one residing in the residual Gu Tower, who happened to be his senior brother from the Ninth Palace's inner sect. If it was not him, then let him go. Huang Fu Nan flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Qi Wang hurried to Wang Lin's side, releasing a fire silkworm to consume the truth goo, and then retrieved a rejuvenation goo to heal him. However, Wang Lin, being aged and frail, fainted from the pain. 3 days later, the enforcement team returned Wang Lin to the residual Gu Tower. Old Wang. Li Yuan heard the commotion and rushed to the door. Are you all right? After 3 days apart, he noticed that old Wang appeared considerably weaker and more haggard, burdened with a heavy sense of weariness, likely having endured harsh punishment at the enforcement hall. It's a trivial matter. Wang Lin smiled wryly. I was just unfortunate. For some reason, Sun Ming died, and the enforcement hall suspects it was my doing. They fail to consider that I am half buried in the ground. How could I possess such capability? Ouch! It hurts terribly. As he spoke, old Wang let out a series of heart-wrenching cries, a remnant of the aftereffect from the truth Gu's coercive interrogation. Li Yuan frowned. Did they torture you? The enforcement hall is relatively sensible, Wang Lin sighed, but that cave master Huang Fu Nan is exceedingly ruthless. He used a truth Gu on me. Wang Lin expressed his lament. A truth Gu? Li Yuan clenched his fists. He had read about the truth Gu, which belonged to the fourth transformation category and could render a person's existence more unbearable than death, shattering their will. Let's not dwell on it. It's all in the past. Where there are people, there is struggle. It is a universal truth. Consider it a lesson learned. You, my boy, must tread carefully in the future. Not every person can be confronted head-on, for some are truly not to be trifled with. Even amidst anger, one must endure. For there will come a day when you possess the strength to seek vengeance. Do you understand? Wang Lin held a broad perspective, hoping that Li Yuan would not repeat his mistakes. Understood. Li Yuan felt a twinge of guilt. It was his actions that had ultimately caused old Wang's suffering. He silently noted the name Huang Fu Nan in his little notebook. Old Wang, you seem to have taken a liking to the old saying that those who are despicable will eventually face retribution. Sun Ming's death was most timely. Had he lived, it would have been you in peril. Wang Lin understood, well, that once he was reassigned, the new overseer would undoubtedly collaborate with Sun Ming to bring Li Yuan to ruin. It was far too common for a disciple to die unexpectedly in the residual Gu Tower. Seasons changed. Ever since the tragic demise of Sun Ming became known, no one dared to approach the residual Gu Tower for fear of reprisal. Wang Lin often teased himself. My beating was not in vain. That dog Sun Ming died at the perfect moment, just as the old saying goes. It is quite peaceful now. Li Yuan, how long have you been with the residual Gu Tower? Old Wang, feeling the passage of time increasingly swift since returning from the enforcement hall, noted that his own body was deteriorating day by day. Today marked the 96th day. Do you remember so precisely? Li Yuan chuckled. Wang Lin reflected. The memory of youth is indeed sharp. Unlike me, I have forgotten what my wife and children even look like. Perhaps this is heaven and Appo's way of reminding me that it is time to reunite with them. In recent days, old Wang often spoke with a sense of nostalgia. Reminiscing about the past, Li Yuan was at a loss for words to offer comfort. Even the martial gods must face the day of aging and death. As old Wang grew increasingly frail, he entrusted more responsibilities to Li Yuan, including overseeing the third floor. Li Yuan, Wang Lin suddenly called out. What is it, old Wang? Li Yuan inquired. I am considering leaving the 12 caves for a while, to return home and see if my wife and children are still alive. Perhaps waiting for me there. Wang Lin sensed his impending fate and felt a sense of regret. Are you really going? Li Yuan was unsure of what to say, feeling that old Wang's visit would ultimately be in vain. After all these years, old Wang had returned home before. His hometown was likely desolate now, devoid of life. His wife and children had probably perished in the calamities. He could not persuade him otherwise. This is an old man in Appo's obsession. How can one find peace without going? You are now capable of handling matters on your own, and your skills in nurturing Gu far surpass mine. In you, I see the guiding hand of destiny. Wang Lin smiled. Li Yuan chuckled in response. Old Wang, your words are becoming increasingly profound. Indeed, Wang Lin said earnestly, when you first arrived at the residual Gu Tower, I thought you were merely seeking trouble, wasting your talents. Now, I find you exceptionally suited for this place. Is this not the guidance of fate? Perhaps upon my return, I may indeed reunite with my wife and children. His enthusiasm grew, and a glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. Then I wish you good fortune. Though he professed disbelief in fate, Li Yuan occasionally found himself swayed by it. The following day, Wang Lin truly departed, claiming he had dreamt of his wife and children returning and urged Li Yuan to await his good news. Li Yuan felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. With old Wang gone, he was left alone in the residual Gu Tower, without anyone to share meals or conversations, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. Fortunately, he still held many aspirations and goals within his heart. A virtual panel appeared before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, Third Transformation 0300, Realm, Third Transformation, Destined Gu, Vitality Gu, Rebirth Gu, Subordinate Gu, Vitality Gu, Essence Nurturing Gu, Tough Skin Gu, Bloodthirsty Mosquito, Stench Bug, Wind, Chasing Butterfly, Murder Peak, Bewitching Fragrance. He could refine a third Destined Gu now. Li Yuan was not in a hurry. Apart from the first Destined Gu, the Vitality Gu, which he had been compelled to refine under duress, he had ample time to select the remaining Destined Gu. The Vitality Gu was of nurturing nature and would prove negligible in combat power at higher realms unless it underwent further evolution. The Rebirth Gu, however, significantly enhanced his physical prowess and survival capabilities. Next, he aimed to enhance his direct combat power. Li Yuan aspired to become an all-round, formidable warrior. The three crucial aspects of direct combat were strength, speed, and defense. Any one of these would suffice. Arriving at the third floor, he noted that compared to the first and second floors, the number of third transformation residual Gus was scarce. The total count of all residual Gus combined was fewer than 1,000, and the sect and Appo's objective for the residual Gu Tower was merely to cultivate 10 third transformation Gu to send back to the 100 Affairs Hall. Regrettably, there had been no quality foundational materials arriving recently. He recalled how fortunate he had been to have stumbled upon a 1,000-life centipede that had consumed longevity grass. He decided to start synthesizing from the attacking Gu. Select original materials. Third transformation residual Gu. Sword Chi Gu, Blade Edge Gu, Diamond Bug. Synthesize. Currently synthesizing. You have obtained the third transformation common Gu, Sword and Blade Gu. It has been automatically subdued. Sword and Blade Gu. Once refined into a destined Gu, it can aid the Gu Master in condensing sword light and blade energy at their fingertips. If transformed into a subordinate Gu, it can serve as a consumable, temporarily taking the form of a sword or blade. Would you like to refine it into a destined goo? Li Yuan glanced over. The sword and blade goo had a slender form, entirely silver, as if meticulously crafted from polished silver pieces. Though appearing only as long as a finger, it could extend to over 3 feet with the slightest tug. Holding it felt akin to wielding a sword. How fascinating, quite remarkable indeed, Li Yuan marveled. Yet, it still fell short of his expected goals. Continue synthesizing. Chapter 11. The guiding hand of destiny. Li Yuan was not skilled in wielding a knife, let alone a sword. The function of a knife and sword goo was akin to bestowing upon him abilities reminiscent of the end amp. Oppos, 6-pulse sword and amp. Oppos, from past novels. It appeared impressive, yet in reality, it was rather feeble. Selected raw materials, 3-turn remnant goo. Chasing wind butterfly, 3-turn remnant goo. Spring cicada, 3-turn remnant goo. Flying shadow insect. Synthesis in progress. You have obtained a 3-turn common goo, shadowless cicada, which has been automatically subdued. Shadowless cicada, once refined into a faded goo, can significantly enhance the speed of the goo master. If refined into a subordinate goo, it can emit shadows to confuse targets. Would you like to refine it into a faded goo? It still fell short of his expectations. Li Yuan felt dissatisfied. How delightful it would be to synthesize a renowned exotic goo. However, he was acutely aware that the raw materials were too inferior to yield anything extraordinary. He persevered in his refining efforts. Selected raw materials. A fortnight later, Li Yuan had meticulously experimented with the goo from the 3rd floor. It still failed to achieve his desires. Failure was a constant companion on the path of a goo master. He would endure and bide his time, for he had ample patience. Li Yuan, young Li Yuan, an elderly voice echoed from the bamboo grove outside the remnant goo building. Old Wang had returned. Li Yuan and Oppos, S. Heartsword. Despite his daily immersion in the delightful pursuit of synthesizing goo, he occasionally felt a pang of emptiness and missed Old Wang. He stepped outside to find an elderly man and a young girl emerging from the bamboo forest. Not only had Old Wang returned, but he had also brought back a girl who appeared to be of a similar age to him. Li Yuan, let me introduce you to my granddaughter, Wang Zhao. Granddaughter? Li Yuan was astonished. Old Wang, have you truly found the guiding hand of destiny? Indeed, Wang Lin chuckled heartily. Heaven has not been entirely cruel to me. Congratulations. Li Yuan sincerely rejoiced for Old Wang. In these tumultuous times, life was as fragile as a blade of grass, and after 16 years of fleeing, he understood the profound happiness of reuniting with family after a long separation. Zhao, this is Li Yuan, the one I told you about. From now on, you may call him Brother Yuan. Hello, Brother Yuan, the young girl timidly greeted. Wang Zhao had delicate features, slightly tanned skin, and a smattering of freckles on her cheeks. She was not a beauty, but rather an endearing, neighborly girl. Greetings, Li Yuan nodded and inquired, Old Wang. Will Zhao be living here from now on? I wish she could, Wang Lin sighed. However, according to the rules, to join the 12 caves, one must pass the goo master examination. She can only stay here temporarily under the pretense of visiting. Li Yuan understood the brutality of the goo master examination. The odds of survival for a young girl were dismally low. Oh, my poor granddaughter, Wang Lin lamented. When I found her, her parents were no longer alive, and she recognized me only by a fragment of a jade pendant passed down through generations. I do not wish for Zhao to participate in the goo master examination, but the outside world is too chaotic. If she does not remain here, she will surely fall victim to the monsters. This was the harsh reality, and Li Yuan felt a deep empathy. He had also participated in the goo master examination out of sheer desperation. While Zhao is here under the guise of a family visit, I will do my utmost to teach her the art of goo mastery. There remains a glimmer of hope. Wang Lin had no other choice but to proceed this way, unless Zhao could become a goo master within these few days. The chances were bleak. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. Old Wang, you focus on educating Zhao. I will take care of matters here at the remnant goo building. Will there be any trouble while I'm away? Wang Lin asked. No, there hasn't been, Li Yuan shook his head. That's reassuring, Wang Lin continued. Has there been any activity from that individual on the upper floor? No, why do you ask? Li Yuan queried, puzzled. Did you not recall that I was captured by the enforcement hall last time? Reflecting on that incident, I have come to suspect something. The one who killed Sun Ming might very well be that individual upstairs. Only he possesses the ability to control Gu with his thoughts. Wang Lin explained. Li Yuan was at a loss for words. Do not doubt me, Wang Lin said mysteriously. I have inquired, and that individual upstairs also hails from the Ninth Palace. He appears to be a senior of the Cave Lord. There must be some enmity between them. I fear I have inadvertently become embroiled in their conflict, leading to my unwarranted misfortune. Wang Lin and Appo's reasoning was logical and well-founded. Li Yuan would have believed it had he not known the truth. However, he was indeed curious about the individual on the upper floor and did not wish for any instability within the remnant Gu building that could jeopardize their safety. Moreover, he would require higher quality raw materials in the future, necessitating visits to the 4th and 5th floors. What exactly was happening with that individual upstairs? I have heard. Wang Lin leaned closer to Li Yuan, whispering, the individual upstairs is cultivating an exotic Gu, even going so far as to nurture it at the expense of his own life. Exotic Gu? Who have you heard that from, Wang? Li Yuan was skeptical. According to his knowledge, exotic Gu were exceedingly rare. Even the 9 palace lords of the 9 palace Gu nest might not possess a fated exotic Gu. Such news could not possibly have leaked, let alone be discovered by someone like Old Wang. It was the steward, Qi Lin, who brought you to the Gu master examination. Wang Lin replied. Have you heard anything before? Li Yuan inquired once more. Not all. Wang Lin shook his head. There was not even a whisper of it. Wait, he suddenly realized, his eyes widening. Are you suggesting someone is deliberately spreading rumors, targeting that individual upstairs? That is merely my conjecture. Li Yuan dared not elaborate further. Wang Lin shuddered. Forget it, forget it. That is not something we can meddle in. When gods fight, it is the mortals who suffer. The more curious one is, the quicker they perish. I shall go arrange a bed for Zhao Zhao. You attend to your matters, and I will call you for dinner later. With that, Wang Lin led his granddaughter, Zhao Zhao, to the sleeping quarters. Li Yuan returned to the remnant Gu building. That individual had been residing upstairs for decades, had he not? Was the cultivation of the exotic Gu true or false? The arduous process of nurturing an exotic Gu was well documented in the Gu Master Manual. One must have the right timing, location, and harmony among people. All essential. Just like Li Yuan's second fated Gu, the revival Gu, which required a decade of nurturing within the organs, constantly drawing the heart's blood. A living hell that ordinary individuals could hardly endure. Each exotic Gu possessed unfathomable power. Could that individual have already perished? Li Yuan pondered, and with a flicker of thought, he directed a reconnaissance Gu to the 3rd floor ceiling to listen intently. He heard the echoes of Gu insects, but sensed no trace of a living being. Perhaps it was due to his low cultivation level, or perhaps that individual had indeed passed away long ago. Li Yuan was patient and waited quietly. After a considerable time, he narrowed his eyes, hearing a different sound. Chapter 12. The uninvited guest of the night. A hissing sound wafted from upstairs. Without the feedback from the scouting worm, Li Yuan would have been unable to discern it at all. Is it a snake? He wondered. After listening for a while, it seemed the snake was gnawing on something, and after satisfying its hunger, it fell silent. Could that person have been eaten by the snake? A whimsical thought crossed Li Yuan and Appo's mind. It was not beyond possibility. Brother Yuan, it and Appo's time to eat. A girl in Appo's voice called from downstairs. So it begins. Li Yuan suppressed his curiosity, unwilling to overstep and invite trouble. To reach the 4th floor, he needed to wait until he became a 4th-tier Gu master. Downstairs, Wang Lin had prepared a sumptuous feast. Today's meal is quite lavish. Li Yuan exclaimed, surprised. When did you become so generous, Old Wang? This spread must have cost a fortune. People are almost gone. What good is saving money now? Wang Lin laughed. Don't speak such morose words. Li Yuan consoled him. Just as he sat down, the young girl skillfully tore off a chicken leg and placed it into his bowl. Brother Yuan, please eat, Wang Zhao said. Her face flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. Old Wang, is this your doing? Wang Zhao was clearly shy and wouldn't he normally be so forward. Li Yuan guessed that Old Wang had instigated her. I just taught Zhao Zhao some knowledge about refining goo. She learned quite well. Perhaps she can pass the goo master examination. When the time comes, I will arrange for her to stay in the remnant goo tower, and I hope you can look after her a bit. Would that be all right? Wang Lin said with a smile. I knew it. Old Wang, you're laying out a feast as if you're entrusting her to me. Li Yuan nodded. Rest assured, even without your request, I will take good care of Zhao Zhao, especially considering your kindness in providing for my grandfather's burial. Now let us eat. Wang Lin finally felt at ease. He understood that Li Yuan was a prodigy destined for great achievements, and having his granddaughter benefit from his company would be a blessing. Time passed swiftly. 5 days went by in the blink of an eye. Li Yuan often used the scouting worm to eavesdrop on the happenings upstairs, yet he felt no trace of human presence. Even the remnants of goo sent up by the Baishir Hall remained untouched. Wang Lin had specifically inquired with the disciple who delivered them, and they reported seeing no one, claiming the room had become ensnared in cobwebs. This only deepened Li Yuan's conviction that the occupant had long since perished. Is it truly so easy to nurture goo with one's own body? Perhaps the corpse had been completely consumed by the goo insects. Today marked the end of Zhao Zhao's visit, and she could no longer stay in the remnant goo tower. Wang Lin sighed heavily, filled with apprehension. Grandpa, it's all right. I will definitely pass the examination, Wang Zhao Zhao said, her small hands trembling in fear as she sought to reassure old Wang. Zhao Zhao, perhaps. Wang Lin hesitated. Maybe we should just abandon this. I can find you a place to stay outside, something better than here. Grandpa, I want to become a goo master, Wang Zhao Zhao replied, her eyes shimmering with desire. Especially after hearing that Li Yuan had also escaped and successfully passed the goo master examination to join the 9 Palaces goo nest, her yearning intensified. Very well. Wang Lin understood that his granddaughter, having experienced life in 9 Palaces Mountain, could not go back. This place was as peaceful as a sanctuary, a paradise for those who had fled from chaos, where neither bandits nor demons dared to tread. Li Yuan, I will accompany Zhao Zhao, intending to stay at the examination site for a few days. Once she passes, we shall return together. All right, Li Yuan nodded. Sister Zhao Zhao, I wish you success. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Wang Zhao Zhao bowed her head in gratitude. Under Li Yuan's watchful gaze, the grandfather and granddaughter vanished into the depths of the bamboo grove. Old Wang's back had bent considerably, and soon Zhao Zhao would be taller than him. That night, after finishing his duties at the remnant goo tower, Li Yuan returned to his chamber. The data panel materialized. Goo Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, Tier 3 21,300, Realm, Tier 3, Destined Goo, Blood Vitality Goo. Revitalization Goo. To step into the 4th tier would require a year's time. Future advancements would undoubtedly slow. Li Yuan had prepared himself for the inevitable changes that time would bring. He wondered how Zhao Zhao was faring in her examination and hoped she would survive. At the very least, he desired a companion to share conversations with to alleviate his loneliness. Lost in thought, Li Yuan succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, a piercing cry echoed in his mind, jolting Li Yuan awake. Had someone arrived? He had placed scouting worms all around the remnant goo tower. No rustle could escape his perception. Open your eyes. Li Yuan kumandamantari. As his thought crystallized, a flying insect within the bamboo grove suddenly opened its myriad eyes. A scene unfolded in Li Yuan's mind. A figure clad in black had approached the remnant goo tower, effortlessly unlocking the door sealed by the elders of the 9 Palaces goo nest. An internal traitor? According to Old Wang, without a key, the sealed door of the remnant goo tower required a 5th-tier goo master to open. The intruder was clearly not a 5th-tier goo master, but rather an internal thief with a key. Was this person here for the occupant upstairs? Li Yuan speculated. Perhaps the death of Sun Meng had been orchestrated by him, leading the mysterious elder upstairs to bear the blame, prompting someone to investigate. If Old Wang's words were true, then this figure in black was dispatched by the cave master Huang Funan. Li Yuan chose not to intervene. To him, this was, in fact, a fortuitous opportunity. The presence of an unknown, potentially dangerous elder upstairs unsettled him. He longed for the chance to ascend to the 4th and 5th floors. Before long, the figure in black stealthily infiltrated the remnant goo tower. Once more, Li Yuan commanded his thoughts, and another resting scouting worm within the tower opened its eyes. The ability to open eyes was a one-time consumable. Using it meant sacrificing one scouting worm. Most Gu masters would hesitate to use it multiple times in quick succession. But for Li Yuan, it posed no issue. The intruder had not anticipated that countless eyes were silently observing him. Just as Li Yuan had surmised, the figure had a clear purpose, heading straight for the fourth floor. He hesitated at the door for a long while, seemingly reluctant to enter. "Quickly go in." Li Yuan felt anxious for him, almost wishing he could control the intruder and Oppo's movements. After an agonizing half-hour of hesitation, the figure finally took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the fourth floor. He stepped inside cautiously, one step after the other. Hiss! Only halfway through his third step, a massive creature darted past, and the figure in black vanished without even uttering a scream. What was that? A shiver ran down Li Yuan's spine. A snake? A giant python? He felt relieved he hadn't gone up. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate. "Kind stranger. Thank you." Li Yuan silently mourned for the figure in black for 3 seconds, completely abandoning any thoughts of ascending the stairs. In such circumstances, even with the revitalization goo, he would surely perish if devoured alive. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, the cave master Huangfu Nan slowly opened his eyes. "You madman, you truly did not perish." 10 years ago, he had sent a corpse goo into the upper levels of the remnant goo tower, only to be forced out by a powerful aura. Now, he dared not test it again, for he was even less capable than before. "However, you seem even more deranged now." In the instant the corpse goo was consumed, he caught a glimpse of a vague image. It seemed that the mad senior brother had transformed himself into a snake. Chapter 13. The rare blood goo after being banished by the master from the 9th palace to the 12th cave. You not only failed to show restraint, but instead intensified your aberrant behavior, transforming into a peculiar being that is neither human nor goo, neither male nor female. Huangfu Nin murmured softly, sensing that the Oppo's, madman and Oppo's, was on the verge of success. This was an opportunity for the adversary, and also for him. If he could consume the opponent's life goo, he might ascend to the realm of the 6th turn goo master. Perhaps this was his final chance. Time passed without a trace. Li Yuan feigned nonchalance. 10 days later, Old Wang returned, accompanied by Xiao Zhao. Unlike their parting a mere 10 days prior, Xiao Zhao's eyes were now shrouded in thick black cloth. "What has happened to Xiao Zhao?" Li Yuan inquired, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Wang Lin sighed, revealing that Xiao Zhao had lost her sight during the Goo Master examination, yet the bloodworm had unexpectedly fused with her eyeballs, evolving into a rare goo. "Is it the blood-eye goo?" Li Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. In the world, only 33 rare goo exist, and most cultivation methods for these extraordinary goo have been lost to time. In such circumstances, possessing a rare goo as one's life goo is indeed fortunate. Though exceptions do exist, the blood-eye goo is one such exception. Indeed, Wang Lin lamented, to refine the blood-eye goo requires the sacrifice of one's eyesight, thereby granting extraordinary perceptive abilities and the transient ability to replicate others and Oppo's. Secret techniques using one and Oppo's as own blood. If Xiao Zhao were a seasoned veteran, this would pose no issue. However, her naivety makes her vulnerable. She could easily encounter unforeseen dangers before mastering the abilities of the blood-eye goo. This was Wang Lin's greatest concern. Li Yuan frowned. Has Xiao Zhao and Oppo's acquisition of the rare goo been reported to the sect? Yes, Wang Lin nodded. There and Oppo's, no other way. One can only hope that some individuals will not be too greedy. Compared to the outside world, this place is a sanctuary. Yet, even sanctuaries are not immune to turmoil. Occasional ripples are bound to arise. Following the incidents involving the law enforcement hall and the mysterious infiltration of the ruined Goo Tower, Li Yuan had come to realize that, as Old Wang said, where there are people, there will be conflict. "Grandfather, I am fine," Wang Zhao reassured, her small face partially obscured by the thick black cloth, a bittersweet smile playing on her lips as she comforted Old Wang. "Now I am a Goo Master as well. In the future, I will be as formidable as Brother Yuan, able to protect myself and make Grandfather proud of Xiao Zhao." "You certainly will," Li Yuan replied with a smile. Old Wang must have often boasted about himself in front of his granddaughter, causing the newly acquainted young lady to regard him as a target and idol. Li Yuan refrained from informing Old Wang about the infiltration of the ruined Gu Tower. This was beyond Old Wang's control. He harbored a strong premonition that the mastermind behind the black-clad infiltrators would not let this matter rest and would undoubtedly return. As time passed, half a year slipped by quietly. During this period, the black-clad figures indeed returned repeatedly, 6 times in total, each time delivering provisions for the figure residing above. During one observation, Li Yuan discerned that the one devouring the black-clad individuals was a serpent, possessing human eyes and a head, exuding an androgynous aura, a veritable monstrosity. Li Yuan was greatly startled, speculating whether that figure had transformed themselves into goo. He dared not act rashly and continued to await an opportunity. The orchestrator behind the black-clad figures, having witnessed the prowess of the individual above, continued to probe, indicating that both sides were in a state of equilibrium, a scenario that Li Yuan found most agreeable. "Brother Yuan, it and amp. Oppos, it's time to eat." The sweet call echoed from downstairs. "Coming," Li Yuan responded, hurrying down the stairs. After 6 months, Wang Zhaozhao had adapted to her new identity as A and amp. Amp, Oppos, blind person and amp. Amp, Oppos, transitioning from her initial clumsiness to a state indistinguishable from that of a normal person. Old Wang had fully embraced a retired life, leaving the affairs of the ruined Gu Tower entirely to Li Yuan, while Xiao Zhao handled the day-to-day trivialities. "Brother Yuan, you work hard. Please eat more dishes." As familiarity grew between them, Xiao Zhao became more open and generous, eagerly serving Li Yuan food and pouring wine. Her smile radiant. "There and amp. Oppos, it's no need for such formality." Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Yuan treats me and grandfather so well. We can only repay you with these small gestures." Wang Zhaozhao expressed her gratitude. Yet, she felt a tinge of regret for not having more opportunities to end Oppos. Meet and Oppos, Brother Yuan. She had nearly forgotten what he looked like, with her lingering impression reduced to the phrase, exceedingly handsome. "Meeting you is a blessing for this old man in his twilight years," Wang Lin chuckled. He even suspected Li Yuan harbored feelings for his granddaughter, fearful that the dark aura might corrupt her, thus preventing her from working in the ruined Gu Tower and shouldering all the responsibilities himself. What a diligent and earnest young man. Though sometimes a bit stubborn, he lacks the finesse of social interactions. After their meal, Li Yuan returned to the ruined Gu Tower, encountering the disciples of the 100 Affairs Hall, who came daily to deliver the ruined Gu. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, 3rd turn 199, 300. Realm, 3rd turn, Life Gu, Chi Blood Gu, Revitalization Gu, with over 3 months remaining until the 4th turn realm. It had taken this long without successfully refining a single rare Gu. Indeed, they were exceedingly rare. He understood all too well why Old Wang was so anxious for Xiao Zhao, for a rare Gu was undeniably enticing for any Gu master. "Senior brother, I have brought the ruined Gu," came a voice from downstairs. "Come in," Li Yuan acknowledged. Reflecting on his time at Jiogong Mountain, nearly a year had passed. The disciples delivering Gu had changed twice, and he had now risen to the status of senior brother. "Senior brother, are you busy cultivating Gu again?" A charming young lady approached, carrying Gu jars, occasionally sneaking glances at Li Yuan. Li Yuan answered nonchalantly. "Today, the 100 Affairs Hall has delivered 621 first turn ruined Gu, 99 second turn ruined Gu, 16 third turn ruined Gu, 3 fourth turn ruined Gu, and 1 5th turn ruined Gu. Please verify and sign." Sister Lin Weiwei placed the jars beside Li Yuan. He opened each jar, confirming their contents before signing on the record scroll. "Leave the first 3 turns here. The 4th and 5th turns should be taken upstairs." "Understood, senior brother." Lin Weiwei stole another glance at Li Yuan, initiating conversation. "Senior brother, our hall master often praises you, saying that the Gu you cultivate and return are of excellent quality, unlike those selected from the ruined Gu." "Thank you," Li Yuan replied, still aloof. He held little interest in this junior sister and wished to avoid showing too much enthusiasm lest it distract her. Perceiving Li Yuan and Oppos' cold demeanor, the junior sister pouted and ascended the stairs with her jars. She cautiously pushed open the large door on the fourth floor and reached to place the goo jars inside. "I'll help." Suddenly, a scaly serpent tail ensnared the young sister's arm, pulling her inside, her scream abruptly silenced. Li Yuan's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 14. The Outbreak. When Li Yuan gazed upward, all that remained was a desolate expanse. The grand door had once again been firmly shut. Had Lin Weiwei been devoured? Li Yuan was taken aback. This was entirely different from the black-clad figure being consumed. That was an incursion into the residual goo tower, where the identities of friend or foe remained shrouded in uncertainty, as if nothing had transpired. However, Lin Weiwei had been forcibly taken from her work. An act of intra-sect harm, an exceedingly grave matter. Such incidents had never before occurred. How could this happen? Li Yuan felt a tinge of fear. Who could say whether that individual had lost their mind and might not come after him next? When it came to the fear of death, Li Yuan was always honest with himself. Regaining his composure, he promptly leaped from the window. Simultaneously, an arrow shot skyward with a piercing whistle. Bang! The arrow erupted in the air. "Brother Yuan, what has happened?" Wang Zhao, who was practicing in the bamboo grove, hurried over upon hearing the commotion. "Something in amp, oppos, amiss," Li Yuan said gravely. "Lin Weiwei has been taken by the individual upstairs. That senior upstairs truly consumes people?" Wang Zhao and oppos' face turned pale with fright. "Call old Wang to retreat a bit further and be ready to flee," Li Yuan urged, patting the girl's shoulder. At times like this, nothing is more important than life. Within moments, over a dozen disciples adorned in silver masks emerged from the bamboo thicket. They were the enforcers of the law hall. Without waiting for the enforcement team to speak, Li Yuan furrowed his brow and retreated behind them. "What is happening?" The captain of the enforcement team inquired. "A mishap has occurred with the senior guarding the 4th and 5th floors of the residual goo tower. They have dragged Sister Lin Weiwei from the 100 Affairs Hall into the building," Li Yuan replied candidly. "Has that individual gone mad?" The captain of the enforcement team was visibly shaken. That mysterious senior is a figure from the same generation as the cave master, having long since ascended to the 5th rank of goo masters. They are not someone a mere 4th rank goo master could contend with. "Quickly, summon the hall master," he commanded, subsequently releasing a reconnaissance goo, guiding it with a flute-like sound toward the residual goo tower. As it approached the edifice, the reconnaissance goo detonated with a loud bang. "Oh no!" The captain and oppos' expression shifted dramatically. "Run!" At the moment he opened his mouth, Li Yuan had already taken off at a full sprint. Whoosh! 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 In the next instant, a torrent of snake scales shot forth from the residual goo tower, piercing the enforcers in front of him like a swarm of hornets. Cowhide goo. Li Yuan seized a handful of cowhide goo and swiftly refined it. His skin hardened in an instant, and combined with the regenerative abilities granted by the rebirth goo, he managed to withstand the onslaught of the snake scales. Thankfully, old Wang and Xiao Zhao had already heeded his warning and fled to safety outside the bamboo grove. Otherwise, their demise would have been certain. "Begone, all of you! Get out!" After the serpent scales had swept through, a sharp voice, indifferent to gender, resonated as an intangible wave emanating from the residual goo tower. "Huang Funan, you dare to frame me. May you not find peace in death." "Ah!" Li Yuan did not falter and continued to gather critical information. "Huang Funan, so it is indeed that cave master?" It became evident that the previous black-clad figures had been dispatched by Huang Funan, possibly injected with something potent, leading to that individual's madness. Dingling. At that moment, the sound of bells echoed. "Brother Shi, you have succumbed to demonic transformation in your goo refining." Before the figure arrived, their voice preceded them, as a cloaked silhouette descended from the sky. "Huang Funan, you dare frame me?" The individual within the residual goo tower seemed to be suppressing something with great effort. To refine goo into a demon, to harm fellow sect members, to slaughter the enforcers of the law hall. "Shi Wuli, your crimes are such that even the elders of the Ninth Palace would not forgive you," Huang Funan declared coldly. "Begone!" Shi Wuli roared, as countless serpents erupted from the tower, launching themselves directly at Huang Funan. Unrepentant, Huang Funan did not retreat, but advanced instead. "Today, I shall rid the sect of you, this abomination that is neither human nor beast. He shook the bells, summoning a dozen corpse puppets. Li Yuan had reached a safe distance and watched from afar. Corpse puppets? They resembled the black-clad figures that infiltrated the residual Gu Tower. Realizing this, everything became clear. Those who had been consumed over the past 6 months were not living beings at all, but rather Huangfu Nan and Amp, Oppos, corpse Gu. Li Yuan finally caught sight of Shi Wuli's appearance. The figure had reverted to human form, entirely bare, their body entwined with serpents, with arms transformed into snakes. He recalled the only anomalous Gu associated with snakes on the aberrant Gu list, the Heavenly Dragon Gu. The conditions for creating the Heavenly Dragon Gu were even more stringent than for the Rebirth Gu. The Rebirth Gu must be nurtured within the viscera, fed day and night with heart and Oppos' blood, enduring a decade of torment before it could take shape. The Heavenly Dragon Gu, however, required 9 rebirths. Regarding the term rebirth, the Gu Master Manual provided no specific details. It merely stated rebirth, yet it appeared strikingly similar to death. 9 rebirths. Could even a deceptive snake transform into a heavenly dragon? How many times had Shi Wuli been reborn? Li Yuan could not discern, but surely was not many. In the battle against Huangfu Nan, Shi Wuli was at a clear disadvantage, with the flying snake Gu utterly overmatched by the corpse-controlling Gu. Brother Yuan, who has come? Wang Zhao, unable to see, sensed a formidable presence. Neither a good person nor a friend. It's merely a dog-eat-dog scenario, old Wang interjected, spewing vitriol. Ever since being coerced by Huangfu Nan with the truth Gu, he had lost all faith in the higher echelons of the sect. Oh, it is the cave master. Seeing her grandfather's displeasure, Wang Zhao quickly deduced the identity of their visitor. Old Wang squinted. This is my first time witnessing a battle between 5th-rank Gu Masters. It is indeed a spectacular sight. Though Gu Masters are permitted only one primary Gu, there are no limits to the types or quantities of subordinate Gu. In combat, each reveals their unique prowess. Grandfather, Wang Zhao inquired curiously, who is stronger, a Gu Master of the same rank or a martial artist? Each has their strengths. Old Wang replied, lacking extensive knowledge, choosing instead to embellish for his granddaughter's sake. Throughout history on the Tianyuan continent, there have been many martial gods, yet only one Gu immortal has ever existed. After a considerable time, the commotion at the residual Gu Tower began to subside. The corpse Gu controlled by Huangfu Nan had been consumed in large numbers, with even an arm bitten off, while Shi Wuli was pinned to the ground by several black rods, unable to move. Huangfu Nan had actually prevailed? Old Wang seethed with frustration. If he had lost, and Shi Wuli had emerged, the entire 12 caves would have faced calamity. For us, this was a temporary stroke of good fortune. Li Yuan sighed in resignation. Indeed, Shi Wuli is an unstable element. Leaving him within the residual Gu Tower could spell disaster for us all. Under the watchful eyes of the group, Huangfu Nan lifted the pinned Shi Wuli with one arm, proclaiming, "The threat has been eliminated. The restrictions are lifted. I request the 100 Affairs Hall to handle all subsequent matters." With that, he expelled the Gu from his mouth. The Flying Wing Gu, a 4th-rank profound Gu, could transform into a pair of insect-like wings, granting a Gu Master the ability to fly for a brief duration. Huangfu Nan ascended into the distance. Yet, Li Yuan and Oppos' brow furrowed. He had heard the echoes of the reconnaissance Gu, and within the residual Gu Tower, a small snake was ravenously consuming the residual Gu. Dare to touch my precious? Li Yuan could no longer contain himself. If I cannot assert dominance over the greater threat, I shall surely deal with this minor one. Chapter 15. Transcendence. Li Yuan did not recklessly rush back into the ruined Gu Tower. Instead, he commanded the Gu insects within to launch an assault on the small snake. Hiss! The small snake flicked its tongue, exuding a fierce demeanor that bore an unsettling resemblance to human traits. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this small snake was a part of Shi Wuli and Amp, Oppos' body? That made it all the more imperative to eliminate it. With a resolute heart, Li Yuan decided to engage directly, knowing that with the revitalization Gu protecting him, he had little to fear from these diminutive creatures. Meanwhile, within the Lord and Amp, Amp, Oppo's, S residence, Shi Wuli, ensnared by Huangfu Nan's secret arts, was in a daze. He had fallen into a trap laid by Huangfu Nan. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, he allowed his severely injured life, Gu, to detach from his body. He had long since merged himself with the flying snake Gu. Even if his original form perished, he could still be reborn through the flying snake Gu, provided he consumed sufficient nourishing substances. The Gu insects in the ruined Gu tower, along with that blood-rich youth and the girl possessing the precious Gu, were all prime candidates for sustenance. Had he not feared Huangfu Nan's retaliation, he would have already devoured them all. Now that his position was fully exposed, he had no further reservations. Soon, Shi Wuli sensed something amiss. Why were there so many intact Gu insects in the ruined Gu tower, all converging to attack him? Was someone controlling them from the shadows? To manipulate Gu with thought required at least a comparable level of skill. It would be Child and Oppo's play to eliminate him now, rendering such elaborate efforts unnecessary. What was going on? Just as confusion enveloped his mind, a figure burst in from outside. Was it that robust young man? Shi Wuli's spirit soared. In his line of sight, the youth moved with astonishing speed, as if in haste to be reborn, charging straight towards him. If he consumed him, followed by the girl with the precious Gu, he could restore a significant portion of his strength and solidify his form. Perhaps there was even a chance to strike back and slay the severely injured Huangfu Nan. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. As Li Yuan approached, he suddenly unleashed a drop of venom. Success. This was his signature poison. A mere drop would render any Gu master below the 5th rank powerless, ripe for slaughter. Whoosh! The flying snake lunged forward, fangs bared, aiming for Li Yuan's neck. Got you. A massive hand accurately seized the flying snake by its vital spot, while another hand firmly pressed down on its head. Shi Wuli. Where's my poison? Why is it ineffective? He was suddenly jolted, realizing that all the Gu insects that had previously attacked him were now obediently surrounding the youth. It was as if they were adoring their supreme king. How could this be? There were at least 60 or 70 different types of Gu insects. Not even a palace master could control them all, let alone a mere boy. This was not a Gu master. This was a Gu immortal. Panic gripped Shi Wuli as he commanded his life, flying snake, Gu, to thrash wildly. Attempting to break free from Li Yuan and Amp, Oppo's grasp. Oh, what strength! Li Yuan tightened his grip on the flying snake and Amp, Oppo's vital spot, exerting more force. No. Shi Wuli was unwilling to accept this. Why was his poison still ineffective? He felt himself on the brink of death. The flying snake emitted a piercing cry, exerting all its might to escape Li Yuan's hold, turning around and sinking its teeth into the latter and Oppo's arm. Upon hearing this sound, Li Yuan and Oppo's eyes widened. Are you the original body? Ha ha! The flying snake spoke. I have long since fused with the flying snake Gu. It is I, and I am it. Your death is not in vain. He sensed a great secret within the youth, one that could upheave the lineage of Gu masters. And now it was all about to belong to him. Truly, after traversing mountains and rivers, a glimmer of hope appeared. A torrent of venom surged from its fangs into the youth and Amp, Oppo's body. This time, you shall fall. His words were abruptly cut short as the fate of the flying snake was grasped tightly, its vital spot once again pinned down. Li Yuan, now enraged, employed a mighty Gu. Crack! The bones of the snake were completely crushed. No, impossible. This quantity of flying snake venom could easily kill a 6th rank Gu master. Why was it having no effect on a youth before him? Shi Wuli and Amp, Oppo's consciousness began to fade. In his final moments, he beheld the youth and Oppo's eyes transform into a striking crimson and deep blue, a fleeting vision. He also glimpsed a pattern resembling a centipede. Like a decayed rope long steeped in blood, its segments intertwined like ancient, mysterious chains. Revitalization. As Li Yuan crushed the head of the flying snake, Shi Wuli and Amp, Oppo's original body, far away in Huangfu, Nan and Amp, Oppo's residence, also ceased to exist. At the instant of his demise, Huangfu Nan abruptly opened his eyes. What is happening? Dead? Huangfu Nan's expression darkened significantly. He had exerted tremendous effort to scheme against Shi Wuli, intending to devour him and step into the 6th rank, even sacrificing an arm for this purpose. Upon returning, he had even employed secret methods to seal Shi Wuli's senses and mobility. Under such circumstances, how could the other party have died, unable even to take his own life? Was it due to severe injuries? Huangfu Nan was furious. Devouring a living 5th-rank life Gu would have been a tremendous boon, but now it was significantly diminished. Could it be a feigned death? Huangfu Nan was unwilling to accept this. He began to meticulously examine Shi Wuli and Amp, Oppos, as corpse, only to suddenly realize that there was no crucial life flying snake Gu present. Instead, there were merely ordinary flying snakes. A brilliant escape. A feigned death to slip away. What a cunning Shi Wuli. Bang! Huangfu Nan slammed the table, his fury reaching its zenith. Thuf, already gravely injured, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, the flying snake venom beginning to spread within him, threatening his very life. He had no choice but to seek a lesser alternative. In the throes of life and death, Huangfu Nan spared no effort. He inscribed a note and commanded a messenger insect to fly out of the cave. The content of the note was simple. Bring that precious Gu to my cave. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was still studying the flying snake Gu that he had just crushed. Detected compatible Gu insects. Would you like to synthesize? What is this? Li Yuan paused momentarily, then focused his thoughts to examine the original materials. 1st rank ruined Gu dragon pattern eggs, 29 dragon pattern eggs? Is this not the flying snake Gu? Could it be on the verge of evolving into a dragon pattern Gu? Contemplating this, Li Yuan felt a twinge of fear. Upon peeling open the flying snake, he indeed found an undeveloped snake egg within, nearly decayed. Dragon pattern eggs belong to the mundane Gu category, but after hatching, they could be classified as dragon pattern Gu, which would then be a precious Gu. Following this evolutionary trajectory, if Shi Wuli could endure for another decade or so, he might truly forge the extraordinary Gu, Heavenly Dragon Gu. Out of a spirit of compassion and the desire to save the snake, Li Yuan could not stand idly by and watch the snake egg perish. Synthesize it for me. Chapter 16. The tricolor what can be synthesized is not necessarily bad. Currently synthesizing, this synthesis material consists of 29 one-turn. You have obtained 9 one-turn. The dragon pattern egg, when refined into a life-bound, has a slight chance to generate dragon patterns on the enhancing fortune. It can transform into a subordinate that emits a faint dragon-esque roar when consumed. This is quite disappointing. Let us continue synthesizing. Li Yuan felt unsatisfied. Selected original materials. Currently synthesizing, you have obtained 3 two-turn. The dragon pattern, when refined into a life-bound, has a 50% chance to generate dragon patterns on the enhancing fortune and can transform into a subordinate that can heal injuries. Is this all? Li Yuan remained unsatisfied. Though the dragon pattern is classified as its true efficacy is rather limited. Its value lies in its minuscule chance of evolving into an. What use is this meager fortune, especially when one must gamble for it? Having been deeply affected by the toxicity of penguin games in his past life, he is unwilling to take such risks. A 98% chance? What difference does that make from 0? Let us proceed with the synthesis. Selected original materials. Currently synthesizing. You have obtained a 3-turn, the tricolor, an extremely aggressive beast. Possesses within its body the ability to harbor 3 distinct colors of, and cannot transform into a subordinate. Extremely aggressive? Li Yuan's eyes lit up. This is excellent. Moreover, the tricolor is a relatively rare, capable of continual evolution in the future. You are the one. I shall refine you into my lifebound. Currently, Li Yuan lacked offensive means, and the tricolor was precisely what he needed. The light within the black jar dissipated. Upon closer inspection, a small snake emerged, approximately 1 foot long. Its entire body a warm white, with a few scales shimmering in emerald green, crystal blue, and fiery red. This little creature appears quite adorable. Li Yuan observed the tricolor, noting that 2 small horns adorned its head, resembling tender sprouts just beginning to emerge. Its round, glistening eyes exuded an aura of intelligence, entirely distinct from the cold and menacing flying snakes. Now, show me your abilities. Li Yuan Kumanda. The tricolor ceased its slithering, raising half of its body. Its face displaying a fierce expression, drawing in a deep breath before expelling a jet of fiery red flame from its mouth. The flame struck the body of the flying snake. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Soon, the corpse ignited, and when the flame subsided, nothing remained, as if it had been reduced to mere nothingness. A true master of obliteration. Li Yuan admired this ability. He reached out to stroke the tricolor. Do you have 2 more types of flames? Show me those as well. The little snake nodded in a surprisingly human-like manner, then opened its mouth once more to unleash a jet of crystal blue flame, which, although fire, radiated an intense chill that froze the black jar solid. Bang! After a brief 3 breaths, the black jar shattered. What appears to be freezing is, in fact, an ability that erodes from within. Quite impressive. Li Yuan Shuklat. And what about the final type? This time, the little snake aimed for the ground. Emerald green flames erupted from its mouth, cascading onto a nearby potted plant. In an instant, the little grass within the pot began to grow vigorously. Catalytic growth? How intriguing. Li Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Hiss, hiss. The tricolor shook its head and produced a sound. Li Yuan was taken aback. Do you possess talents as well? The tricolor nodded, lifting its head once more. And this time, it simultaneously expelled 2 types of flames, emerald green and fiery red. The fiery red flame descended first, while the emerald green flame merged into it. Whoosh! In an instant, the flames surged. The catalyzed fiery red flame burned far longer than before, an unquenchable blaze. Ha 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 ha. Li Yuan laughed heartily. It even possesses a fusion technique. He stroked the scales of the tricolor, saying, From henceforth, you shall accompany me faithfully. I shall name you Little. Hiss! His Little expressed its satisfaction. The remarkably intelligent Little illuminated a different path for Li Yuan, revealing a world of far more vibrant than he had ever imagined. Insect, beast, corpse, and even plant. There remains an abundance of wonders awaiting his exploration. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Li Yuan. A voice called from outside. It was Qi Xian, the leader of the... I'm coming. Li Yuan opened the door. Long time no see. Li Yuan. When Li Yuan passed the examination and joined the 12 caves, Qi Xian praised him as a gifted. It has been almost a year, hasn't it? Li Yuan inquired. Indeed. Qi Xian nodded, though this was only their second meeting. I heard you've been holed up in the never stepping outside, never taking a leave. Don't you find it tedious? It's quite enjoyable. I relish this lifestyle. Li Yuan Smilat. Today's events were unexpected, but fortunately, you were lucky and did not become that person as prey. Qi Xian sighed. Should I send someone to help you clear out the? No need. Li Yuan shook his head. The malevolent energy within is too dense for ordinary people to endure. I can manage the cleanup myself, to avoid any grievances from others. You truly possess a kind heart, selflessly taking on the burdens. Qi Xian had not anticipated recruiting such a diligent individual. It's merely trivial matters. Li Yuan was certainly unwilling to let others handle his treasures. However, with that individual deceased, no one in the kin managed the 4-turn and 5-turn, so we must request personnel from the 9th palace. Qi Xian lamented, It will be a hassle for you to oversee temporarily, as long as you are careful. There should be no issue. Li Yuan into oppose. S mind stirred, realizing an opportunity had arisen. Leader Xian, I am capable of handling it. I am now a 3-turn. Experienced enough to manage the remnants of the 4 and 5 turns without issue. You are already a 3-turn? Qi Xian was taken aback. Indeed. Li Yuan nodded. He had not reported this to the... My goodness, how remarkable. Truly remarkable. Qi Xian appraised Li Yuan, his gaze shifting. Such a gifted and hardworking young talent is bound to surpass him in the future, perhaps even becoming a leader of cave, or even an elder within the 9th palace. It was the 12 caves that granted me my identity and a peaceful life, allowing me to become a... Now that the sect is in need, it is my duty as a disciple. Li Yuan declared with righteous fervor. Very well. Qi Xian's eyes glimmered with admiration. Since you are so confident, I shall entrust you with the management. The remnants of the 4-turn and 5-turn are exceedingly rare. and he believes Li Yuan's talent will suffice to handle them well. Most importantly, requesting personnel from the Ninth Palace will result in a deduction from the monthly allowances of all 12 caves administrators. If someone can cover for it, that would be most beneficial. He grew increasingly fond of Li Yuan. Were it any other disciple, they would likely have shirked responsibility or even requested a transfer, for no one could ascertain if any danger still lurked here. After all, that individual was quite formidable and might have unexpected contingencies that even the cave masters could not foresee. If Li Yuan were to encounter such a scenario, it would only lead to death. Thus, Li Yuan's rare qualities became all the more apparent. Qi Xian reflected in his heart. A good person, a diligent worker, brave, responsible, and so kind-hearted, considerate of fellow disciples, taking on all the dirty and arduous tasks. What a splendid young man. Chapter 17. The Battle of the Fourth Transformation. Gu Master. As night fell, the members of the Baishir Hall efficiently dealt with all matters and departed. The Kanggu building returned to its usual tranquility. Wang Zhaozhao prepared a few simple dishes, and together with old Wang and Li Yuan, they enjoyed a leisurely drink in the bamboo grove. What? You intend to single-handedly tackle the task of handling the fourth transformation and fifth transformation remnants? Li Yuan, have you lost your mind? Wang Lin was greatly alarmed as they reminisced about the events of the day. Why make such a fuss? Li Yuan remained remarkably composed. Old Wang, we've known each other for almost a year now. You still do not trust me? I do trust you, Wang Lin teased. I simply do not want you to overwork yourself, benefiting those treacherous sect members. How could that be a benefit to them? Li Yuan Castunat, are you unaware? Wang Lin retorted indignantly. Given the current situation, they must apply to the Ninth Palace Intersect for personnel to handle it, and doing so will cost them all the monthly allowances for the administrators. The monthly allowance refers to the cultivation resources distributed to sect members by the Nine Palaces Gu Nest. Haha, I see, Li Yuan laughed. No wonder Qi Xian agreed so readily. You can still laugh? Wang Lin protested. Unbeknownst to him, this situation perfectly aligned with Li Yuan and Oppo's intentions. These are trivial matters. Sometimes, a loss can be a blessing. I will bear this loss, Li Yuan stated earnestly. Alas, with matters having reached this point, Wang Lin felt it futile to argue further. He could already foresee the hardships this young man would face after his departure. Who among them had not once been a fiery youth, brimming with passion? After facing the trials of human nature, one inevitably evolves into a cunning old fox. As night deepened, Li Yuan concluded the affairs of the Kanggu building, locked the doors, and returned to his chamber, falling into a deep slumber. Outside the bamboo grove, a shadow stealthily crept in. The cave master must be gravely injured. To have risked sending me to capture the blood-eye Gu. That is a rare Gu, already documented and reported to the Ninth Palace Intersect. If I fail, they will send someone to investigate, and the blame will fall on Shi Wuli. After all, there would be no witnesses left. An invisibility insect, the shadow murmured to itself, summoning a lizard-like Gu insect before merging into the air, as if it had vanished into thin air. As it traversed the bamboo grove, its unseen gaze fixated on the chamber adjacent to the Kanggu building. I can sense the aura of the blood-eye Gu. I have heard that Gu masters who refine the blood-eye Gu possess extraordinary perceptive abilities. I wonder if they could detect my presence? The shadow contemplated, hoping to silently abduct the girl who had refined the blood-eye Gu. If anyone were to awaken, it would have no choice but to eliminate them all. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. What the shadow did not know was that the youth lying in the chamber had already opened his eyes. Li Yuan lay in bed, gazing at the skylight, his expression grave. What now? Can't one find peace? From the moment the shadow entered the bamboo grove, he had sensed its presence through the warning of his reconnaissance Gu. However, the shadow soon vanished again. It must be the invisibility insect. Over the past year, Li Yuan had thoroughly studied the Gu Master Manual and was well acquainted with the functions of various Gu insects. The invisibility insect allows a Gu Master to conceal their form and move with the lightness of wind, yet it still leaves traces behind. Li Yuan tracked the shadow's movements through his all-encompassing reconnaissance Gu. Is it heading for Xiao Zhao? Initially, he believed the shadow sought Shi Wuli's life snake Gu. But now it appeared otherwise. Wang Lin's fears had ultimately come to pass. The blood-eye goo had caught the attention of someone with ulterior motives. Shao Kai, rise. We must act. Li Yuan was no heartless individual. Old Wang had treated him well, and he cherished the debt of gratitude owed to him. Naturally, he could not stand by as Xiao Zhao was endangered. Invisibility insect? Who among us lacks a few? Li Yuan summoned his own invisibility insect, cloaking himself and setting off. At that moment, the shadow had arrived at the door, attempting to pick the lock. Bang! Suddenly, the door swung open. A massive fist erupted from within. Xiao Zhao, wake up. There is an intruder. Li Yuan, don't sleep. The assailant was none other than Wang Lin. Li Yuan was taken aback. It was evident that old Wang had been vigilant, keeping watch over Xiao Zhao. Although old Wang and Appo's strength was modest, his awareness was heightened. The shadow, caught off guard by Wang Lin and Appo's sudden attack, lost the advantage of the invisibility insect and revealed its form. It's you? Wang Lin exclaimed, recognizing the intruder. Ao Shuang. As the vice leader of the battle guard hall, what are you doing here under the cover of night? Having been unmasked, Ao Shuang ceased to hide, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Originally, I only needed to eliminate one person. Now, I must kill you all. Golden Armor Goo. Ao Shuang, the vice leader of the battle guard hall, possessed a combat-type goo, the fourth transformation Golden Armor Goo, which could form a layer of golden energy around the Goo Master, resembling a suit of armor. Ao Shuang Lao Shida Punch. Despite Wang Lin's surprise attack, the disparity in raw strength was too great. His earlier blow failed to inflict any damage on Ao Shuang. Bang! Wang Lin was struck and sent flying. Grandfather! Although Xiao Zhao could not see, she sensed the aura. Xiao Zhao, quickly flee. Leave with Li Yuan. Wang Lin understood that he was doomed, hoping only that the two young ones could survive. Ao Shuang snorted coldly, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, he felt a chill race up his spine, compelling him to retreat instinctively. Just as he dodged, a crimson flame descended where he had been standing, crackling ominously and leaving a pit in the ground. Should he come into contact with such flames, he would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. Ao Shuang turned to see a young man standing there. On the youth's shoulder coiled a dazzling yet perilous tricolored snake, poised and ready, its mouth brewing flames. Beast goo. He was unfamiliar with this goo, but recognized its exceptional quality, very likely a rare goo. Too rare goo. After the initial tension, Ao Shuang felt a surge of excitement. The blood-eye goo would be delivered to the cave master, and this even more precious beast goo would be his. The goo is impressive, but unfortunately, it is aligned with the wrong person. Ao Shuang abruptly shifted his stance, dashing towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan swiftly retreated, widening the gap. You think you can match my speed? Wind-chasing butterfly. Two wind-chasing butterflies appeared beneath Ao Shuang, greatly enhancing his speed, yet he soon found himself bewildered. Not only was he unable to close the distance, but he was actually falling further behind. His pupils constricted sharply. Unbeknownst to him, a dozen wind-chasing butterflies had surrounded the youth, who moved like the wind, effortlessly evading him. In the midst of the chase, Shao Kai prepared her strike. Vicious python roar. A larger fireball hurtled towards Ao Shuang, but he had anticipated this and evaded it deftly. You cannot touch me. Ao Shuang taunted, with your strength. Managing so many goo must be exhausting. Let us see how long you can endure. Li Yuan smirked. The tricolored snake coiled around his shoulder unleashed another fiery breath, this time emitting emerald flames. Ao Shuang dodged yet again. I told you the goo is remarkable, but the person is not. Suddenly, the flames behind him, which had almost extinguished, surged violently, with some flames latching onto him. Like a stubborn affliction, they threatened to consume even the golden armor on his body. In that moment, Ao Shuang finally realized the gravity of the situation. Chapter 18. A ghost story well done. Xiao Kai. Li Yuan expressed his excitement, as this marked the first time he and Xiao Kai fought side by side, creating a peculiar sense of camaraderie. Hiss! Xiao Kai flicked her tongue, raising her head high and gazing down at Ao Shuang with disdain, as if he were mere refuse tainted by the crimson flames. Damn it! Ao Shuang, having lived for decades, felt the sting of being looked down upon by a mere snake for the first time. Nearby, Wang Lin was in a daze. Li Yuan, is he that formidable? When did this boy acquire such an impressive innate goo? He has concealed it so well. After the shock, a wave of joy washed over him. This indicated that Li Yuan had the capability to protect himself, thus ensuring Xiao Zhao and Apos has safety in his company. Wang Zhao also sensed something amiss. Grandfather, is Brother Yuan going to defeat the bad guy? Wang Lin replied, yet uncertainty lingered in his heart. The golden garment goo was a formidable 4-turn Xian goo, not easily vanquished. The outcome remained uncertain. I underestimated you. In the bamboo grove, Ao Shuang, after several attempts to extinguish the crimson flames enveloping him, realized that only by eliminating his opponent could he extinguish the fire. Today, I shall show you what a 4-turn Xingu master is capable of. With that, Ao Shuang opened his mouth and exhaled, revealing a golden goo insect that emitted a piercing cry. A surge of energy emanated from the golden goo insect, cascading onto the other subordinate goo. Are we truly beginning? Li Yuan recognized this technique, known as an amp, Apos, innate Xian seizing technique, and amp, Apos, essential for every 4-turn goo master and above. It was a method that sacrificed the essence of the innate goo and the goo master themselves to bestow greater power upon subordinate goo and the master. However, excessive use would deplete the goo master and Apos' lifespan. Arrow insect. Ao Shuang waved his hand, unleashing a flurry of long, arrow-like insects. Once infused with innate Xian energy, their speed became astonishing, leaving Li Yuan struggling to keep pace. Yet he had the insect C tactics, blade and sword goo. He expended all his blade and sword goo, manifesting countless sword lights to counter the assault. Just then, a chilling voice echoed in Li Yuan's ear. Ao Shuang, using the arrow insects as cover, became invisible and launched a surprise attack from the side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ao Shuang's golden-fisted assault and the arrow insects closed in simultaneously. In such proximity, Li Yuan had no choice but to retreat in a straight line, evading the golden punches but unable to dodge the arrow insects. Leather goo. In a moment of panic, Li Yuan could only shield his vitals with the leather goo, yet one arrow insect still pierced through his throat. Never mind, I suppose I'll just die for a moment. Thud! Li Yuan's body fell heavily to the ground. A mere 3-turn ordinary goo master facing a 4-turn Xian goo master was a chasm of difference. To have forced me into such a dire situation, I acknowledge your prowess, Oh, Shuang thought, sighing in relief as he approached the fallen Li Yuan. The youth, struck in the throat by an arrow, showed no sign of life. Just then, Ao Shuang sensed something and turned his head. The girl who had refined the blood, Ai Gu, was rushing towards him. Unbeknownst to him, she had removed the thick cloth covering her eyes, revealing blood-red orbs. Her body coursing with a crimson aura, resembling a blood-stained garment, akin to his innate golden garment goo. Is this the replication ability of the blood Ai Gu? Alas, you are too weak. Ao Shuang delivered a punch, the gust of wind easily sending Wang Zhao flying. He continued towards Li Yuan, his excitement mounting, reaching for the 3-colored little python. Suddenly, the youth lying on the ground opened his eyes, and at that moment, so did the little python. Whoosh! Crystal blue and emerald green flames erupted simultaneously. At such close range, Ao Shuang had no time to evade. How could this? In an instant, Ao Shuang was transformed into an ice sculpture, kicked away by Li Yuan, collapsing backward and shattering into pieces. My attacking methods are still insufficient, Li Yuan mused in reflection. Shao Kai's 3-colored unusual fire was indeed powerful, yet had a long wind-up and cool-down, rendering its hit rate severely lacking against skilled opponents. His victory over Ao Shuang was purely due to the information gap. Ultimately, he had relied on the rebirth goo to feign death, allowing his opponent to lower their guard, bringing them closer and striking unexpectedly to eliminate the adversary. This was also tied to his lack of combat experience, Li Yuan reflected. Brother Yuan, Wang Zhao and Amp, Apos' tearful cry pulled Li Yuan from his thoughts. The girl appeared somewhat pitiful, blood streaming down her face. In an Amp, Apos' all right. Li Yuan gently patted the girl into Amp Oppo's head, soothing her. Li Yuan, an unsettled Wang Lin, rushed over, recalling how that previous punch had nearly cost him his life, filling him with despair. Incredible. You, my boy, are invincible. In my decades of life, I have never witnessed a 3-turn ordinary Gu master defeating a 4-turn Xian Gu master. Today has truly opened my eyes. Only at that moment did he realize that Li Yuan's talent far surpassed his expectations. If a 2-turn faced a 3-turn, or a 4-turn faced a 5-turn, he would not have been so astonished. A 3-turn overcoming a 4-turn was a crossing of a boundary, shattering the divide between the ordinary and the extraordinary, an achievement not easily attainable by mere prodigies. The mere innate Xian seizing technique was enough to instill despair. All right. Li Yuan won through equipment superiority. His techniques still need refinement. In his view, there in Amp Oppo's nothing worthy of praise. Old Wang, you mentioned that A.O. Shuang is the vice leader of the Battle Guard Hall, and we have no enmity with him. Why did he ambush us? Li Yuan inquired. I suspect it has to do with Huang Funan. Wang Lin squinted. After the battle with Shi Wuli, Huang Fu Nan was severely injured. Perhaps he seeks to capture Xiao Zhao and Oppo's as precious Gu as compensation. It seems you anticipated this, Li Yuan remarked with a hint of admiration. Indeed, Wang Lin sighed. But what does it matter? In the face of absolute power, all is feudal. Without you, we would have perished. Let it be as if nothing happened. If it was indeed Huang Fu Nan's instigation, reporting it would be pointless unless we could escalate it to the 9th Palace's inner circle. Should we leave? Depart from here? Wang Lin expressed concern about potential retaliation from Huang Fu Nan. No need. Li Yuan shook his head. Huang Fu Nan must have been gravely injured by Shi Wuli, which is why he dared not confront us personally. And with A.O. Shuang deceased here, what do you think he will conclude? Wang Lin suddenly understood. He would think Shi Wuli still has a backup plan, that Shi Wuli was the one who killed A.O. Shuang. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. Thus, Huang Fu Nan would be hesitant to act with malicious intent for quite some time. Brother Yuan, what if Shi Wuli is truly still alive? Xiao Zhao quietly interjected. By the heavens! Old Wang shivered. This is simply a ghost story. There aren't in Amp Oppo's that many surprises in this world, Li Yuan replied, unfazed. After all, he had personally sent off Shi Wuli and Amp Oppo's innate Gu, leaving no trace behind. He was as dead as could be. 3 days later, Qi Xian, the chief of the Baisher Hall, hurriedly arrived at Huang Fu Nan's residence. I report to the cave master that the vice leader of the Battle Guard Hall, A.O. Shuang, has gone missing. Inside the residence, Huang Fu Nan weakly replied, his heart sinking as he grasped the grim reality. Shi Wuli, you truly are still alive. Chapter 19. The Passage of Time. Ao Shuang, a 4th-turn Gu master, should have effortlessly captured Wang Zhao. Yet, how could he have met such a fate? Apart from the possibility that Shi Wuli had laid a contingency plan, Huang Fu Nan could conceive of no other outcome. Surely he couldn't and Amp Oppo's have been slain by an old man and 2 youngsters from the remnant Gu Tower? I must expeditiously neutralize this poison. A profound sense of crisis welled within Huang Fu Nan. If Shi Wuli were to recover, his first act would undoubtedly be to seek vengeance upon him, and in that eventuality, it would be Huang Fu Nan who perished. Time sped by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. Li Yuan felt a profound sense of relief. It appeared that Huang Fu Nan was gravely injured, too wary of Shi Wuli to return to this place. This afforded him ample time to develop. Once he ascended to the realm of a 4th-turn Gu master, he would have no cause for fear. To his knowledge, both Huang Fu Nan and Shi Wuli were 5th-turn Gu masters. As long as he attained the 4th turn, he would be secure. Soon enough, the virtual panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 3rd turn 291-300, Realm, 3rd turn, Destined Gu, Chi Blood Gu, Revival Gu, Tricolor Fiery Python. It has been nearly a year and a half since I joined the 12 Caves. Hasn't it, Oppos? It? How swiftly time passes. Engaged in the company of Gu day in and day out, he had nearly forgotten what the outside world resembled. Brother Yuan, Brother Yuan. Suddenly, Wang Zhao stumbled towards him, her voice tinged with tears. What troubles you? Li Yuan Kirat. Grandfather, he is nearing his end. You must come quickly. Wang Zhao wept, her eyes glistening with tears. With a heavy sigh, Li Yuan rose and hurried to the bedroom, where he joined the remnant Gu Tower. Old Wang was already advanced in years, perpetually weakened by the malevolent aura of the tower. His health had been precarious. Coupled with the coercion he faced in the law enforcement hall and the blow from Aoshuang 3 months prior, his condition had deteriorated rapidly. Half a month ago, Old Wang had fallen ill, and each day had seen him grow weaker. Li Yuan had long anticipated this day would arrive. Upon entering the room, he noted that Old Wang appeared even more emaciated than before, his breath faint, like a candle flickering in the wind, at any moment liable to extinguish. Li Yuan, you have come. Old Wang managed to muster a faint smile upon seeing him. Old Wang. Li Yuan seated himself at the bedside, quietly observing him. For one who is not made of wood or grass, who can remain unfeeling, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Yet he felt powerless to alter the course of nature. Birth, aging, illness, and death are inevitable for all. You seem increasingly spirited, brimming with vitality. In you, I perceive the promise of new life, Old Wang remarked with a smile. Then may you live a while longer. Li Yuan refrained from offering platitudes, for he did not possess a deep understanding of the distinctions between life and death. Apart from shedding tears when the physician grandfather passed, he had never wept again. I wish for that as well, Old Wang said with a sense of resignation. He had once believed he was unafraid of death, yet now, as he approached its threshold, he found himself yearning to live. Li Yuan, do you believe in fate? Old Wang suddenly posed. Occasionally, Li Yuan raplia. He would not proclaim, my fate is mine to command. Yet some matters indeed seem intricately woven into the fabric of destiny. Ha ha! Old Wang chuckled, as if his condition had improved slightly, his words flowing more freely. You are more fortunate than I. In my youth, I dismissed destiny until life's tribulations revealed my own ordinariness. I have never encountered exceptional talent, nor gazed upon anyone's brilliance. Your presence has gradually opened my eyes to the existence of fate. Given your gifts, you ought not to be in the remnant Gu Tower, yet here lies our fate. Li Yuan, you have allowed me to glimpse the talented and spirited self I once envisioned. Thank you. Old Wang and Apos. S spirits lifted with each passing moment, his eyes sparkling with clarity. Li Yuan recognized this as a sign of impending farewell. Old Wang, let us not speak in vain. Share something of substance. Ha ha! Old Wang laughed heartily, you rascal. Initially, I thought you simple and diligent, fearing you might be taken advantage of, but now I realize I was mistaken. Your cunning surpasses my own. Indeed, it is far better than the harsh realities of life, forcing you to confront the world's truths. But what of your true feelings? Li Yuan pressed. What feelings could I possibly have? Old Wang sighed. My only concern now is for Xiao Zhao. I wish for you to look after her. He had intended to suggest marrying Xiao Zhao to Li Yuan, but stopped himself. Li Yuan's talent foretold an extraordinary future, one where the vistas he would encounter were far beyond what Xiao Zhao could ever aspire to witness. Merely having Xiao Zhao accompany Li Yuan for a time would be the family's blessing. He dared not wish for more. Xiao Zhao is my sister. As long as I remain here, I shall ensure she suffers no grievances. Rest assured, Li Yuan replied earnestly. Xiao Zhao attended to him daily, cooking and washing without complaint, and even without Old Wang's urging, he would care for her. With your word, I find peace, Old Wang said contentedly. Now go about your business. Let me converse with my dear granddaughter. Understood. Li Yuan nodded and cast a lingering glance at Old Wang. Farewell, he silently whispered, knowing this was a final parting. Surprisingly, he felt no profound sorrow, only a hint of melancholy. Li Yuan exited the room. Wang Zhao knelt by the bedside, her small hands clasped tightly around her grandfather's. Xiao Zhao, what do you think of Li Yuan? Brother Yuan treats me very well. He is a formidable Gu master, and I admire him greatly. Do you like him? What are you saying, grandfather? Brother Yuan has made it clear. He sees me merely as a sister. One should only believe half of what a man says, Old Wang chuckled. In my youth, I viewed your grandmother as a sister too, yet I ended up marrying her. Wang Zhao's cheeks flushed crimson, but But Brother Yuan is so impressive, and I am but a simple girl, unworthy of him. Silly girl, old Wang replied. Some men do not judge their wives by their backgrounds, talents, or appearances. As long as their wives are virtuous, all will prosper. But, Wang Zhao and Oppos. His heart fluttered at his words. Enough with the and Oppos, buts and Oppos, old Wang laughed. Li Yuan is a dragon among men. Whether he can grasp this opportunity depends on you. But remember, romance must unfold naturally. It cannot be forced. Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, old Wang was suddenly seized by a violent fit of coughing, blood spilling forth. Grandfather, please stop speaking and rest, Wang Zhao cried, her face streaked with tears. Do not grieve. Birth, aging, illness, and death are experiences that all must endure. As long as you remember your grandfather, he shall live on within you. Old Wang extended his hand, revealing an ice silkworm nestled within his palm. This is my destined goo, the ice silkworm, which has brought me much fortune and aided my ascent to the third turn goo master realm. After all these years, it is close to its metamorphosis. I intend to allow it to consume my heart for one final struggle. After my passing, you must open my chest and retrieve the ice silkworm to present it to Li Yuan. When the ice silkworm undergoes its next transformation, it shall become a fourth turn mystical goo. Old Wang understood well that a mystical goo was far beyond what Xiao Zhao could control, but for Li Yuan, it would be an invaluable gift. This was the only path he could pave for his granddaughter. Chapter 20 Departure of Old Wang as night fell. A heart-wrenching wail echoed from within the house. Old Wang had indeed departed. Li Yuan and Oppos' heart was heavy with sorrow. Upon exiting the dilapidated building, he found Xiao Zhao already carrying Old Wang and Amp, Oppos' lifeless body from the chamber. Brother Yuan, Grandpa is gone, she wept, tears streaming down her cheeks. Let us bury Old Wang on the back mountain, Li Yuan suggested solemnly. My grandfather rests there as well. It would offer the old man some company, alleviating his solitude. This was a farewell that Old Wang had meticulously arranged for himself long ago. In the vicinity of the Jiugong mountain range, the customs surrounding funerals were typically understated, emphasizing simplicity and a return to nature. Complying with her grandfather and Oppos' wishes, Wang Zhao ventured to the back mountain, excavating a grave, placing the coffin within, and erecting a tombstone. Thus, Old Wang's life reached its conclusion. Grandpa, may you rest in peace. Wang Zhao wept before the grave for an extended period, until the dead of night. While Li Yuan stood beside her, burning paper money and some spirit paper goo, which were essentially paper talismans. This practice was unique to the Jiugong mountain area, regarded as a grand gesture of farewell. Old Wang, you once saw in me the embodiment of a talented and spirited youth. Today, I have offered you these numerous spirit goo. May you become a goo immortal in the underworld, Li Yuan murmured, pouring out 3 cups of yellow wine as a final salute to Old Wang. 7 days later, while Li Yuan was still asleep, a knock on the door roused him. Brother Yuan, I have something to give you, came the voice of Wang Zhao. Li Yuan dressed hastily and opened the door to find the young girl standing outside, cradling a jade box. Xiao Zhao, why are you here so early? Have you not slept all night? He inquired. I wanted to stay with Grandpa as long as I could. During the past week, Wang Zhao had kept vigil at her grandfather and Amp, Oppos' grave, her figure having withered noticeably. Were it not for the resilience of a goo master, she might have collapsed from exhaustion. Brother Yuan, this is what Grandpa entrusted me to give you, she said, extending the jade box. What is this? Li Yuan asked as he accepted it and opened it. Inside lay a cocoon, substantial in size, but not perfectly round, resembling a heart woven from white silk. A chill emanated from the cocoon, an aura that felt eerily familiar to Li Yuan, somewhat akin to Old Wang and Amp. Amp, Oppos' life-giving goo, and Amp, Oppos', ice silkworm and Amp, Oppos', yet with distinct differences. Before his passing, Old Wang had allowed his life-bound ice silkworm to consume his heart, hoping to facilitate its final metamorphosis after decades of companionship. I do not know if it has successfully transformed, but I have followed Grandpa and Oppos' instructions and now present it to you, Brother Yuan, Wang Zhao stated, her voice breaking as fresh tears flowed. Old Wang, oh, old Wang. Li Yuan sighed. In comparison to you, I am still so young. Even in death, you remain concerned for me, fearing I might not care for your precious granddaughter properly. This parting gift weighs heavily upon me. He sensed that the ice silkworm had indeed completed its metamorphosis, fulfilling old Wang's lifelong ambition. The successful transformation of the ice silkworm signified its evolution into the fourth-tier Gu. The ice heart Gu, which Xiao Zhao could not wield. It was his responsibility to tame it. Old Wang, was this also part of your grand design? Li Yuan chuckled bitterly to himself. Had it merely been a third-tier Gu, he would have entrusted it to Xiao Zhao's care. Very well, I shall accept it. He closed the jade box and tucked it away, knowing that if he refused, old Wang would likely haunt him in dreams that night. Wang Zhao sighed in relief. Brother Yuan, I must make a trip to the Baisher Hall to return Grandpa's disciple token. With death comes the need to erase one's identity. And such affairs were managed by the Baisher Hall. I shall go, she said. Li Yuan gently patted the young girl's head. You have not slept for several days. Now that old Wang and Appo's, as seventh day has passed, he rests peacefully below. You must take care of yourself as well. Well, all right then. Wang Zhao, feeling somewhat timid, had relied on her grandfather to handle the monthly affairs at the Baisher Hall, leaving her unfamiliar with the place. Thank you, Brother Yuan. After expressing her gratitude, Wang Zhao returned to her room and collapsed into a deep sleep. Li Yuan, meanwhile, took the token and departed from the dilapidated building. As he walked, a thought struck him. This was his first time venturing beyond the small bamboo grove outside the dilapidated building, and he was utterly unfamiliar with the way, not even knowing where Baisher Hall was located. I have certainly been spoiled by old Wang. In the end, Li Yuan followed a disciple who was heading to Baisher Hall and managed to arrive safely. Upon reaching the hall, he found Qi Xian, the master of Baisher Hall, engrossed in his work. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar figure, and his eyes widened in surprise. Li Yuan, good heavens! In Qi Xian's mind, Li Yuan had been a reclusive presence within the 12 caves for over a year, never having visited Baisher Hall. All matters were handled by old Wang. After the recent incident involving Shiwu Li, he had specifically inquired about Li Yuan, only to learn from old Wang that Li Yuan was a reserved individual, preferring the company of Gu and avoiding social interactions. Qi Xian hurried down the stairs. This young prodigy certainly deserved his personal attention. Li Yuan, what brings you here? Master Xian, Li Yuan replied with a respectful bow. Old Wang has passed, and I have come to return his identity token. Old Wang has passed. Qi Xian paused, momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained his composure, feeling it was a natural occurrence, devoid of emotional weight. Please hand over the token. He accepted the token from Li Yuan and Appo's hand. Li Yuan, Baisher Hall is quite busy. Forgive me for not being able to mourn for old Wang in person. Please raise a cup of wine in his honor. Indeed, Li Yuan acknowledged, understanding that this was merely a formality. Few truly mourn the deceased. By the way, Li Yuan, there is something else I must inform you. Qi Xian continued. In the near future, King Kanglin will visit the 12 caves. He will be touring each hall. And since old Wang has departed, you will need to represent the dilapidated Gu building in receiving him. Do not falter in your etiquette. In his eyes, Li Yuan was merely a naive youth. If he were to offend King Kanglin, the consequences would be dire. King Kanglin? Li Yuan had only a vague recollection of this figure, knowing he was a prince of a different lineage from the dynasty before its collapse, ruling over the neighboring Kanglin region. It seems you are utterly oblivious to matters of the outside world, Qi Xian remarked. Allow me to enlighten you, lest you remain unaware of the weight of your actions. After the Dian dynasty crumbled, the 5 kings jointly governed the regions beyond the central plains: King Qian, King Han, King Yu, King Ying, and King Kanglin. Except for King Kanglin, the other 4 kings have subtly hinted at their desire to establish their own kingdoms. King Kanglin, however, ardently supports the Dian royal family and is actively searching for the direct bloodline of the royal family, hoping to enthrone a new emperor. As he spoke, Qi Xian gave a resigned smile. The direct bloodline of the Dian royal family had long since perished. Even if any remnants survived, they could never ascend to the throne again, becoming mere keys for various factions to unlock the treasures of the martial god. These matters rekindled Li Yuan Yuan's buried memories. He had never forgotten the enmity between his family and the royal lineage, yet now he found himself in a position of weakness. To expose his identity would be tantamount to courting death. Time, he believed, was his most potent weapon for revenge. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, Master Xian, you mentioned that the 5 kings govern the regions beyond the Central Plains. Who currently rules over the Central Plains? Chapter 21, The Curtain Rises. I thought you were truly indifferent to everything, Qi Xian remarked with a smile as Li Yuan took the initiative to inquire. In today's world, no one can remain untouched by the turmoil, and gaining a deeper understanding of the global situation can only be advantageous. One never knows when we might be swept into it. Will even the 9 Palaces mountain be drawn into it? A sense of crisis suddenly enveloped Li Yuan. He wished for this place to remain undisturbed. If it were merely a war for power among the various lords, it would naturally not affect the 9 Palaces mountain. The primary danger lies with the invading demons. Amidst the chaos in various regions, these demons are ravaging and consuming, growing ever stronger. One day, they will become an insurmountable calamity. Qi Xian elaborated on the affairs of the outside world. Li Yuan realized the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, even the secluded 12 caves would not be so well informed. Qi Xian sighed. Currently, the organization maintaining order in the Central Plains is known as Night Owl. Night Owl? Li Yuan had never heard of it. Night Owl was founded by the martial deity who established the Yin, created by the founding emperor, and operates solely under the edicts of successive emperors. The entire organization consists of formidable martial artists, with each Night Owl King being a martial emperor-level powerhouse. What is a martial emperor? Li Yuan and Appo's understanding of martial artists was exceedingly limited. The Gu Master has 9 transformations, while the martial artist has 9 ranks. Achieving the 9th rank as a martial artist signifies one as a martial emperor, and beyond that lies the martial deity, corresponding to the Gu Immortal, Qi Xian explained. I see. Li Yuan had long abandoned any illusions regarding martial arts. It is the existence of the Night Owl organization that has tenuously stabilized the order of the Central Plains, preventing the Yin from crumbling amidst the power vacuum. Enough talk. It is futile to dwell on such matters. Those affairs and individuals are far removed from us, and the world situation is beyond our control. It will be a long time before it reaches here. Let us relish this tranquil moment, Qi Xian said, patting Li Yuan and Appo's shoulder. Remember what I said. When King Kanglin arrives, be mindful of etiquette. I do not wish for you to grovel, but at the very least, do not be neglectful. 2 days later, Li Yuan sat on the 4th floor of the cursed Gu Tower, and a data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, 4th Transformation 0800, Realm, 4th Transformation, Destined Gu, Vitality Gu, Rebirth Gu, Tricolored Fire Python, Gu House, None, Features, Decomposition Function Unlocked. You can decompose high-level Gu insects into lower-level Gu insects, rearranging and recombining them for new synthesis. Today, he had officially stepped into the realm of the 4th Transformation Gu Master. Li Yuan also discovered an additional line of data on the panel. What is a Gu House? He had never seen one, nor had he heard anyone mention it. Not even the Gu Master manual recorded it. The decomposition function proved to be useful. Previously, he was unable to synthesize high-level residual Gu, but with this function, he could now decompose high-level Gu insects and use the rare materials obtained through decomposition for new synthesis. Consequently, the probability of producing rare or exotic Gu would significantly increase. With a thought, Li Yuan retrieved several 5th Transformation residual Gu from the 5th floor. Select Original Materials, 5th Transformation Residual Gu. Colorful Puffball X2. Commenced decomposition. The black pot began to shake vigorously, emanating a radiant display of colors. The colorful puffball was a peculiar type of mysterious Gu, resembling a mass of colorful slime capable of absorbing the essence of the 5 elements. Once refined into a destined Gu, it could enhance the Gu Master and Appo's affinity with the elemental forces. Decomposition complete. You have obtained 3 Transition Ordinary Gu, Colorful Silkworm X6, Colorful Treasure Liquid X1. Can one decompose treasures? Li Yuan was overjoyed. He recalled the earlier synthesis of the exotic Gu rebirth Gu, where a crucial factor was the centipede that had accidentally ingested longevity grass. Had he possessed the decomposition function earlier, he could have extracted the longevity grass from the centipede and amp, oppose, S-body, thus expanding his options. Let us continue. Select original materials. 5th transformation residual Gu. Corpse control Gu X1. Decomposition complete. You have obtained 3 transition ordinary Gu. Enslavement Gu X3. Bewilderment water X1. This item is indeed sinister. Li Yuan distinctly remembered the corpse control Gu, which was Huang Funan's destined mysterious Gu, capable of controlling dozens of corpses simultaneously in his hands. Once more, Li Yuan activated a frenzy of decomposition. You have obtained 3 transition ordinary Gu, beauty Gu X3, rejuvenation liquid X1. You have obtained 3 transition ordinary Gu, yang energy Gu X3, gunpowder X1. You have obtained 3 transition ordinary Gu, wind-chasing butterfly X3, spirit grass X1. You have obtained. After an entire day, Li Yuan had decomposed a substantial portion of the 5th transformation residual Gu, with a remainder reserved for the sect and oppose S inspection. It was time to synthesize. The dazzling array of treasures and new Gu insects filled Li Yuan with delight. The more eccentric the materials, the more miraculous the outcome. Synthesize. Select original materials. Beauty Gu, wind-chasing butterfly, enslavement Gu. Add colorful treasure liquid. Spirit grass. Commence synthesis. You have obtained. Stunning butterfly. 4th transformation mysterious Gu, when refined into a destined Gu, allows the Gu master to gradually enhance their appearance and demeanor, resulting in fair skin and beauty, particularly suited for women. As a subordinate Gu, it possesses only ornamental value and no combat capabilities. Li Yuan was taken aback. Was this not a beautiful trinket? He felt he was already handsome enough and did not need to become better looking. Perhaps it would be kinder to leave some opportunities for others. Continue synthesizing. This synthesis spanned 7 days. After 7 days and nights of relentless effort, a delightful and invigorating voice resonated in his ears. You have obtained 4th transformation rare Gu, illusory silk robe. Illusory silk robe, 4th transformation rare Gu, capable of assisting the Gu master in concealing their aura and form, altering their appearance. This function can also be applied to other targets and cannot be refined into a subordinate Gu. Regrettably, it was not a combat-type rare Gu. Li Yuan sighed. However, the illusory silk robe indeed met his requirements, facilitating tasks and intelligence gathering. Obtaining a rare Gu was no easy feat. Time to refine it. The illusory silk robe resembled a slug, plump and white. It crawled onto Li Yuan, its color gradually shifting, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment like a chameleon. Interesting. Slug. Transform that flower pot into a black pot, Li Yuan commanded. Gu the slug launched itself, landing swiftly on the flower pot. In an instant, the pot was transformed under the slug and oppose S influence, appearing indistinguishable from a genuine black pot, both in aura perception and touch. Its disguise capability is remarkably potent. Next, he instructed the slug to transform a tree into a human figure, which also achieved perfect imitation. This truly lived up to the title of a rare Gu. Li Yuan stretched, satisfied with completing another phase of his objectives. The next task would involve gradually nurturing his other destined Gu to the 4th transformation. There was still ample time. 5 days later, Li Yuan received news from the Baishir Hall. King Kanglin had confirmed his intention to visit the 12 caves, with Li Yuan representing the cursed Gu Tower to oversee the reception. Chapter 22. The King of Kanglin Li Yuan harbored a disdain for hosting guests. However, with the departure of Old Wang and Xiao Zhao and oppose this even greater social anxiety, it fell upon him to undertake the task. If the master of the 12 caves spoke truthfully, then the King of Kanglin could indeed be considered a virtuous minister of his era. While the other princes of different surnames chose to abandon the Dian imperial family in favor of establishing their own realms, the King of Kanglin remained steadfast in his support for Dian, a commendable stance. Alas, The Dian dynasty had long since become a mere shadow of its former self. Even should I step forth now, I could not alter this reality. Only by vanquishing the demons can we genuinely resolve the calamity. Li Yuan was determined to avoid a misstep that would lead to total ruin. Furthermore, his lineage had been severed from birth, leaving the question of whether he was still considered a direct descendant of the Dian imperial family open to interpretation. Brother Yuan, do you think the king of Kanglan has come to court the 9 palaces Gunest? Is war about to engulf the mountains? Xiao Zhao inquired anxiously. She loathed conflict, for it had snatched away her parents' lives, leaving her in a state of disarray. With her parents gone and her grandfather departed, her only familiar companion was Brother Yuan. The mere thought of war returning was too distressing for her to contemplate. Do not fret, Li Yuan reassured her with a smile. What is destined to occur is unavoidable. All we can do is cultivate diligently to strengthen ourselves. As they conversed, a group of individuals approached along the mountain path beneath the bamboo grove, engaged in light-hearted banter. Upon closer inspection, Li Yuan discerned a man accompanied by 2 children, presumably a pair of dragon and phoenix twins of around 7 or 8 years of age. The man donned a blue python robe adorned with 9 5-clawed dragons, exuding an aura of authority and presence without needing to raise his voice. The 9 5-clawed dragons signified the highest rank of nobility, equivalent to a prince of royal blood, underscoring the king of Kanglan's esteemed status and formidable power. Li Yuan and Appo's expression turned grave. This was undoubtedly the most formidable figure he had encountered thus far, far surpassing the cave master Huang Funan. In terms of spirit and vitality, Gu masters were inherently inferior to martial artists, especially considering that the king of Kanglan ranked among the elite of martial practitioners. Even from a distance, Li Yuan felt an instinctive pressure emanating from a man. This world, after all, revered strength above all. To many outsiders, the path of the Gu master was seen as a niche cultivation method, inferior even to the 3 teachings, regarded as a sideline reliant on external aids. Before long, the king of Kanglan and his entourage arrived at the small bamboo grove in front of the remnant Gu tower. Greetings, your majesty, Li Yuan said, bowing respectfully. No need for formalities. The king of Kanglan, Xiao Yuan, replied with a glance at Li Yuan, smiling. Your 12 caves still possess several remarkable talents. Your highness flatters us. Qi Xian, the master of the 100 Affairs Hall, interjected. This disciple is Li Yuan, the steward of the remnant Gu tower, and indeed, his talents are noteworthy. Li Yuan, please introduce the remnant Gu tower to his majesty, Qi Xian instructed. Your highness, please, Li Yuan said, maintaining an even demeanor. Very well, Xiao Yuan nodded. Stepping into the bamboo grove, Qi Xian followed closely behind, trembling with anxiety, fearful that Li Yuan might inadvertently offend the king of Kanglan. Wow, a butterfly! Such a beautiful butterfly! The young princess suddenly exclaimed, rushing forward to chase a lovely butterfly flitting through the bamboo. Princess, be careful, Qi Xian urged anxiously. This is the 12 caves, filled with Gu insects. You are still too young and untrained. If anything were to happen, my life would not suffice as recompense. Let her play. Xiao Yuan dismissed the concern. Such low-tier Gu insects pose no threat to my daughter. How childish, the young Prince Xiao Liar scoffed, displaying a maturity beyond his years. Despite being siblings, the princess and the young prince exhibited starkly contrasting personalities. Li Yuan chose not to intervene. He guided Xiao Yuan and his party through the remnant Gu tower, succinctly explaining the process of cultivating and transforming the remnants of Gu. What a hassle! No wonder people say the path of the Gu master is merely a minor path, Xiao Liar remarked dismissively. Li and Appo's, do not be rude. Xiao Yuan admonished his son gently. Humph! Xiao Liar retorted playfully, sticking out his tongue before darting out of the remnant Gu tower. Li Yuan was unfazed by the child's comments. They belonged to entirely different worlds, and their modes of expression would naturally differ. Xiao Liar had the privilege to speak freely. Master Qi Xian, Li Yuan, I apologize for my child and Appo's insolence. Please forgive me. Xiao Yuan unexpectedly offered an apology, surprising Li Yuan. Qi Xian responded, the young prince speaks candidly and without malice, we understand. Moreover, he is not entirely incorrect. The path of the Gu Master is indeed a minor one. I believe the Gu Master lineage holds great potential, Xiao Yuan mused. The abilities of Gu Masters are irreplaceable by martial artists. Half an hour later, the group departed the remnant Gu Tower. Upon exiting, they found the young prince and princess engaged in a heated argument in the bamboo grove, their faces flushed with intensity. Martial artists are the strongest. Gu Masters are the strongest. Martial artists are super invincible. Gu Masters are the most powerful. I want to become a martial god and make all Gu Masters practice martial arts. I want to become a Gu immortal and control all martial artists to eat cilantro. The young princess and prince stood firm, exchanging shouts, each trying to outdo the other in volume and length of argument. Observing the spirited exchange, Li Yuan could not suppress a smile. It had been a long time since the remnant Gu Tower had been filled with such liveliness. Enough, you two, Xiao Yuan exclaimed, both amused and exasperated. Whether you wish to be Gu Masters or martial artists, you must first establish a solid foundation, work diligently, and let your strength speak for itself. Bickering is feudal. Oomph. The young princess and prince each huffed, turning their heads away from one another. Come now, it's time to visit the next hall. Xiao Yuan stepped forward, taking hold of one child in each hand. Your Highness, safe travels. Li Yuan sighed in relief, grateful that the royal party was finally departing. Yet, just a few steps away, they halted once more. The young princess, Xiao Qiner, turned back repeatedly, her little legs frozen in place as she stared longingly at a flower butterfly, her small feet leaving two long trails in the soil. Qiner, is there something you wish to say? The innocence of a child in Appo's thoughts was transparent, her big, watery eyes fixed on a certain spot in the bamboo grove. Xiao Qiner pursed her lips. Father, I want that butterfly. Chapter 23. The role of beautiful waist. Xiao Qiner raised her delicate hand and pointed at a bamboo stalk. The onlookers followed her gaze and beheld a colorful butterfly perched upon the bamboo. What a stunning butterfly! Xiao Yuan was somewhat astonished, instantly grasping his daughter and Appo's feelings. The butterfly, resting on the bamboo, measured about half a foot in length, its wings unfurling like a canvas, seemingly encapsulating all the beauty and wonder of the world. The wing and Appo's base color was a profound and mysterious deep blue, reminiscent of the midnight sea, adorned with wisps of ethereal purple glimmers. A fleeting glimpse, impossible to forget, especially for a little girl brimming with childlike wonder. It held an unparalleled allure. Is this butterfly also a Gu insect from the residual Gu Tower? Xiao Yuan inquired. Qi Xian was at a loss for words. Judging by its aura, it indeed resembled a Gu insect, but the 12 cave Shuden and Appo's typically cultivate such creatures. It must be a remnant Gu that underwent erroneous evolution during its cultivation. Recognizing Qi Xian's lack of understanding in this specialized matter, Xiao Yuan decided to take his daughter home. Li Yuan, did you raise that butterfly? Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. This butterfly was what he referred to as the Appo's beautiful waist and Appo's, the Xinjiang butterfly. It was utterly useless aside from its aesthetic appeal. Brother, could you sell it to me? Before Xiao Yuan could speak, the little princess, Xiao Qiner, chimed in. If the princess likes it, then take it, Li Yuan generously offered. After all, it was merely a beautiful waist, holding no value for him. My mother said that when out and about, one must not take others' belongings for free, Xiao Qiner stated earnestly. Name your price, Xiao Yuan chuckled. Qiner is right. This butterfly is clearly extraordinary, and I'm sure you expended considerable effort and resources in its cultivation. We cannot simply take it. Li Yuan replied, I just happen to have it. There is no need to be apprehensive. If you desire to exchange for something, just say it outright. Xiao Yuan presumed Li Yuan hesitated due to his status. The prince misunderstood. What Li Yuan lacked was merely time. How about this, Xiao Yuan said, retrieving a token from his waist. When you have made up your mind, you may use this token to find me or any other members of the Kanglan domain. They will assist you. Very well, Li Yuan acquiesced, no longer reluctant. The Kanglan king was keen on exchanges, and he would let things unfold naturally. Receiving the token, Li Yuan beckoned, and the Xinjiang butterfly flapped its wings, alighting upon the little princess's shoulder. "It's truly beautiful," Xiao Qiner exclaimed, her joy evident as she danced with glee. "Thank you, big brother. You are a good person, and I wish you longevity. May the princess and Appo's good words come to fruition." Li Yuan chuckled, amused. "Goodbye, big brother." With the Jinghong butterfly in hand, Xiao Qiner departed utterly content. Li Yuan watched as the group vanished at the bamboo grove and Appo's edge, exhaling a long breath. "Let us hope we do not meet again. Should we cross paths once more, it is likely that war will have spread to this place." Time flowed like a river. In the blink of an eye, yet another year had passed. The Kanglan king had not returned to the 12 caves, and Li Yuan and Appo's concerns had not materialized. The tranquil life of the residual Gu Tower continued unabated. Li Yuan reveled in this peaceful existence, checking his status daily. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 4th Transformation 381-800. Realm, 4th Transformation, Destined Gu. Blood Chi Gu, Resurrection Gu, Tricolor Strange Fire Python. Illusionary Luo Garb, Gu House. None. I have been refining Gu in the southern wilderness for nearly 2.5 years. With Xiao Zhao by my side to converse, with share meals, and occasionally discuss the path of Gu Masters, solitude was kept at bay. Seasons changed, and life continued as usual. Brother Yuan. One day, while Li Yuan was refining Gu, Wang Zhao excitedly rushed in. "Have you broken through to the 3rd transformation of Gu Master?" Li Yuan discerned immediately. "What?" Wang Zhao pouted. "Could you not pretend to be unaware and guess instead?" I forgot. I shall certainly remember next time." Li Yuan chuckled, reflecting on the growing young woman before him, and his thoughts drifted to old Wang. The precious Gu, Ice Heart Gu, which old Wang had gifted him before his passing, remained with him, untouched, still intended for young Zhao in the future. Poor old Wang had spent his life stagnating at the 3rd transformation of Gu Master. Wang Zhao had just turned 18 and was already a 3rd transformation Gu Master. The disparity was undeniable. "Thank you, Brother Yuan," Wang Zhao expressed, fully aware that her achievements today were a result of his guidance. Had it not been for Brother Yuan teaching her to cultivate the blood-eye Gu, guiding her practice, and providing resources, she would not have reached her current success. "Are you thanking me again?" Li Yuan teased. "Then I must also thank you." "Thank me for what?" Wang Zhao asked, puzzled. "Thank you for washing my clothes, cooking for me, chatting with me to alleviate boredom, and enjoying the scenery together," Li Yuan said earnestly. "But those are merely trivial matters. Indeed, just trivialities." The young woman stood in the wind, momentarily stunned, and then smiled. Li Yuan shifted the topic. "Focus on your cultivation. The 4th transformation of Gu Master is a significant barrier, and crossing the threshold between the mundane and the extraordinary is not an easy task." "Yes," Wang Zhao replied, not feeling arrogant. Her grandfather had been trapped in the 3rd transformation throughout his life, never crossing the threshold into the extraordinary. She was determined to surpass it. "Brother Yuan, what is your realm?" This marked Wang Zhao's first proactive inquiry into Li Yuan's status. Since her arrival at the residual Gu Tower, Li Yuan had been a figure of mystery and strength to her, a Gu Master who never flaunted his prowess. She admired him, viewing him as a target, a deity. "We are both climbers on the mountain," Li Yuan refrained from stating explicitly. Wang Zhao ceased her inquiries, silently vowing to keep pace with Brother Yuan. On another night, the reconnaissance Gu, which had not issued warnings for a long time, sent forth a signal of danger once more. Li Yuan, lying in bed, opened his eyes. He was not surprised. He had anticipated this day and had long prepared for it, even while dwelling in a tranquil life. One must envision the gravest of predicaments. This was Li Yuan and Appo's principle of survival, to remain vigilant and prepared for the unexpected. Beyond the small bamboo grove, 6 shadows stealthily encroached from various directions. It seemed that Huang Funan's injuries were severe. After more than a year, he had yet to recover and could only control 6 corpse puppets. Previously, Li Yuan had witnessed Huang Funan effortlessly commanding over a dozen corpse puppets in battle against Shiwuli. "However, I have now learned the art of my destined technique, the Xian capture technique. Even facing the peak Huang Funan would not instill fear in me." Li Yuan reflected inwardly. Yet, he still wished to show respect to Huang Funan. deciding to take on the guise of the sixth, striking from the shadows rather than confronting him directly. Slug quickly transform into the flying snake goo that Huangfu Nin both loves and despises. Li Yuan concealed himself beside the bed, utilizing the illusionary Luo garb to completely obscure his presence and that of the tricolor strange fire python. Simultaneously, he transformed the bedding into the likeness of the flying snake goo. Before long, a pair of green eyes appeared outside the window, catching sight of the flying snake in the moonlight. Shi Wuli, you are indeed still alive. Huangfu Nan's murderous intent surged. So, you have usurped the life of a disciple from the residual Gu Tower to survive. He recalled the disciple's name. It seemed to be Li Yuan, who possessed considerable talent. Li Yuan, today, this cave master shall avenge you. May you rest in peace, and grant me success in refining Shi Wuli and the Blood Eye Gu. Chapter 24. The Trap and the Corpse Puppet Array. Huangfu Nin no longer concealed his intentions, bellowing with fervor. 6 corpse puppets simultaneously burst through the walls, each brandishing a chain slicked with dark corpse oil. Shi Wuli, you cannot escape. In an instant, the 6 chains ensnared the entire bed, and Huangfu Nin surged forth like a dagger, lunging fiercely at the head of the flying serpent. With a sickening squelch, the serpent's head was punctured, exploding upon impact. Huangfu Nan's countenance shifted dramatically. Something felt amiss. There was no way Shi Wuli could possess no means of resistance, allowing him to dispatch her so easily. Suddenly, a myriad of spikes shot forth from all directions. Paralysis Gu. Caught off guard, Huangfu Nan was struck by the paralysis Gu, rendering his limbs numb. In desperation, he commanded his master corpse control Gu to inject the corpse oil into his own body, dispelling the numbing sensation. At that moment, he sensed impending danger, abruptly raising his gaze to behold a small serpent. The perilous yet enchanting creature opened its mouth, brewing a crystal blue flame within. Precious Gu, tricolor exotic fire python. Recognizing the type of the small serpent, his soul trembled. Shi Wuli, you have successfully transformed. He was engulfed in shock and despair. With a whoosh, the crystal blue flame descended upon Huangfu Nan, merging with a verdant flame, amplifying the inferno's intensity, scorching his exterior while freezing his insides. Aya! Huangfu Nan's anguished screams echoed. Hidden in the shadows, Li Yuan observed with astonishment. The cave master was indeed formidable, still able to utter cries even in such dire circumstances. Not yet reduced to an ice sculpture. I will perish. You shall not survive either. Commanding his life's essence, he executed his final order, to eliminate Shi Wuli. Huangfu Nan resorted to his last resort, merging with his life's Gu to transform into a grand corpse puppet, a decision fraught with the cost of his own demise thereafter. Yet, he was beyond caring. The moment he witnessed Shi Wuli's rebirth, he understood his fate was sealed. Boom! In the next instant, his entire body erupted in multiple places. Skin, brain matter, eyeballs, lungs, intestines, and flesh dissipated into a fine mist, leaving only a few organs dangling from his shattered bones. How can he still be alive? Li Yuan was astounded. Indeed, a 5th-tier Gu master possessed remarkable prowess. The ability to merge man and Gu was no trivial feat. Huangfu Nan was left with but 1/2 of an eyeball still dangling in its socket, rolling about, and suddenly it caught sight of the bed, causing it to tremble violently. The serpent, which had been blown apart, had vanished, leaving only a quilt with a puncture and a plump, grayish slug burrowing beneath the bed. Precious Gu. Illusion. Luoi. He uttered fragmented, nearly incoherent sounds. The remnants of his mind forbade further contemplation, driving him to crawl frantically towards the illusion Luo-yi. Shao Kai, unleash another blast. Li Yuan's thoughts stirred, and Shao Kai belched forth flames once more, this time a crimson blaze, which cascaded upon Huangfu Nan. It hurts. I am in agony, scorched by the red flame. Huangfu Nan and oppose, as consciousness began to fade, and he relinquished the pursuit of illusion Luo-yi, redirecting his attack toward Shao Kai. Li Yuan was compelled to reveal himself, retreating with Shao Kai in tow. He gazed calmly at Huangfu Nan. No further actions were necessary. The red fire would soon consume him entirely, leaving nothing behind. You are not she. The dying Huangfu Nin finally grasped something. Indeed, Li Yuan affirmed, I am not Shi Wuli. I am the harbinger of death, seeking retribution for an old friend. If you have regrets, confess them in the underworld. You crack. Huangfu Nan and Amp. Appo's spine was severed, and his head tumbled to the ground. He could no longer remember. Who was this person? Who was his old friend? Was it a relation of some corpse puppet? The crimson flames extinguished his final thoughts. Huangfu Nan, perish. Li Yuan remained impassive. Shao Kai cleansed the scene, ensure it is spotless, leaving no trace whatsoever. With foresight and calculation. Taking advantage of a heavily wounded opponent, Li Yuan had the advantage of timing, location, and allies, winning with ease. Far simpler than dealing with A.O. Shuang. What troubled Li Yuan was that with the cave master deceased, the Ninth Palace would undoubtedly investigate. Would they trace it back to him? He hoped not. He glanced at Shao Kai, diligently erasing all traces, assured that his identity would remain concealed. Without evidence, it could only be deemed as the act of Shi Wuli. Quite reasonable. Li Yuan exited, approaching the chamber of Xiao Zhao, casting a glance inside. The young lady slept soundly. He had previously set up a sealing goo, blocking all sounds, not intending for Xiao Zhao to be aware of the turmoil. He awaited the moment when the sect would discover the cave master and Appo's absence and appoint a new leader. To this day, Li Yuan remained oblivious to the location of the Ninth Palace and Appo's inner sanctum, only knowing that within the vast southern wilderness, the influence of the Ninth Palace was ubiquitous. He recalled that upon entering the sect, Qi Lin had informed him that each palace governed 72 caves. Thus, in the southern wilderness, there were approximately 648 factions akin to the Ninth Palace's 12 caves. Perhaps this was the foundation of the Ninth Palace's elusive existence. False seclusion, hiding away. True seclusion meant invincibility, freedom to act as one pleased. No wonder the tides of empires rose and fell. Martial artists emerged in droves, and the martial world roiled. The Ninth Palace could endure for millennia unscathed. As Li Yuan pondered, if the 12 caves were affected by conflict, should he relocate deeper into the mountains to ensure stability? If given a choice, he preferred not to leave. The time spent refining goo at the remnant goo tower over 2.5 years was the longest he had ever resided in one place during this lifetime. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, the resounding chimes echoed from the main peak. Surely, it was not a death knell. Li Yuan nearly forgot that in the Tianyuan continent, there existed entities akin to soul lamps or life tokens, capable of revealing the demise of the cave master, Huangfu Nan. The cave master has fallen. All disciples of the 12 caves remain vigilant. The cave master has fallen. All disciples of the 12 caves remain vigilant. A bird named Yuyue, belonging to the beast Gu, soared high above, announcing the news to the peaks of the 12 caves. Bang! The door of the adjacent chamber was suddenly flung open. Li Yuan dispelled the sealing goo, and within, Wang Zhao was startled awake by Yuyue's proclamation, rushing outside. The cave master is dead? Her delicate frame trembled in disbelief. Brother Yuan, did you hear? The cave master has perished. She bore no sorrow, but rather an expression of joy. If grandfather were to learn of this, he would surely rejoice as well. Li Yuan chuckled. Old Wang is on the back mountain. He must have heard and is likely applauding. Huh? Wang Zhao suddenly sensed warmth within Li Yuan and Appo's chamber. Brother Yuan, is there a fire in your home? No worries, Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. It an Appo's just Shao Kai practicing her fire spitting. Nothing to concern yourself with. Oh, Wang Zhao understood. Shao Kai is indeed diligent. If even the goo worms work so hard, how can I possibly sleep? Chapter 25. The Elder of the Ninth Palace. On the 10th day, following the death of Huangfu Nan, individuals from the Ninth Palace arrived. An elder of the 8th Transformation Realm, accompanied by 2 disciples of the 5th Transformation Realm, commenced a thorough investigation into the cause of Huangfu Nan's demise. Their routine inspection quickly led them to the residual goo building in the small bamboo forest. The steward of the residual goo building, a 3rd Transformation Goo Master named Li Yuan, was assisted by a 2nd Transformation Goo Master, Wang Zhao, who had refined the rare blood Igu. The enforcement team had previously investigated and found no issues. Accompanying the elder from the Ninth Palace in the search for clues was Qi Xian, the master of the Baishir Hall. Li Yuan was a diligent individual, committed to his craft, and would never contravene the sect and Oppo's regulations. Qi Xian held Li Yuan in high regard. The young man was exceptionally capable, saving him the trouble of requesting personnel adjustments from the Ninth Palace, thereby avoiding a painful reduction in monthly allocations. Third Transformation Gu Master. The elder from the Ninth Palace frowned. It appears that you 12 caves have been lax in your reporting. Qi Xian was taken aback. What did the elder mean by that? The elder, with a subtle smile, remarked, from my perspective, the two in the residual Gu building are evidently a fourth transformation Gu Master and a third transformation Gu Master. What? Qi Xian exclaimed, astonished. They have both broken through? And yet, no one informed me. You need not be alarmed, the elder chuckled lightly. A mere fourth transformation Gu Master and a third transformation Gu Master could hardly eliminate Huang Fu Nan without leaving a trace. Qi Xian speculated that Huang Fu Nan must have been slain by a high-ranking Gu Master or martial artist. Otherwise, given Huang Fu Nan and Oppo's as capabilities, he would not have been defenseless. They meticulously examined the residence of Huang Fu Nan, discovering not a single sign of struggle, a testament to the extraordinary skill of the true perpetrator. However, the two disciples displayed commendable talent, worthy of further cultivation. The elder from the Ninth Palace was not particularly concerned about Huang Fu Nan and Oppo's death. The investigation was merely a formality. Conversely, the discovery of two promising talents brought him greater joy, making the endeavor worthwhile. Go and summon them, the elder instructed. Yes, Qi Xian replied, his heart brimming with joy. If Li Yuan and Wang Zhao were recognized by the elder and admitted to the inner sanctum of the Ninth Palace, his role as the master of the Baishir Hall would yield significant rewards. He hurried to the residual Gu building. Li Yuan, when did you step into the fourth transformation realm? You never mentioned it. Qi Xian and Oppo's enthusiasm was palpable. I only just broke through, Li Yuan replied, his heart sinking. He had not anticipated that the elder from the Ninth Palace would see through his cultivation level so easily. Thankfully, he had not used the illusory robe. Otherwise, his true state might have been exposed. Elder Yu Hengchuan from the Ninth Palace has specifically requested to meet you and Wang Zhao. Qi Xian said, patting Li Yuan on the shoulder. Make a good impression. If you gain the elder and Oppo's favor and join the inner palace, your future will be boundless. Thank you, Master Qi Xian, Li Yuan said, clasping his hands in gratitude. He then called for Xiao Zhao and followed Qi Xian to meet Elder Yu Hengchuan in the bamboo grove. Elder Yu Hengchuan scrutinized Li Yuan, his brow furrowing gradually. How long have you been with the 12 caves? 2.5 years. You possess considerable talent, qualifying you for entry into the inner palace of the Ninth Palace. What is your innate Gu? The blood vitality Gu. What? Yu Hengchuan exclaimed, astonished. Why did you not replace it with a more promising Gu before becoming a fourth transformation Gu Master? Such talent paired with a blood vitality Gu is akin to a divine general riding a dog, crippling yourself. The innate Gu is akin to a second life for a Gu Master. A Gu Master and Oppo's potential largely hinges on the strength of their innate Gu. I believe the blood vitality Gu is quite good, Li Yuan replied. Go my foot, Yu Hengchuan retorted vehemently. You don't believe the foolish notion that there are only useless Gu Masters and not useless innate Gus, do you? Taken aback by Yu Hengchuan's fury, Li Yuan wondered why he had deviated from his investigation. Enough, Yu Hengchuan sighed. You have entered the fourth transformation realm, barring any extraordinary opportunity. It is now impossible to change your innate Gu. What has been said is of no consequence. Your potential now relies on whether the blood vitality Gu can evolve. If it does not advance, your career as a Gu Master will stagnate before reaching the sixth transformation realm. Having said this, he turned to Wang Zhao. How long have you been with the 12 caves? 2 years, she replied. Your talent is mediocre, but the blood Gu is commendable. If you wish, I can offer you an opportunity to study in the inner palace of the Ninth Palace, Yu Hengchuan stated indifferently. Qi Xian, standing nearby, exchanged frantic glances, recalling that Wang Zhao was blind and feeling disheartened. Did this foolish girl still hesitate? I wish to remain in the 12 caves. To stay with the residual goo building, Wang Zhao finally declared after a moment in amp. Oppose, as thought. If she left, Li Yuan would be left alone, and at least her presence allowed him companionship during meals and conversation. Oh, Yu Hingchuan was somewhat surprised. He discerned that the girl harbored affections for Li Yuan, which was why she hesitated to depart. This reminded him of his own past, having emerged from the mountains to join the 36 caves of the Ninth Palace. He had wandered aimlessly without guidance, taking many wrong turns and facing numerous obstacles before achieving his current status. This was why he was inclined to offer opportunities to disciples from humble beginnings. Yet he understood that a person in amp, Oppo's stubbornness is often not easily changed in their youth. They often believe they will not regret their choices in the future. Very well then, each has their own path, Yu Hengchuan concluded, having extended his opportunity without further insistence. You too. Qi Xian was exasperated, realizing that the promised rewards had just slipped away. Elder Yu, please proceed at your own pace. Li Yuan remained unfazed. After taking a few steps, Yu Hengchuan paused, extending his hand to cast several scrolls into Li Yuan's hands. These are some insights on nurturing goo for me. A gift for you. If you manage to evolve the blood vitality goo, you may come find me, and I shall accept you as a personal disciple. Thank you. Elder Yu, Li Yuan expressed his gratitude, clasping his hands in thanks. Regardless of circumstances, this was a fortuitous encounter. Soon, the figures of Elder Yu Hengchuan and his entourage faded into the depths of the small bamboo grove, having traveled a fair distance. One of the disciples accompanying Yu Hengchuan suddenly spoke. Elder, the residual goo building appears suspicious. There are signs of repairs consistent with a battle, indicating that a fierce conflict may have transpired. Yu Hengchuan maintained his composure. What are you implying? The disciple hesitated before quietly suggesting. Could it be that Huangfu Nan was harmed by Li Yuan and Wang Zhao? Yu Hengchuan chuckled coldly. Your imagination is quite vivid. Even if what you say is true, it was Huangfu Nan and Amp, Oppo's fate to perish. If he could not even defeat a disciple, how could he claim the title of cave master? His death was well-deserved. Yu Hengchuan was not a rigid individual. As long as Li Yuan did not resort to parasitism under Shi Wuli, having achieved Huangfu Nan and Amp, Oppo's death through genuine skill, he would feign ignorance. Rather than seeking to assign blame, he perceived Li Yuan as a promising talent. The two disciples chose not to speak further. The elder's actions were naturally guided by his own rationale. Chapter 26. The evolutionary direction of my life's goo. After leaving the small bamboo grove, Yu Hengchuan never returned. Li Yuan diligently studied the insights on raising goo that Yu Hengchuan had bestowed upon him. The scroll was filled with Yu Hengchuan and Amp, Oppo's unique perspectives on nurturing goo and his cultivation philosophies, providing an analysis of the metamorphosis and evolution of goo worms. This was in stark contrast to the goo master manual distributed by the sect. The former encapsulated the wisdom of a master, while the latter merely contained rudimentary knowledge. Indeed, the art of nurturing goo is a technical endeavor. As Li Yuan examined the densely packed notes, he felt a deep admiration. The Goo Master Manual offered only a simplistic direction regarding the evolution of goo worms, with scant details on the intricacies of nurturing and transformation. In contrast, Yu Hengchuan and Oppo's notes provided an almost obsessively detailed record, precisely what Li Yuan required. Other goo masters imposed stringent requirements regarding the environment, time, and materials, imposing exceedingly harsh conditions. For Li Yuan, however, possessing a correct direction was sufficient. What he lacked were experience and raw materials. Everything else, he could navigate through shortcuts. Life can be unexpectedly fortuitous. Yu Hengchuan's arrival turned out to be a serendipitous opportunity for him. To his surprise, while meticulously perusing Yu Hengchuan's insights, Li Yuan discovered mentions of the evolutionary direction of the Qi blood goo. The Qi blood goo is one of the most commonly encountered first transformation goo worms. Its prevalence suggests that cultivating it is relatively simple, devoid of rarity, but it also implies a dismal potential for evolution, with little chance of transformation. Yu Hengchuan had conducted numerous experiments, all of which had ended in failure. Yet he recorded a general direction that possessed the highest potential for evolution. According to Yu Hengchuan and Amp. Oppo's theory, the Qi blood goo could evolve into a giant goo or even a pan-immortal goo, which seemed fantastical. The evolution into a giant goo had been achieved by some goo masters, while the pan-immortal goo remained purely theoretical. One could only try to know. After thoroughly digesting the insights, Li Yuan sought out Qi Xian and asked him to procure some medicinal herbs and spiritual plants. Qi Xian expressed regret over Yu Hengchuan's previous visit, but conveyed genuine enthusiasm towards Li Yuan, no longer viewing him merely as a junior disciple. There was even a hint of flattery in his demeanor. Within a week, Qi Xian arrived personally at the small bamboo grove, carrying a sack filled with materials. Li Yuan, I have gathered the materials you requested. As an outstanding disciple of the sect, I will offer them to you at cost price. Thank you, Home Master Xian. Li Yuan replied with a cupped fist in gratitude. Although life remained tranquil as ever, the elevation in status brought about by his growing strength was becoming increasingly apparent. Li Yuan, with such an abundance of materials, has Elder Yu and Amp. Oppo's insights inspired you to prepare for the evolution of your life as Qi blood goo? Xian inquired. He sensed that Yu Hengchuan held Li Yuan in high regard and had even promised that if Li Yuan succeeded in evolving his life as Qi blood goo, he would take him as a personal disciple. It was well known that Yu Hengchuan was in the prime of his career, with aspirations for a leadership position in the future. Becoming Yu Hengchuan's disciple would be a life-altering opportunity. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. He was becoming somewhat conspicuous. If he continued to use the basic Qi blood goo as his life-esque goo, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Evolving the Qi blood goo aligned perfectly with his intentions. Keep it up, Qi Xian encouraged with a smile. I'm certain you can do it. I look forward to your good news. After delivering the materials, Qi Xian wisely chose not to linger. Li Yuan carried the sack of materials to the residual goo building and closed the door. A data panel materialized before him. Goo Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 4th Transformation 452-800. Realm, 4th Transformation, Life S Goo. Qi Blood Goo, Revivification Goo, 3-color Strange Fire Python. Illusory Robe, Goo House. None, he opened the sack, revealing a dazzling array of precious materials, which he organized meticulously. Select raw materials, Life S Qi Blood Goo. Add strengthening grass, blood oysters. Begin synthesis. Your Life S Qi Blood Goo has received a slight enhancement. Only a slight enhancement? Li Yuan realized the difficulty of the task ahead. Try again. Add sea oyster. Add fire tiger gallbladder. Add blood elephant meat. Begin synthesis. Your Life S Qi Blood Goo has received a modest enhancement. Merely a trivial improvement, far below Li Yuan and Amp, Oppo's expectations. Not enough. Once more. Black Jar, reveal to me your limits. Synthesize. 3 months later, Li Yuan had exhausted his savings. A new storm had emerged. He was running low on funds. Theoretical knowledge ultimately remained just that. Reality could deliver a heavy blow. It was exceedingly difficult. At this moment, Li Yuan truly understood why Goo Masters would switch to a potential late-in-life Goo before advancing to the 4th Transformation. The evolution difficulty of ordinary Goo was simply too great. He had bypassed countless nurturing, cultivating, and feeding steps. Yet after 3 months, he had achieved nothing. What of other Goo Masters? Perhaps 3 years, or even 30, would not suffice. Li Yuan temporarily gave up, deciding to save up some money to gather essential materials before conducting further synthesis experiments. Spending money was as easy as flowing water. Saving it, however, was a matter of life and death. Before long, another 6 months had quietly slipped by. While Li Yuan was dismantling a 5th Transformation residual goo, he heard a youthful voice calling from downstairs. Big brother, are you there? Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The voice seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not immediately recall who it belonged to. It was not until he opened the door and saw a girl in a pale yellow dress that he suddenly remembered. It was the little princess Xiao Qiner from Kanglan Domain. He glanced around. Neither King Xiao Yuan nor young Master Xiao Lai was present. Only Xiao Qiner and a formidable-looking female guard. Big brother. Upon seeing Li Yuan, Xiao Qiner waved her hand energetically and called out loudly. Greetings, little princess, Li Yuan said with a cupped fist. What brings you here today? Jinghong is gravely ill. Please save it, big brother. Xiao Qiner exclaimed, holding a flower basket filled with exotic flowers, within which lay the ailing Jinghong butterfly. Let me take a look. Li Yuan accepted the flower basket, surprised. He had thought that Xiao Qiner had merely whimsically brought home the beautiful Jinghong butterfly, only to grow tired of it soon after. He did not expect the little girl to actually care for the butterfly so deeply. Is Jinghong sick? Xiao Qiner asked, her large watery eyes filled with concern. Li Yuan examined the situation and, bemused, extracted the Jinghong butterfly from the basket. It was in no serious condition. It simply could not adapt to some of the flowers in the basket. He advised, in the future, little princess, please refrain from placing so many exotic flowers in there. Oh, I see. Xiao Qiner pouted. It's all my father's fault. He picked these dreadful flowers for me, almost causing Jinghong to die. In her frustration, she tossed the flower basket to the ground. Li Yuan, this truly could not be blamed on King Kanglin. The flowers in the basket were rare treasures, worth a considerable sum. However, the Jinghong butterfly was a beautiful waste, unable to endure such a fortune. Li Yuan infused the Jinghong butterfly with his mystical energy for a while. Soon, it regained its vitality and perched on Xiao Qiner and Appo's shoulder. Wow, big brother, you are amazing, Xiao Qiner exclaimed, her face filled with admiration. I want to become a powerful Gu master, just like you in the future. You certainly can, little princess. Li Yuan replied with a smile. Princess, we should not linger here for long. It is time for us to return, the female guard reminded. All right, Xiao Qiner said reluctantly. Big brother, I must leave now. Thank you for saving Jinghong. As she spoke, she turned to the female guard. Sister Li, pay big brother for the consultation. There's no need, Li Yuan waved his hand. If the princess does not wish to keep the flower basket, consider it payment for the consultation. The female guard, Li Ruishan, froze momentarily, realizing that this fellow had good taste. That basket of rare herbs was worth far more than the currency into yen. Big brother, if you like it, then take it. Xiao Qiner waved her delicate hand, effortlessly revealing the demeanor of a young heiress, completely unfazed. I have one more request. At that moment, Li Yuan was struck by a sudden inspiration, a brilliant idea taking shape in his mind. He turned his gaze toward the female guard. This matter will also require the assistance of Miss Li. Chapter 27. Transformation. The giant spirit Gu. Li Ruoqian's expression was icy, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Could this person be suffering from some grave malady? Are we so intimately acquainted? Just as she was about to reprimand him, she noticed Li Yuan produce something from his waist that rendered her momentarily speechless. Miss Li, the king of Kanglin bestowed this token upon me, stating that I could seek assistance from your esteemed selves in times of difficulty. Is it still valid? What Li Yuan held was indeed the token that the king of Kanglin had used over a year ago to exchange for the famed Jinghong butterfly. It was a moment where the token proved its worth. The king's word is as solid as a mountain and naturally holds weight. Li Ruoqian nodded. Li Yuan continued, I wish to request some medicinal herbs and spiritual treasures, but alas, my avenues are blocked, and I have nowhere to turn for aid. I kindly ask for your assistance, Miss Li. By now, Li Yuan had come to realize that cultivating rare Gu and exotic Gu could not solely rely on the synthesis of residual Gu. It was imperative to incorporate extraordinary treasures for a chance at success. Not a problem. Just provide me with a list, Li Ruoqian replied indifferently. Very well. Li Yuan had prepared a list in advance and handed it to Li Ruoqian. Once we manage to procure the items on this list, personnel from the royal residence will deliver them. However, given the current pressing war situation, it may take some time, Li Ruoqian informed him. Is the war truly that dire? Li Yuan realized he had not kept abreast of the external circumstances for some time. Most of the southern border has been affected. Should the rebel forces and demons breach the cities of the southern regions, chaos will inevitably ensue in the Jiugong mountain range. Li Ruoqian expressed her dissatisfaction. Regarding the matter of cooperation, the upper echelons of the Jiugong Gu nest have yet to provide the king with a definitive response. Even at this juncture, they still wish to remain aloof, unafraid of being devoured by demons. Realizing she had spoken too freely to Li Yuan, she refrained from further commentary and departed with the young princess. It seemed that evasion was no longer an option. From mere fragments of conversation, Li Yuan sensed the urgency of the war. It would not be long before the Zhougong mountain range was embroiled in the conflict. Surely, the mountains would not allow the demons to rampage unchecked, thus necessitating assistance for the king of Kanglin or the stationed troops of the southern regions in their battle against these fiends. Amidst the turmoil, it was paramount to bolster one's strength. Li Yuan picked up the flower basket discarded by the young princess. Affluent families were indeed different. He could not recognize all the flowers, only 2 or 3, yet those were worth more than all his possessions combined. It reminded him of his previous life, where the interest accrued in a single day on someone else's card surpassed a lifetime of laborious earnings. After a hard-won rebirth as a prince, he found himself reduced to a mere beast of burden once more. Yet, it was merely a matter of enduring some hardships. The system had another advantage. It could identify materials. Li Yuan tossed the rare herbs and flowers into the black pot, and a virtual display appeared before him. Dragon bloodgrass, a rare treasure said to grow in the burial grounds of true dragons. Heaven frost flower, a bloom found atop the snowy peaks of the far north. Star moon vine, a solitary vine nourished solely by the light of stars and moon, found in particularly special locations within the primordial forest. It appeared the young princess truly cherished the Xinjiang butterfly. If it were not for her profound fondness, the king of Kanglin would not have commissioned the creation of such a priceless flower basket. Am I perhaps becoming a tad callous? This thought flickered through Li Yuan's mind and vanished. What ist? Am I, a mere minor figure, worthy of lamenting for a great monarch? That would only invite misfortune upon myself. Instead, I should contemplate how to enhance my strength to survive the impending battle. Perhaps for them, crafting this flower basket was merely a trivial matter. Black pot commenced synthesis. Select original materials, life blood goo, add dragon bloodgrass. Star moon vine. Li Yuan refrained from adding all the rare herbs and flowers, for mixing items of differing attributes could render the evolution of the blood goo unpredictable, potentially leading to counteractive phenomena. This was a lesson he had gleaned from prior experiences. Commencing synthesis, your lifeblood goo has transformed and evolved into the 4-turn rare goo, Giant Spirit Goo. Giant Spirit Goo, known by the divine name Giant Spirit. With vitality like mountains and blood like rivers, this goo allows the goo master to elevate their vitality in a brief period, exerting strength capable of shattering mountains. Akin to a giant spirit. Transformed truly? Li Yuan was astonished. It had occurred in a single attempt. It seemed that having previously nurtured the blood goo with numerous herbs, and now adding a perfectly suitable rare treasure, had facilitated its evolution seamlessly. But why was it the giant spirit goo? According to the insights recorded in Yuhing Chuan, the evolution of the blood goo was supposed to lead to the end amp, oppos, giant goo and amp, oppos. While the difference between giant spirit and giant was only a single character, the former was evidently superior to the latter. Was this a high-tier version? Li Yuan's vitality was already abundant. Following the evolution of the blood goo, it had transformed even further. Let me test it. From the black pot, a blood-red goo worm emerged, the giant spirit goo measuring a palm's width, with sturdy wings and sharp antennae. Giant spirit, activate, Li Yuan commanded. The giant spirit goo resonated with him, infusing the power of vitality into his body. Li Yuan's muscles began to swell, rising prominently. Bang! In the next instant, his garment burst open with a resounding crack. His hair stood on end, vitality surging like a torrent, encircling him in a conflagration of crimson energy, overwhelming and crackling. It was extraordinary. Li Yuan felt as though he could vanquish 100 bulls with a single punch. He threw a punch. Bang! A violent shockwave erupted, akin to a dragon soaring, leaving a lengthy trail upon the ground, shattering walls, and crashing into the distant bamboo grove. Clatter! The bamboo fell in droves, reduced to splinters. Had he possessed such power during his confrontation with Huang Funan, he would not have needed to scheme. A single punch could have turned him into a mere pile of pulp. The surging vitality clearly influenced Li Yuan and Amp, Oppos, as thoughts, leading him to favor confrontations of strength. While Li Yuan reveled in the exhilarating rush of power, the door to the residual Gu Tower was abruptly flung open. "Brother Yuan," Wang Zhao rushed in. "Are you all right?" Saying this, she was about to dash forward. "Wait." Li Yuan and Appo's body stiffened, his face flushed with embarrassment. In his initial application, he had lost control of the intensity, leaving him entirely unclothed at that moment. Fortunately, Zhao was blind. Otherwise, the spectacle of his surging vitality would have been laid bare before her eyes. "I'm fine." Li Yuan steadied his breath, the bulging muscles gradually receding to a well-defined, yet not overly inflated state. "I had a slight mishap while nurturing the blood goo, but it is resolved now," Li Yuan explained. Wang Zhao took a few steps forward, then abruptly halted. I thought there was an enemy attack. It scared me to death." "I'm glad you're all right, Brother Yuan." With that, she blushed and fled. "Li Yuan? Wait, why are you blushing like a bubble jar?" Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be that this girl could perceive certain things clearly? Chapter 28. Turbulent winds due to the matters concerning the blood goo. Li Yuan had perused medical texts. It became evident that the blind could be categorized into different types. Some are merely visually impaired, perceiving a world that was not entirely shrouded in darkness. Enough of this, Li Yuan decided. It was not a pressing issue. He awaited the arrival of medicinal materials from the Kanglin royal mansion. His innate blood chi goo had evolved into a fourth transformation, giant spirit goo. Yet he yearned for more, wishing to propel the evolution of all his innate goo further. Except for the resurrection goo, which did not require immediate advancement. Both the three-colored and the illusory robe possessed further potential for evolution. The wait was interminable. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Instead of the anticipated arrival of Lady Pear, Li Yuan received the most unwelcome news. Qi Xian, the master of the Baishir Hall, hastily ascended the mountain to inform him. "Li Yuan, prepare yourself. War may be upon us." Has the upper echelon of the 9 palaces, Gu Nest, agreed to collaborate with the Kanglin king? Li Yuan inquired. "Not yet, but it is imminent," Qi Xian replied gravely. Just now, the 9th palace dispatched a new cave master, relieving the battle guard hall master of his duties. This new cave master brings unsettling news. Last night, everyone in the 16th cave of the 9th palace was slaughtered, leaving no survivors. Qi Xian's words cast a heavy pall over Li Yuan's heart. The implications were painfully clear. The flames of war had reached the 9 palaces mountain range, and the enemy showed no fear of this ancient stronghold of Gu masters. This was a deliberate provocation. "Is this the work of demons?" Li Yuan asked. "Not entirely," Qi Xian replied. "Investigations by the elders of the 9th palace have revealed traces of martial artists. Someone is conspiring with the demons?" Li Yuan was taken aback. "Indeed," Qi Xian continued. "Currently, 3 factions vie for control of the southern frontier. The Kanglin king Xiao Yuan, the ghost king Ling Yu, and General Yifeng, who acts on behalf of the royal family. We can no longer discern friend from foe. The 9th palace has ordered the remaining 71 caves to remain on high alert. Once war is declared, it will be a fight to the death. No one relishes the prospect of war. Yet, with the threat encroaching upon their doorstep, the 9 palaces Gu Nest must retaliate." "Understood," Li Yuan said, and asked Master Qi, "What is the level of the newly appointed cave master?" "A 6th transformation Xian Gu master," Qi Xian reassured him. "There is no need to be overly anxious. A 6th transformation Gu master can contend with a 6th grade martial artist, also referred to as a minor master." Li Yuan had yet to engage with martial artists. Whether he could surpass them in battle remained uncertain. Yet he possessed unwavering confidence against opponents of the same level. "Very well. I came to convey this message. Be cautious in the days to come," Qi Xian advised. "It will be wise for you and Xiao Zhao to alternate night watch. Should you hear the alarm bells toll, assemble swiftly at the main peak. Do you understand?" "Yes." Li Yuan nodded. After Qi Xian departed, Li Yuan relayed the news to Wang Zhao. Having endured the hardships of fleeing, Wang Zhao was not overly frightened, but rather redoubled her efforts in training. Li Yuan pondered how long this tranquility would endure. A data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 4th Transformation 784-800. Level, 4th transformation, innate goo, giant spirit goo, resurrection goo, 3-colored, illusory robe, goo house, none in half a month. He would step into the realm of a 5th transformation goo master. Time. I need time. As his level ascended, the demand for raw materials increased. Merely synthesizing with low-grade residual goo was no longer sufficient. High-grade residual goo was exceedingly rare, and to synthesize more formidable and rare goo insects, he required a multitude of exquisite and exotic materials for trial and error. On the day Li Yuan was poised to enter the 5th transformation, an unexpected visitor arrived at the bamboo grove. The newcomer was the newly appointed cave master of the 12th cave, Pei Luoqing. Junior brother Li Yuan, I should have visited you sooner, but recent tumultuous events have kept me occupied until today, the new cave master stated. Li Yuan was taken aback by the unexpected familiarity. Why do you address me as junior brother? Ha ha ha. Pei Luoqing chuckled, sensing Li Yuan's confusion. Yuan Chuan is my teacher, but I am not Elder Yu's disciple. Li Yuan replied, perplexed. He had only met Yuan Chuan once, receiving a few compliments and some insights on nurturing goo, without any deeper connection. Do you not understand? Pei Luoqing retorted. The teacher holds you in high regard. He merely feigns aloofness. That is his way. He enjoys putting on airs. Ah, Li Yuan was somewhat bewildered. Pei Luoqing laughed. You think he's picky with you? In truth, he has sung your praises. Initially skeptical, I have come to accept it after being here. The teacher was right. You are indeed a prodigious talent. Li Yuan was left speechless. You flatter me, cave master. But how am I a prodigious talent? This thought unsettled him. Had Yuan Chuan and Pei Luoqing discerned something? Not at all, Pei Luoqing remarked. If I am not mistaken, junior brother, your goo controlling heart technique has reached the level of controlling goo with thought, has it not? Upon entering the bamboo grove, I sensed the overwhelming presence of reconnaissance goo. Such youth, yet able to command a vast number of subordinate goo. Your mental prowess must have already attained the ocean level, Pei Luoqing continued. Upon hearing these words, Li Yuan experienced an epiphany, tinged with a sense of trepidation. No wonder Yuan Chuan had been overly friendly that day. He had already discerned Li Yuan's control over countless reconnaissance goo. Fortunately, the goo he had deployed outside were solely reconnaissance types. Otherwise, if Yuan Chuan discovered he controlled over 100 types of subordinate goo, he would likely be apprehended and dissected on the spot. I have exercised sufficient caution, yet my experience remains limited. Lacking knowledge of stronger beings nearly led me to disaster. I must be more vigilant in the future, Li Yuan silently reflected, conducting a profound introspection on his survivalist existence. It was likely that the mental prowess of a 6th transformation goo master, akin to a minor master of martial arts, underwent a metamorphosis, enabling the detection of his reconnaissance goo. This also implied that similar reconnaissance methods would prove ineffective against stronger opponents, necessitating simultaneous upgrades of corresponding subordinate goo. Cave Master, how is the realm of mental prowess delineated? With matters at hand, Li Yuan asked directly. Simply call me senior brother, Pei Luoqing replied warmly. Mental prowess falls under the category of realms. In various cultivation systems, one must reach the 6th grade to perceive clearly. For us goo masters, mental prowess is of utmost importance. It directly determines the number of subordinate goo you can control and the upper limit of your innate goo and amp. Oppos, S strength. It is divided into 4 realms: river, ocean, domain, and abyss. To my shame, though I am a 6th transformation goo master, my mental prowess only reaches the river realm, which is inferior to yours, junior brother. Chapter 29. The comprehensive upgrade of the small bamboo forest after engaging in extensive discussions with Pei Luoqing. Li Yuan experienced a sudden clarity. Although he could manipulate the goo through the black jar without restrictions, this did not diminish the importance of cultivating his mental strength. In summary, junior brother, your extraordinary talent in the mental realm, coupled with your exceptional aptitude for goo refinement, signifies that the path to becoming a master goo practitioner has largely been paved for you. Pei Luoqing genuinely admired this. The master has appointed me as the leader of the 12 caves to shield you from the disturbances caused by demons, so I can take better care of you. Thank you, senior brother. Li Yuan expressed his gratitude. This was a sincere gesture of care, and he felt a deep appreciation, vowing to remember this friendship. Why not stay in my residence? Pei Luoqing invited. I appreciate your kindness, but I have grown accustomed to living here, and I wouldn't want to disturb your tranquil cultivation. Li Yuan politely declined. What ist? This place was a stronghold. He would not abandon it, even if the heavens fell. Very well then. Pei Luoqing did not press further. If you encounter anything unclear in the realm of Gu, feel free to come and consult me. Do not hesitate. I will certainly not hold back, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Ever since he had enhanced his abilities and revealed his talents, it seemed as though the entire world had become more amiable. Once Pei Luoqing had departed, Li Yuan returned to the remnant Gu Tower. A data panel emerged before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5 transformations 0, 1500. Rank, 5 transformations, Destined Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Reviving Gu, 3-colored Fire Python. Illusionary Robe, Gu House, none. Upon seeing the Gu House section, Li Yuan slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about that. He should have inquired about it with Senior Brother Pei. Never mind, there will be ample opportunities in the future. For now, let us focus on synthesizing 5 transformation Gu. Li Yuan had a clear objective. This time, he prioritized cultivating Gu that concealed their presence and were suitable for reconnaissance during battle. Selected raw materials: 4 transformation reconnaissance Gu, 4 transformation sealing Gu, 4 transformation tracking Gu. Commence synthesis. Typically, reconnaissance Gu, sealing Gu, and tracking Gu are classified as ordinary Gu, with common Gu masters only able to cultivate them to the 3rd transformation at most. To reach the 4th transformation, metamorphosis and evolution are necessary. Li Yuan, through the end Oppos, Black Jar and Oppos, shattered this limitation, enabling ordinary Gu to attain the 4th transformation, albeit without a qualitative change, rendering their overall effect minimal. Essentially, they remained low-tier ordinary Gu, easily detectable by Gu masters or martial artists with potent mental strength. Therefore, Li Yuan must ensure that these types of Gu, reconnaissance, sealing, and tracking, complete their evolution to evade mental detection. You have acquired 5 transformation mysterious Gu, reconnaissance Gu, as anticipated. The result of the first synthesis was within Li Yuan and Amp, Oppos, as expectations. Merely relying on the fusion of low-tier ordinary Gu to elevate their rank was insufficient to alter their essence. Selected raw materials: 4 transformation reconnaissance Gu, 3. Add 7-colored flower. Add moonshadow leaf. Utilizing rare treasures for synthesis implies a significant expenditure of resources. Li Yuan had been surviving in the mountains, and his finances were indeed limited. Commence synthesis. You have acquired 5 transformation mysterious Gu. Moonlight Bug. Moonlight Bug, when refined into a destined Gu, enhances the Gu Master's combat capability under moonlight. As a subordinate Gu, it can conceal itself within moonlight to scout a designated area. Note, all abilities of the Moonlight Bug depend on moonlight. Will you refine it into a destined Gu? Has it succeeded? Luck seems to be on my side. The probability of synthesizing a mysterious Gu from rare treasures is not low. Tonight coincides with a full moon. Li Yuan released the Moonlight Bug and concentrated his intent, gathering his mental strength. In his mind, a hazy image appeared, depicting a miniature version of the small bamboo forest and the remnant Gu Tower. His consciousness seemed to extend along the moonlight, perceiving everything. One Moonlight Bug equated to dozens of reconnaissance Gu. Indeed, this represented a qualitative transformation, akin to installing a miniature celestial eye over the small bamboo forest. It even monitored the scenery surrounding the bamboo forest, leaving nothing unobserved. The limitation, however, was its sole usability during moonlit nights. Further refinement was necessary. One Moonlight Bug alone could not satisfy Li Yuan's need for security. Selected raw materials: 4 transformation sealing Gu 2, for transformation tracking Gu 1. Add antenna vine. Add gathering spirit stone. Commence synthesis. You have acquired 5 transformation mysterious Gu. Ant nest Gu, reconnaissance type, when refined into a destined Gu. Grants an infinitely reproducing ant nest, with quantity based on the Gu Master's mental strength. As a subordinate Gu, It can monitor a designated area, though the feedback is weaker. How intriguing. Li Yuan retrieved the ant nest from the black jar. Inside the nest was a solitary ant, the queen, roughly the size of a finger segment. He placed the ant nest within the bamboo forest and fed the queen some sustenance. Before long, the queen proliferated a swarm of small ants, scurrying in all directions. These ants did not belong to the goo category. Li Yuan realized that he could only control the queen. To sense movements, he would have to rely on the queen to relay information from the ant colony. The feedback mechanism was indeed more complex, with communication being considerably weaker. Yet, there was a brilliant advantage. The tiny ants were not defined as goo and did not carry the aura of the goo master, rendering them undetectable by enemies. This was precisely what Li Yuan required. Let us continue. Selected raw materials. Commence synthesis. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Li Yuan, ever prepared, had successfully developed 5 types of reconnaissance goo that could monitor without being detected by mental strength, thoroughly saturating the small bamboo forest inside and out. These goo could operate day and night in all weather conditions. Of course, being undetectable was relative. Against goo masters or martial artists of the 6th transformation and above, their efficacy remained uncertain. Outside the 10,000 Great Mountains, at the Kanglan army's encampment, a guard hurried into the command tent. "My lord, the 9th Palace has replied, stating they are willing to cooperate with us. But there is one condition." "What condition?" Kanglan King Xiao Yuan inquired. You may take a look." The guard hesitated, handing over the letter. Xiao Yuan took it, glanced through it, and an overwhelming fury surged within him. This is intolerable. The 9th Palace demands that he send his daughter to the mountains as a hostage. The guard sighed bitterly. It seems the 9th Palace still harbors grievances regarding the demise of the princess. Indeed, Xiao Yuan sighed deeply. His wife had originally been the saintess of the 9th Palace, the heir to the next palace master. They had met by chance, falling in love at first sight. Later, the princess, dissatisfied with the 9th Palace's reclusive nature that disregarded the suffering of the southern frontier's populace, resolutely renounced her identity as the saintess and chose to follow him into battle against demons. She bore him a pair of children 10 years prior, and 7 years ago, she sacrificed herself to protect the city's civilians, leading her troops against the demons until her strength was exhausted. "My lord, how shall we respond to this matter?" the guard asked softly. "Let me contemplate," Xiao Yuan replied, seated in his chair, his expression weary. Before her death, his wife had left behind a blood letter, requesting him to fulfill 2 tasks. 1, to expel the demons and save the people of the southern frontier. 2, to care for their children. At this moment, fate compelled him to make a choice that was impossible to reconcile. Chapter 30. The Deal with the Kanglan Royal Mansion Father. Just as Xiao Yuan was lost in thought, his 2 children burst into the room. "Father, it's unfair. Why do you only teach Xiao Lai martial arts and not allow me to learn the art of goo?" The young princess, Xiao Qiner, pouted angrily, her cheeks puffed up. "Teacher said that goo masters are merely a trivial path. It's your own fault for not training in martial arts." Xiao Lai, the young heir, retorted smugly. Xiao Qiner stamped her foot in frustration. "Just because you don't let me learn doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. Once I master goo techniques, I will certainly surpass you, you mere martial artist." The daily quarrel between the young heir and the young princess revolved around the superiority of martial arts versus the art of goo. Usually, Xiao Yuan would simply laugh it off, but today he felt an unusual heaviness in his heart. "Qin and Amp, Oppos, do you truly wish to learn the art of goo?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. "Of course," Xiao Qiner declared, raising her chin defiantly. "I want to become a powerful goo master like Brother Li Yuan. I want to be as formidable as Mother. I aspire to be the greatest goo immortal in the world." "Humph," Xiao Lai scoffed. "Aside from Mother, all goo masters are cowards, hiding away in the mountains. Only warriors and soldiers can traverse the battlefield and save the world. That and Appos. Es nonsense. Xiao Qin und Appos, eritatet fieseli. As a goo master, I can also vanquish demons and save the common people." The 2 continued their heated debate. "Qin and Amp, Appos, let me ask you this. If I were to send you to the 9 Palaces Gu nest to learn the art of Gu, and you could not stay by my side, would you resent your father? Xiao Yuan inquired. Will it last a long time? Xiao Qin and Appos asked earnestly. Yes. Xiao Yuan nodded, uncertain of how long this chaos would endure. Would it last until the direct bloodline of the Dian royal family returned? Until a new martial deity emerged? Or perhaps until this land was entirely reduced to hell, becoming a paradise for demons? Who could predict such outcomes? I. Xiao Qin and Appos hesitated. She was reluctant to part from her father, yet her desire to learn the art of Gu was overwhelming, yearning to one day become a heroine like her mother. Father, once I become powerful, I will definitely return to find you, she resolved, believing that as long as she became a formidable Gu master, she would see her father again. Surely, it wouldn't be long. Xiao Yuan and Appos' expression grew complex, his heart aching. So, has Qin and Appos made her decision? Yes. Xiao Qin and Appos nodded firmly. Then let father test you. If you pass the trial, I will allow you to learn the art of Gu, all right? The thoughts of a child are often straightforward and innocent. Xiao Yuan could not simply agree to her wishes. He needed to ensure that Qin and Appos genuinely loved this path before sending her to the 9 Palaces Gu nest, for otherwise, it would be a disservice to her. What kind of trial? Xiao Qin inquired. Father will send you to the 9 Palaces mountain for 2 months, during which you will not have anyone to take care of you, no servants to provide for your needs, no luxuries to indulge in. After 2 months, if you still do not regret your choice, then father will grant your wish. How does that sound? As the Kanglan domain's princess, Xiao Qin had been raised in comfort, living in a world where she was cherished. It was natural for her to perceive the world as beautiful. Like the young heir, Xiao Lai, who boasted about slaying demons and saving the world. He too had yet to witness the harsh realities of life and the challenges therein. Xiao Yuan knew he must think this through. If Qin and Appos, her heart was as steadfast as iron, unwavering in her resolve, then allowing her to enter the 9 Palaces as a hostage to learn the art of Gu might not be a bad thing. All right, Xiao Qin became animated, feeling as though she was about to embark on a grand adventure, her small body brimming with energy. Father, please send me to the 12 caves, she proposed eagerly. 12 caves? Xiao Yuan momentarily faltered, unable to recall where that was. It's where brother Li Yuan is, Xiao Qin explained. Xiao Yuan had a faint recollection of Li Yuan, as his daughter often mentioned him, the young Gu master who had gifted her the stunning butterfly. Very well, Xiao Yuan consented. Having a familiar face, there would allow Qin to adapt slightly. A completely unfamiliar environment would be too harsh for her. Yay! Xiao Qin cheered, dancing with joy and making a face at Xiao Lai. I'm going to be a Gu master now. Oomph. Xiao Lai scoffed. It's just a trivial path. Only cowards pursue it. Xiao Qin shot back. Just wait. When I emerge from the mountains, we shall see who is truly superior. The two resumed their playful banter. 3 days later, Li Yuan was inspecting his newly constructed Gu master fortress, thoroughly satisfied with the all-encompassing surveillance and defense he had established. Buzz. At that moment, a warning from the Gu insects resonated in his mind. An outsider was swiftly approaching the small bamboo grove. Within 3 breaths, the visitor had arrived before the ruined Gu tower, shattering Li Yuan's moment of self-satisfaction. It turned out that mere reconnaissance was insufficient. In the face of absolute strength, direct combat capability was the foremost element. Fortunately, the newcomer was not a foe. Lady Li Yuan greeted with a smile. Li Yuan, I have brought what you requested, Li Ruo Qin announced, placing a large wooden box on the ground, filled with the rare treasures Li Yuan had asked the Kanglan royal mansion to help procure. Thank you, Li Yuan replied with a respectful gesture, offering a pouch of gold as payment. The token from the Kanglan king merely served as a means to facilitate the transaction. The principal payment still came from him. No need, Li Ruo Qin waved her hand. Our mansion happens to have a request as well. Let us consider this as settling the payment. What is it? Li Yuan inquired warily. Was there something the Kanglan royal mansion could not accomplish that required his assistance? Don't be alarmed, Li Ruo Qin smiled. The prince wishes to leave the young princess in your care for 2 months, allowing her to experience the life of a Gu master in the mountains. Li Yuan was taken aback, recalling a variety show from past life. Why would a perfectly fine young princess want to experience life in the mountains? Isn't that just absurd? You will likely seek rare treasures frequently in the future. With the assistance of the Kanglan royal mansion, you will find it much easier. This arrangement is quite advantageous for you, Li Ruo, Qian remarked. Haha, you make a valid point, Li Yuan conceded. He had to admit that this arrangement was indeed beneficial. He might often rely on Li Ruo, Qian and Oppos as help in the future, with the only cost being the young princess staying for 2 months. Then it's settled, Li Ruo, Qian said. In a little while, the young princess will come up the mountain herself. You need not fuss over her. Let her act freely. Understood, Li Yuan nodded. With that, Li Ruo Qian vanished in a flash. Such speed, Li Yuan marveled, feeling a pressure stronger than that of his senior brother Pei Luoqing. She might very well be on the verge of becoming a 7th-tier warrior. Now he had gained some understanding of the martial cultivation system. A 6th-tier warrior is referred to as a minor master, while a 7th-tier warrior is a major master, capable of condensing indestructible blood, enabling them to regenerate limbs. This indicated that the Kanglan royal mansion possessed numerous formidable individuals. Before long, Li Yuan noticed a petite figure appearing at the edge of the bamboo grove, carrying a heavy load and panting heavily. Brother Li Yuan, are you here? Chapter 31. The Golden Memoir of the Young Princess. A stretch of uphill path left Xiao Qiner breathless. Nevertheless, she remained undaunted, hands on her hips, wearing an expression of self-approval. Little princess, Li Yuan greeted her with a smile, radiating the joy typically reserved for welcoming a deity of wealth. Huff, huff, Li Yuan Gitch. I'm no longer a child. Here, I'm not a princess. Just call me Qiner. Children grow rapidly. Li Yuan vaguely recalled that when he first met Xiao Qiner, she barely reached his thigh. Now, she stood taller than his waist. Her features had matured, shedding their childish innocence and blossoming into the essence of a youthful maiden. I and Oppos. I'll help you with your luggage, Li Yuan offered cheerfully. No, Xiao Qiner firmly declined. Father said I should not burden others and must be self-reliant if I wish to become an excellent Gu master. Li Yuan thought, your father merely practices martial arts. What does he know of Gu masters? Then, let us proceed. Li Yuan decided not to press the matter further, allowing Xiao Qiner to carry her own luggage as they traversed the bamboo forest to the quarters beside the broken Gu tower. Who has arrived? Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Zhaozhao rushed over. This is the little princess from the Kanglan domain, Xiao Qiner, Li Yuan introduced. Qiner, this is my junior sister, Xiao Zhao. You shall share a room with her henceforth. Hello, sister Xiao Zhao. Xiao Qiner greeted sweetly, exuding a delightful charm. Greetings, little princess, Wang Zhaozhao replied, her demeanor somewhat anxious, as it was her first direct encounter with someone of such high status, causing her to feel flustered. Just call me Qiner, Xiao Qiner insisted, resolute in her desire to refine herself and demonstrate her determination to her father. The following day, Xiao Qiner arose with dark circles under her eyes. Her smile vanished. Good morning, Li Yuan Gitch. Good morning, sister Xiao Zhao. She greeted weakly, exhaustion evident from her unsuccessful attempt at sleep, her aspiring career as a Gu master facing its first serious setback. Why not take a little rest? Li Yuan chuckled. I shall not sleep. I wish to observe your Gu refining. Xiao Qiner fought against her drowsiness, yawning incessantly. Watch Xiao Zhao practice. My Gu techniques are far too profound for you to grasp. Li Yuan stated with utmost seriousness. Both Wang Zhaozhao and Xiao Qiner regarded him as a master of the Gu path, fully believing his words. Refining Gu is an intricate endeavor requiring patience, meticulousness, and courage. One must remain composed during ordinary times, but dare to take risks in critical moments. With a bold effort, even a broken Gu can transform into a rare treasure, Wang Zhaozhao explained while refining Gu, reciting the incantations Li Yuan had imparted to her. Xiao Qiner squatted nearby, struggling to comprehend, yet nodding earnestly. Sister Xiao Zhao, how long does it take to refine a Gu? At best, a few days, at worst, a few months. And it could take a decade or two in some cases. Ah, it takes that long? Xiao Qiner and Oppos' expression fell. This was far from her expectations. Wasn't an oppos. It's supposed to be a matter of blowing a flute, summoning countless goo, or shaking a bell to assemble an army. Such was the image of a goo master in her dreams. Wang Zhaozhao chuckled. What you speak of is a goo immortal, not a goo master. One should not be overly ambitious. Begin with refining your first goo. However, as you are still young, you can only learn cultivation techniques and cannot refine your innate goo yet. Familiarize yourself with the procedures, seek inspiration, and study the texts. There remain many years before you truly become a goo master. A young girl's physique has yet to fully develop. Her spirit must be stable, or rashly refining her innate goo could lead to backlash. But I wish to become a goo master quickly, Xiao Qiner pouted. Sister Xiao Zhao, is there any way to break this limitation? There is, Wang Zhaozhao replied, but such methods are known only within the inner sanctum of the Ninth Palace, and the conditions are exceedingly stringent. I see, Xiao Qiner's eyes sparkled. Father said that as long as I stay here for 2 months, he would send me to the Ninth Palace for training. That means I will soon become a goo master, right? Yay! Wang Zhaozhao was momentarily taken aback. Although the little princess was already quite approachable, her words felt like insurmountable barriers that separated their worlds. She possessed what Wang Zhaozhao had pursued her entire life, an abundance of opportunities. Li Yuan, seated nearby, felt little astonishment. It all seemed quite normal to him. From the outset, Xiao Qiner had come seeking prestige, and now, she had truly undergone a transformation, leaving the humble Wang Zhaozhao with a profound sense of disparity. A month later, Xiao Qiner adapted to life on the mountain, much to Li Yuan and Amp, Oppo's, as surprise. The young princess had not once thrown a tantrum or expressed regret. On the contrary, her attitude grew increasingly earnest, shedding her previous impulsiveness. Even without refining her innate goo, she diligently learned to cultivate foundational goo insects, recording her insights, which earned Li Yuan's admiration. He recalled that the Kanglin king had mentioned that Xiao Qiner and Amp, Oppo's mother was a goo master, perhaps bestowing upon her an intrinsic passion for the goo path. Xiao Qiner and Oppo's ascent to the mountain allowed Li Yuan to perceive many subtleties, offering a clearer prediction of the impending situation. The collaboration between the Kanglin king and the Ninth Palace's goo nest was likely on the horizon. The former was a staunch supporter of the Dian royal family, while the latter represented an ancient force that had endured for millennia, a sacred ground for goo masters. Once united, stabilizing the situation in the southern region would not prove difficult. However, whether they could expel the demons and quell the unrest would depend on circumstances in other locales. The world was far from being swayed solely by the southern region. In the depths of night, Li Yuan was roused from sleep by the ominous signs of the ant nest goo. He sat up abruptly. Has it finally arrived? Since the day the Ninth Palace and Oppo's S16 caves had been slaughtered, he had known that chaos would eventually engulf this place. Months of worry had materialized into reality. It had indeed come. Li Yuan took a deep breath, concentrating his spirit as he perceived the information relayed by the ants scattered across the 12 caves. The feedback in his mind was vague, yet it was sufficient for him to glean countless insights. Thousands of demons and warriors were gradually converging upon the 12 caves. Is it truly a coalition of humans and demons? Li Yuan pundarat astunisha. This would undoubtedly complicate the situation further, making it more challenging to navigate. He couldn't help but scoff. No matter where or when, there would always be individuals willing to betray for personal gain, selling out their country, or even their kind. Will we withstand this? Li Yuan sensed that among the unexpected guests, 2 incredibly powerful presences approached, one from the demon faction, the other a human warrior. Outside a small bamboo grove, a towering tree stood. Leaning against the trunk, Li Ruo Qian, who had been resting with her sword, suddenly felt a stir, her sharp gaze snapping open to peer into the distance. Demons? Have they found this place? Are they here to assassinate the princess? Chapter 32. The onslaught of demons. The leader of the crocodile, the mightiest among the 12 caves, is a 6th turn goo master. United, we can vanquish him in 3 moves. In the shadows beyond the mountains, a young man clad in a dark robe converses with a demon possessing a crocodile and Oppo's as head. Very well, the crocodile demon chuckled. As per our usual agreement, the corpses belong to me. while the goo worms are yours. My brethren will ensure the suppression of any lingering auras. We shall accomplish this within half an hour. Let us proceed. At the instant the crocodile demon finished speaking, a vast white canopy began to manifest in the sky above the 12 caves. It was a dense web of white threads, completely sealing off the space. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, a deep bell tolled from the mountains of the 12 caves. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The demons are coming! The demons are coming! The voice of a bird in the sky frantically warned, only to be pierced by the very threads that sought to ensnare it. The demons surged into the mountains of the 12 caves. Li Yuan had anticipated this and was well prepared, having glimpsed the scene outside the small bamboo forest through Xiaoyuegu. This was not Li Yuan and Amp, Appo's first encounter with demons. He had witnessed them several times during his escape, but after arriving at Jiugong Mountain, he had gradually forgotten. The invading demons were fiercer than he remembered. Humanoid in shape, yet exhibiting distinct beastly traits, their breath reeking of bloodlust and fury. Thunderous roars emanated from the main mountain. Li Yuan focused his gaze and beheld a colossal entity, enveloped in white mist, resembling a giant infant, at least 10 zhang tall. Brother Li Yuan, what? What is that? At this moment, Wang Zhao and Xiao Qiner also emerged, the young princess gazing at the giant infant with wide eyes full of astonishment. Goo. Li Yuan recalled a passage from a book about goo. It described an exceedingly rare plant, goo known as the ginseng infant goo. The primary material for crafting this goo was a millennium-old ginseng fruit, nurtured with ginseng trees for 6 years to achieve success. Its name stemmed from its infant-like appearance. The book lacked illustrations, offering only a simple description, resembling a giant infant standing at 10 zhang, precisely matching Li Yuan's current observation. It seemed I need not worry. Sensing the horrifying aura of the ginseng infant goo, Li Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Coupled with Li Ruoqian and Appo's suppression of the formation, the enemy would find it impossible to take the 12 caves. However, Li Yuan cast his gaze toward the end of the bamboo forest. There remained small troubles. The demons were advancing toward the small bamboo forest. Qiner, demons are approaching. The ensuing scene may turn quite bloody. Would you like to retreat indoors? Li Yuan ninkidat. No. Xiao Qiner trembled, her small hand shaking. I'm not afraid. What about you, Zhao? Li Yuan asked again. Even if I die, I want to be with Brother Yuan, Wang Zhao declared, her tone heavy with a sense of resolute defiance. Not to that extent, Li Yuan chuckled, bemused by her thoughts. The 16 caves were annihilated. Not a single soul spared. Brother Yuan, can we truly evade this calamity? Wang Zhao spoke bitterly. The circumstances differ. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, gazing ahead. In what way? Wang Zhao questioned. Because there is roar. The roar of a tiger from the bamboo forest drowned out Li Yuan and Amp, Appo's voice. Curse it, just when I was about to cast a spell, interrupted. Li Yuan grew displeased. Xiao Kai, take him down. After a long build-up, Xiao Kai opened her mouth and unleashed a torrent of crimson flames. The tiger demon, attempting to evade, suddenly felt its feet ensnared. Before the demons ascended the mountain, this tranquil bamboo forest was a haven of peace. Now that the demons had arrived, it had transformed into a veritable death trap. Binding earth goo, bewitching soul goo, sword-killing goo, explosive chaos insect, shadowless death mantis, dreaming 5 poison butterfly. A plethora of goo worms was at their disposal. Heavens! The tiger demon, ensnared by the binding earth goo, could not escape and unleashed a desperate roar, hoping to shatter Xiao Kai and Amp, Appo's fiery attack. In the next instant, the crimson flames pierced through the sound wave, entering the tiger demon's mouth. The 3 accompanying wolf demons were left aghast, watching helplessly as the tiger demon's belly was incinerated, resulting in its immediate demise. A 4th-tier demon beast perished just like that. This goo master possesses remarkable skills. Let's strike together and swiftly eliminate him. A nearby human warrior commanded, clad in a conical hat and mask, his visage obscured by dark clothing. The 3 wolf demons received the order and immediately split into 3 directions, charging toward Li Yuan. Li Yuan stood his ground, a smile gracing his lips. Bang! After 2 breaths, one wolf demon was pierced through the skull by the sword-killing goo. Its brain turned to pulp, dying instantly. 3 breaths later, the second wolf demon had its head severed by the mantis. 5 breaths later, the last remaining wolf demon dashed out of the bamboo forest. But after barely a few steps, collapsed with a thud, its body rotting away. The human warrior, who had been shielded by the 3 wolf demons, now approached. "Divine Windblade," he bellowed. A blade so swift it was nearly indistinguishable from shadow, swept past Li Yuan and Appo's head, and a head rolled to the ground. A 5th turn Gu Master? Merely that. Relying on some obscure tricks, he could not withstand a single strike from me in a direct confrontation. The south border should have been overthrown long ago. Next comes... His words were abruptly cut off, his pupils constricting in disbelief as he gazed at the fist that had pierced through his chest, as well as the head that had inexplicably transformed into wood at his feet. Illusion. An illusion? Wrong. It is a genuine Gu technique. A calm voice emerged from behind. Li Yuan withdrew his bloodied arm, contemplating that he could have dispatched this 5th-tier warrior with a single punch in a straightforward fight. But he opted for caution. He adhered to the principle of never allowing an opportunity for a direct confrontation if a surprise attack is possible. It was far more in line with Li Yuan's philosophy to ambush his enemies from behind. Thud! The corpse fell to the ground. Xiao Qiner, who had retreated to a distance, witnessed this scene. Her eyes glazed over, unable to contain herself, and she began to retch violently against the wall. "I told you to hide." Li Yuan was not concerned about shocking Xiao Qiner. Born into a royal family, she would inevitably have blood on her hands in the future. This level of combat was merely a trivial affair. "Brother Li Yuan, this is too." Ugh. Xiao Qiner could not finish her sentence before retching again. Wang Zhao, meanwhile, stood momentarily dazed before suddenly bursting into tears and throwing herself into Li Yuan's embrace, having prepared herself for a battle of life and death. Yet, nothing transpired. What demons and monsters, what traitorous warriors, all were effortlessly dealt with by Brother Yuan. This sensation was akin to, she had steeled herself for loss, only to awaken and discover it had all been a mere dream. "I should have left one for you to practice on," Li Yuan chuckled. While he occasionally served as a sparring partner for Zhao, the difference between that and actual combat was significant. He hoped Zhao could face dangers on her own. Hiss on his shoulder, Xiao Kai continuously flicked her tongue. Li Yuan was taken aback, grasping Xiao Kai and Appo's intent. "You wish to consume the demons?" Chapter 33. The blood and chi drive me mad. The flesh and blood of the demons seemed to possess an irresistible allure for Xiao Kai. A flash of insight struck Li Yuan. The original materials he had been desperately seeking lay right before him. To the demons, humans were mere prey. Yet many things on the demons and Appo's bodies were rare treasures, coveted and hard to find for humanity. With a mere thought, swarms of ants hidden in the bamboo grove converged like a dark tide, transporting several demon corpses over. His Xiao Kai leaped from Li Yuan's shoulder, landing on the corpse of the tiger demon, and eagerly began to devour it. Just as Li Yuan intended to dissect the demon's body, the Zhaoyue Gu sent another warning. More demons were ascending the mountain. Another surprise? Rarely did Li Yuan feel such elation. Tonight, he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Had it not been for the demon invasion, he would never have considered this direction. Moments later, 2 demons emerged from the small bamboo forest. One was a python demon, and the other a spider demon, both exuding a power far greater than the deceased tiger demon, overshadowing even the 5th-tier martial artist from earlier. He anticipated that there would still be formidable foes lurking here. The python demon had a human upper body and a massive serpent tail stretching over 10 feet long. "Let us end this quickly," the spider demon suggested. "Under normal circumstances, with our strength, we could cleanse the 12 caves in half an hour without leaving a single one alive, but it seems reinforcements have arrived at the 12 caves. You control the field. I'll deal with him within 30 breaths," the python demon said, her gaze piercing through the bamboo thicket to rest on Li Yuan. She and her spider sister had been invincible in their recent endeavors, having slain countless Gu masters. "All right," the spider demon nodded. "Sister, focus on the battle. Leave the Gu worms to me. My webs thrive on those little bugs." Swish! The python demon moved with incredible agility, weaving through the bamboo grove with grace. The spider demon, filled with confidence, stood her ground, controlling a torrent of silk that surged like a white tide, intercepting many goo worms as they advanced. However, after 3 breaths, her expression changed dramatically. "Sister Snake, hurry up. This goo master is not right." "What is wrong?" the python demon inquired. "The quantity and variety of goo worms here are overwhelming. There must be several no, dozens no." It's the spider demon and Appo's voice grew frantic. Woo-woo in the next moment. She could no longer speak as a large, hard bamboo worm goo was forcefully shoved in her mouth, leaving her to whimper helplessly. "Stop your incessant chatter." The bamboo worm goo was adept at camouflaging itself as bamboo, capable of hardening to the toughness of metal in a short time while releasing toxins. The python demon, realizing something was amiss, unleashed her full power and shot out of the bamboo grove like an arrow aimed at Li Yuan. Li Yuan and Appo's gaze burned with intensity as he sank his body and assumed a horse stance, steam rising from his form, his skin gradually reddening like a heated boiler, his insides roaring. Giant spirit! At the moment the python demon leaped toward him, Li Yuan unleashed a simple yet powerful uppercut. "Take off!" Clang! His fist struck the python demon and Appo's jaw precisely, sending her soaring upward in a straight line toward the heavens. How could a human goo master possess such terrifying strength? Is he a goo master or a martial artist? Panic gripped the python demon as her body continued to rise uncontrollably. Li Yuan leaped after her, grasping her tail, momentarily suspending in the air before channeling all his strength into his arm and violently swinging her toward the ground. Crash down. Bang! The python demon struck the ground like a long whip, creating a massive crater and splattering blood everywhere. Not satisfied, Li Yuan held onto the python demon and Appo's tail, swinging her in a circular motion, causing serpent blood to spray across the sky. After what felt like an eternity of swinging, he finally released her. The python demon lay on the brink of death, her once charming visage now a grotesque mess, blood and flesh intertwined. Li Yuan, still craving more, had yet to exert even 50% of the giant spirit goo and Appo's power. He estimated that 70% would cause his muscles to swell and tear his clothing, while full power would envelop him in a fiery aura of blood and chi, his hair standing on end in sheer brutality, even warping his combat instincts. Around 50% was just right. It would leave the enemy dazed without causing severe harm. "You are not human." The python demon stared at Li Yuan in terror. "I am indeed not human. I'm the father of all demons." With that, Li Yuan stepped forward and crushed the python demon and Appo's head beneath his foot. The spider demon witnessed the entirety of this ordeal, her fear surpassing that of the python demon as she struggled futilely against the overwhelming tide of goo worms that bound her, unable to move an inch. Li Yuan approached the spider demon, pointing toward the white canopy woven from her webs above the 12 caves. "Did you create that?" Woo the spider demon and Appo's mouth was stuffed, rendering her incapable of speech. "Never mind. It's a bit dangerous not to silence you. I'll explore myself." Li Yuan delivered a powerful punch, his arm, steaming with chi and blood, pierced through the spider demon's chest, grasping her thumping heart and squeezing with all his might. Boom! Her inside shattered, and the spider demon fell lifelessly. Li Yuan released his giant spirit fusion state, gazing at the gaping hole in the spider demon's chest, immediately entering into profound post-battle reflection. The formidable combat prowess of the giant spirit goo had been validated, yet its flaws were glaringly apparent. Perhaps the surging blood and chi had influenced his mind, causing him to utter rather crude remarks during battle and adopt a less cautious approach. While not entirely dismissive of everything, he recognized his own arrogance. In a battle characterized by overwhelming dominance, he deemed the giant spirit goo to possess more strengths than weaknesses. However, in evenly matched or disadvantaged confrontations, its flaws would be magnified exponentially. Henceforth, he resolved to exercise caution in its use. Seizing this rare opportunity, Li Yuan conducted an experiment and reached a conclusion. Another matter that captured his attention was the form of the demons. They were not mere beasts, but humanoid creatures with distinctly human traits. He observed intently. The internal organs of the spider demon bore a striking resemblance to those of a human, nearly 7 parts similar. What exactly are demons? This question warranted deep contemplation. With the battle in the small bamboo grove concluded, Li Yuan turned his gaze toward the main peak, where the combat was also winding down, and the demons began their retreat. Impressive, truly impressive. Before her chamber, Xiaoqiner had witnessed the entire ordeal. Though she could not comprehend it, she was profoundly astounded. In that moment, she seemed to glimpse the epitome of a Goom master in her mind. Li Yuan, stained with blood, his figure indelibly etched into her memory, evoking both fear and admiration. Wang Zhaozhao felt a sense of disorientation. Not only could she not participate in the battle, but even the aura of combat left her feeling utterly powerless. We are both climbers, she recalled Li Yuan and Appo's words that had once encouraged her. Yet at this moment, she realized that Brother Yuan had become a deity she could only look up to. Half an hour later, 2 figures arrived together at the small bamboo grove. Upon seeing the field littered with demon corpses, Pei Luoqing and Li Ruo Qian both gasped in astonishment. Chapter 34. The Fifth Life Gu, Junior Brother. Have you ascended to the realm of a 5th-level Gu master? Pei Luoqing exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Li Yuan replied with a nod. Repeating no hesitation. There is no merit in concealing one and Appo's level. Showcasing one and Appo's talents can serve as a means of self-protection. However, the existence of multiple life Gu must remain a closely guarded secret. TSK, Junior Brother and Amp. Appo's exceptional talent has indeed not escaped the teacher's discerning eye. Pei Luoqing remarked with a smile. Li Ruoqian had already discerned this. Otherwise, she would not have dared to place the young princess by Li Yuan and Appo's side to intercept the strongest entities within the demon team. Nevertheless, Li Yuan and Appo's strength had surpassed her expectations. The battlefield left in the wake of the skirmish in the bamboo grove clearly indicated that the conflict had been a one-sided annihilation. Li Yuan had single-handedly overwhelmed a horde of demons. With all the demons eradicated and Li Yuan and Appo's attire merely slightly soiled, it was evident that the 2 sides existed on entirely different planes. Brother Pei, Miss Li, have you ascertained the origins of these treacherous warriors? This was the matter of utmost concern for Li Yuan. He sensed that someone sought to muddy the waters and entangle the 12 caves in chaos, which would inevitably force him into the fray. There are some signs, but nothing conclusive, Pei Luoqing replied with a shake of her head. Li Ruoqian interjected, due to the massacre at the 9th Palace's 16th cave. The 9th Palace has harbored suspicions towards our prince, and relations have soured significantly. The Kanglan royal house has been pursuing this matter, hoping to uncover the true culprit through this incident. It was not merely the 9th Palace that held doubts regarding the Kanglan king. Even Li Yuan had entertained such suspicions. He was known for his propensity to assume the worst of others. Although the Kanglan king enjoyed a lofty reputation and was well loved by many in the southern wilderness, one could only wonder about his true character. He had never delved deeply enough to place his trust blindly. It will be uncovered soon enough, Pei Luoqing stated. I extend my gratitude to Miss Li. Had it not been for your presence, the 12 caves would have faced dire consequences. I merely added a touch of embellishment. Li Ruoqian replied with a gentle smile. With the strength of Brother Pei, delaying until reinforcements arrive should pose no issue. This assessment left Li Yuan astonished. It seemed that this Brother Pei and Appo's prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary 6th-level Gu master, reflecting the esteem in which Yu Hengchuan held him. After exchanging a few more words, Li Ruoqian departed to comfort the young princess. Pei Luoqing cast a glance at the corpses of the demons strewn across the ground. Junior brother, do you require assistance in disposing of these demons? Not necessary, Li Yuan responded with a smile. Brother Pei, the materials from the demons can be utilized for refining Gu, correct? Indeed, Pei Luoqing nodded. However, exercise caution. The aura of the demons is rather volatile and can be challenging to control. Rest assured, I shall be careful. Li Yuan showed no fear. regardless of the demons and oppose, nature. They would be contained within the black pot. I will report this to the ninth palace. Our teacher will likely return soon, so prepare yourself, Pei Luoqing advised. The teacher will undoubtedly be pleased. Perhaps this time you shall be designated as a personal disciple. Li Yuan held little sentiment towards the title of personal disciple, yet he was open to it if sufficient benefits were to arise. Once Pei Luoqing and Li Ruoqian departed, Li Yuan commanded his ant legion to transport the demon corpses into the residual Gu Tower. The body of the warrior was taken by Pei Luoqing as compensation, exchanged for a fifth-level demon corpse. Could the demon corpses be used to refine Gu? Li Yuan was eager to uncover the answer. He employed a sharp blade to process the demon corpses, sorting the useful from the useless. Select raw materials: 4th level jumping worm 1, 4th level killing bee 2. Add mountain wind, tiger demon heart. Add green wood wolf demon fong. Begin synthesis. You have obtained a 5th level mysterious Gu. Tiger spike bee king Gu. The tiger spike bee king Gu, a highly aggressive Gu insect, when refined into a life Gu, empowers the Gu master to embody the might of the Tiger King, instilling fear in all beasts. When transformed into a subordinate Gu, it can unleash a spike attack. Would you like to refine it into a life Gu? It was proven that demon corpses could indeed be utilized for Gu refinement, which was a fortunate discovery. A single synthesis had yielded a 5th level mysterious Gu of commendable quality. However, as a life Gu, it still fell short. Adhering to the principle of better to be lacking than excessive, Li Yuan demanded that all life Gu he refined possess ample potential. The tiger spike bee king Gu was evidently lacking in this regard. Once more, select raw materials: 4th level 1000 threads Gu 1, 4th level demon spider Gu 2. Add threading demon spider gallbladder. Add beautiful python demon scale. Begin synthesis. You have obtained a 5th level mysterious Gu. Human-faced demon spider. The human-faced demon spider, an eerie type of Gu insect, when refined into a life Gu, aids the Gu master in manifesting 8 venomous spider spears for combat assistance. When transformed into a subordinate Gu, it can emit peculiar sonic attacks. Would you like to refine it into a life Gu? Both being 5th level mysterious Gus. The human-faced demon spider was evidently superior to the tiger spike bee king Gu, yet Li Yuan remained unsatisfied. The human-faced demon spider seemed akin to a villain's weapon. Once more, the synthesis of the tiger spike bee king Gu and the human-faced demon spider Gu had bolstered Li Yuan's confidence, demonstrating that the likelihood of successfully synthesizing Gu from demon corpses was quite favorable. He prepared to take a gamble, investing the most precious parts of the demon corpses alongside the materials provided by Li Ruoqian all at once. Tiger brother, wolf brother, snake sister, spider sister, though I have vanquished you, I implore you to grant me favor and bestow upon me a rare Gu. Li Yuan prayed silently. Select raw materials: 5th level mysterious Gu. Human-faced demon spider. Add threading demon spider spinneret. Add beautiful python demon gallbladder. Add mountain wind tiger demon soul. Add green wood wolf brain core. Add king heart grass. The spinneret is the most crucial organ of a spider, secreting silk that enables the creature to adapt to its environment and evolve continuously. The snake gallbladder requires no further elaboration. The hearts of the mountain wind tiger and the brain core of the greenwood wolf are both exceedingly rare, while the king heart grass is the most precious of the materials brought by Miss Li. Li Yuan invested them all. A daring gamble. Begin synthesis. You have obtained a 5th level rare Gu. Silkwing Gu success. Li Yuan and Appo's eyes sparkled. Indeed, gambling was a stroke of brilliance. Silkqueen Gu, an all-encompassing Gu insect, can poison foes, ensnare enemies with webs, control corpses, and the silk produced can mimic the characteristics of any life form, forge prosthetics, or mend internal organs, among other functions. Cannot be refined into a subordinate Gu. All-encompassing. This was the first time Li Yuan encountered the term and oppose. All-encompassing and oppose. Associated with a synthesized Gu insect, the value of the Silk Queen Gu was self-evident. Even the exotic Gu of revival did not possess such a distinction. From within the black pot, a small spider emerged, no larger than a thumb, its body translucent and shimmering like crystal, radiating a mysterious glow. It gracefully climbed onto Li Yuan and Appo's hand, each step reminiscent of a dancing sprite, exuding elegance. Even the silk it produced flowed in vibrant colors, as if leading to a fairy tale realm, a meandering river. Chirp chirp, the silk queen Gu emitted a faint sound, nearly inaudible, which Li Yuan deciphered through mental feedback. It was akin to a gentle request for a head pat, almost playful in nature. Why do you bear the title of queen while engaging in such endearing antics? Li Yuan Shukulat. Since you exhibit such spirit, I shall bestow upon you a name. You shall be known as Fifth Sister. Chapter 35. The master and his disciple Fifth Sister, Li Yuan gently called out. The queen of insects, filled with joy, nuzzled against his arm. SSS, little Kai, feeling a tinge of jealousy, also pressed against Li Yuan. Alas, it seems I am destined to live alongside insects and beasts for the rest of my life. The bond between a Gu master and their life Gu is akin to that of blood relatives. While outsiders may find these creatures terrifying, to the Gu master, the life Gu is the closest companion, a reflection of their very existence. However, Li Yuan's other side is more abundant than that of other Gu masters. 7 days later, Yu Hengchuan once again ascended the small bamboo grove. This time, he came alone, without even Pei Luoqing accompanying him. Li Yuan, we meet again. Yu Hengchuan greeted with a calm expression. Greetings, elder, Li Yuan replied with a respectful bow. Has your life blood Gu evolved? Yu Hengchuan remarked, noticing that Li Yuan's vitality had increased exponentially since their last encounter. Not only could he rival warriors of the same rank, but even powerful beasts might be outmatched. The elder and Appo's notes had provided Li Yuan with numerous insights, allowing him to discover a shortcut for the evolution of his blood Gu. This was no mere flattery. Indeed, Yu Hengchuan and Appo's wisdom had saved Li Yuan from many detours. Otherwise, even with a synthesis system, he would have squandered materials and time to achieve such an evolution. May I have a look? Yu Hengchuan inquired. Li Yuan gestured, and the giant spirit Gu emerged from within his clothes. Upon seeing the palm-sized creature, crimson all over with sharp antennae, Yu Hengchuan was taken aback. Isn't this the giant Gu? This is, Yu Hengchuan exclaimed, unable to maintain his composure. You have actually cultivated the giant spirit Gu. Is it called the giant spirit Gu? Li Yuan thought to himself, impressed by the elder and Appo's extensive knowledge. Remarkable, Li Yuan. Yu Hengchuan praised. The giant spirit Gu has been extinct for a millennium. I never imagined you could bring it back to life. You truly are a prodigy in the path of Gu. You flatter me, elder. This small achievement is also thanks to your guidance, Li Yuan smiled. When I last departed, I made a promise. If you could help your lifeblood Gu undergo transformation, I would take you as my direct disciple. I have come this time to fulfill that promise. Yu Hengchuan felt a surge of excitement, though he forced himself to remain composed. Li Yuan, do you wish to become my disciple? Li Yuan did not respond immediately. Yu Hengchuan understood. Such talent indeed had the privilege of discretion. Elder, I would like to inquire if there is a remnant Gu pavilion within the 9th Palace's inner sect, Li Yuan asked. There is none. Yu Hengchuan shook his head. In the 9th Palace's inner sect, remnants of Gu are nearly non-existent. If they do exist, they are managed by the Gu masters themselves. Even high-grade Gu, if they had remnants, would not be let out into the open. Li Yuan silently lamented this. If there were a remnant Gu pavilion, he could have shifted his focus. Without it, the risks were too great. After all, the 9th Palace was teeming with experts. If his secret of possessing multiple life Gu were to be discovered, he might not know how he would meet his end. The 12 caves would be more suitable for him. You seem to enjoy spending time in the remnant Gu pavilion? Yu Hengchuan was surprised. Yes, I relish the company of Gu, Li Yuan replied earnestly. Yu Hengchuan chuckled. If you love Gu, you can visit the Gu breeding garden of the 9th Palace. No, the Gu breeding garden is under strict control of the sect. If I were to recklessly synthesize there, I would likely fail to deliver results and lose the freedom that the remnant Gu pavilion offers. For me, nurturing remnants offers a greater challenge. From the flaws of the remnants, I can uncover the true essence of the Gu path, Li Yuan stated earnestly. Ambitious and courageous, Yu Hengchuan admired Li Yuan even more. By becoming my direct disciple, You may remain here and enjoy all the privileges of a direct disciple. I, like you, have risen from humble beginnings and understand how rare it is for a talent like you to emerge from the outer sect and amp. Oppos, as 72 caves. In you, I see a reflection of my former self. Yet you shine even brighter than I did at your age, with greater potential to ascend to the pinnacle of the Gu path. I do not wish for you to traverse unnecessary paths and squander precious time on your journey to greatness. Yu Hengchuan spoke from the heart. Li Yuan pondered. He felt the sincerity of Yu Hengchuan's words. They were indeed true. Yet he needed to weigh the pros and cons. Yu Hengchuan continued. Li Yuan, some truths may be hard to hear, but they are nonetheless facts. The path to the pinnacle of the Gu path can only be found by joining the inner sect of the Ninth Palace. You will eventually have to join. By becoming my direct disciple, I can promise you everything you desire and will not interfere with your freedom. Li Yuan understood he needed a strong backing. And becoming Yu Hengchuan and Amp, Oppos, S disciple was indeed a commendable choice. Yu Hengchuan ceased speaking, allowing Li Yuan to contemplate. After a long while, Li Yuan fetched a pot of tea, poured a cup, and offered it to Yu Hengchuan. Master, please enjoy some tea. Ha 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 ha. The tension on Yu Hengchuan's face finally dissipated as he burst into laughter. Good. Excellent disciple. This is genuine joy. At last, my teachings and my path can be inherited. Yu Hengchuan sighed deeply. Master, you are in the prime of your life. You can still climb to the mountain peak, Li Yuan smiled. No, Yu Hengchuan shook his head. I have traversed too many winding paths to behold the view from the summit, which is why I am so eager to take you as my disciple. As a mentor, I fear you may be distracted by the flowers halfway up the mountain and lose your way to the top. The journey of 100 miles begins with a single step, Li Yuan. You have already achieved much in the outer sect and Oppos, as 72 caves. Yet the true path of a Gu master has only just begun. Yu Hengchuan spoke earnestly. You speak the truth, Master, Li Yuan chuckled. Master, I wish to ask what benefits come with becoming a direct disciple of the Ninth Palace. This was what truly concerned him. There are benefits. Yu Hengchuan raised a finger. The benefits of being a direct disciple are threefold. First, the monthly stipends from the sect far exceed those of the outer sect and Amp, Oppos, as 72 caves. Second, all direct disciples have the opportunity to enter the immortal Gu secret realm to select treasures once. Third, direct disciples can comprehend advanced Gu techniques and learn the methods of Gu creation, which are inaccessible to ordinary Gu masters. As Yu Hengchuan extended his fingers one by one, Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with growing eagerness. His gaze was filled with a desire for progress, especially at the mention of Gu house, a term he had sought to understand in books but found no references for. Master, what is a Gu house? Chapter 36. The journey of 100 miles begins with the halfway mark. The long-sought answer lay before Li Yuan, stirring a sense of exhilaration within him. The Gu house is a unique secret art exclusive to advanced Gu masters. Yu Hengchuan stated, you may comprehend it as a dwelling constructed from Gu insects. It serves as their sanctuary and is the ultimate abode for most Gu masters. Please enlighten me, Master, Li Yuan pondered. As you may know, exotic Gu are exceedingly rare. A Gu master without an exotic Gu as their life Gu is increasingly outmatched by warriors of the same rank as their level of mastery rises. Powerful warriors possess an array of martial techniques and divine weapons, while a Gu master relying solely on a single life Gu struggles to contend against them. The only way to level the playing field is through the Gu house. Utilizing the life Gu as the core, one can assemble an entire legion of Gu insects that react to your every thought, thus forming the Gu house. Much like the Ant King commands the ant army, you can command an entire legion of ants. However, the construction of a Gu house is far more intricate than that of an ant colony, as each Gu within the house offers feedback akin to that of the life Gu, thereby enhancing the master's own strength. Yu Hengchuan patiently elucidated. Li Yuan gradually grasped the concept. Yu Hengchuan continued, consider your life Gu, the giant spirit Gu. Using it as the nucleus to build your Gu house allows you to command hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of subordinate Gu. Each subordinate Gu provides you with valuable feedback, the enhancement comparable to the martial arts phenomenon of gathering celestial signs. It is a devastating blow to lower-tier Gu masters and warriors, a stark contrast between a frog in a well and the moon in the sky. Until one reaches that level, it is difficult to fathom such power. Li Yuan felt a surge of emotions. Although he could command countless subordinate Gu, their feedback was negligible, offering no growth to his own abilities. Even if he could muster an army single-handedly, he remained vulnerable to the might of stronger opponents. Master, what are the prerequisites for crafting a Gu house? Li Yuan inquired. Generally, only an 8-turn Gu master possesses the potential to create a Gu house. Much like in martial arts, where only an 8th-grade martial saint can gather celestial signs. A rare few exceptionally talented 7-turn Gu masters hold the chance to create miracles. 3 conditions must be met simultaneously. First, one's mental strength must reach the domain level among the river, sea, and abyss. Second, the life Gu must not be a basic Gu. It should have several subordinate Gu, such as the giant spirit Gu, which has subordinate Gu like the giant Gu and blood chi Gu. Third, the heart control technique must attain the level of and Appos, resonating with the heart. And Appos, Yu Hengchuan articulated the stringent requirements for crafting a Gu house, noting that those who satisfy all 3 conditions are mostly 8-turn Gu masters. Master, what does it mean to resonate with the heart? Li Yuan realized there was much he still did not comprehend. Without joining the inner sanctum of the 9th palace, relying solely on his own exploration would likely lead to significant setbacks. You, who understand so little, have nonetheless achieved your current level purely through effort and talent. Truly remarkable. Yu Hengchuan reflected. A golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. It transforms into a dragon upon encountering stormy skies. Li Yuan is a piece of uncut jade, destined to shine with extraordinary brilliance. Your disciple feels fortunate, Li Yuan said, slightly embarrassed by the praise. There is no need for modesty. Yu Hengchuan chuckled. I heard from the head of the 100 Matters Hall that you have not left the Broken Gu Tower since your initiation. You only ventured out once to return the token upon the passing of an elder from the Broken Gu Tower. I understand the sweat and effort you have poured into this. My decision to accept you as a disciple was not a momentary impulse. I had conducted inquiries beforehand. You fled from another land, bearing your grandfather's corpse upon entering the sect, dedicating yourself with unwavering focus over the years, and made an exception to step out of the bamboo grove for the elder. What I see in you transcends mere talent. It is your character and diligence that I value most. Your disciple feels ashamed, Li Yuan admitted sincerely. Enough, no need to be coy. A young person should possess vitality and not behave overly mature. Yu Hengchuan remarked with growing admiration as he handed Li Yuan 2 ancient texts bound in gold and jade, along with several thick tomes. These 2 ancient texts include an advanced heart control technique and the secret method for crafting a Gu house. You may peruse them at your leisure. The other books are my notes and insights, which will provide direction and ideas for cultivating advanced Gu. Thank you for the gift of knowledge, Master. Li Yuan bowed his head in gratitude. For him, this was a key to unlocking a new world, truly significant. I already have 2 direct disciples. You'll be the 3rd. Pei Luoqing is the 2nd, and you have an elder sister. You'll meet her when fate allows. Yu Hengchuan informed. Understood, Li Yuan responded. Due to the recent turmoil in the southern wilderness, the 9th palace is overwhelmed with matters, and I cannot linger here. Should you have any uncertainties regarding Gu cultivation, you may first consult your senior brother Pei, Yu Hengchuan advised. All right, Li Yuan nodded. Master, have the true culprits behind a massacre of the 12 caves been identified? Almost, Yu Hengchuan replied calmly. Once confirmed, the elders of the 9th palace will personally take action to eradicate their entire lineage, to honor our fallen comrades in spirit. He rose, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, letting out a long sigh. The 9th palace Gu nest has been secluded in the mountains for too long, allowing some to forget the era when Gu masters governed the southern wilderness. It is time to remind them. The 9th palace Gu nest has never been a benign presence. Its residence in the deep mountains is due to the suitability for Gu masters in amp, Appos, cultivation and survival, not out of fear of worldly disputes. The methods of Gu masters in eliminating adversaries are far more terrifying than those of warriors. As the master and disciple conversed, they reached the edge of the bamboo grove. "Please take care, master," Li Yuan waved to bid farewell. Yu Hengchuan chuckled helplessly. "You truly are reluctant to step beyond the bamboo grove, only accompanying me this far. That is because your disciple yearns to return and study the insights you have penned regarding gu cultivation," Li Yuan smiled. "Indeed, you are more articulate than your senior sister," Yu Hengchuan remarked, taking a step, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Upon returning to the broken gu tower, Li Yuan immediately seized the ancient texts bound in gold and jade. His desire for progress was overwhelming. Wu Mei and Shao Kai, feeling equally restless, emerged from the black jar and perched on his shoulders, nuzzling him one after the other. Li Yuan sensed that Wu Mei genuinely enjoyed being close to him, while Shao Kai exhibited jealousy, driven by a sense of possessiveness. Reflecting on this, Li Yuan couldn't help but chuckle as he opened the first ancient text, which was the Advanced Heart Control Technique. Within the Advanced Heart Control Technique, it mentioned the fourth realm of resonating with the heart. Following the methods of enticing gu with flavor, controlling gu with objects, and controlling gu with thoughts, as well as the fifth realm, which is a state of amp. Amp, oppose, no self, no gu. What constitutes resonating with the heart? Li Yuan examined it closely. The text indicated that resonating with the heart means being able to perceive the emotions of the life gu, its joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, treating the gu as the closest companion. Viewing it as one in oppose, s own life. Communication occurs without words, understanding each other and oppose, s intentions through thought, and seamlessly executing all actions in complete harmony. Is this what it means to resonate with the heart? Li Yuan tilted his head to glance at Shao Kai, then at Wu Mei, both conveying joy to him. "Master, it seems that the realm of resonating with the heart is not so difficult after all." Chapter 37. The realm of spiritual power. Perhaps it is due to the innate spirituality of Shao Kai and Wu Mei that Li Yuan Kai perceives their emotional feedback with remarkable clarity, understanding their joys, sorrows, and frustrations. In stark contrast, the feedback from the giant spirit gu and the revitalization gu is considerably weaker. Only during combat does the giant spirit gu convey emotions to him, repeatedly exclaiming, "Fight! Men must fight!" a sentiment that encapsulates its essence. The revitalization gu, on the other hand, only stirs when he is injured, silently channeling vitality to heal his wounds and absorb damage. The slug illusion robe straddles the line between the two. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to a lethargic worker who, despite not wishing to labor, feels compelled to do so, always languid and unmotivated. Li Yuan contemplated that if he wished to construct a gu dwelling, it must be centered around the tricolor fire python and the silk queen gu. As for the highest state of the heart's mantra, no self, no gu, there are no explicit records, leaving him to grasp it through personal insight. Even a ninth turn gu master may not achieve the state of no self, no gu. For the time being, Li Yuan chose not to dwell on it. The second prerequisite for constructing a gu dwelling is to possess the spiritual power of the domain realm to endure the infinite feedback that the gu dwelling bestows. Without reaching the domain realm of spiritual power, one cannot control multiple gu with a single thought, nor can all gu share a unified mind, thus rendering the construction of a gu dwelling impossible. For him, this should not pose much difficulty. Li Yuan practices gu refining daily, controlling numerous subordinate gu, which itself is a form of tempering his spiritual power. He began to immerse himself in the methods of spiritual cultivation recorded in the Advanced Gu Master Heart Technique, gradually perceiving the spiritual realm. The sensation of his consciousness entering the spiritual realm is extraordinarily enchanting. It feels as though he has arrived in an isolated sky garden, where gentle breezes caress him, and his body and mind are ethereal, experiencing the essence of freedom. He envisions his spiritual world as a vast ocean, perpetually expanding. At the end of his consciousness, lies an endless expanse of mountains and rivers. According to the Advanced Gu Master Heart Technique, traversing the sea and mountains constitutes the realm. And when the consciousness encompasses the boundless mountains and rivers, It signifies the entrance into the domain realm of spiritual power. He acknowledges that his spiritual realm is still some distance from the domain realm. However, he believes he can reach it before stepping into the sixth turn. With a thought, a data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5th turn 73, 1500. Realm, 5th turn, mental power, mid-level C realm. Destined Gu, Giant Spirit Gu. Revitalization Gu, Tricolor Fire Python, Slug Illusion Robe, Silk Queen Gu. Gu Dwelling. None. To enter the 6th turn realm, he requires a refinement period of over 4 years, which feels like an eternity for the still youthful Li Yuan. Fortunately, he has acclimated to such a lifestyle, and his heart remains largely untroubled. Time swiftly passed, and half a month had elapsed. Li Ruo Qian reappeared in the small bamboo grove, seeking out Li Yuan. The princess and Amp, Appo's 2-month training period in the mountains had come to an end, and the prince had sent her to escort the princess back, preparing for entry into the 9th palace and Appo's inner gate. Xiao Qin Heir and Li Yuan were never truly of the same world, and her departure was anticipated. Li Yuan held a favorable impression of the young princess. She genuinely loved the art of Gu, pouring her sweat and passion into it. Brother Li Yuan, when we meet again, I will be a true Gu master, Xiao Qin Heir proclaimed. Though she cherished her life in the small bamboo grove, she felt a tinge of reluctance. More so, she eagerly anticipated entering the 9th palace and Appo's inner gate to utilize secret methods to break through age restrictions and soon become a true Gu master. When we meet again, the princess will undoubtedly be an exceptional Gu master, Li Yuan encouraged. My goal is to be as formidable as Brother Li Yuan. Since witnessing Li Yuan's battle with the demons on that fateful night, Xiao Qin Heir's admiration for him has soared to unimaginable heights, forever etched in her memory. You will surpass me, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Yes, I will exceed Brother Li Yuan, Xiao Qin Heir declared, her small fist clenched in determination. Princess, we must take our leave, Li Ruo Qian interjected. With little sentimentality, she regarded the innocent and pure child. They were not of the same world, and it was uncertain if they would meet again. In a person and Amp, Appo's life, countless first encounters often end in eternal farewells. Miss Li, I have one more request. Li Yuan called out to her. What is it? Li Ruo Qian raised an eyebrow. Miss Li, I wish to inquire about the disposal of demon corpses usually slain during the battles with the Kanglan army, Li Yuan asked. Those with utility are preserved, either for medicinal uses or for consumption, Li Ruo Qian replied. Could I purchase some of the useless demon corpses? To Li Yuan, demon corpses were treasures. Should the Kanglan royal court be willing to collaborate with him, it would indeed be an inexhaustible reservoir of riches. That could be arranged, Li Ruo Qian nodded. What will you offer in exchange? Gu, Li Yuan stated, for it was the only asset he could present. The vast majority of the Kanglan army soldiers are warriors. Only a scant few are Gu masters. Your Gu holds no value for us, Li Ruo Qian flatly declined. Not so, Li Yuan countered with a smile. The applications of Gu are boundless. They can indeed assist you. As he spoke, he opened his palm to reveal a small crimson insect. This is the blood vitality Gu. It can help replenish one and Appo's vitality to a certain extent, which is crucial for warriors, Wuden and Appo's. Do you agree? Can be utilized by those who are not Gu masters? Li Ruo Qian's interest piqued. Once tamed by a Gu master, it can be used by anyone, even ordinary citizens, he explained. How many can you provide? As long as the Kanglan royal court can continuously supply me with demon corpses, I can produce an endless supply of blood vitality Gu. Is that true? Absolutely no exaggeration. Li Yuan assured her earnestly. Li Ruo Qian and Appo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. This matter cannot be decided by me alone. I will consult with the prince when I return. Then I shall trouble you, Miss Li, Li Yuan said, cupping his hands in respect as he handed her a jade vial. Here are some tamed blood vitality Gu. Anyone can use them to swiftly replenish the warrior's vitality on the battlefield. Please have the Kanglan king give them a try. All right, Li Ruo Qian nodded. I will provide you with a prompt response. Half a day later, Li Ruo Qian returned to the Kanglan military camp with Xiao Qin Heir. Father, I am back. Xiao Qin Heir exclaimed joyfully, dancing with excitement. Father, I have completed the trial. You will send me to the ninth palace now. One end amp, oppose, to you? Sighing, Li Yuan gazed at his innocent daughter, a swirl of emotions flooding his heart. Father, why are you sighing? Are you having second thoughts? Xiao Qin asked, puffing up her cheeks in irritation. No, Li Yuan shook his head repeatedly. As a father, I merely find it hard to part with you. Do not worry, father. Once I become the most powerful Gu master and can command an army, I will return to aid you in conquering the world and vanquishing the demons. Xiao Qin proclaimed with pride. Very well. You will undoubtedly become the most formidable Gu master. With that, Li Yuan retrieved a gourd, crouched down, and solemnly handed it to his daughter. Qin, this is the precious gourd left by your mother. Keep it with you, and remember, it must only be opened once you reach the ninth palace. Chapter 38. The awakening southern lion and the treasure gourd left by Mother. Xiao Qin gazed in astonishment at her father. What lies within the gourd? I am unaware. Xiao Yuan replied, shaking his head. Years ago, after my wife perished in battle, she left behind this precious gourd. In her blood-written message, she instructed me to burn her remains and place the ashes within this gourd, burying it in the scorching sands. Should either Lai or Qin choose to embark on the path of a Gu master, they are to be presented with this gourd. Today, his wife and Oppose, as final wish was fulfilled, leaving Xiao Yuan engulfed in profound melancholy. He firmly believed that his wife would never harm Qin, as the former saintess of the ninth palace. She was revered and cherished by her sect and elders. Thus, whatever she left behind would undoubtedly be of great benefit to their daughter. Perhaps this was fate. The following day, after a luncheon, King Kanglin personally escorted his daughter into the depths of the Jiugong mountain range, uncertain when they would meet again. Upon returning to the military camp, Li Ruishan finally spoke. My lord, I have something to report. Speak, Xiao Yuan responded, feeling an emptiness in his heart, burdened by guilt. Although he knew the ninth palace would treat his daughter well out of respect for his late wife, her entry into the mountains was ultimately under the designation of a hostage. Li Yuan of the 12 Caves proposed a collaboration with the Kanglin royal household, seeking their assistance in procuring the corpses of demons. Li Ruishan stated. Due to his daughter's situation, Xiao Yuan remembered Li Yuan's name, but that was all. Isn't Li Yuan merely a minor steward of the 12 Caves? Is it too ambitious to seek cooperation with our Kanglin royal household? Without further ado, Li Ruishan handed over a jade vial belonging to Li Yuan, saying, My lord, this is a blood-boosting goo that he has tamed, capable of providing vitality to the soldiers at any time. And then, Xiao Yuan knew the function of the blood-boosting goo, but hardly qualified for a collaboration with the Kanglin royal household. Li Yuan claimed that as long as the Kanglin royal household continuously supplied him with demon corpses, he could reciprocate with countless blood-boosting goo. Li Ruishan explained. Can a mere steward possess such capability? Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow, skeptical. Li Yuan's talent was indeed notable. At merely 20, he had already become a fifth-tier Gu master and was recently accepted as a direct disciple by Elder Yu Hengchuan of the inner sect of the Ninth Palace. Even Yu Hengchuan praised his talent. He seemed to possess an extraordinary mental strength, capable of controlling a vast number of subordinate Gu, and had bred rare Gu that had not emerged for a millennium, potentially rising to a high-ranking position within the Ninth Palace in the future. Recently, demons and a group of traitorous warriors attacked the 12 Caves, targeting the small bamboo grove where Li Yuan resided. The outcome was that all the demons perished, and Li Yuan emerged with only slightly soiled clothing. Li Ruishan reported the information regarding Li Yuan truthfully. Is Li Yuan truly so remarkable? Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled with newfound respect, realizing he could no longer underestimate him. Such a promising Gu master, coupled with his mentor Yu Hengchuan, indeed warranted a partnership with the Kanglin royal household. Let's initiate a preliminary collaboration, providing him with some demon corpses. If it proves beneficial to the Kanglin army, we can deepen our cooperation later, Xiao Yuan decided. Very well. Li Ruishan acknowledged with a bow. There is another matter requiring your investigation regarding the direct bloodline of the Dian royal family. Recent developments have emerged. Xiao Yuan continued. Li Ruishan, are you truly saying that a direct royal bloodline is alive in this world? I had always believed that the Night Owl Guards had released such news to stabilize the situation. Truth and deception, who can truly discern? Xiao Yuan sighed lightly. Even if it is false, concerning the divine warrior's treasure and the unification of the realm, it will undoubtedly influence the tides of the world. Li Ruoshan inquired, "My lord, do the rumors specify which prince or princess has survived?" "It is said to be the young prince born of the Ice Plains tribe, the child of concubine and—" Xiao Yuan replied, frowning. During the turmoil that led to the massacre of the Dian royal family, the Night Owl Guards arrived too late, saving only the young prince. They were then ambushed by demons, resulting in the demise of the guards, and the young prince was hidden away, lost to the world, in the depths of the mountains. Within the 12 caves at the remnant Gu Tower, 2 months passed swiftly. Li Yuan lounged in a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight, enjoying rare tranquility, with Xiaokai and Wumei nestled comfortably on his shoulders. He referred to this process as cultivating a bond with his innate Gu, preparing for the construction of his Gu house in the future. Li Yuan recalled a film he had watched in his past life, where a gambling sage cultivated a bond with Mahjong by sleeping beside it every night. Were Xiaokai and Wumei not far more sentient than Mahjong? Quite reasonable, he mused. Even in sleep, Xiaokai and Wumei insisted on sharing his pillow, each claiming a side. Suddenly, a frown creased Li Yuan's brow. He sensed an approaching presence. "Senior Brother Pei is here." Xiaokai Wumei quickly hide. With a swift motion, the 3-colored fire python and the queen spider Gu dove into a black jar, concealing their aura. Li Yuan found it amusing. Why does this feel like sneaking around? Ultimately, his strength was insufficient, and even the cultivation of his innate Gu felt somewhat lacking in legitimacy. Moments later, Pei Luoqing and Amp, Oppo's figure appeared in the small bamboo grove. "Junior brother," he greeted. Within moments, he approached and announced, "I bring good news. We have located the traitorous forces colluding with the demons that attacked the various caves." "Have you found out?" Li Yuan was eager for the answer. "Indeed," Pei Luoqing replied. "The traitors are the 3 largest martial sects in southern Jiang, the Wind and Snow Sword Manor, the Heavenly Blade Cliff, and the Star and Moon Palace." Li Yuan was astonished. Why would they collude with demons? These 3 factions appeared to be the pinnacle of southern Jiang. Yet they had always been suppressed by the 9th Palace and Oppo's Gu nest. Perhaps they sought to seize this opportunity to shake the 9th Palace and Oppo's status. Alternatively, the demons may have offered them enticing conditions, prompting them to gamble everything, even at the risk of annihilation. Yet they forgot that the 9th Palace would seek vengeance. And from the moment the truth was unveiled, it would be a fight to the death. Pei Luoqing and Oppo's tone was grave. Li Yuan comprehended so. "The 9th Palace is preparing to launch a revenge operation?" "Indeed," Pei Luoqing nodded. "The 9th Palace has issued orders to eliminate all members of the 3 sects and destroy all their assets. They will not rest until the 3 sects have been utterly eradicated, leaving not a single intact worm." Why provoke them? Li Yuan realized that, concerning the entire 9th Palace, he could not remain uninvolved. "Senior brother, what instructions do you have for me?" Pei Luoqing declared seriously, according to the ancestral decree of the 9th Palace. When disciples are maliciously slaughtered by external forces, both the 9th Palace and the 72 caves must participate in the plan for revenge. From the palace master to the disciples, none are exempt. This mission will employ a lottery system. Those selected must partake in the operation. If victorious, their monthly rewards will be doubled, and they will receive commendations. If they perish, their lineage will be recorded separately, and their descendants will forever be under the protection of the 9th Palace. Chapter 39. Drawing Life and Death. Li Yuan, an outsider, had acquired some understanding of the customs surrounding the Jiugong mountain range. The Jiugong Gu nest originated from a prominent family bearing the surname Qi. For generations, they resided within caves, placing immense value on the concepts of bloodline and kinship. In such an environment, the allure of an independently maintained family tree held an indescribable temptation, rendering many unable to resist. Some even took pride in the sacrifices made for their clan. It is precisely for this reason that the Jiugong Gu nest has endured for thousands of years. weathering the ebb and flow of dynasties, steadfastly standing strong in the world. Li Yuan, however, did not feel deeply moved by this. Yet he could imagine the terrifying lethality and unwavering resolve of a team so cohesive in their actions. Pei Luoqing chuckled. Both you and I are outsiders. According to the rules, if there are not enough willing participants from the clan, we too must draw lots. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. He was not entirely devoid of sentiment. Having received the blessings of the 12 caves, he felt a certain attachment to this land. When the time came to act, he would not hesitate. The drawing will take place tomorrow at the Baisha Hall. Remember to bring Xiao Zhao, Pei Luoqing reminded. The following day, Li Yuan and Wang Zhao rose early. This was Li Yuan's second departure from the remnant Gu Tower in the bamboo grove. The first was for old Wang, and this time was for their fellow disciples who had met a tragic end at the hands of demons and treachery. Upon arriving at the mountain where the Baisha Hall was located, they found the area outside the hall already teeming with people. Li Yuan quietly queued among the crowd. Few from the 12 caves recognized him. Only a handful of disciples who frequently visited the remnant Gu Tower were aware of his presence. Before long, Pei Luoqing appeared, personally overseeing the drawing ceremony. Fellow disciples of the 12 caves, I thank you for coming to the Baisha Hall to honor our departed brothers and sisters. Pei Luoqing, with his arm wrapped in white mourning cloth, bowed deeply. Today, the drawing ceremony consists of two types: the life lot, to remain within the sect, and the death lot, to leave the sect and avenge our fallen brothers and sisters, to bring back their heroic souls. Now, I invite the heads of each hall to lead their disciples forward to commence the drawing. The first to draw was the Battle Guard Hall. As the main combat hall of the 12 caves, they naturally took the lead. The crowd grew tense. The first to draw was the hall master of the Battle Guard Hall. He reached into the wooden box and retrieved a slip of paper, handing it to Pei Luoqing. Chi Huan, death lot, Pei Luoqing announced. Ha ha ha, I cannot escape it. Chi Huan laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned with the outcome. Following him, the three vice hall masters drew their lots. Two drew death lots, while one drew a life lot, who exhaled in relief. Half an hour later, all 300 members of the Battle Guard Hall had drawn their lots, 100 death lots and 200 life lots. After the drawing, the members of the Battle Guard Hall gathered at the back, where someone greeted Li Yuan. Li Yuan, long time no see. Li Yuan turned to see Qi Lin, whom he recognized. Long time no see. When he first arrived at Jiugong Mountain, it was Qi Lin who had led him to participate in the Gu Master examination. In the past, Qi Lin had seemed mysterious and powerful. Now, he appeared quite ordinary. I drew a death lot. I wonder how lucky you'll be. Qi Lin remarked casually. I oppose. Am fine either way, Li Yuan replied indifferently. Are you still working at the remnant Gu Tower? Qi Lin inquired again. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. Qi Lin smiled. You seem to have a good tolerance for loneliness. Your vitality looks quite robust. Haven't you changed your life Gu yet? You must have stepped into the realm of the third transformation Gu Master, right? The blood vitality Gu is quite good. Li Yuan agreed with a smile, suddenly feeling a sense of nostalgia for the past. After chatting for a while, Qi Lin left with the members of the Battle Guard Hall, and Li Yuan wished him luck as they parted. The drawing ceremony continued, with each hall completing their draws, yielding an approximate ratio of 7 parts life lots to 3 parts death lots. Next up was the remnant Gu Tower. At long last, it was the Yuan and Amp, Oppo's turn. Compared to the other halls, the remnant Gu Tower had a pitifully small representation, consisting only of Li Yuan and Wang Zhao. Li Yuan reached into the wooden box, feeling around before retrieving a slip of paper. Wang Zhao stood behind him, even more anxious than he was. Pei Luoqing read aloud, Li Yuan, life lot. After declaring this, the master of Baisha Hall made a mark on the 12 caves roster, drawing a check. Then it was Wang Zhao's turn. With a heavy heart, her small hands trembled as she drew a slip from the box and handed it to Pei Luoqing. Wang Zhao, death lot. A death lot? Wang Zhao murmured, not out of fear of death, but because it meant she would be separated from her brother Yuan for an extended period. A sense of melancholy washed over her. After all, since entering the mountain, she had never left the bamboo grove, never spent a night elsewhere, always by Yuan's side. The sudden prospect of parting was bittersweet, stirring up a whirlwind of emotions. "Do not worry, Xiao Zhao." Li Yuan gently patted the girl's back. "The tasks performed by the outer sect and amp, Oppos, S72 caves are not overly complex. The opponents are merely the industries and affiliated forces of the three major sects. With your capabilities, you'll be fine." "Yes," Wang Zhao nodded. "I will return soon. If you struggle with washing and cooking, you might consider hiring a capable girl to assist at the bamboo grove." Throughout the long years, she had always been by Yuan's side. How could she not be aware of his charm? All the sisters and younger disciples who came to deliver remnants of Gu had cast glances of admiration toward him. But Yuan was too engrossed in the ways of Gu to notice. If she left, could there truly be another girl to take her place? To accompany Yuan, sharing the seasons together? The thought brought her a tinge of sadness. Li Yuan smirked, recognizing the girl's concerns at a glance. The hints of grievance in her words were almost spilling over. "Huh, do you really think I would invite another girl up the mountain? I am rather sentimental." Li Yuan chuckled. "Food prepared by others seldom suits my palate. It would feel quite uncomfortable with strangers around. So, do return promptly." All right. Wang Zhao's heart soared, elated by Li Yuan's unexpectedly warm words. "There's one more thing." Li Yuan pondered and decided to prepare some means of self-defense for Wang Zhao. The girl was quite capable, but her lack of practical experience made her vulnerable. "Xiao Zhao, tonight I shall gift you something." "What gift?" Wang Zhao and Amp. Oppos. His imagination ran wild. "That is a secret. Of course, what else could he gift but Gu insects?" Once the drawing ceremony concluded, dusk had fallen. Upon returning to the bamboo grove, Li Yuan immediately entered the remnant Gu tower, beginning to train a selection of special Gu insects for Wang Zhao. In her room, Wang Zhao sat before the mirror, carefully unwrapping the black silk that covered her eyes and cautiously retrieved a wooden box hidden in the cupboard. Inside the box lay no extraordinary items, merely the rouge and powder that every woman would use. At this moment, she held but one thought: to present her best self in accepting the gift from her brother Yuan. Chapter 40. Who am I? As night fell, Li Yuan emerged from the residual insect tower after hours of diligent work. The luminous moonlight, gathered by the moonlight worms, cascaded gently upon the small bamboo grove beside his chamber, casting a warm and bright glow akin to a grand lantern. Under this enchanting light lay a table laden with exquisite dishes and fine wines, accompanied by the delicate figure of a young maiden, her head bowed in modesty, reminiscent of a shy flower poised to bloom. In this splendid moment, Li Yuan found himself momentarily transfixed. Did the girl misinterpret his gaze? "Xiao Zhao, when did you acquire this attire? I and Oppos, we never seen you wear such before." Throughout their lengthy companionship, both Li Yuan and Wang Zhao had donned the same unremarkable uniform of the 12 caves, frequently exchanging it for cleanliness. Li Yuan rarely paid heed to such superficial matters, but today, upon this sudden revelation, he recognized that Xiao Zhao had transformed from the Navi girl who first ascended the mountain 4 years ago into a charming young woman. Her features had matured, revealing a clarity that rendered her a petite beauty. With improved living conditions, her physique flourished. She was no longer pale and emaciated, but rather healthy and fair. Her demeanor transformed profoundly. The only drawback was her eyes, which could only open fully in the throes of battle, rendering her a tad less vivacious. "Brother Yuan." Wang Zhao sensed his gaze upon her, her shyness only deepening. "I bought this dress a while ago, but never had the chance to wear it." "It suits you beautifully," Li Yuan complimented. "Really?" Wang Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight. "Do you truly like it, Brother Yuan? Who wouldn't adore such a lovely sister?" He replied with a smile, producing 3 jade vials from his robe and placing them in her hands. With the impending task at hand, "These are 3 types of insects I have crafted for you. They will only recognize your essence and serve you." The first vial contained 3 spring revival insects, each capable of healing wounds and expelling toxins. The second vial held 3 shadow, sword-light insects, which, if used at the right moment, could eliminate any warrior below the 6th rank in a single strike. The third vial contained flying wing insects and golden garment insects, designed to assist you in critical moments of escape. As the vials settled in her hands, Wang Zhao's heart swelled with an indescribable warmth, mingled with a bittersweet sensation that brought tears to her eyes. She suddenly leapt into Li Yuan's embrace. "Thank you, brother Yuan." Although the gifts were not what she had yearned for, they spoke volumes of the affection and concern from the one she admired. "What is there to thank me for?" Li Yuan teased. "When I first arrived on this mountain, I was destitute, having nothing for my grandfather's coffin or tombstone. Old Wang unhesitatingly provided me with the funds for the coffin. I did not hesitate to accept it then. You must be resolute and bold when you venture out. Honest folk often find themselves bullied." "Yes," Wang Zhao nodded earnestly, committing his words to memory. "Good." Li Yuan helped her settle onto a chair. "We must not waste such fine food and drink. It may be months before I can savor your cooking again." The following morning, after bowing thrice at old Wang's grave on the back mountain, Wang Zhao tearfully bid farewell to Li Yuan as she set forth on the road beyond the Jiugong mountain range. Those who came to escape the ravages of war were now compelled to depart once more. This realization struck Li Yuan profoundly. In a tumultuous world, there were no eternal sanctuaries. The only unchanging path was to continually enhance one's own strength. Half a month later, Qi Xian, the leader of the 100 Affairs Hall, ascended the mountain to present Li Yuan with a roster of disciples who had perished during missions outside the 12 caves. A wave of unease washed over Li Yuan as he perused the heavy document. The absence of a companion to share meals with, to wash his clothes, and to lighten his spirits left him feeling unaccustomed and hollow. Upon revealing the list, he scrutinized each name. After a prolonged breath, he finally relaxed. Fortunately, Xiao and Amp, Appo's name was not among them. However, he did spot another familiar name, Qi Lin, the one who had once guided him into the mountains to partake in the Gu Master Trials, had met his end while annihilating a squad from the Wind and Snowsword Manor. It was not sorrow he felt, but rather a sense of reflection. Another half-month passed, and a second batch of death rosters arrived. Once again, Xiao's name was absent, which brought Li Yuan joy, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The skills he had imparted to her should suffice for any tasks assigned to outer disciples. On this day, a distinguished guest arrived at the bamboo grove. A considerable number of demon corpses being transported, over 100 in total. Li Yuan, the blood chi insects you cultivated are exceedingly effective. The prince has agreed to collaborate with you. Here are 120 demon corpses in exchange for 600 blood chi insects. Is that acceptable? Li Ruoqian personally led the convoy of demon corpses to discuss terms with Li Yuan. Absolutely, Li Yuan replied with enthusiasm. He could produce a vast quantity of blood chi insect from just one demon corpse and a few inconsequential bloodworms, rendering the remainder pure profit. For him, apart from investment of time, it was simply a no-cost venture. "You aren't an Amp, Appo's haggling?" Li Ruoqian queried, astonished. Cultivating insects of such quality should not be a simple task. Li Yuan had underestimated the situation. It appeared the Kanglan prince and Appo's manor deemed it a significant bargain. Had he known, he would have negotiated further. The Kanglan army is fighting demons to protect the southern frontier, and I too benefit from this. If the prince has set this price, then let us proceed. Such resolve. Li Ruoqian rarely displayed her smile, but this time, a gentle dimple appeared on her elegant visage, infusing her striking features with a touch of femininity. "In the future, I will ensure the Kanglan army and Appo's logistics team selects high-quality, well-preserved demon corpses for you." "Thank you, Miss Li," Li Yuan responded with a respectful gesture. "You need not thank me. This is merely business. You treat us with sincerity, and the Kanglan prince and Appo's manor shall not shortchange you." "Ah, yes." Li Yuan felt slightly embarrassed. "Prepare yourself," Li Ruoqian continued. "Recent conflicts have intensified, and the situation is escalating. You can expect a substantial number of demon corpses to be delivered, and we hope you will consistently provide blood chi insects." "The situation is escalating again?" Li Yuan was taken aback. "What has transpired?" Because of one person, Li Ruoqian's expression grew grave. "Who?" Li Yuan inquired with curiosity. As the winds of fate stirred, The demon lord, various lords, and martial artists from the Jianghu were intertwined, yet none dared to claim supremacy. Who possesses such influence that merely one individual could escalate the conflict? The last remaining direct bloodline of the Yuan royal family, lost to the world. His bloodline is the key to unlocking the martial god's treasure. It is the stabilizing force for the realm. Everyone desires him, Li Ruo Qian stated with solemnity. Is it true that a direct bloodline of the Yuan royal family still exists? Li Yuan felt his heart stir with intrigue. Indeed, Li Ruo Qian nodded. This individual is the young prince born to concubine and during the royal family and Appo's great calamity over 20 years ago. Li Yuan? No way. The young prince born to concubine and whom all the heroes pursue. Who am I? Chapter 41. The True Queen and Appo's. Li Yuan never anticipated that the gossip would turn out to be centered around himself. The dispute had already commenced. In the end, Appo's, little prince and Appo's, mentioned by Li Ruo Qian was evidently not him. Was there truly a false little prince? Li Yuan pondered deeply. A sudden flash of insight struck him. Over 2 decades ago, his mother, the noble consort, had entrusted the court physician to send him away from the palace to escape the royal blood disaster. In a desperate bid to save him, the physician had sacrificed his own grandson and Appo's lineage, allowing that child to take Li Yuan and Appo's place in death. Thus, to the outside world, the physician's grandson was the genuine little prince. Yet now, only Li Yuan was privy to the truth. Could it be that the physician's grandson had not perished, but had instead been saved? He turned to Li Ruo Qian and calmly inquired, Miss Li, was it not said that the direct bloodline of the Dian royal family had been completely extinguished? The sudden emergence of another little prince. Could he be a counterfeit? Most likely. He is genuine, Li Ruo Qian replied. The various factions are not foolish enough to engage in a bloody conflict over a mere impostor. There must be compelling evidence. It is rumored that during the blood disaster, the Night Owl faction arrived too late, but managed to rescue that little prince at a crucial moment. However, those Night Owl warriors were subsequently hunted down by demons and perished, while the little prince was hidden away, his whereabouts unknown. After the blood disaster, numerous demon lords proclaimed that the Dian royal bloodline had been eradicated, and even the Night Owl King was led to believe it. It was only recently, after the Night Owl King vanquished a demon lord and delved into its memories, that he discovered the possibility of the little prince and Appo's survival. Li Yuan inhaled deeply. If that were the case, it was indeed possible that the physician's grandson still lived. He recalled the jade pendant left to him by the physician during his final moments. The old man and Appo's raspy voice echoing in his ears. Yuan and Appo's, remember, you are not my grandson. Your true identity is that of a Dian prince. Your mother is the lesser deathbringer of the extreme North Ice Plains tribe, consort, and from 16 years ago. You must survive. This pendant contains a drop of the blood of the founding emperor, which, when combined with a great elixir, could potentially restore your divine martial roots. You must eradicate the demons and restore Dian, avenging your mother. After joining the 12 caves, Li Yuan had immersed himself in the art of Gu, never contemplating the activation of the jade pendant or the refinement of the ancestral blood. He wondered, after exchanging blood with the physician and Appo's grandson, was his own lineage still viable? Could the physician and Appo's grandson, who had been forced to accept the royal bloodline, unlock the treasures of divine martial arts? The situation had turned increasingly convoluted, compelling Li Yuan to contemplate many questions he had never before considered. The transmission of royal bloodlines was a complex matter. Not all descendants of the founding emperor were considered direct royal blood. Only those children born after the emperor ascended the throne and underwent the ancestral blood baptism could be deemed true heirs, possessing the power to unlock the treasures of divine martial arts. This meant that offspring born before the emperor's ascension or those from other princes were excluded from the royal lineage. It appeared that careful planning was imperative. The physician had saved his life, and even the physician and Appo's grandson was akin to a savior, entangled in the blood feud. Li Yuan could not remain indifferent. Time was of the essence. He could not linger longer. Li Ruo Qian and Appo's voice pulled Li Yuan back from his reverie. We must take our leave. I hope that when we return, we will obtain the promised 600 chi blood goo. Miss Li, travel safely. Watching her figure recede into the distance. Amidst the corpses of demons littering the ground, Li Yuan took a deep breath. There was little he could change at present. In the face of myriad lords and demon masters, any attempt to interfere would lead to his demise. He had to remain composed. He held the only means of turning the tide in his favor, requiring time to mature. He must not act recklessly. Once he regained his composure, Li Yuan began to process the demon corpses. Most of the demons sent by the Kanglan army were of the 3rd tier, with only 6 4th-tier corpses and 2 5th-tier ones. The most precious was a remnant of a 6th-tier demon, its heart excised. After directing the Ant Legion to categorize and arrange the demon remains, Li Yuan commenced his work on the most valuable 6th-tier corpse. SSS Little Kai and Wu Mei emerged excitedly. Do you wish to feast? Li Yuan inquired. The 3-colored fire python and the spider queen goo both possessed immense evolutionary potential, necessitating continuous nourishment from rare herbs to facilitate their transformation. Choose as you like. Li Yuan was generous with Little Kai and Wu Mei, permitting the 2 little creatures to indulge in a buffet. SSS with Li Yuan's consent. Little Kai and Wu Mei leapt from his shoulders onto the demon corpses. Selecting their preferred parts, Little Kai opted for the demon and Appo's gallbladder, while Wu Mei delicately extracted the brain matter with her silk. All right, go eat over there. I shall begin refining goo. Li Yuan smileth. Little Kai shook her head, carrying the demon's gallbladder to a nearby clearing, where she opened her mouth and unleashed crimson flames. The gallbladder hissed and bubbled as the bile boiled. What are you doing? Li Yuan, intrigued, watched closely. Once the crimson flames extinguished, the outer layer of the gallbladder vanished, leaving a thumb-sized golden stone in its wake. Gallstone? A term flashed through Li Yuan and Appo's mind. This was evidently more than a mere gallstone. It was likely a treasure. Little Kai, clutching the golden stone, hopped back onto Li Yuan's shoulder, twirling in circles, as if seeking praise or challenging Wu Mei. Li Yuan picked up the stone for a careful examination, sensing the immense energy contained within. Reminiscent of a term he had encountered in a novel from his past life, the golden elixir. Could it be that demons possess a similar cultivation method? How should it be utilized? Should it be combined for synthesis? Li Yuan attempted to channel his goo and Appo's arcane energy into the golden stone, but to no avail. At that moment, he noticed Wu Mei placing the previously extracted brain matter back into the demon and Appo's skull, her 8 spider legs deftly manipulating the silk with remarkable speed, akin to performing a delicate surgery. Wu Mei first sutured the demon and Appo's brain with silk, then crafted a bionic heart, finally mending the demon and Appo's corpse entirely. Of course, the Spider Queen goo was indeed an all-encompassing creature. Lost in her tenacity, Li Yuan almost forgot her true capabilities. Her silk could replicate any life characteristic. Boom! The restored demon rose to its feet. It was a black bear demon, towering over 2 zhang, appearing like a small mountain when standing, its eyes burning like copper furnaces, radiating vitality. At first glance, it bore no resemblance to a corpse. Under Li Yuan's watchful gaze, the black bear demon slowly knelt and bowed, a deep, thunderous voice emanating from its abdomen. The black bear pays homage to its master. Chapter 42. The sweet yet fierce 5th sister. Is there a different way to play? A fresh perspective unfolded in Li Yuan's mind, revealing the true essence of the Spider Queen's goo. His Shao Kai flicked her tongue, feeling overshadowed. The 5th sister quickly climbed back onto Li Yuan and Appo's shoulder, playfully drawing in an Appo's gesture in the air with her silk, teasing Shao Kai. Li Yuan cooed and Appo's helped but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Enough of the noise. Thankfully, both Shao Kai and the 5th sister possess uncomplicated minds. Their occasional jealousy does not disrupt the bigger picture, or else I would truly be at my wit and Appo's end. 5th sister, how many corpses of these demons can you control? What is your range of control? After expelling a considerable amount of silk to mend the black bear demon, the fifth sister appeared significantly weakened, indicating a limitation in the number she could command. Li Yuan grasped the gist. The fifth sister could control at most 2 demon corpses of a rank higher than her own, while she could manage 10 of the same rank. As for those of a lower rank, hundreds or even thousands would pose no challenge. With the fifth sister, could I not muster an army single-handedly? She could be a sweet companion or the queen of a demon legion. His Shao Kai felt discontented. Please quiet down, Li Yuan soothed. Both you and the fifth sister have your unique strengths. You are my most cherished gu. Just as he finished speaking, another strand of silk shot out, binding the golden stone extracted from the black bear demon and pressing it into the demon and Appo's brow. The aura of the black bear demon surged accordingly. Li Yuan and Appo's smile brightened. Shao Kai, see? Your significance is now evident. In the future, your collaboration with the fifth sister will be enough to forge the mightiest legion of demons. He continued, let us delineate our roles. Shao Kai, your keen sense for treasures will be essential in extracting valuables from the demon corpses. Fifth sister, focus on controlling the more formidable demon corpses to create puppets. I shall persist in refining my gu. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The 100 Affairs Hall sent 2 more death lists, and still, Xiao Zhao and Appo's name was absent. However, the duration of the task extended beyond Li Yuan and Appo's expectations, potentially dragging on for several more months. He also received momentous news. The 9 Palaces Gu Nest formally announced its collaboration with the Kanglan King. This signified that the 9 Palaces Gu Nest would no longer remain reclusive and would confront demons directly, diminishing the time available for Li Yuan's quiet development. Soon after, the Fengshui Sword Manor, the foremost power in the southern Jianghu, was breached. From the manor in Appo's master, a legendary sword saint, to the elderly, young, and even pets within, all were mercilessly exterminated, leaving no survivors. All properties under the Fengshui Sword Manor were confiscated. The leaders of this operation were the masters of the 3rd and 6th palaces of the 9 Palaces Gu Nest. The following day, the Xinjiang Palace, another of the 3 major forces in the southern Jianghu, abandoned its gates and relocated to the impregnable territory of Tiandao Cliff. Shortly thereafter, the master of the 1st palace personally intervened, slaying a demon lord, shaking the various factions, and officially announcing the 9 Palaces Gu Nest's entry into the world. The relentless tide of news stirred profound reflections within Li Yuan. In these chaotic times, even the leaders of the major factions were falling one after another. What significance did he hold? The martial sage, a pinnacle of martial arts, and the demon lords, both esteemed at the 8th rank, were formidable presences that now lay defeated, stirring deep lamentations. No wonder everyone coveted the martial god as treasure. Li Yuan once again grasped the allure of the martial god as treasure. Should any formidable being acquire it, they need not become a martial god. Merely stepping into the 9th rank to achieve the status of a martial emperor would suffice to secure their invulnerability. Had the master of the 1st palace reached the 9 transformations realm? In the realm of martial arts, the Night Owl King was likely at the apex of the era. Though there appeared to be no common sovereign among the demons, those capable of ensnaring the Night Owl King and slaughtering the royal family must indeed be 9th-tier demons. The realms of Gu, martial arts, and demons each possessed their own pinnacles. Li Yuan gazed up from the foot of the mountain, realizing he had merely taken the first steps on his journey. 3 months later, Li Yuan received word from the 100 Affairs Hall, announcing the conclusion of the campaign against Tiandao Cliff and the various properties of the Xinjiang Palace. The mission of the 72 outer caves had come to an end. It seemed Xiao Zhao would soon return. During this period, Li Yuan had constructed a formidable legion of demon corpses, led by 2 6th-tier demons, comprising 10 5th-tier demons and 300 4th-tier demons, an exceptionally lavish assembly. Li Yuan personally tested the combat capabilities of his corps. The battle strength of the corps was approximately 70% of their original forms. They lacked agility and adaptability, acting purely on instinct. Yet, they felt no pain and feared not death. The sheer number of demon corpses overwhelmed the limited space of the bamboo grove. Li Yuan pondered whether to request an expansion of the grove from senior brother Pei. After much contemplation, he resolved to wait until the disciples returned from their missions before making the request, so as not to appear inconsiderate. As anticipated, 3 days later, Li Yuan received further intelligence from the 100 Affairs Hall. The 12 cave disciples returning from battle were expected the following day, and all hall masters and managers were summoned to the foot of the mountain to welcome them and pay respects to the fallen disciples with proper burials. Junior brother, I and Amp, Oppos, V, succeeded the position of cave master for quite some time now, yet aside from the last time we drew lots for life and death. I Haven and Amp, Oppos, T seen you leave the bamboo grove. You truly have a high tolerance for solitude. I thought that with Xiao Zhao and Amp, Oppos, as absence you might seek some amusement. But it seems I underestimated you. Pei Luo Qing teased Li Yuan on the descent. Xiao Zhao is gone, but I have my goo insects for company, Li Yuan admitted. Initially, he found it hard to adjust, especially during the first few days following Xiao Zhao's departure, when he felt an emptiness that was rather unsettling. However, he grew accustomed to it over time. Pei Luo Qing laughed. Junior brother, your words remind me of the master of the Seventh Palace. Why is that? He, like you, spends his days in the company of Gu, a solitary figure. Yet one day he undertook a remarkable feat that astonished the heavens and moved the spirits. What was it? He wed his beloved Gu. Goodness, how scandalous! Li Yuan was taken aback. Such an occurrence was indeed unprecedented. Pei Luo Qing laughed heartily. If you didn't have Xiao Zhao by your side, I would genuinely worry that one day you might follow suit. Li Yuan's curiosity piqued. What is the master of the Seventh Palace and Oppos? Beloved Gu. A humanoid corpse Gu, perhaps? If that were the case, it might be somewhat understandable. Pei Luo Qing whispered, alas. His beloved Gu is a snake. Li Yuan blinked. Is the master named Su or Xiao? Pei Luo Qing paused. Did you see it in the notes from our teacher? Indeed, the surname of the master of the Seventh Palace is Su. Chapter 43. The past of the Kanglan Princess Li Yuan and Oppos. Knowledge did not stem from the notes of his mentor, Yuan. The tale of the snake, as recounted by Su, was renowned in his previous life, resonating deeply within the hearts of many. Brother, do you think it is possible that a life-bound Gu could evolve to a certain extent and, under the influence of a Gu master, take on human form? Li Yuan Inkidat. Pei Luo Qing narrowed his eyes, casting a meaningful glance at Li Yuan. Junior brother, your thoughts are rather perilous. Do not misinterpret my words, brother, Li Yuan teased. I am merely curious about the story of the Seventh Palace Master. It is theoretically feasible, Pei Luo Qing smiled. Perhaps this theory will be validated when a second Gu immortal emerges in the Tianyuan continent. Li Yuan was at a loss for words. To hear you speak is akin to listening to profound wisdom. As they chatted, they reached the foot of the mountain. Looking into the distance, not a single figure was in sight. It seems we must wait a while longer, Pei Luo Qing remarked, sitting down. By the way, junior brother, have you heard about the Kanglan Princess? I have not, Li Yuan shook his head. Wasn't she sent to the Ninth Palace to study Gu arts? Did something happen? Indeed, an unexpected event, Pei Luo Qing replied. The reason the Kanglan King was able to collaborate with the Ninth Palace Gu nest is largely due to that young princess. Such capability in a young princess? Li Yuan questioned, surprised. Xiao Qin is merely a girl of about 10. She has some talent in Gu arts, but she's not even of age to refine her life-bound Gu. What influence could she possibly wield? This story is one I recently learned from my senior sister. Pei Luo Qing explained. It seems my senior sister, whom I have yet to meet, has extensive connections and is well-informed. Li Yuan mused, still having never encountered her. Indeed, Pei Luo Qing smiled. My senior sister revealed to me some secrets of the past. It turns out that the previous saintess of the Ninth Palace was the Kanglan Princess. Li Yuan was taken aback. When he had heard the Kanglan King mention that Qin mother was a Gu master, he had speculated that the princess must have a profound connection with the Ninth Palace Gu nest. Little did he expect that the Kanglan Princess was actually the saintess of the Ninth Palace. What does it mean to be a saintess? He wondered. Only those confirmed to inherit the position of palace master would receive such an honor. It was said that the previous saintess was extraordinarily talented, a prodigy of Gu arts not seen in a millennium. Yet she fell in love at first sight with the Kanglan King and pledged her life to him. During her time with the Kanglan king, she witnessed the suffering of the southern border's populace and vowed to eradicate the demons and save the people from peril. She petitioned the Ninth Palace Gu Nest to intervene, but to no avail, ultimately leaving due to ideological differences. In retrospect, perhaps the Kanglan princess was indeed correct. Had the Ninth Palace Gu Nest intervened sooner, the situation in the southern border may not have deteriorated to its current state. It was only after the disaster struck that they began to raise their voices. Pei Luo Qing lamented. Li Yuan suddenly realized and asked, "What does all this have to do with the young princess?" Because the young princess recently inherited the Kanglan princess's life-bound Gu, which is ranked third on the list of exotic Gu, Pei Luo Qing explained. The third-ranked exotic Gu is the heart-questioning Gu, Li Yuan recalled. The conditions for refining the heart-questioning Gu were exceedingly stringent. Setting aside the cultivation level, the most crucial requirement was that the Gu master must conduct themselves with a clear conscience throughout their life. Perhaps this was precisely what forged the Kanglan princess into a woman who dared to love and hate, detested evil, and courageously fought against oppression, living without regret. Indeed, Pei Luo Qing said with admiration, perhaps the moment the Kanglan princess refined the heart-questioning Gu, her fate was sealed. She would not allow her true self to be tainted by anyone or anything. Li Yuan said solemnly, "So, does this mean the young princess is now following in the footsteps of the former saintess?" If that were not the case, the Ninth Palace Gu Nest would hardly have been so forthcoming, and the collaboration with the Kanglan king could have been delayed for a considerable time. Pei Luo Qing remarked with a sigh. "Brother, I have another question," Li Yuan pondered. "Why does the heart-questioning Gu continue to exist? Should it not have vanished along with the Kanglan princess?" "That is unknown to me," Pei Luo Qing replied, shaking his head. "The heart-questioning Gu may not provide significant combat power to the Gu master, yet it holds the third rank on the exotic Gu list, which suggests it possesses unique qualities." "That is true," Li Yuan agreed. He was well-versed in the uses of exotic Gu as recorded in texts. The heart-questioning Gu was indeed of modest combat capability. Compared to other combat-oriented exotic Gu, it was even inferior to some rare Gu, yet possessed a remarkably powerful and mysterious function. The heart-questioning Gu could grant the Gu master clarity of mind at the moment of refinement. It allowed the Gu master to bypass the first three stages of the Gu master heart technique and reach the level of resonating with the heart. It could also endow the Gu master with extraordinary mental strength. Due to this clarity of mind and exceptional mental capabilities, communication between the Gu master and other Gu would become exceedingly simple, allowing for rapid ascension in cultivation and the ability to command a multitude of subordinate Gu in battle. Consequently, the holder of the heart-questioning Gu was hailed as the one with the greatest potential to step into the realm of Gu Immortal. "Junior brother, do not dwell on this," Pei Luo Qing chuckled. "For people like us, refining the heart-questioning Gu would only result in a backlash leading to our demise. Such opportunities are seldom grasped by ordinary individuals." Haha, Li Yuan laughed. He had to admit that he could not achieve a clear conscience, but if given the chance, he would certainly seize it and refine it in an instant, for he would not suffer from any backlash. After hours of conversation, the sky had grown late, the sun setting as dusk approached, yet the figures of the 12 caves disciples were still absent. Could something have happened? Pei Luo Qing furrowed his brow. He promptly ordered the disciples stationed at various mountains to investigate further. Before long, a returning scout hurriedly reported, his expression filled with alarm. "Cave Master, dire news. The roads nearby have all been blocked. Did you ascertain which faction is responsible?" Pei Luo Qing inquired. It seems to be the army of the Shadow King," the scout replied. "The Shadow King?" Pei Luo Qing narrowed his eyes. "That old wretch has indeed taken action. I knew he would not stand idly by while the Kanglan king and the Ninth Palace Gu Nest collaborated." Li Yuan was somewhat acquainted with the situation in the southern border. A few years prior, he had heard that the Kanglan king and the Shadow King had been vying for control over the southern border, resulting in constant friction. Now, it seemed they were prepared to sever ties completely. Pei Luo Qing spoke coldly. "It is possible that the collusion of the three major factions in the southern border with the demons was instigated by the Shadow King. What should we do now?" Li Yuan inquired. "We can only defend. We must hold out until reinforcements arrive, Pei Luo Qing declared. Recently, the 9th Palace Gu Nest and the Kanglan army have focused their efforts on the battlefield against the demons and the three factions. But we did not anticipate that the Shadow King's forces would take advantage of the situation to launch a sneak attack. Most of the entrances outside the Jiugong mountain range are jointly guarded by the Kanglan army and the 9th Palace's intersect, so the Shadow King's main forces cannot breach them. They must have infiltrated a portion of their soldiers through certain gaps. We will hold our ground. Pei Luo Qing, clear-headed as the cave master, immediately ordered all members of the 12 caves, heed my command, return to the mountain at once and prepare for a staunch defense. Li Yuan remained silent, following the group back to the mountain, realizing that it was time to deploy the demon corpse puppet army. Chapter 44. Solo combat against the minor master. Upon returning to the small bamboo forest, Li Yuan promptly mobilized all his goo worms, setting an intricate trap. With my current strength, I could contend against a 6th-tier martial artist, and 7th-tier warriors are not as numerous as cabbages. In a passive position with insufficient intelligence, Li Yuan was uncertain of the strength of the surprise attack team sent by King Yu, and could only meet force with force. If he could not hold his ground, he could rely on the camouflage ability of the slug illusory garment to make his escape. SSS chirp, even 5th Sister and Little Kai grew solemn. 5th Sister commanded the army of demon corpses to lie in ambush underground or in the trees. Li Yuan utilized the sealing goo to conceal the presence of the corpses, while he himself also shrouded in darkness with the power of the slug illusory garment. The assault by King Yu and Appo's army was so sudden that he could only prepare these defenses. Dong, dong, dong. Soon, the deep tolling of bells echoed across the 12 peaks. I wonder how Xiao Zhao is faring. Li Yuan worried that Xiao Zhao might encounter King Yu's team, and if she faced a 6th-tier martial artist, she could very well meet her demise. He could only pray, as he was unable to venture out to search for her in his current precarious state. At that moment, a talking bird flew in, delivering a message. Li Yuan, the cave master, has decided to abandon the outposts on the peaks. Should the outer defenses fall, all disciples will retreat to the main peak. You are to go and defend the main peak. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan immediately sensed a change in intelligence. King Yu's forces had exerted immense pressure on senior brother Pei, compelling the abandonment of the various peaks' assets. Tell the cave master that I must hold the remnant Gu Tower. Li Yuan could not leave. His base was here, and if he could not defend it, the main peak would likely fall as well, resulting in the same fate. Understood. The bird departed without hesitation. Half an hour later, intense commotion erupted from the 2 outer defense lines of the mountain gate, signaling the commencement of battle. Li Yuan observed the scene at the mountain gate through the illuminating moonworm. He dispatched a swarm of killing bees, blade, and sword goo, and bewitching worms to stealthily attack King Yu and Appo's troops. However, the enemy was too formidable. A group of martial artists with overwhelming vigor dispatched his ordinary goo worms before they could even approach. Each of them was a seasoned veteran, well-trained, far surpassing the forces led by the 12 caves and Appo's battle guards. The defenses collapsed in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Yet Li Yuan managed to glean vital intelligence in the process. The situation was dire. The strongest among King Yu's forces was dangerously close to the 7th-tier realm, possibly already on the brink of becoming a grandmaster. Additionally, 3 6th-tier minor masters accompanied him. This was indeed an elite fighting force. No wonder they could bypass the Kanglan army's defenses and penetrate this area. Kill! The battle erupted with a thunderous roar at the main peak. Li Yuan again caught sight of Pei Luo Qing's life goo, a massive entity enveloped in white mist, resembling a giant infant, the ginseng infant goo. He longed to appreciate such a marvelous plant goo up close, but reality did not permit it. A squad from King Yu and Appo's army was already approaching the small bamboo forest. I will do my utmost to draw their fire, Li Yuan resolved. He understood the principle of mutual destruction. If the peak fell, he would have no choice but to abandon the small bamboo forest like a stray dog. The hunt commenced. With a thought, the goo worms hidden along the mountain path sprang into action. The first to appear were the self-destructive 5 poisons goo. exploding in large numbers and forcing the ascending soldiers to cover their noses and eyes. What the devil? How could so many poisonous insects detonate at once? The soldiers realized something was amiss, but it was too late. With Li Yuan's current capabilities, slaughtering a team of soldiers without a 6th-tier martial artist leading them was akin to butchering chickens and ducks. Little Pa Kai was insufficient to attract just 1 or 2 6th-tier martial artists. Only then could he genuinely alleviate some pressure from the main peak. With the total number of subordinate goo worms I had arranged in the small bamboo forest, along with the army of corpses, even if a few thousand came without 6th-tier or higher leaders, I could eliminate them all. This was Li Yuan's confidence and the reason he was unwilling to forsake the small bamboo forest. Leaving here would mean he could not carry away many of his goo worms, resulting in a significant loss. Before long, another squad arrived at the foot of the small bamboo forest, and shockingly, 2 6th-tier martial artists appeared. This indicated just how dire the situation was at the main peak. It had exerted little pressure on King Yu and Appo's army, allowing for the immediate dispatch of 2 6th-tier minor masters. This should be my first direct confrontation with a martial arts minor master, Li Yuan thought anxiously, given that the opponent had comprehended the master realm. His low-tier subordinate Gu and Appo's ambush seemed feeble and unlikely to succeed. He could only delay the other soldiers. The 2 6th-tier minor masters teamed up, their murderous intent palpable as they effortlessly ascended the small bamboo forest. Just as expected, Li Yuan was not particularly surprised. After all, he was merely a 5th-tier Gu master. The power of subordinate Gu was limited, and to contend with a 6th-tier minor master, he would have to rely on his life Gu, which could truly showcase a Gu master's formidable strength. Concealed in the shadows, enveloped by the slug illusory garment, he remained undetected even by the 6th-tier minor masters. What is going on? The 2 6th-tier minor masters were perplexed. Scanning the mountain, they found it utterly devoid of any figures, yet the ascent was teeming with goo worms. Even 5th-tier martial artists had been ambushed and slain. Big Hammer, be cautious. The 2 minor masters stood back to back, assuming a defensive posture. The minor master known as Big Hammer, Ding Taizhan, scoffed, "Old Qin, cover me while I use my sonic technique to break through their illusions." Understood. Old Qin, whose real name was Qin Shu, had faced countless battles and was wary of underestimating the opponent, even feeling a tinge of fear. How could so many goo masters conceal their presence, evading his detection? Given the number of goo worms below, it was safe to assume that at least 100 goo masters were hidden here. Why is there not a single person in sight after ascending the mountain? Lion and Appo's roar hammer. In contrast, Big Hammer Ding Taizhan was far more brutish, wielding a pair of hammers weighing thousands of pounds. He leaped high and then slammed them down with tremendous force. Bang! An invisible shockwave kicked up dust and swirled leaves, creating ripples across the ground. At that moment, a massive black bear demon descended from above, raising its paw to strike fiercely at Ding Taizhan and Appo's head. Just as Qin Shu intended to assist, he was repelled by a large stone. The assailant was a monkey demon. "Black Bear Commander, Old Monkey," Ding Taizhan exclaimed, astonished. Did they not perish at the hands of the Kanglan army? How could they appear here? They must have been transformed into corpse puppets. Qin Shu and Appo's expression darkened. Our intelligence was gravely flawed. There is certainly more than one 6th-tier Gu master in the 12 caves. Prepare to fight to the death. Chapter 45. The corpse puppet army. Li Yuan seemed to have stumbled upon an extraordinary secret. The Black Bear Commander? Brother Ape? It appeared that the true mastermind orchestrating events from the shadows was King Yu, with the 3 major sects merely serving as scapegoats. In the ruthless struggle for control over the southern frontier, no lengths were spared. Perhaps King Yu had meticulously devised his plan long ago. First, he covertly instigated the 3 sects to unite with the demons to slaughter the disciples of the outer 72 caves, subsequently framing King Kanglan and severing ties with the 9 palaces Gu nest. If framing him failed, he could still ally with the demons to maintain competitiveness. Li Yuan felt confident that his conjecture was overwhelmingly accurate. One could surmise that a person like King Yu would not be concerned with immediate outcomes. In the game of power, victors write history, and winning is all that matters. Was it not preferable to unite against the demons? Li Yuan could not comprehend this notion. Or perhaps, in King Yu's view, the chaos wrought by the demons was insurmountable, and the trend of each carving out their own territory to reign, leading to a union of man and demon, was inevitable. Squeak, the fifth sister, sensed the fury stirring within Li Yuan. The attacks from the black bear demon and the ape demon became increasingly fierce, momentarily subduing the two junior masters, Qin Shu and Ding Taizhan, who were at a disadvantage. Li Yuan understood that this was merely a fleeting advantage. Once the enemy grew accustomed to the puppet demon's attack patterns, their threat would diminish significantly. Ultimately, it would be up to him to deliver the fatal blow. He had but one chance for a surprise attack. He must eliminate one of them first. His gaze fell upon the hulking figure of the giant hammer. The brute's vigilance was evidently inferior to that of the other, increasing the likelihood of a successful ambush. Concealed beneath the illusionary robe of the slug, Li Yuan held his breath and focused, stealthily advancing, while the small color plate on his shoulder sensed his intentions and began to gather strength. Meanwhile, the fifth sister exerted her energy, compelling the black bear demon to deliberately expose a weakness. Black bear commander, your corpse has been desecrated. Allow me to liberate you. Ding Taizhan and Amp. Appo's eyes gleamed with determination as he seized the opportunity, wielding his twin hammers, the essence of a master converging within them. Akin to the roar of dragons and tigers, crashing down upon the black bear demon in Amp. Appo's form. Boom! He believed this strike would reduce the black bear demon body to a mere pulp. To his astonishment, within the demon and Amp, Appo's body lay a multitude of white spider silk, which erupted at the moment of impact, ensnaring his hammers. A profound sense of crisis surged from the ground up to the crown of his head, causing Ding Taizhan to shiver with dread. From the shadows, two flames emerged, one crimson and the other emerald, intertwining and spiraling toward him. With a deafening crack, Ding Taizhan reacted swiftly, roaring and exhaling air rings in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. The dual-colored flames clung to his arm like a relentless curse, refusing to be extinguished. The agonizing screams resonated throughout the bamboo grove. As the illusionary robe fell away, Li Yuan's assault followed in quick succession. Empowered by the giant spirit goo, his fist surged forth, muscles bulging, hair standing on end, his blood igniting in a conflagration that enveloped his entire being, his garments shredding at the seams. Thud! With a single, unrestrained punch, he pierced through Ding Taizhan's chest like a raging torrent. Clang! The twin hammers crashed to the ground. From a moment Li Yuan struck to Ding Taizhan's demise transpired in an instant. By the time Qin Shu realized what had occurred, it was too late for rescue, especially with a sixth-tier ape demon and Amp. Appo's corpse puppet ensnaring him. The giant hammer. Qin Shu's complexion turned pale. Your turn. Li Yuan's gaze was icy. Qin Shu understood that his fate was grim. A bitter smile crossing his face. To think there are two sixth-tiered goo masters lying in ambush here. Did you anticipate King Yu's movements all along? 2. Li Yuan was taken aback, then quickly comprehended. In their eyes, it was likely they assumed another goo master controlling the corpse puppet lurked in the shadows. You are correct, but you shall still perish. Li Yuan nodded in affirmation, applying psychological pressure to his adversary, rendering them hesitant and thus simplifying the kill. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Qin Shu and Amp, Appo's body collapsed, his head crushed by the ape demon and Amp, Appo's foot. Phew! Li Yuan finally exhaled, relieved. A sixth-tier junior master was indeed formidable. Had they not held the advantage of location and executed a surprise attack, it would have been a fierce struggle today. At the main peak, Pei Luoqing was engaged in a fierce battle against the commanding officer of King Yu and Appo's army, using the ginseng infant goo. The towering ginseng infant goo, exceeding 10 zhang in height, relentlessly absorbed the strength of the forest flora to replenish itself, withstanding the onslaught of a half-step grandmaster. Truly, it was harder than a turtle in Amp, Appo's shell. Why haven't Ding Tai's Han and Qin Shu returned yet? Clearing minor hills had taken longer than expected. Growing impatient, Zhao Ting, the 1,000-unit commander of King Yu and Appo's army, pondered. This was, after all, the outer perimeter of the 9 Palaces Gu nest, and prolonged delays could lead to unforeseen troubles. Perhaps they encountered a formidable opponent, a subordinate suggested. What do you mean? Is the intelligence flawed? Zhao Ting furrowed his brow. Even if another 6th-tier Gu master was present, their combined strength should have sufficed. Could a mere 12 caves conceal an army? Report. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, panic evident in his demeanor. Commander Zhao, it's dire. Both Lord Qin and Lord Ding have perished in battle. How is that possible? Zhao Ting and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. What transpired? We encountered resistance while searching a bamboo peak. A junior flag officer leading the ascent was besieged by swarms of Gu insects. After receiving a distress signal, Lord Qin and Ding rushed to the small bamboo grove. Shortly thereafter, the battle ceased. Yet the 2 lords did not descend. They have likely fallen victim to an ambush. The soldier recounted the events. The intelligence had indeed been erroneous. Zhao Ting and Appo's expression darkened considerably. At least 2 6th-tier Gu masters were hidden within the 12 caves, deliberately stalling their main force to pick them off one by one. A traitor has emerged among us. The 9 Palaces Gu nest must have known our intelligence and lured us into a trap. Retreat at once. Zhao Ting was alarmed, unwilling to linger any longer, and ordered a hasty withdrawal. Pei Luoqing's eyes gleamed with intensity as he bellowed. The 12 caves are not so easily entered and exited. He had surmised that Li Yuan was behind this. Oh, junior disciple, how deep do you hide your capabilities? 2 6th-tier junior masters fell at your hands so effortlessly. The other Gu masters within the 12 caves were equally bewildered. Aside from the cave master, who possessed such prowess to eliminate 2 junior masters with such ease. Could it be that arrangements had been made within the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces all along? With this thought, the morale of the 12 caves surged. Charge! Under Pei Luoqing and Appo's leadership, the horn of counterattack sounded. The ginseng infant Gu, though lacking in offensive might, excelled in defense and entanglement. All plants of heaven and earth, serve me. The essence of sun and moon, enhance my being. The flora of the surrounding mountains transformed into a verdant torrent, continuously flowing into the ginseng infant Gu. As the immense ginseng infant took its seat, it effectively blocked the path down the mountain, leaving only a narrow passageway. This was to prevent the army of King Yu from severing their retreat, fighting to the last. Lu Baohu, take your brothers and retreat first. I will hold them off. Zhao Ting had no choice but to intervene and obstruct Pei Luoqing. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, a 6th-tier master had quietly approached the foot of the main peak. Chapter 46. Defeating the enemy and finding Zhao Li Yuan concealed himself in the shadows, guarding the descent from the mountain. The army of King Yu, now reduced to 1,000 men, had only 1 half-step grandmaster and 1 minor grandmaster remaining, rendering the rest of the soldiers incapable of posing any significant threat to him. Naturally, Li Yuan would seize this splendid opportunity. The only lament was that the approaching figures were all human rather than demonic beings. Otherwise, it would have been a tremendous windfall. Before long, he observed a group of approximately 400 descending the mountain. His gaze fixed upon a 100 household leader within the throng, the remaining 6th-tier minor grandmaster. This individual was rather cunning, hiding amidst the crowd and denying Li Yuan a chance for a stealthy strike. Thus, he decided to let his demon puppets disrupt their formation first. He did not deploy all of his puppets, but instead sent forth 2 6th-tier corpses, the black bear and the ape demon. 5th sister commenced the assault. With a thunderous roar, the seal on the breath-restraining Gu was lifted. The 2 demon puppets surged from the ground, the black bear and Appo's immense claws sweeping across, instantly claiming the lives of 7 or 8 soldiers. The ape demon lunged directly at the remaining minor grandmaster. Commander Black Bear? Brother Ape? Lu Baihu's eyes widened in disbelief. You've been transformed into corpses? As a minor grandmaster, his discerning eye quickly caught on to the situation. It seems Ding Taizhan and Qin Shu also met their demise at your hands. With a furious shout, Liu Baihu brandished his blade, attempting to unleash his true essence, to uncover the Goon Master controlling the puppets from the shadows. Yet he perceived nothing. Increasingly anxious, he felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him from the dark. Meanwhile, the other soldiers of King Yu and Appo's army were being swept away by the black bear and devoured by the countless goo insects, their wails echoing in the air. Was hiding in the shadows. Come forth and speak. Liu Baihu bellowed, yet no one replied. Li Yuan remained quietly concealed, observing the enemy and Appo's performance. Without absolute certainty, he would not make his move. What if he were to be countered? After all, he had often relied on feigning weakness to turn the tables on his opponents. Being a cunning rogue himself, he naturally considered his adversaries to be even more treacherous. As time passed, more soldiers from King Yu and Appo's army fell to the onslaught of the black bear and the incessant swarm of goo. Liu Baihu and Appo's mental fortitude was gradually eroded. After lying in wait for a significant duration, Li Yuan finally found his moment. With a swift motion, he and Shao Kai struck simultaneously, their actions harmonized as if they were one. With a powerful punch, the crimson fire surged forth, a force so overwhelming that it pierced through Liu Baihu's chest. Liu Baihu's eyes bulged in shock. Commander Baihu is dead. The remaining soldiers of King Yu's army, upon witnessing this, discarded their armor and fled in panic. Leave none alive, Li Yuan commanded. His goo insects had already ensnared the area. Those who had witnessed his methods would not escape. They were destined to perish here. After a considerable time, the forest fell silent. Li Yuan glanced up at the towering mountains, still refraining from ascending to the summit. A half-step Grandmaster was not easily vanquished, and it was likely that he would lose more than he gained. Moreover, the enemy would likely evade capture. An hour later, Pei Luoqing arrived at the small bamboo grove. The others in the 12 caves believed that the 9th palace had made prior arrangements, which accounted for their victory. Yet, as the cave master, he understood that this had been a truly deadly ambush. Without Li Yuan, the 12 caves would have likely faced annihilation. Junior brother, you truly concealed yourself well, he remarked, gazing at the largely undamaged bamboo grove, astonished at how powerful his junior brother was. Could he truly slay martial artists above his rank with such ease? Senior brother, you overpraise me. I merely fear death and enjoy laying minor traps in the bamboo grove. I never anticipated they would come in handy, Li Yuan replied, neither confirming nor denying. Pei Luoqing twitched his mouth. Are you certain it was merely minor traps? Let's not dwell on such details, Li Yuan countered. Did you manage to capture the commander of King Yu's army? No, Pei Luoqing shook his head. I could not stop a half-step Grandmaster from escaping. Li Yuan frowned. This was no ordinary army, was it? Indeed, Pei Luoqing nodded. It is King Yu's elite force, the Qingyo Guards. I did not realize it at first, nearly causing a grave mistake. Now it makes sense, Li Yuan mused. It was only reasonable that a 1,000-strong force would be led by a half-step Grandmaster if it was directly under the command of King Yu. Pei Luoqing sighed. With your presence, we were fortunate to avoid calamity. The brothers in the other caves will likely face dire consequences. Many will be slaughtered. Thus, the conflict between King Kanglin and King Yu has reached a point of no return. At this juncture, the situation in the southern border was utterly clear. Who would ultimately emerge victorious remained uncertain. Junior brother, I must attend to sect affairs. You should rest well. Observing that Li Yuan was unharmed, Pei Luoqing did not inquire further. Senior brother, take care. Li Yuan appreciated his boundary-respecting demeanor. Incessant questioning would be rather intrusive and impolite. The following day, the restrictions were lifted. Li Yuan was summoned to the Baishir Hall to mourn his fallen comrades. Even the hall master, Qi Xian, had perished in this battle. They have all departed, Li Yuan reflected, feeling a pang of sorrow. Among those he had known in the 12 caves, the first 3 he encountered, Qi Lin, Qi Xian, and Old Wang, were now gone. Upon his arrival, he had believed life in the mountains to be tranquil, only to discover the unpredictability of fate. What was meant to come could not be avoided. In the afternoon, following the morning rites, Li Yuan chose not to return to the bamboo grove, but instead proceeded towards the outer defenses of the 12 caves. Xiao Zhao had yet to return, suggesting she had encountered insurmountable forces. If she had fallen to the Qingyu guards, there should have been a body left behind. Countless reconnaissance gu, under Li Yuan and Appo's mental command, soared in all directions. He perched on a mountaintop, gazing into the distance. What was the outside world like? He felt as though he was on the verge of forgetting. The data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, 5th turn 257-1500, Realm, 5th turn, Mental Strength, Late Stage of the Ocean Realm, Signature Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Rebirth Gu, Tricolor Fire Python, Illusory Robe, Pan Silk Queen Gu, Gu House, None. His mental strength had reached the late stage of the Ocean Realm, enabling him to rival the majority of 7th turn Gu Masters and control reconnaissance, Gu to investigate considerable distances. As dusk approached, Li Yuan began to tire. But he finally made a discovery. He sensed the aura of Gu, specifically the rebirth Gu that he had specially left for Xiao Zhao to heal her wounds. Following the guiding essence, the reconnaissance Gu navigated through the shadowy underbrush, ultimately uncovering Xiao Zhao in a damp pit. At this moment, Xiao Zhao lay on the brink of death, bloodied and battered, with one arm severed, having lost consciousness. The rebirth Gu was exerting its feeble power to sustain her life. Chapter 47. 2 years am I dead? It seems that only in death can I return to the little cabin, to be by Brother Yuan and Appo's side again. Upon awakening, the familiar and warm sensation left Wang Zhao momentarily entranced. But why does it feel so real? Perhaps Brother Yuan saved me? She pondered, lifting her arm and pinching herself hard. It hurts a bit. Isn't this supposed to be a dying dream? Yet she soon found herself in a daze. Wasn't it Amp, Appo's. My arm broken? Why has it healed? The girl let out a self-deprecating smile. Indeed. It must be a dream. It turns out dreaming can hurt too. Creak. At that moment, the sound of the door opening reached her ears. Wang Zhao caught a whiff of a familiar scent, and just as she was about to open her blood-red eyes to take a look, a voice interrupted her. You haven't fully recovered yet. Don't use the Blood-Eye Gu's ability to spy. Just rest well. Brother Yuan? Wang Zhao was momentarily stunned, then suddenly overjoyed. Am I not dreaming? I'm not dead. I found you in a pit. Thankfully, your willpower held strong, or else I would have been down there playing cards with my grandfather and yours. Li Yuan chuckled. Was playing cards? Wang Zhao inquired. A 3-player game from my hometown, Li Yuan replied earnestly. I don't think I've ever heard Brother Yuan speak of his hometown before, Wang Zhao suddenly realized. There's nothing much to say. If there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to visit, Li Yuan said as he approached the bedside, opening his mouth. Upon hearing that Brother Yuan would take her back to his hometown, Wang Zhao and Amp, Appo's heart soared with joy, and she obediently opened her mouth wide. A few drops of liquid with a metallic taste dripped into her mouth, flowing down her throat and gradually warming her previously cold body. Brother Yuan, what did you just feed me? Secret medicine, Li Yuan replied. He was feeding her his blood. Having refined the resurrection Gu, his blood possessed restorative and nourishing properties. Wang Zhao asked again, Brother Yuan, wasn't my arm broken? Who fixed it? A distant cousin of mine, Li Yuan answered. A cousin? Where's she? Wang Zhao asked in surprise. Speak less and rest more, Li Yuan replied without further elaboration. All right, the girl said, feeling somewhat aggrieved as she closed her mouth. Life continued as usual. Wang Zhao's return merely restored the status quo, providing company for Li Yuan during meals, conversations, and alleviating his boredom. Following the Qingyu Wei ambush incident, the Jiugong Gu Nest and Kanglin army heightened their patrols, preventing any opportunities for demons and the King of Ghosts to infiltrate. Time flowed on. Many new faces appeared in the 12 caves. Li Yuan collaborated with the Kanglin Royal Palace, expanding their business and acquiring numerous high-quality demon corpses. Entering a frenzied synthesis phase. Adding Toad, Demon Eyes, you synthesized a 5-turn Xiangu Bloodthirsty Toad. Adding Dog Demon Gallbladder. You synthesized a 5-turn Xiangu Pack Tengu Gallbladder Gu. Adding stone demon crystal core, you synthesized a 5-turn Xiangu rock goo. Adding day after day of synthesis, he constantly explored the evolution and metamorphosis of goo insects. Li Yuan gradually replaced all low-tier goo insects under his command with higher-tier alternatives, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. During this time, he requested Pei Luoqing to remodel and expand the small bamboo grove. Pei Luoqing readily agreed to his request. Seizing this opportunity, Li Yuan constructed a dedicated breeding ground for goo, beginning to cultivate higher-tier goo insects and gather more synthesis materials he would need in the future. Under Li Yuan and Appo's guidance, Wang Zhaozhao also entered the realm of 4-turn goo masters, mastering the blood eye goo with remarkable proficiency. The tranquil and beautiful life continued until 2 years later, when Yu Heng Chuan paid another visit. Seeing this benefactor again, Li Yuan felt that the other had aged considerably. Teacher, he greeted. Although he hadn't met Yu Heng Chuan often, Li Yuan truly appreciated the latter and Appo's guidance, always maintaining the respect due. Li Yuan, I've been too busy these past years, and haven't had time to instruct you. I hope you harbor no resentment towards your teacher. Yu Heng Chuan sighed. The grace of my teacher is etched in my heart. I bear no grievances, Li Yuan replied earnestly. Have you finished studying the notes I provided? Yu Heng Chuan inquired. I have. Not only have I read them, but I also conducted breeding experiments based on the cultivation evolution directions you proposed, achieving a success rate of over 70%, Li Yuan stated. Yu Heng Chuan was taken aback. You tried all of them? Yes, Li Yuan nodded. Good. Li Yuan, I truly did not misjudge you. With your talent, remaining immersed in the world of goo without being disturbed by external factors, you are destined to stand at the pinnacle of the goo path. It is my greatest fortune in this life to take you as my disciple, Yu Heng Chuan exclaimed with immense excitement. Teacher, you overpraise me. I stand on your shoulders, allowing me to see further, Li Yuan humbly responded. Li Yuan, could you show me the goo insects you cultivated according to my notes? Yu Heng Chuan asked, his hands trembling with anticipation. Please wait a moment, Li Yuan said. Shortly after, he brought over numerous black jars. Each jar contained goo insects he had synthesized based on Yu Heng Chuan's notes, none of which had been refined into subordinate goo, thus avoiding discovery. Yu Heng Chuan opened the jars one by one. Upon seeing the cultivated goo insects, he felt as though he had glimpsed a path leading to the pinnacle of his dreams. He had once laid bricks and tiles, yearning to glimpse the scenery on the exotic goo list, yet he had been blinded by a single leaf, losing himself, rolling down that path. And from then on could only gaze at the distant mountains in lament. Li Yuan, have you ever considered breeding an exotic goo? Yu Heng Chuan suddenly asked. Of course. Li Yuan smiled. Breeding an exotic goo is the dream of every goo master. Even though he already possessed one of the exotic gus, the resurrection goo, he still yearned for all his original goo to evolve into exotic gus. Your teacher once attempted to breed an exotic goo, nearly succeeding, but ultimately lost himself due to certain circumstances, leading to failure. Yu Heng Chuan sighed heavily. In truth, the notes he provided to Li Yuan had been deliberately altered, guiding him in other directions. If Li Yuan lacked the ability to think critically, was unable to adapt, and did not possess perseverance, merely following the notes verbatim would only lead to failure. If that had been the case, Li Yuan would not have qualified to breed an exotic goo, and he would not have spoken such words today. Yet Li Yuan succeeded, diligently studying all his notes, integrating his understanding, and achieving results far beyond Yu Heng Chuan's expectations. He was 100 times more extraordinary than Yu Heng Chuan had been in his youth. Li Yuan, from this moment on, I will teach you the true craft. I will teach you how to breed an exotic goo. Yu Heng Chuan exclaimed, filled with anticipation. Did you know? In the goo master community, there is a saying, to enter the 9-turn realm, one must possess at least one exotic goo. To become a goo immortal, one must secure a place among the top 3 on the exotic goo list. Yu Heng Chuan and Appo's spirit was markedly elevated, his words resonating with authority. This made Li Yuan somewhat uneasy, as he felt a sense of an elder entrusting his legacy. Teacher, is your health well? Li Yuan inquired with concern. Yu Heng Chuan trembled slightly, taken aback. He hadn't expected Li Yuan to observe so closely at such a moment. Most ordinary Gu masters, upon hearing the words exotic Gu, would have been too preoccupied to pay attention to anything else. They would be eager to obtain the methods for breeding exotic Gus immediately. Yet Li Yuan was concerned about his health. Such a disposition, combined with extraordinary talent, was something Yu Hengchuan feared he would never encounter again in his lifetime. Chapter 48. The secret method of cultivating exotic worms. My master is in good health. Yu Hengchuan smiled and said, I was merely injured by a demon during a battle and require some time to recuperate. My student, what is the current situation in the south? Li Yuan had not kept abreast of external affairs for quite some time. Since the fall of King Yu and his complete break with King Kanglin, the war had reached a stalemate where neither side could gain the upper hand. There had been no reports of a decisive defeat or victory, indicating that the conflict would persist until a pivotal event occurred, rendering excessive concern pointless. The battles had been fierce, but after the initial bloodshed, large-scale confrontations had ceased, leaving only minor skirmishes along the borders. In the grand scheme of the world, even a master like my teacher, an 8th-tier Gu master, lacks the ability to sway the tide of war. Ultimately, the fate of the realm is controlled by those at the 9th tier. Enough of the outside affairs. Yu Hengchuan remarked, such matters are not for you to concern yourself with just yet. It is not your place as a young genius to engage in frontline battles. In his heart, he had already deemed Li Yuan the cornerstone of the future of the 9 Palaces Gu nest. Yes, master. Now tell me, what is the worm ranked 9th on the exotic worm list, and what abilities does it possess? Yu Hengchuan inquired. It is the dream silkworm. Li Yuan responded fluently, explaining that once refined into a personal Gu, the Gu master could manipulate dreams and alter the memories of others through silken cocoons. Excellent. Yu Hengchuan nodded. What I intend to teach you is precisely the dream silkworm. Generally, once a Gu master reaches the 4th tier, it becomes exceedingly difficult to change their personal Gu. But this limitation does not apply to exotic Gu. Exotic Gu not only represents the lifelong pursuit of countless Gu masters, but also exerts an unimaginable suppressive influence over all Gu creatures. The gratitude for my master and Amp, Oppos, as kindness is etched deeply in my heart. The aspiration to synthesize an exotic Gu on my own is akin to climbing to the heavens. Years of hard work have allowed Li Yuan to grasp this reality. Without extraordinary fortune, even with the ability to infinitely synthesize using the black pot, he would not be able to acquire an exotic Gu. The birth of the resurrection Gu was purely accidental, having exhausted all his luck. With guidance, however, the circumstances differ. Li Yuan possesses the ability to bypass lengthy processes and achieve results directly, greatly reducing the time that ordinary Gu masters waste in cultivation. Some worms require months, years, or even decades to nurture. Life itself is but a few short years. Most Gu masters lack the opportunity for trial and error, yet Li Yuan possesses countless chances. Cultivating any exotic Gu demands immense patience, extraordinary perseverance, and, above all, innate talent. Even so, there is no room for error. Any misstep could lead to total failure and ruin. Yu Hengchuan and Oppos' tone grew solemn. I shall remember, master. Li Yuan adjusted his demeanor to listen intently. His master recounted his own youthful arrogance, which led to failure during a crucial step in cultivating the dream silkworm, leaving an indelible mark of misfortune. This had sealed his fate, preventing him from ever attaining the 9th tier Gu master rank. What a pity, Li Yuan lamented. If only you had waited a little longer. Perhaps success would have followed. Indeed, alas, in my youth, I was overly proud and naive, believing myself invincible, ultimately paying the price for my arrogance. Yu Hengchuan sighed. The mistakes of his youth had solidified into an obsession within his heart. It is precisely because of this that he understood how rare it was for a young talent like Li Yuan to exhibit such steadiness, truly born for the path of Gu. The path of Gu differs from that of martial arts. Martial arts emphasizes an invincible heart and a spirited demeanor, daring to confront formidable foes, while the path of Gu requires a more measured and deliberate approach. Bring me paper and pen. I shall now impart all my insights into cultivating the dream silkworm. Originally, Yu Hengchuan intended to observe Li Yuan for a while longer, But this recent injury made him realize that if he did not impart his true teachings, a lifetime of effort would be buried with him, leaving him unable to rest in peace. Li Yuan had performed admirably, consistently exceeding his expectations. He was the only one among his 3 disciples with the potential to cultivate the dream silkworm. Please teach me, master. At this moment, Li Yuan wasted no time. Retrieving paper and pen, eager to listen, Yu Hengchuan sat upright and began to elaborate. The ancient methods of cultivating the dream silkworm have long been lost. I have scoured countless ancient texts, piecing together fragments of knowledge, and after 30 years of practice, I have finally grasped a few true insights. First, the foundational worm for cultivating the dream silkworm is the illusory soul worm. The Gu master must prepare a vast quantity of illusory soul worms, feeding them with various herbs such as cloud lotus seeds, purple hands, and red mushrooms. One must nurture one batch with a single herb while simultaneously mixing another batch. From this foundation, the following mysterious goo must be nurtured, which are: after cultivating the mysterious goo, a black pot is open to nurture 3 types of rare goo, which are: the most crucial step, which I call the 9 transformations of illusions, requires the unformed dream silkworm to transform into a pupa, then into a moth, lay eggs, and subsequently hatch into silkworms. This process must be cycled at least 9 times. Each cycle takes 3 years, amounting to a total of 27 years before the dream silkworm can truly take shape and be considered an exotic goo. Yu Hengchuan spent an entire day and night recounting the entire process, and Li Yuan listened with rapt attention, experiencing firsthand the arduousness of cultivating an exotic goo. To say it is as difficult as reaching the heavens would be no exaggeration. No wonder, throughout the extensive history of goo masters, only 33 types of exotic goo have ever emerged, most of which are merely names without any known cultivation methods. Perhaps some exotic goo only blossom fleetingly in history, never to be cultivated a second time. In the past, my master, in his eagerness for success, was unaware of the necessity for multiple transformations. He could not resist refining the unformed dream silkworm during the 6th transformation. Only when truly undertaking the task did he realize how far he fell short. Estimating that at least 9 transformations were required to connect the dream silkworm with the goo master and Appo's personal goo. Yu Hengchuan imparted all his lifelong teachings to Li Yuan, holding nothing back. I shall not disappoint your expectations, master. Li Yuan felt the weight of this legacy. It was a profound inheritance. You are capable of achieving greatness. Yu Hengchuan, relieved, smiled once more, reflecting that this was only our 3rd meeting, and between us there was little emotional bond. I have not bestowed much upon you, nor do I seek anything in return. More than anything, I am unwilling to see my lifelong efforts go to waste. Hence, you need not feel too much pressure. Success lies in human effort, but the outcome is in the hands of fate. Should you succeed one day, bring the dream silkworm to my grave for a reunion, and I shall have no regrets in either realm. There is no need for such pessimism, master, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Before you depart this world, I shall surely cultivate the dream silkworm. Wherever the exotic goo may be, simply point me in the right direction, and the rest shall be laid with effort and toil, along with a touch of cunning to achieve success. Chapter 49. The Reappearance of the Young Prince and Appo's clue. Your thoughtfulness brings me great satisfaction, remarked Yu Hengchuan, dismissing Li Yuan and Appo's words as mere jest. Master, do you still have any materials to cultivate the dream silkworm? Li Yuan inquired. None. Yu Hengchuan replied with a shake of his head. After the failure years ago, he had been so distraught that he destroyed all the materials for cultivating the dream silkworm and had never touched them again. It took him a long time to emerge from that shadow, unwilling to let his lifelong efforts be buried, and he began to accept disciples again, hoping that his lifelong wishes might bear fruit in the youth. Collecting materials can take time. We have plenty of it, Yu Hengchuan smiled. Indeed, Li Yuan replied, feeling it unwise to press further. I must take my leave, sighed Yu Hengchuan. If I do not return from this battle, remember to seek out your senior sister at the inner gate of the 9th palace once you step into the 6th transformation realm. She will guide you into the immortal Goose secret realm. There, for Gu masters, lies an opportunity akin to a rebirth. You must seize it well. Li Yuan had always remembered the matter of the immortal Gu secret realm, but he had not mentioned it out of a desire to avoid the Ninth Palace and Oppos. Disintegrate for now. It was a matter that required caution. If he were to venture to the Ninth Palace's inner gate, it might reveal that he had refined the Oppos, multiple life Gu, and Oppos. Li Yuan planned to wait until his mental strength reached the Oppos, domain realm and Oppos, before heading to the Ninth Palace and Oppos, Disintegrate and entering the immortal Gu secret realm. Master, are there any exotic Gu within the immortal Gu secret realm? Li Yuan asked. Indeed, Yu Hengchuan chuckled. A millennium ago, a Gu master obtained an exotic Gu within the immortal Gu secret realm, and since then, he soared to great heights. Li Yuan placed his hand to his forehead. Once every few thousand years. What difference does that make to zero? Exotic Gu are naturally rare, and the immortal Gu secret realm, being the path of that Gu immortal and Oppos, enlightenment, is the reason for the birth of exotic Gu, along with countless precious Gu, Yu Hengchuan explained. A bold idea sparked in Li Yuan and Oppos' mind. What if he were to synthesize a large quantity of precious Gu from the immortal Gu secret realm? He had long contemplated using all precious Gu as raw materials for synthesis, but without the necessary conditions, it remained a dream. I understand, Li Yuan remarked, refraining from further inquiries, choosing instead to keep his hopes within, ready to pour his heart and soul into the immortal Gu secret realm. Just a few days after Yu Hengchuan and Oppos' departure, a new batch of demon corpses was delivered by the Kanglin royal mansion. Yet, Li Yuan did not see Li Ruoqian. He sought out the captain escorting the demon corpses. Brother, may I ask why Miss Li is not here today? General, Li has accompanied the prince into battle. The captain responded. Has something significant transpired recently? A few days ago, Master Yu Hengchuan was injured here, imparting the secret method of cultivating the exotic Gu, dream silkworm, which bore a hint of a dying wish. At that moment, Li Yuan realized that something monumental was about to unfold. The absence of Li Ruoqian further solidified his suspicions. In the past, she had personally led every escort of demon corpses up the mountain. Now, with her reassignment, the urgency of the situation was evident. I have heard that the last surviving young prince of Dian has revealed a clue regarding the martial goddess treasure, igniting the ambitions of heroes from all corners. The captain added, the young prince has truly appeared? This was undoubtedly one of the few matters that could stir Li Yuan and Oppos' heart. Who knows? The captain shrugged. That is beyond our concern. In my view, it would be better for the young prince to reveal himself sooner. Regardless of who claims the martial goddess treasure or who ascends to power, ending this war is the desire of the people. Prosperity brings suffering to the populace, and so does ruin. Let it be obliterated. The Tianyuan continent. The soldiers seemed weary and expressed their discontent. Seeing this, Li Yuan chose not to speak further. He could not change the current circumstances. Even if the martial goddess treasure were to be unveiled, it did not guarantee the emergence of a new martial god. Rather, it could escalate the conflict, intensifying the strife. After a brief exchange, Li Yuan handed a list and several black jars to the captain. Brother, this is the concoction material I require for my next steps. I would appreciate it if you could procure it swiftly, as it is of great importance to me. The Gu insect for this transaction are contained within the jars. Thank you for your efforts. The list contained the materials needed to cultivate the exotic Gu, dream silkworm. After seeing off the escort of demon corpses, a data panel materialized before Li Yuan. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5th Transformation 1031-1500, Realm, 5th Transformation, Mental Strength, Great Perfection of the Sea Realm, Life Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revival Gu, Tricolor Exotic Fire Python, Illusory Robe, Spinning Silk Queen Gu, Gu House. None. Time passed inexorably. His mental strength was but a step away from the domain realm. He should be able to break through before entering the 6th Transformation Realm. That would be the optimal moment to visit the 9th Palace in Oppos' inner gate and enter the immortal Gu secret realm. The increasingly chaotic situation added to Li Yuan's sense of urgency. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. One evening, Pei Luoqing hurriedly came to visit. "Senior brother, what has happened?" Li Yuan asked. "The master's in peril." In the face of the Qingyu guard surrounding the mountain years ago, Pei Luoqing had never been this anxious. Master was injured by a demon, and his life, Gu, was devoured by that demon. It was only thanks to the Ninth Palace Master's intervention that Master is barely clinging to life. "Is it that serious?" Li Yuan gasped in shock. His worst fears had indeed materialized. Given Master's current condition, even if his life is saved, he will be rendered a cripple, unable to tread the path of Gu Master again, Pei Luoqing lamented. For someone who once stood on the precipice of greatness, such a fall is likely unbearable, more painful than death itself. "Where's Master now?" Li Yuan queried. "He has been sent to the Ninth Palace's inner gate. Senior sister has sent word, instructing us to await news. We can only visit once Master regains consciousness," Pei Luoqing replied, with the situation having escalated to such dire levels. "Is there no progress regarding the news of the young prince and Appo's emergence?" Li Yuan had been following this matter closely. "None." Pei Luoqing shook his head. "I am beginning to doubt whether the phenomenon of the Kunlun dragon vein that the young prince triggered half a year ago was genuine. It might have been a deliberate setup. Otherwise, with all the heroes converging in that region, even the Night Owl King personally went there. How could they fail to find a trace of the young prince?" As he spoke, he gave a self-deprecating smile. "But concerning the martial god's treasure, even if it is a hoax, no one is willing to withdraw. They are determined to fight to the death." "Indeed," Li Yuan sighed. Pei Luoqing cursed, "These greedy bastards. They don't even consider that it belongs to someone else's ancestors. Can they truly consume it? If I were the young Prince of Dian, I would hide away for a lifetime, secretly cultivating to become invincible, and then claim the martial god's treasure." Chapter 50. The Evolution of Xiaokai Jr. Brother. "Do you think I am right?" "Absolutely," Li Yuan replied earnestly. "I believe the young prince would think the same. I have a premonition that it won't be long before the younger generation is thrust onto the battlefield for tempering," Pei Luoqing expressed with a sigh. "Once the war reaches a certain scale, the method of engagement will no longer be a mere gamble of life and death. Rather, everyone will be conscripted. Junior brother, focus on your cultivation," Pei Luoqing said, patting Li Yuan on the shoulder. "Strive to enter the sixth transformation realm before the great conflict begins, so that you may possess a measure of self-preservation amidst chaos." Indeed, Li Yuan nodded, sharing the same sentiment. The sixth transformation realm would signify being among the elite of the foremost factions, not just cannon fodder. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. The Kanglan army delivered another batch of demon corpses, along with the materials Li Yuan required to cultivate the dream silkworm. "Xiaokai, fifth sister. It's time to get to work." During this period, Xiaokai had extracted numerous treasures from the demon corpses, while fifth sister bound some of the formidable demon corpses with spider silk, sealing them in the underground warehouse. Once Li Yuan stepped into the sixth transformation realm, fifth sister's potential would similarly increase, allowing these preserved demons to be activated and form a more powerful army of undead. Sizzling, Xiaokai leaped onto the largest demon corpse, a serpent demon with 3 heads, though all had been punctured by sharp weapons, and its most precious crystal core had been removed. In this dire situation, if Li Yuan wished to acquire treasures, he could only rely on refining and amp. Amp, Oppos. Waste and amp. Amp, Oppos. Xiaokai swiftly burrowed into the serpent and amp. Amp, Oppos, S-body, and after a flurry of activity, emerged with a gallbladder. Another gallbladder? Li Yuan chuckled. Is there truly so much treasure within the demon's gallstones? The gallbladder was tricolored, dripping with murky bile, possessing potent, corrosive, and toxic properties. Even the ground sizzled upon contact. Xiaokai opened its mouth and spat out the tricolored gallbladder, which, upon refinement, revealed a stone the size of an egg. Sizzling, Xiaokai circled the stone, gazing longingly yet hesitantly. Do you wish to consume it? Li Yuan discerned Xiaokai and amp, Oppos, intent, sensing a hint of trepidation. Sizzling, Xiaokai nodded vigorously. Very well. Li Yuan smiled, tossing Xiaokai into the black jar along with the refined stone. Original materials selected. Your innate goo, the tricolor ethereal fire python, has begun synthesis with the hell tricolor stone. Commencing synthesis, typically, Li Yuan preferred allowing Xiaokai to devour rare treasures for evolution, although it bore certain risks. Utilizing the black jar eliminated this process, providing a safer alternative. After some time, your innate goo, the tricolor ethereal fire python, has successfully evolved into the five-color ethereal fire python. Li Yuan gazed intently as Xiaokai emerged from the black jar. Externally, it appeared largely unchanged, save for a few newly formed iridescent scales and slightly more pronounced horns. It resembled a sprout that had broken through the soil. Now a small dragon. Indeed, evolution had occurred. All these years of nurturing had not been in vain. Xiaocai's evolution was not abrupt. It had previously consumed numerous treasures, making this transformation a natural progression. Sizzling, Xiaokai returned to Li Yuan's shoulder and exhaled a plume of black flame. The flame struck a distant tree, which withered visibly, leaves turning yellow as if it were late autumn, before rapidly shedding its foliage. The trunk soon followed suit, desiccating. Could it inject death energy into living beings? Li Yuan grasped the potency of the black flame. Sizzling, Xiaokai proudly lifted its head and exhaled again, this time unleashing white flames onto a flying insect. In moments, the insect buzzed frantically, crashing against a tree until it succumbed, causing living beings to descend into madness and rage. Li Yuan comprehended instantly. Xiaokai was indeed an offensive beast goo. Aside from its minimal feedback to the goo master and the need for build-up before attacking, its other offensive capabilities were beyond reproach. Excellent, excellent. Li Yuan was quite pleased, especially noting that Xiaokai still harbored potential for further evolution, promising to provide him with formidable assistance. While Xiaokai showcased its abilities, Fifth Sister diligently crafted demon mummies. It seemed imperative to seek opportunities to acquire 7th-tier demon corpses. Li Yuan contemplata. Once he entered the 6th transformation realm, the Spider Queen goo would enable him to control 7th-tier demon corpses, a significant enhancement in combat strength. However, acquiring 7th-tier demon corpses was no easy feat previously. He had shamelessly broached the subject with Li Ruoqian, only to be met with a cold rejection. Demons placed immense importance on physical evolution. Upon reaching the 7th tier, they would evolve to an entirely new level, making the description of them as treasure-laden, not an exaggeration. 7th-tier demons were akin to 7th-rank grandmasters in martial arts. Martial arts grandmasters could condense indomitable blood, achieving regeneration from severed limbs and fighting endlessly. 7th-tier demons possessed similar capabilities. Such beings were considered strategic assets, and even a mere taste of their flesh could immensely bolster ordinary warriors. Purchasing them seemed futile. After all, high-tier goo were of no use to warriors, and he had no other treasures to barter for demon corpses. Li Yuan felt troubled. Unable to buy or defeat them, he could only hope for a miracle. He suppressed these distractions, refocusing on the materials for cultivating the dream silkworm. Come fort. Teacher, your 30 years of effort now rests on when your disciple can digest it. Original materials selected: common grade illusion soul insect 10086. Commencing synthesis. You have acquired a first transformation common goo, the illusion soul goo 3362. Once more, original materials selected: illusion soul goo, adding violet hand, adding red mushroom. Commencing synthesis, you have acquired a fourth transformation profound goo, the Tainai goo. The Tainai goo, once refined into an innate goo, could assist the goo master in enhancing mental strength. As a subordinate goo, it could induce hallucinations and explosive effects, causing foes to confront their Tainai. Such a goo exists? Li Yuan was taken aback. The naming of any goo carries a unique history, and the goo master who named the Tainai goo must have experienced a riveting saga. Once more, merely having a profound goo was far from sufficient. To cultivate the dream silkworm, it was essential to first nurture 3 necessary precursor rare goo. Without meeting these prerequisites, one could not enter the end oppos, 9th transformation of illusion and dream, and Apo's wink with a frown original materials selected, commencing synthesis. The location of the dying dragon vein. Kunlun Void. The mountains stretched endlessly, shrouded in ethereal mist, resembling a realm beyond the mundane. At the borders of Kunlun Void, various factions had established their presence. The Night Owl Guard, Kanglin King, Yu King, Qian King, Han King, Ing King, and the National General. Almost all prominent figures of the realm had converged here. Their singular objective was to locate the long-missing dying young prince. Chapter 51. Kunlun Void. Half a year ago, the mystical dragon vein of Kunlun Void manifested extraordinary signs, heralding the return of the true dragon to the mortal realm. Coupled with the news of the Night Owl King slaying a demon lord and the revelation that the young prince, born of the late concubine, and still lived. Various factions confirmed their belief that the sole direct descendant of the dying imperial family, that very prince, resided in Kunlun Void. However, the vast expanse of Kunlun Void, spanning 6 counties and encompassing multiple territorial borders, did not belong to any single entity. None possessed the capability to monopolize this prized fruit. Thus, an agreement was reached among the factions. No armies would enter Kunlun Void, and only those of the 8th rank or higher could venture forth to investigate. As for who would locate the young prince, that would depend solely on their individual prowess. In a small village nestled within the mountains, a robust youth with dark skin sprinted along a muddy path, carrying several bundles of firewood. "Go Dan, you and Amp, Oppos, V, help your mother chop so much firewood again. You truly are a diligent child," the villagers praised as they saw him, enviously acknowledging Widow Chen's good fortune in having such a son. "Uncle Ant, you all are well today." Go Dan greeted the villagers warmly, his feet swiftly carrying him around a bend in the path. "Mother, I'm back," he shouted from a distance of over 100 meters. Strangely, today there was no response. Usually, upon his return with firewood, his mother would be waiting for him at the gate. "Mother, I've returned," Godan called out again, but still, no reply came. How odd, he pondered, frowning. Could she be asleep? He set down the firewood and hurried into the house, only to be met with a horrifying sight. Blood smeared vividly across the floor, trailing from the main room into the bedroom. "Mother, go Dan and Oppos." S' heart raced as he dashed into the inner room, where he found a headless woman and Oppos. S' corpse lying in a pool of blood, while on the bed sat a grotesque demon, a creature with a human body and a dog and Oppos. S' head, towering at 9 feet tall, wielding a knife at its waist. Demon. Godan was petrified, instinctively yearning to flee. "Mother, no, mother, I will avenge you." In an instant, rage consumed him, obliterating all rational thought. "Ah, dog demon, return my mother and Oppos' life." At that moment, his singular focus crystallized, to slay this demon for his mother's revenge. "You carry a unique scent. Consuming you would be quite a delight," the dog demon sneered. As Godan charged forward, the demon merely waved a hand dismissively, sending him crashing against the wall. "What a foolish and ignorant mortal. How laughable and tragic your courage is. Come, let your blood flow more abundantly. Let your flesh and bone meld more thoroughly, for that will enhance the flavor." The dog demon licked its lips, savoring the prospect of a delectable feast. Cough, cough. Godan staggered to his feet, spitting blood, and glared ferociously at the demon, launching himself at it once more. "You, return my mother's life." His mind blank, he disregarded everything except the desire to flay the demon into pieces. "Yes, that and Amp, Oppos, it. Fuel your anger further." The dog demon laughed. Puff. Godan was sent flying back yet again. "Come at me again." The demon beckoned with a finger, deliberately stepping on the headless corpse to provoke him. Godan struggled to rise, only to collapse again. Up again, down again. He did not know how many times this cycle repeated. He fought like a beast, seemingly devoid of exhaustion. After a long while, the dog demon finally furrowed its brow. "You're quite resilient." In its experience, a mortal would have long been incapacitated, merely watching helplessly as it feasted upon their loved one's remains. To the demon, that would have been a delightful banquet. Enough. The demon drew its knife, deciding to end the game to avoid a misstep. "I shall grant you a swift end." With that, It stepped forward, its form flickering as it appeared before Godan, swinging the blade towards his neck. As the blade sliced through, it was not Godan's head that fell, but that of the demon itself. What? How did I die? The last thing he saw was a towering figure entering the room, draped in a black cloak and wearing a bronze mask. Thud! Godan slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon. His eyes, devoid of life, stared vacantly at the imposing figure, which with a single glance caused the demon's corpse to disintegrate. It was as if a deity had descended upon the earth. A god. If he were a divine being, could he resurrect my mother? Such a ludicrous thought first emerged in his mind, just as he contemplated kneeling to plead for divine intervention. He witnessed the godlike man kneeling first. Your servant, Night Owl, pays homage to your highness. Night Owl? Your highness? What does this mean? Howdan was bewildered, torn between the desire to kneel and an invisible force preventing him from doing so. What are you saying? The Night Owl bowed his head, his tone grave. 23 years ago, the Dayan imperial family faced a blood calamity. The direct bloodline was slaughtered by demons, and the Night Owl guards, ensnared in a demonic plot, arrived too late to save the royal family. Only you, just born, were spared. The guards who rescued you were hunted by the demons, forced to conceal you in the shadows, ultimately sacrificing themselves. We have searched in vain for you until now, and by divine grace, the Night Owl has found you in this Kunlun void. The sins of the Night Owl warrant 1,000 deaths. I implore you, your highness, return to the dragon capital, ascend the throne, and once the Dayan is stabilized and peace reigns, the Night Owl shall offer its life as atonement, repaying the favor of the dragon. The tall man spoke with his head bowed, his voice heavy with gravity. Godan could not see his expression beneath the mask. Though he was in the mountains, he was aware of the tumult of the world. He believed that the Dayan dynasty had long since ceased to exist and never considered himself a remnant of that chaotic era, the last direct descendant of the Dayan bloodline. But he had no desire to become an emperor. He only wished for his mother to live again. Can you save my mother? Godan asked cautiously. I am powerless. Night Owl shook his head. In truth, he had found this place on the very first day the dragon veins signs manifested, sealing it completely and observing from the shadows. Had he wished to save her, he would have intervened long ago. However, he understood that if he did not sever the prince and amp, oppose, as distractions and ignite his anger, the prince could never become a ruler who would command the world. He would remain an ordinary person, shackled by his vulnerabilities. Only by severing all ties here could the prince be free of burdens and truly restore the Dayan and bring peace to the realm. Ha! Godan let out a self-deprecating laugh, trembling as he stood and approached his mother's corpse, covering it with a blanket before carrying her outside. 7 days later, he completed the funeral rites for his mother. Sitting before her grave, he felt an overwhelming emptiness within, lost in the uncertainties of life, unsure of where to turn. Your Highness, we must depart, Night Owl said. As long as you do not ascend the throne, the world will remain divided, and demons will continue to plague us, bringing forth such calamities at all times. No, Godan shook his head. I can do nothing. I could not even protect my own mother. How could I stabilize the world? Chapter 52. The young Prince Li Qingshuyu are the sole direct descendant of the Dayan royal family. Night Owl spoke in a deep voice. Only by ascending the throne can you rightfully command respect, compelling all lords to bow in submission. I am unworthy. The youth shook his head. You would make a better emperor than I ever could, or you could simply find someone else to declare themselves the rightful heir. Why must you cling to someone as insignificant as me? Me? An emperor? How absurd. How presumptuous. What am I? A mere puppet emperor. Ha ha. He dismissed the notion of pursuing such an unattainable dream. Soudainly, un overwhelming aura surgit forte. The youth and amp, oppose, S. expression changed dramatically as he felt the weight of 2 mountains pressing upon his shoulders. In the past, the founding emperor, a humble man, wielded a sword to rise amidst chaos, establishing the lineage of Dayan on Kunlun and founding a legacy that would last a millennium. The second emperor, through both literary and martial prowess, implemented benevolent governance, ensuring the populace lived in peace and prosperity. Every preceding emperor had labored tirelessly to secure the realm. Yet here was the prince, mired in personal entanglements, indifferent to the stability of the world and the welfare of its people. How could he face the ancestors of Dian? Night Owl admonished. Ha ha! The youth shrugged, a scoff escaping his lips. You see, lacking strength is precisely the issue. You speak of submission, of addressing me as your highness, but what follows? Even you do not acknowledge me. So how can the world? Absurd. What the royal ancestors? What peace across the realm? The youth cared little for such matters. He had never tasted the benefits of royalty. He only bore the memory of watching his mother perish helplessly. If he were to ascend, it would only bring suffering to the people. I shall teach you martial arts. You possess the bloodline of a martial god. Even if you have missed the prime age for training, you could still break free from your shackles and reach the pinnacle of martial prowess. Night Owl offered. You merely wish for me to be a puppet, do you not? The youth never believed that an ordinary person could command the loyalty of divine martial masters. Night Owl's request for him to ascend was merely a means to an end. Your Highness, the Night Owl clan has been loyal to the royal family for generations, upholding the will of the founding emperor without any disloyalty, Night Owl asserted firmly. The youth fell silent, and so did Night Owl, remaining by his side. Sitting atop the mountain, the youth gazed at the sparse village below, his true home, where his beloved mother resided, the girl he cherished, the neighbor who frequently lent a helping hand, and the many adorable children. He did not wish to protect the world. He only desired to safeguard this remaining beauty. After a long pause, the youth suddenly asked, If I refuse you, will the village be drenched in blood? Not just this place, but all of Dian, every inch of land carved by the Li family's ancestors, Night Owl replied. The youth inquired further, What was my original name? Li Chengxiu, Night Owl answered. The youth murmured softly, Can you tell me the meaning of this name? Cheng signifies inheritance and responsibility. Su embodies the warmth of spring sunshine. May your highness inherit the great legacy and govern with benevolence, bringing warmth and blessings to the people. Night Owl explained, But I have achieved nothing. The youth's expression turned bitter. To build a legacy begins now. As long as your highness raises a call. It is not too late. Night Owl's tone softened. I will follow you if you grant me one request. The youth tilted his head, gazing at the figure cloaked in a robe, the face obscured by a bronze mask. In that moment, he felt no fear. He perceived that even in Appos, gods and Appos, were not so formidable. Please, speak, your highness. Night Owl maintained his calm demeanor. From the moment the young prince was born, destiny had already been sealed, one that would bear the fate of restoring Dian, an inescapable burden. Please help me protect this village, ensuring that no harm befalls its residents. My mother has labored too long in her life. My only wish is for her to have a peaceful sleep. Is that possible? The youth implored. Night Owl nodded. I vow that from this moment forth, no one in this village will suffer harm from demons or the turmoil of the world. While it is easy to safeguard a village, only you can protect the realm. With that, both stood up simultaneously. Very well. The youth inhaled deeply. From this day forth, I am no longer the Chun Gaodan of Xiaofeng village, but Li Chengxiu, the one needed by the world. Night Owl knelt on one knee, bowing deeply. His voice like thunder. Night Owl, welcome your highness back. Where shall we go next? Li Chengxiu inquired. To meet the various lords, Night Owl rose, positioning himself behind Li Chengxiu. Though Li Chengxiu was already robust, Night Owl towered over him, resembling an invincible titan. Together, they strode forth from Xiaofeng village. Rumbling sounds echoed. On Kunlun Peak, thunder resounded as clouds gathered, heralding extraordinary phenomena. The myriad heroes who had been searching for the young prince sensed impending doom and hurried back. By the time they arrived, a mysterious figure, a weary youth previously unseen, had joined the Night Owl army, which bore the Yen and Appos banner. This youth, clad in armor and mounted upon a dragon horse, was personally led by the Night Owl King, recognized as the pinnacle of martial prowess. Thus, the youth's identity became clear, the sole bloodline of the Dian royal family. The young prince born to consort in 23 years ago, Li Chengxiu. He had truly been found. At that moment, the lord's expressions were mixed with complexity. They were uncertain whether to rejoice or despair. The return of the royal lineage signified a hope for unity across the realm, the potential end of chaos, and the suppression of demonic turmoil. Yet, they would once again kneel as subjects, bowing in submission. How could such a life of leisure as a prince compare to the freedom they had enjoyed? The chaos had even brought them more opportunities for indulgence. Yet now, all of that would be shattered. Everyone, greet His Highness. Why have you not paid your respects? Night Owl cast a cold gaze over the lords. Salutations, Your Highness. Under Night Owl and Amp, Appo's powerful aura, the lords dared not defy him, compelled to comply. Not wishing to be the first to rebel. Your Highness, since you have returned, we implore you to manifest the Kunlun Dragon Vein and Appo's phenomena to declare your return and intimidate the demons. The National General by Chun interjected. Indeed, we ask Your Highness to reveal the Kunlun Dragon Vein phenomena, uniting the national fortune and calming the hearts of the people. Other lords echoed their pleas. Li Qingshu appeared bewildered, entirely unsure of what to do. Night Owl spoke again. The manifestation of the Dragon Vein is no trivial matter. It must not be approached carelessly. Your Highness has just returned and has yet to be welcomed or pay respects to the ancestors. This matter requires further discussion and should be conducted on an auspicious day. With his words, the lords, each harboring their own thoughts, had no choice but to lower their banners and cease their appeals. In the southern frontier, within the Jiugong Mountains, the 12 caves, and the small bamboo grove, Li Yuan immersed himself in the joy of nurturing dream silkworms, fervently synthesizing to catch up with his teacher and Appo's 30-year progress, a formidable task. Suddenly, a warning from the Zerikong arrived. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Is that senior brother Pei? He seems to be in urgent need of me. Could it be that the teacher has awakened? Chapter 53. Fluctuations of the Mind and Further Breakthroughs, Junior Brother. The heavens are about to change. Pei Luoqing hurriedly arrived. Li Yuan immediately conjectured. Has the young prince been found? Indeed, Pei Luoqing replied. Not long ago, various factions ventured to Kunlun Su, and now we finally have results. The Night Owl King has located the young prince. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. So, does this mean the royal family will have a leader, and peace shall reign across the realm? Not so simple. Pei Luoqing shook his head. Whether the young prince can become the sovereign of the world is not solely determined by the Night Owl King. What does it depend on? Li Yuan inquired. The Kunlun Fengshan ceremony, to worship heaven and earth, resonate with the Dragon Vein, and verify his identity, Pei Luoqing stated earnestly. Only by gaining the recognition of the Yin Dragon Vein can he be honored as the legitimate ruler. Otherwise, who can ascertain if the young prince is merely an impersonator arranged by the Night Owl King? That makes sense, Li Yuan nodded, though a sense of worry crept into his heart. Even if the royal physician and Appo's grandson had undergone a change in bloodline, it was unlikely he would gain the Yin Dragon Vein and Appo's approval. If the bloodline of a millennium-old dynasty, the legacy of a martial god, could be so easily substituted, it would have surely been extinguished long ago. The essence of the royal bloodline likely resides in the drop of the founding ancestor and Appo's blood sealed within the jade pendant left to him by the royal physician. This implies that the true identity of the royal physician and Appo's grandson will eventually be exposed, and when that occurs, he may very well be killed by the Night Owl King, who uncovers the truth. Senior brother, do you know when the Fengshan ceremony will take place? Li Yuan asked again. It has yet to be determined. I heard that the Night Owl King has already returned to the imperial capital with the young prince to offer him a warm welcome, while selecting an auspicious date. Pei Luoqing explained. Once the date for the Fengshan ceremony is confirmed, it will certainly be announced to the world. At that time, all factions within the Yin realm will attend, including the 9 Palaces Gu Nest. Pei Luoqing, well-informed, continued. How long do you think it will be before the Fengshan ceremony is held? At least half a year, perhaps even longer, Pei Luoqing deduced. Why so? Li Yuan asked, somewhat puzzled. There are many reasons. Firstly, the Fengshan ceremony can only be conducted by an emperor who has ascended the throne. The young prince, Li Qingshu, is an exception and will face more obstacles. Secondly, the ceremony is complex and requires extensive preparations, especially during an era of chaos and discord, where precautions must be taken. However, This is not the most critical reason. The most vital point is that the young prince was merely an ordinary person before being found. He cannot bear the immense power of the Fengshan ceremony without first undertaking a period of cultivation. Pei Luo Qing elucidated. I see. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. It seems the royal physician and amp, Appo's grandson has not had an easy life over the years, struggling in the mire of the mortal world just as he has. Pei Luo Qing chuckled. If the young prince indeed possesses the bloodline of a martial god and is protected by the true dragon's fortune, he will progress rapidly in his cultivation. By the way, he suddenly recalled, once the Fengshan ceremony is held, all those who journeyed to Kunlun, Su, to pay their respects and support will receive a blessing of fortune. This is a rare opportunity for universal celebration. As nations come to pay homage, throughout history, every newly inaugurated emperor has invited the 9 palaces Goon Nest to attend. Perhaps you and I may also secure a spot. If our master had not encountered misfortune, he would undoubtedly have fought for us to gain a place. Now it is uncertain. I understand, Li Yuan reflected. Having spent so long in the mountains, he felt an urge to venture out, to see the one who had been forsaken by the royal physician, the benefactor who had saved his life. The truth was, for him, rather harsh. As the sole bearer of this truth, Li Yuan's emotions were indescribable. From a mere mortal in the countryside to the sovereign of the world, only to be revealed as a cast-off pawn? Such dramatic upheaval is profoundly heart-wrenching. Could the other truly endure it? Upon self-reflection, Li Yuan could not claim he would withstand it. If the opportunity arises, I shall go and see him, he resolved. A man of substance must act when necessary. There are matters Li Yuan felt compelled to pursue. After Pei Luo Qing departed, he made his way to the back mountain, arriving at the royal physician's grave. Grandfather, may the heavens bless you. Your grandson is alive. Throughout these years, during every night and day of fleeing, I can only imagine the torment you endured in your heart. My mother and I owe you a debt of gratitude. Please rest in peace. I will ensure that your grandson, my brother, comes to no harm. Kneeling before the grave, Li Yuan bowed solemnly. His heart had not experienced such intense fluctuations in a long while. In that moment, a profound sensation surged within him, as if tumultuous waves were rising in his sea of consciousness, crashing against the barriers of the mountain and sea realm. The sea of consciousness spans mountains and rivers. It is the end amp, Appo's, domain and amp, Appo's realm. Boom! The sea of consciousness roared incessantly, and Li Yuan calmed himself, sitting cross-legged to introspect. Within the world of his sea of consciousness, that vast ocean of spirit surged with astonishing waves, breaching the barriers of the mountains, allowing the rivers to return to the sea, transforming into an entirely new domain. After a long while, Li Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and a virtual panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5th Transformation 1233-1500, Realm, 5th Transformation, Mental Strength, Early Domain Realm, Life Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revitalization Gu, Colorful Fire Python, Illusionary Robe, Lady of Silken Threads Gu, Gu House, none. He had broken through. Li Yuan never anticipated that he would achieve such a breakthrough in mental realm under these circumstances. Stepping from the great perfection of the sea realm into the early domain realm, significantly faster than he had envisioned. Is this the importance of clarity of thought? At that moment, he began to comprehend the marvel of the questioning heart Gu, ranked 3rd on the exotic Gu list. The young lady, Xiao Qiner, endowed with the blessing of the questioning heart Gu, would likely progress rapidly and rise swiftly. With a deep breath, Li Yuan exhaled the lingering dregs of his spirit and bowed once more to the royal physician's tombstone. Grandfather, thank you for guiding me from the depths of despair. This sudden breakthrough fortified Li Yuan and Appo's confidence. Possessing the mental strength of the domain realm would allow even 8th and 9th realm experts to struggle to discern his true essence. Thus, certain endeavors would become more feasible. Upon returning to the remnant Gu Tower, Li Yuan immediately retrieved the tome given to him by his master, Yu Heng Xuan, which detailed the secrets of refining a Gu house. There are 3 conditions for refining a Gu house. Mental strength must reach the domain realm. Resonance with the life Gu must occur, and the life Gu must possess a sufficient number of lower-tier Gu. Now, he met all three criteria, according to his master's teachings. A seventh transformation, Gu master capable of refining a Gu house, is considered a prodigy in Gu Dao, yet here he was at only the fifth transformation. Having reached this stage, was it not extraordinarily astonishing? Chapter 54. Constructing the Gu house. Li Yuan held the book delicately, engrossed in its contents. He had fulfilled all the prerequisites for crafting a Gu house, yet the endeavor of erecting a complete Gu house remained an immense undertaking. The time required for its construction was extensive. The higher the quality, the longer it took. Much like his mentor in Appo's Gu house, which took a full 12 years to complete. There were numerous instances of constructions spanning 2 to 3 decades, although I could significantly reduce the time required for this task. Completing it before the Fengshan ceremony posed a considerable challenge. Li Yuan set aside his concerns. Given the current circumstances, any enhancement would bolster his confidence. Should I embark on the construction of a Gu house, I would center around the colorful fire python and the silk spider queen Gu, hoping for an unexpected boon. The construction of a Gu house not only greatly amplifies the feedback to the Gu master, but also possesses the remarkable ability to nurture spiritual substances. These so-called spiritual substances are akin to treasures of heaven and earth, though not birthed from nature itself. Thus, they were designated as spiritual substances by the predecessors of the Gu path. Different Gu houses yield vastly different types of spiritual substances. Li Yuan searched the book for an extensive period but found no mention of the spiritual substance produced by a Gu house centered around the silk spider queen Gu and the colorful fire python. Records of rare Gu were already scant, and those concerning Gu houses were even rarer. I hoped to produce some valuable spiritual substances that I could sell to acquire higher-tier demon corpses. The lack of funds had evidently become a lifelong adversary for Li Yuan. The generation of spiritual substances is closely linked to the quality of the Gu house and the type of the Master Gu. For instance, the Master Gu of Yuhing Chuan is the butterfly illusion, primarily utilized to create illusions and confound opponents. When a Gu house is constructed around it, the resulting spiritual substance is known as awakening water, which enhances mental acuity and temporarily boosts comprehension. Awakening water is treasured not only by Gu masters, but also by martial artists, thus fetching a handsome price in the market. I wonder what spiritual substance my Gu house will produce. Li Yuan felt a mix of apprehension and anticipation. If it could yield something akin to awakening water, I could escape poverty and embark on a significant venture. Without further ado, I shall attempt to construct the Gu house. Shao Kai, Wu Mei, come here. With a gentle call, Shao Kai and Wu Mei swiftly flew over, landing on Li Yuan's shoulders. Which of you two is willing to be the core for constructing the Gu house first? His chirp. Both little creatures were eager, ready to take their turn. Indeed, Li Yuan sighed. Having both of you at once is unfeasible. Your master would be drained. Having just entered the early stage of the domain realm, constructing a Gu house was already his limit. How about this? Let us play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins goes first. Deal? No cheating or sulking. Li Yuan could only coax the two little ones as one would child. His chirp. Shao Kai and Wu Mei readily agreed. On the count of 3, you may begin. 1, 2, 3, start. At the moment the words fell, Shao Kai and Appo's serpentine tail twisted, forming a fist, while Wu Mei also spat out a fist-shaped silk ball. A tie, Li Yuan reluctantly announced. The two little ones repeated their gestures, both producing cloth once more. Another tie. For the third time, both displayed scissors. This continued for more than 10 rounds, yielding identical outcomes each time. Could it be? Li Yuan realized belatedly. They were both nurtured by the same master. Thus, they could not break the cycle. Given that both Shao Kai and Wu Mei had reached a level of intimacy with him where they resonated as one, how could they be at odds? It seemed. I could only be drained. Unable to discern a victor, Li Yuan could not permit Shao Kai and Wu Mei to brawl. Such a scenario would likely lead to trouble, damaging their bond. How challenging it is to maintain equilibrium. A wry smile crossed Li Yuan and Appo's lips. Having nurtured them both, I can only endure this, treating it as a test of spirit. A slower pace is of no consequence. He soon came to terms with the situation. Select raw materials, common red snake 99. Begin synthesis. You have obtained a first-order common goo little fire python 33. Though the colorful fire python was cultivated by Yuan using the dragon pattern egg and some treasures. The goo that bore the closest blood affinity was the little fire python. A high blood affinity between the lower order goo and the master goo greatly enhances the success rate of constructing the goo house. Once more, select raw materials, common little spider 99. Add spring grass. Begin synthesis. You have obtained a first-order common goo spirit breath spider 33. The spirit breath spider is also among the lower order goo of the silk spider queen, possessing a relatively high blood affinity. Now let us commence. Li Yuan led Xiao Kai and Wu Mei to a newly opened area in the bamboo grove, a place he had concealed and hidden, accessible only to him. It was perfectly suited to temporarily house the goo. He settled cross-legged, eyes gently closed, concentrating intently as he resonated with the colorful fire python and the silk spider queen goo. Before long, he felt as if he had entered a wondrous realm of the spirit. More accurately, it was two wondrous realms, and the dual focus rapidly drained his mental energy, proving quite taxing. The first step in constructing the goo house was to enhance the connection between the master goo and the lower order goo. All thoughts of the goo must unify to form a house. The concept of a house stems from home. In ancient times, when the goo masters were still struggling in their early endeavors, they treated all goo insects as family. Only family could reside under one roof. After a long while, the marvelous realm of the spirit underwent a subtle transformation, and the consciousness of a little fire python began to coalesce and manifest within the spiritual world. Simultaneously, in the physical realm, a little fire python commenced the construction of its nest. It exhaled a mysterious substance, akin to drifting dust, nearly invisible to the naked eye, until more and more little fire pythons appeared to join in the construction. The dust coalesced into soil, and tangible results began to emerge. Meanwhile, the spirit breath spider was also engaged in constructing its nest, with both nests taking the form of burrows, continuously delving underground. Li Yuan gradually immersed himself in the task. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Li Yuan suddenly awoke, his mind feeling drained, fatigue washing over him, leaving him feeling rather unsteady. He focused his gaze. The goo houses on either side had only expanded by about a foot, with roughly 80 goo insects participating in the construction on each side. Li Yuan glanced at the nearby hourglass used for timing. Has it really been 3 days? This meant it took him a full 3 days and nights to establish merely a foot of goo house and assimilate only a few dozen goo insects? Truly daunting. The critical issue was that as the construction progressed, the number of goo insects increased, leading to a greater depletion of mental energy. Even Xiao Kai and Wu Mei had grown weary, now resting on his shoulders. Indeed, this was an overwhelming project. I can only proceed slowly. Chapter 55. The young deity Enmuyao in the grand imperial city of Tian and Apos, and after enduring the bloodshed of earlier years, the Night Owl King rallied his forces, leading the Night Owl Guards and various station troops to reclaim the land from the clutches of demons. Within the palace, a young man clad in a python robe was fiercely practicing martial arts, sweat cascading down his brow. Beside him, the towering figure of the Night Owl King, donning a bronze mask, stood still as a statue, observing intently. After a considerable time, the young man withdrew his fists, and waves of energy erupted from his body, stirring the trees in the courtyard. This young man, the python-robed figure, was none other than Shingoden, a rustic villager brought back from Kunlun-Su by the Night Owl King and the sole bloodline of the current Dian royal family, Princely Qingshu. Indeed, the young prince exhibited exceptional innate talent, having advanced to the second stage of Qi induction in just 7 days and mastered the first level of the Shattering Heaven Divine Fist. The Night Owl King praised him. I have fulfilled my promise. Now, shall you teach me the true arts? Li Qingshu, calm and resolute, replied, Since returning from Kunlun-Su, I have harbored no other thoughts. My sole desire is to eradicate the demons and spare the world from suffering, avenging my mother. All of this requires strength. It is my duty. The Night Owl King responded, a hint of amusement in his tone. In the Tianyuan continent, martial prowess reigned supreme. Whether it be the cultivation systems of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, the evolution of demons, or the lesser paths such as Gu Dao, Fu Dao, and Formation Dao, none surpass the martial way. The martial arts are divided into 9 ranks. The first rank for body tempering, the second for chi induction, the third for spirit gathering, the fourth for cocoon breaking, the fifth for freedom, the sixth for minor grandmaster, the seventh for grandmaster, the eighth for martial saint, and the ninth for martial emperor. Beyond the ninth rank lies the realm of the martial deity. In years past, the founding emperor ascended to the position of martial deity, sweeping across the world, forcing the demons beyond the borders, who have not dared to enter for a millennium. The Night Owl King patiently imparted tales of martial history and foundational knowledge to Li Qingshu. The founding emperor had created 3 divine martial arts: the Shattering Heaven Divine Fist, the Tianyin Myriad Sword, and the Tianlong Fortuitous Technique. The Shattering Heaven Divine Fist is the simplest to learn, with a portion of its legacy preserved within the Night Owl Guards for unforeseen circumstances. The Tianyin Myriad Sword, however, is reserved for emperors, requiring the prince to personally receive its inheritance after ascending the throne. As for the Tianlong Fortuitous Technique, it is an ethereal art that gathers and suppresses the fortune of the dynasty, comprehensible only to the most extraordinary martial artists. It remains the fundamental technique for revitalizing Dian. After elaborating extensively, the Night Owl King demonstrated the Shattering Heaven Divine Fist multiple times for Li Qingshu. "I understand," Li Qingshu replied thoughtfully. The Night Owl chuckled. "Your talents are remarkable. You shall soon reach the 4th rank of cocoon breaking, at which point you may return to Kunlun Su to conduct the consecration ceremony and reveal the dragon vein." Indeed, Li Qingshu nodded, his expression heavy. Each thought of his mother being devoured by demons filled him with anguish, and the countless others suffering similar fates grieved him deeply. His mindset shifted from blame and despair to a determination to take action. Yet, he found it absurd. He could not even protect a small village or save his mother. Yet here he was, aspiring to safeguard vast territories and rescue countless souls. A sense of confusion enveloped him, yet his fists never ceased their movement, his mind endlessly rehearsing the martial forms. The Night Owl King quietly departed. Soon, he arrived at a tower where, in an elegant chamber, sat a veiled woman adorned in a blue robe, her ethereal beauty radiating a cold aura. "Young deity, do you see clearly?" The Night Owl seated himself, gazing out to observe the young prince practicing martial arts in the courtyard. "I cannot see distinctly," the woman shook her head. She was a Muyao, the young deity of the extreme North Icefield tribe, summoned by the Night Owl King to assist in locating the sole heir of her elder sister, who perished in the royal bloodbath years prior. "Is there any trace of his blood?" And Muyao inquired. Years ago, her elder sister had entered the royal family through a politically motivated marriage to save their tribe. Their father had long carried guilt over the sacrifice. Without her sister and Amp oppose as selflessness, the extreme North Icefield tribe would have been annihilated long ago. Now that the tribe had reclaimed its totem and grown strong, her sister could never return home, and her only bloodline remained lost. Thus, when the Night Owl King sought her aid, and Muyao, as the new young deity, agreed without hesitation. "Little Lin and Amp oppose, you must still be alive, right?" Lin and Amp oppose, is the affectionate term used by the tribe for their children. However, gazing at the young princely Qingshu in the distance, and Muyao felt no sense of kinship, an instinct whispering that he was not her sister and oppose, as child. Yet, she had to proceed with caution and verify the bloodline. Even if he were not her sister and Amp oppose, as son, he was the only lead to finding little Lin and Amp oppose, She could not afford to miss this opportunity. This is his blood. To procure the blood of an ordinary mortal was a trivial task for the Night Owl King. Yet, he too needed to exercise caution. The consecration ceremony was of utmost importance, with various lords and demons awaiting that day. Should he return with an impostor instead of the true dragon heir, it would spell disaster for the Dian royal family. And Muyao took the transparent jade vial containing the blood and scrutinized it carefully. Qilin treasure art. Manifest. She began forming intricate seals with her hands, the movements rapid, as an ice-blue Qilin emblem emerged at her forehead, radiating divine light. The brilliance cascaded into the jade vial. Simultaneously, a series of blurred scenes unfolded in Muyao and Amp, Appo's mind. Two infants in the dead of night had their bloodlines exchanged through secret arts. This revelation struck her like a bolt of lightning. During the royal bloodbath, her sister had sought a substitute to save little Linner, swapping his bloodline and deceiving the demons. In other words, while the young prince before her might be a false heir, little Lin and Appo's, or had indeed escaped that calamity and must still be alive. Destiny is often cruel, and little Lin and Appo's, has suffered greatly. Lin and Appo's, your aunt will surely find you. For Muyao, the knowledge that her sister and Appo's child still lived was the greatest comfort. Young deity, what's the matter? The Night Owl King and Appo's voice, deep and chilling, snapped in Muyao back to reality. His gaze bored down upon her like a blazing sun, instilling a sense of urgency that compelled her to reveal the truth. Yet just as the thought was poised to escape her lips, she forcibly restrained herself. If she disclosed the truth, the young prince who had taken Lin and Appo's, Appo's place would undoubtedly face dire consequences. He was utterly innocent, abandoned by his biological parents, and unwittingly thrust into this predicament. Moreover, he had saved Linner's life. It would be unbearably cruel to subject him to further suffering. Fate played its hand, turning a tale of sacrifice into one of complexity. No one anticipated that both the true and false heirs would survive, complicating matters further. And Muyao steadied her emotions and spoke with composure. Night Owl King, this matter bears further investigation. It requires careful deliberation. Chapter 56. Spiritual Substance After Careful Deliberation. Even a lesser deity could not discern the truth. King Night Owl frowned, aware that the deity of the extreme North Ice Plains possessed the art of bloodline tracing. He had specially invited in Muyao from the farthest reaches, yet she was unable to ascertain the authenticity of the situation. The young prince in Appo's bloodline is unusual. I dare not make a definitive conclusion. Let us wait until he matures further, she said, deliberately vague, unwilling to state outright whether he was genuine or not. Given that King Night Owl had summoned her, he must have already sensed something amiss, speculating that the young prince was not truly the heir, but lacked the means to verify it. The impending sealing of the heavens concerns the world. We cannot afford to delay, King Night Owl stated gravely. I do have a method to address this pressing crisis, and Muyao declared, resolved to save the unfortunate substitute prince, considering it a virtuous act for her sister's child. How so? King Night Owl inquired. By creating a falsehood that deceives the lords and various demons, we can stabilize the current situation, she replied. Impossible. The matter of sealing the heavens is of utmost importance. How can we deceive those above and below? If he is a false prince who ascends to the throne, it would utterly sever the Li family and Appo's bloodline. Ascending the throne is easy, but abdicating is not. King Night Owl vehemently opposed such treachery, refusing to allow this unfaithful and outrageous act to transpire. Times have changed. We must stabilize the situation or the fate of the yen will collapse. If the people in Appo's hearts are not united, even the dragon vein will dissipate, he continued, leaving in Muyao perplexed by his inner thoughts. This man, universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of martial arts, was he truly intent on upholding the Yen royal family? Or was he merely playing a part for the sake of the martial god's treasure? She leaned towards the latter. Please reconsider, King Night Owl, and Muyao said, recognizing her inability to sway his actions. Having said her piece, she turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, King Night Owl fell into deep contemplation. It seemed likely that this young prince was indeed a counterfeit. Could it be that there had once been a scheme to swap the true prince, who had long since been sent out of the palace? This was not outside the realm of possibility. The former consort and was no simple character. She was capable of becoming the lesser deity of the extreme North Ice Plains, far beyond the usual courtiers. perhaps during the blood calamity, consort and had already sensed something was amiss, orchestrating a switch of the young prince's bloodline and sending him out of the palace under the cover of darkness. King Night Owl sought the truth within the minutiae of past events. If all unfolded as he suspected, then Muyao's actions were to preserve the life of the substitute prince, a matter of saving a life. This made everything reasonable, given King Night Owl and Appo's temperament. Anyone daring to impersonate the bloodline of the founding martial god would face execution, regardless of the rationale. He would not allow such personal sentiments to jeopardize the millennia-old foundation of the Yin, and Muyao was confident that as long as she did not verbally confirm the truth, he would not dare to harm the substitute prince, who also represented the only lead to the true heir. The unseen events of the past blood calamity began to unfurl in King Night Owl's mind. "Come," he commanded, and in an instant, several figures entered the room. King Night Owl coldly instructed the 36 departments of Tianluo to investigate all intelligence regarding consort and her confidants. Submit your findings within 7 days. Years had passed, and demons had destroyed many ancient texts in the imperial capital. Tracing the origins of past events would prove exceedingly difficult, a task only the Night Owl guards could undertake. It seemed the sealing of the heavens must be postponed, unless absolutely necessary. King Night Owl was unwilling to allow an unidentified substitute prince to ascend the throne, as this could lead to irretrievable calamities, potentially fracturing the already precarious Yin. Time flowed swiftly. Li Yuan immersed himself in the intricate art of crafting goo houses, tirelessly conducting his research. At last he succeeded. In the stillness of the night, he emerged from his intense focus. Before him stood 2 small nests, one narrow and elongated, the other broad, filled with cobwebs. These were the goo houses built around the cores of the multicolored fire python and the silk queen goo. A data panel materialized before him. Goo Master, Li Yuan. Black Jar, 5th rank 1490-1500. Realm, 5th rank. Mental Power, Mid-Domain Realm. Destined Goo, Giant Spirit Goo, Rebirth Goo, Multicolored Fire Python, Illusionary Robe. Silk Queen Goo, Goo Houses, Multicolored Fire Cave, 1000 Goo House, Silk Mystical Realm, 1000 Goo House. Goo Houses produce Heavenly Fire, Rebirth Essence. His relentless efforts had not been in vain. The rewards from the Goo Houses were indeed boundless. The completion of the goo houses not only significantly enhanced Li Yuan and Appo's power, but also elevated his mental realm to the mid-domain stage. In terms of the breadth of his consciousness, he was now on par with seasoned 8th realm experts. Thus, he no longer needed to fear exposure of a secret. More importantly, the production of the goo houses was remarkable. Li Yuan meticulously examined the properties of the treasures produced by the 2 goo houses. Heavenly Fire, a flame formed from the energy of the great sun, useful for forging treasures or attacking enemies. Once ignited, it burns indefinitely. Rebirth Essence, a healing substance formed by gathering the essence of heaven and earth, possessing the ability to revive the dead. Both treasures produced by the goo houses were extraordinary. The only drawback was their limited yield, requiring a full month to produce a strand of Heavenly Fire and a drop of Rebirth Essence. This was already the maximum Li Yuan could achieve. To enhance production, he needed to raise the grade of the goo houses through persistent refinement. The grading of goo houses is divided into 1000 goo house, 10,000 goo house, 100,000 goo house, and million goo house. The higher the grade, the more strenuous the refinement process. According to the records in the book, gifted by his teacher Yu Hongchuan, several seasoned palace masters barely reached the Appo's 100,000 goo house and Appo's level. As for the million goo house, it perhaps exists only in legend, far beyond his current reach. Li Yuan did not dwell on this. For him, the most pressing matter was to accumulate wealth, gather raw materials, and enhance his combat power. He could sell the Heavenly Fire for a chance at a high price, possibly exchanging it for a 7th-ranked demon's corpse. The Rebirth Essence, however, he intended to reserve for his teacher Yu Hongchuan, who had treated him well despite their few encounters, granting him numerous opportunities he could not ignore. With 10 days remaining, he would be able to step into the 6th rank realm. At that point, he could venture into the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces. Li Yuan eagerly anticipated the immortal Gu secret realm, the endless array of precious Gu. If he could synthesize them all, how wondrous that would be. He would laugh in his dreams at the thought. It would be a disgrace not to produce an extraordinary Gu from such an opportunity. Chapter 57. The sixth transformation in the blink of an eye. 10 days had elapsed. Li Yuan awoke from his slumber, invigorated and alert. A data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 6 transformation 1, 3000. Realm, 6 transformation, Mental Strength, Mid-Domain Realm, Destined Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Resurrection Gu, 3-colored Strange Fire Python, Illusionary Robe. Silk Queen Gu, Gu House, Colorful Strange Fire Cave, 1000 Gu House, Silk Mystical Realm, 1000 Gu House, Time indeed flies. It had been over 7 years since he joined the 12 Caves. This number is quite remarkable. Even among couples, the notion of the 7-year itch exists. Yet, Li Yuan had remained in the 12 Caves for a full 7 years without stepping outside, even once. The occasions of leaving his small bamboo grove being few and far between. It was high time for him to venture out. However, this journey would not lead him into chaos, but rather deeper into the mountains. After a brief preparation, Li Yuan departed from the small bamboo grove and made his way to the peak of the 12 Caves. Disciple? Pei Luo Qing exclaimed upon seeing Li Yuan, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is it truly you? Have you finally emerged from your seclusion? He had never encountered such a composed young man, without wife or child, yet able to endure 7 years in one place, a true testament to his patience. Senior brother, I have reached the 6th transformation, Li Yuan replied with a gentle smile. What? You and Amp, Oppos, VE attained the 6th transformation already? Pei Luo Qing was taken aback. That was remarkably swift. Perhaps not so swift, Li Yuan chuckled lightly. Pei Luo Qing teased. In comparison to the most illustrious talents in history, it may not be swift at all, but it certainly surpasses my own progress. Senior brother, you flatter me. Li Yuan responded humbly, acknowledging that his strength lay not in the speed of breaking through realms, but in the multiplicity of his destined Gu. You seek me out to prepare for entering the inner gate of the 9 palaces and to access the immortal Gu secret realm, correct? Pei Luo Qing inquired. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. This is a matter best addressed without delay. I have long yearned for this opportunity. Ha! I can certainly relate, Pei Luo Qing laughed. In my time, I was equally eager, almost wishing to dive into the immortal Gu secret realm the very moment I broke through. It is truly a wondrous place, though regrettably, one can only visit it once. His ginseng infant Gu attained such potency due to the suitable materials he found within the immortal Gu secret realm, allowing for significant evolution. When shall we depart, senior brother? Li Yuan asked eagerly. Today is feasible, Pei Luo Qing nodded. I will make the necessary arrangements within the sect, and we shall set off this afternoon. Very well. The 2 brothers reached an agreement. Upon returning to the small bamboo grove, Li Yuan shared a meal with Wang Zhao. Zhao, I must venture out for a while, he explained. After years of companionship, their only previous separation had occurred during the turmoil in the southern frontier when the 12 Caves drew lots for life and death. This marked their second parting. I am heading to the inner gate of the 9 palaces, he stated calmly. Brother Yuan, you have entered the 6th transformation? Wang Zhao expressed her surprise. This was a topic Li Yuan had previously broached with her, and she had been mentally prepared. With his talent, a breakthrough was inevitable. Indeed, he affirmed. During this time, take good care of yourself. If you encounter any danger, do not venture outside. Stay within the bamboo grove. It will ensure your safety. I understand, Wang Zhao replied obediently. Then I shall see you later. In the afternoon, Li Yuan donned his travel gear and hastily departed, meeting up with Pei Luo Qing as he left the 12 Caves for the first time in 7 years. The 9 palaces mountain range stretched for miles, serene and natural. At the moment of stepping outside, Li Yuan felt little sentimentality. The landscape was filled with verdant hills, appearing largely unchanged. He had long since acclimated to it. The mountain paths were rugged and difficult to traverse. As night approached, Li Yuan followed Pei Luo Qing to the entrance of a mountain gate. Where is this? Li Yuan questioned, puzzled, as the inner gate of the 9 palaces was evidently not this close. 13 caves, Pei Luo Qing replied. If we continue this way, we would take an eternity to reach the inner gate. If we encounter a dense fog, we could easily lose our way. I will borrow a traveling treasure. With that, he took a deep breath, cupping his hands before his mouth, and shouted, Brother Yang, come out and chat. A moment later, a large black-feathered eagle descended from the sky, landing before them. What brings you here, junior brother? A one-armed man leaped down from the eagle, his sharp brows and bright eyes giving him a strikingly carefree appearance. Brother Yang, allow me to introduce my master's new disciple, Yuan. He has just broken through to the 6th transformation, and I wish to take him to the inner gate of the 9 palaces, Pei Luo Qing said with a smile. Thus, I seek to borrow your eagle. Of course. The one-armed man, Yang Chong, replied warmly. Junior brother Yuan seems quite young. I never expected him to be a 6th transformation Goon master already. Truly admirable. Thanks to my master's guidance, I was fortunate enough to break through, Yuan humbly acknowledged. Since it is getting late, why not stay the night at the 13 caves and set off for the inner gate tomorrow? Yang Chong invited, eager to forge a connection with Yuan. That one and amp, oppose, to be necessary, Yuan politely declined. My master is gravely injured. I wish to see him first. Very well, Yang Chong conceded, understanding the situation. I wish you both a successful journey and hope you find extraordinary goo in the immortal goo secret realm. Thank you, Brother Yang. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yuan and Pei Luo Qing mounted the eagle and departed. Flying through the night sky on the eagle was far swifter than running along the mountain trails. Allowing them a moment to relax and converse atop the eagle and amp, oppose, back. Senior brother, do you know anything about our elder sister? Yuan inquired. Having heard of her existence, yet never having met her, he sensed that his master entrusted many matters to her. Not well, but I am somewhat familiar, Pei Luo Qing replied with a smile. Rest assured, our elder sister is quite warm-hearted, not the frigid type that keeps others at a distance. What is her realm? Yuan asked further. A 7th transformation Goo master. In truth, she is among the most talented in the inner gate of the 9 palaces. A prominent figure of our younger generation. She had the potential to become the next palace master. However, Pei Luo Qing sighed. With the arrival of that little county princess, her hopes have vanished. Perhaps our lineage is simply not destined to have a palace master. The 3rd-ranked Goo of the strange Goo list, the questioning heart Goo, possessed the greatest potential to achieve the status of Goo immortal, rendering any Goo master lacking in competitiveness against it. Yuan then recalled that the little county princess, Xiaoqin, was also within the inner gate of the 9 palaces. He wondered how far she had advanced since refining the questioning heart Goo after so many years. Yet, becoming a palace master held little allure. Even being a cave master was exhausting, and the extra monthly stipend did not yield substantial benefits. Pei Luo Qing preferred a life of leisure. His position as the master of the 12 caves was merely a necessity during wartime, tasked by his master to protect the still-growing junior disciple. Now that his disciple had entered the 6th transformation, he could seek an opportune moment to resign. 7 days later, after traversing formidable mountains, the eagle descended upon a hilltop. Pei Luo Qing inhaled deeply. Ahead lies the inner gate of the 9 palaces. It is protected by a maze, and one requires a token to gain entry. Follow me. Chapter 58. The inner gate of the 9 palaces nestled deep within the mountains. Shrouded in layers of intricate mazes, the 9 palaces Goo nest stands as a bastion of ancient power, its legacy unbroken as long as its core remains untroubled. As Yuan followed Pei Luo Qing into the dense mist, he caught fleeting glimpses of birds and beasts, rare and exotic flora, curling wisps of smoke, and the comings and goings of people. Countless scenes wove together, shifting unpredictably, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. A wave of awe washed over him. Before such an ancient force that had endured for millennia, he felt as insignificant as a mere insect. His previously restless spirit was subdued. A 6th transformation Goo master? What did that even signify in the presence of a superpower that governed the Tianyuan continent? The 9 palaces Goo nest was merely a behemoth in the southern frontier, Similar dominant forces existed in the northern lands, eastern wastes, and western regions. Not to mention the long-established, mysterious factions in the Central Plains. Survival. He must continue to endure. After a lengthy and convoluted journey, they finally emerged from the thick fog. This was the place. Pei Luoqing pointed toward the narrow fissure in the mountain valley and stepped inside, with Li Yuan following closely behind. Initially, it was exceedingly constricted, just wide enough for one person, but after several dozen steps, it opened into a broad expanse. Rows of quaint houses came into view, with smoke curling from chimneys, embodying the essence of human warmth and life. Li Yuan and Appo's eyes sparkled. He was witnessing a true paradise beyond the mundane world. The inner gate of the 9 palaces was vastly different from his preconceived notions, yet it resonated with his preferences. You should like it here. Pei Luoqing discerned Li Yuan and Appo's thoughts. Indeed, it is a pity there are too many powerful individuals here, too conspicuous for my prolonged stay. Otherwise, I would have moved here with my master years ago. Let us go meet the senior sister and a master. As they traversed the pastoral path, listening to the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms, they soon arrived at a quaint farmhouse where Pei Luoqing halted. Master, senior sister, he called out from outside. I have returned. There was no response from within. Is the senior sister not home? Li Yuan murmured. She is, Pei Luoqing chuckled. Calling out again, junior brother has returned as well. Bang! In the next instant, the door swung open. Li Yuan barely caught sight of a figure in red darting out, quickly approaching him, seizing his arm and whisking him inside. Hey, senior sister. I Haven and Appo's. Poof. A gust of wind lifted the hem of the red skirt, revealing a slender, snow-white leg, which promptly kicked Pei Luoqing out. Bang! The door slammed shut once more. Li Yuan was left bewildered. What just happened? Who am I? Where am I? Junior brother Li Yuan. Greetings, a gentle and alluring voice pulled him back from his stupor. Before him stood a woman clad in a vibrant red dress. Her figure was graceful, exuding an enchanting allure, with eyes like blossoming peach flowers that seemed to tug at the heartstrings. The red fabric clung to her curves, accentuating her proud silhouette, while the skirt revealed a glimpse of her delicate, long legs. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with a red jade hairpin that shimmered softly in the sunlight, contrasting with her striking attire. Yet, such a dazzling and sensual figure felt somewhat out of place within this serene paradise. And master sister? Li Yuan recalled Pei Luoqing mentioning that senior sister Ning Hongyu was exceptionally warm-hearted, but this exuberance was slightly different from his expectations. You are quite handsome for a junior brother, Ning Hongyu remarked, her gaze appraising him with a smile. Master sister, is Pei's senior brother all right? Li Yuan asked awkwardly, unsure of Ning Hongyu and Appo's intentions. He wanted Appo's Dai. Ning Hongyu replied with a laugh. The life goo that Pei Luoqing nurtured runs rampant like a wild pig whenever released, causing havoc among the rare flowers and plants in my courtyard. I see, Li Yuan realized, chuckling at Pei Luoqing and Appo's seemingly serious demeanor. Junior brother, do you have someone special in your heart? Ning Hongyu inquired further. Li Yuan was taken aback, feeling that she was even less reserved than Pei Luoqing. No, he answered honestly. No. How delightful. Ning Hongyu's eyes sparkled. Master sister, where's the master? Li Yuan, unable to withstand her piercing gaze, quickly shifted the topic. Inside, he remains in a comatose state, with only a faint trace of vital energy, Ning Hongyu said, turning to lead him. Come with me. Upon entering the room, Li Yuan saw Yu Hengchuan lying on the bed. In their reunion, he noted that Yu Hengchuan's hair had turned completely gray, resembling withered tree roots, and his face lacked any color. Master, Li Yuan called softly as he approached the bedside. Yu Hengchuan and Appo's fingers twitched slightly, indicating a semblance of consciousness, yet he could not control his body. After being brought back, the master was given some treasures to aid in his recovery, but to no avail, Ning Hongyu explained. More precious healing elixirs are exceedingly scarce, especially in these tumultuous times of war. Even if Yu Hengchuan were to recover, he would find himself unable to engage in the Gu way, relegated to living as an ordinary mortal in his twilight years. Master Sister, I have brought a medicinal liquid that may assist the master in his recovery. Li Yuan produced a small green vial, which contained the revitalizing essence produced by the Gu House silken web mystique. Ning Hongyu and Amp, Oppos. S eyes brightened as she uncorked the vial and inhaled deeply, sensing the rich vitality within, a truly rare and precious remedy. You are quite thoughtful, junior brother. Without questioning the source of the elixir, she diluted it and gradually administered it to Yu Hengchuan. Before long, the withered skin of Yu Hengchuan began to regain its suppleness, and his hair darkened visibly, a clear sign of revitalization. A miraculous medicine, Ning Hongyu exclaimed, astonished by the elixir's efficacy, which exceeded her expectations. No wonder the master often speaks highly of you. In the lead-up to the Great War, Yu Hengchuan had repeatedly urged her to assist his junior brother and had made arrangements for his entry into the Celestial Gu secret realm, even securing a spot for the Fengshan grand ceremony. It seems the master will awaken soon. Ning Hongyu sighed in relief. That and Oppos. That's good, Li Yuan replied. I regret not being able to visit the master sooner, having not stepped into the sixth transformation realm until now. If this elixir proves effective, it will serve as a token of my filial piety as a disciple. Are you planning to wait for the master to awaken, or shall we head to the Celestial Gu secret realm? Ning Hongyu inquired. Let us go to the Celestial Gu secret realm, Li Yuan decided. Having already used the sole drop of revitalizing essence he possessed, remaining here would yield little purpose. It was better to resolve his concerns as soon as possible. Very well. Ning Hongyu nodded. I will promptly request permission from the palace master. You should rest here for 3 days in preparation for entering the Celestial Gu secret realm. Li Yuan glanced at his senior sister, recalling her earlier peculiar questions, feeling a pang of unease. Why are you so nervous? Afraid the senior sister might devour you? Ning Hongyu teased. A bit, Li Yuan admitted. Among Gu masters, there were many eccentricities. Who could ascertain the true nature behind a beautiful facade? Fear not, for I am no demon or monster, Ning Hongyu assured him, her smile radiant. Junior brother, let us have a candlelit conversation tonight. Once you understand the heart of your senior sister, you shall have no fear. Chapter 59. The True Feelings Gu Nightfall. After swearing not to disrupt the exotic flora within the courtyard, Pei Luo Qing was finally permitted to enter the room and savor a warm meal. Senior sister, your treatment is rather biased, Pei Luo Qing teased. You serve Li Yuan with dishes and pour him wine, leaving me in a rather awkward position. Then keep your distance. Ning Hongyu retorted. Your skin is as thick as a pig in amp. Oppos, S, I haven and amp. Oppos, T even struck you. Senior sister, you can end amp. Oppos, T possibly have developed feelings for your junior brother, can you? Pei Luo Qing exclaimed in surprise. Puffed. Senior brother, Don and Oppos, T speak nonsense. Li Yuan exclaimed as a mouthful of wine splattered onto Pei Luo Qing and Oppos' face. Why is this about me again? Indeed, Ning Hongyu raised her fair neck proudly. The little junior brother is quite handsome and possesses remarkable talents. Who wouldn't be fond of him? Pei Luo Qing was taken aback, then nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Good fortune should not flow to outsiders. I support this marriage. Li Yuan. What is this? Is my lifelong affair being decided in mere words? Senior sister, second senior brother, please do not jest. Li Yuan was not yet contemplating marriage or children. He bore a blood feud and was entangled in too many matters. Speaking of love at this juncture felt premature. I am not joking, Pei Luo Qing blinked. Do I look like I'm jesting? Li Yuan was truly bewildered. Could this possibly be serious? All right, I shall cease my jesting. Ning Hongyu said, in truth, this relates to my innate Gu. What is your innate Gu, senior sister? Li Yuan and Oppos. S-mind raced through countless names of Gu insects, but could not recall one that matched his senior sister and Oppos as current condition. True Feelings Gu, Ning Hongyu revealed. The name of True Feelings Gu was widely known, and Li Yuan was well aware of its significance. This Gu is celebrated as one of the rarest and most extraordinary, with 2 potential evolutionary paths. It can evolve into the 3rd-ranked Questioning Heart Gu or the 11th-ranked Red Dust Gu. True Feelings Goo grants the Goo Master unparalleled focus. While it does not enhance mental strength as rapidly as Questioning Heart Goo, it possesses a unique quality. It can draw feedback from a partner to elevate itself. I understand now. Li Yuan finally grasped the concept. Ning Hongyu sighed. Finding a truly loving partner is not an easy task, and human hearts are ever-changing. If my beloved were to waver, it would cost me my life. This was the fatal flaw of True Feelings Goo. For the Goo Master to achieve its complete transformation, they must find a sincerely loving individual, merging yin and yang to cultivate this Goo. Once formed, they must remain bound to one another, should one betray the other. The consequences would be minimal for the betrayer, but the death of True Feelings Goo would lead to a far more tragic fate for its master. This meant that while Ning Hongyu gained power, she also relinquished control over her life and death to another. Indeed, it is no small feat, Li Yuan concurred. Were he in her position, he would never dare to cultivate such an innate Goo. Ning Hongyu smiled. I often hear my teacher praise you, little junior brother. The compliments are endless, and I have indeed entertained certain thoughts. She boldly confessed. While I cannot claim it was love at first sight, your junior brother's qualities truly resonate with me. He is the first man to stir my heart. If he is willing, we could attempt to get to know each other better. The unexpected declaration nearly caused Li Yuan to stumble. It was not that he minded such directness, but he was genuinely disinterested in romance at present. As fellow disciples, there would be ample opportunities for interaction in the future. He valued fate and preferred to act according to his heart. Ha ha! Well said, Ning Hongyu responded, unfazed. Expressing intentions towards someone who aligns with her heart was not, in her view, a matter of shame. Li Yuan did not take offense. As a Goo master, he understood the profound impact an innate Goo could have. It was commendable that his senior sister maintained clarity, recognized true character, and had yet to marry, resisting the allure of power. Even he, while utilizing the giant spirit Goo, could be influenced by its potent energy, leading him to utter arrogant and pretentious words. Thus, he held a certain admiration for her. Now, let us return to the main topic. Ning Hongyu straightened her posture to discuss essential matters regarding the immortal Goo secret realm. Yes, Li Yuan sat attentively, eager to listen. The possibility of acquiring another extraordinary Goo hinged on this information. 3,000 years ago, the only Goo immortal of Tianyuan continent attained enlightenment deep within the Jiugong mountain range, opening the gateway to the Goo path. Celestial light descended from the gate, manifesting in the place of enlightenment, becoming what is now known as the immortal Goo secret realm. The immortal Goo secret realm is the only place in the world capable of nurturing rare Goo in abundance, including extraordinary Goo, and serves as the foundation for the Jiugong Goo nest legacy. Ning Hongyu elaborated. Li Yuan listened intently, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Though referred to as a secret realm, the immortal Goo secret realm is, in fact, an isolated island situated within a vast lake in the mountains. To this day, remnants of the Goo immortal and amp, Oppos, will linger on the island, preventing ordinary people from lingering for too long. Those with spiritual strength may only remain for 7 days. After that, they must depart, where they risk being crushed by the Goo immortal and amp, Oppos, will meeting a grim fate on the island. As for the opportunities one might find during those 7 days, it entirely depends on one's fortune, Ning Hongyu cautioned earnestly. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. I will surely remember, Li Yuan responded. 7 days would afford him ample time to accomplish much. Senior sister, I have another question. If I were to discover numerous rare treasures within the immortal Goo secret realm, would the sect penalize me? What are you thinking? Ning Hongyu laughed. Finding even a few rare treasures would be quite an achievement. The immortal Goo secret realm is not a mere vegetable garden for you to plunder. Pei Luo Qing added. Junior brother, do not be too greedy. In the past, not a single person has returned with more than 5 treasures, yet there are many who returned empty-handed. If everyone could freely harvest, the immortal Goo secret realm would have long since been depleted. How could it continue to yield treasures for 3,000 years? I understand, Li Yuan noted inwardly. Given the same duration, his harvest would undoubtedly surpass that of the average Goo master. He would still be profiting. This map is for you. Ning Hongyu produced a sheepskin scroll detailing the island and Amp, Appo's general topography, locations abundant with treasures, and areas that should not be trespassed. Will there be others accompanying us? Li Yuan inquired further. Perhaps. The other 8 palaces possess pathways into the island and may send individuals inside. If you encounter others, be sure to remain vigilant. After all, what transpires within the Immortal Gu secret realm is entirely unknown to the outside world. One must always be cautious, Ning Hongyu advised. Understood, Li Yuan said, excitement evident in his expression. He had overlooked the earlier warnings. Fixating instead on the phrase and Amp, Appo's, entirely unknown to the outside world, and Amp, Appo's, Chapter 60, entering the secret realm of Immortal Gu 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yu Hengchuan and Amp, Appo's, condition visibly improved. The movement of his limbs became significantly more vigorous, indicating that his consciousness was gradually awakening and that he would soon fully regain consciousness. It appeared that the effect of the reviving spirit dew was remarkable, and in this era of chaos, it could undoubtedly fetch a handsome price, Li Yuan pondered. After visiting his master, senior sister Ning Hongyu led him away from the 9th Palace region. The secret realm of Immortal Gu was situated within the shared governance of the 9 palaces. Li Yuan had roughly grasped the layout of the Gu nest. The 2nd palace to the 9th palace surrounded the secret realm, sealing off all 8 directions, while the 1st palace sat at the center, perched on the edge of a vast lake. This arrangement ensured that the secret realm, a sacred site for Gu masters, remained undisturbed by external forces. 6 hours later, they arrived at the mist-laden border of a lake. Thick fog enveloped the water, obscuring reality. As Li Yuan looked around, apart from the land behind him, all he could see was a wide expanse. The sound of crashing waves echoed continuously. It was not merely a lake. It could easily be described as a sea. Junior brother, do you not find this sight magnificent and awe-inspiring? Ning Hongyu inquired with a smile. Li Yuan marveled. I never expected such a vast and spectacular scene to be hidden in the heart of the 10,000 great mountains in the south, where mountains conceal seas. It is truly breathtaking. Are you ready? Ning Hongyu asked gravely. Remember, after the spirit Turtle Gu takes you to the island, it will wait for you for a maximum of 10 days. If you do not return within 10 days, it signifies your demise, and the spirit Turtle Gu will return here, conveying the final message. Be vigilant. On the island, only take what you can manage. Do not let greed mislead you from the path home. Both the master and I will await your safe return. With that, she stepped forward and embraced Li Yuan. Senior sister, I shall remember. Li Yuan nodded earnestly, vowing to return safely. Indeed, Ning Hongyu affirmed, igniting the token in her hand. Soon, a massive turtle, measuring over 2 meters in length, emerged from the water. The tokens calling forth the spirit Turtle Gu were jointly controlled by the 9 palaces and were the sole means of entering the secret realm of Immortal Gu. Go! Ning Hongyu waved her hand. Farewell, senior sister. Li Yuan stepped onto the turtle and Amp, Appo's back, and with the spirit Turtle Gu, he plunged into the lake, swiftly vanishing into the mist. Junior brother, you must return safely. Ning Hongyu prayed. This younger disciple was quite to her liking. He possessed great talent and a commendable character, and she did not mind vying for his attention. After all, to ascend to greater heights, finding a true companion was indispensable. Otherwise, she would be forever confined to this realm. Amidst the mist, he advanced through the roaring waves and biting winds. Seated on the turtle and Amp, Appo's back, Li Yuan soon lost all sense of direction. Meanwhile, he felt an increasingly powerful pressure surrounding him. Was the will of the Gu immortal truly this formidable? It had endured for 3,000 years without dissipating. Li Yuan was astonished, his anticipation growing. He retrieved the map that senior sister had gifted him. The map detailed 3 forbidden zones on the isolated island and 5 areas rich in rare treasures. Before long, the spirit Turtle Gu and Appo's speed began to slow, and the outline of the isolated island emerged through the thick fog. They had arrived at the secret realm of Immortal Gu. A torrent of spiritual energy surged toward him. Li Yuan spread his arms wide, inhaling deeply and feeling invigorated before leaping off the turtle and Appo's back. As he landed on the solid ground, the oppressive will of the Gu immortal bore down on him, continually draining his vitality. He assessed, with my strength, staying for 10 days should pose no issue. Unlike an ordinary 6th Order Gu master, his mid-level spiritual power could rival that of an 8th Order Gu master, making a 10-day stay feasible. However, even if he could endure, he would have to depart after 10 days. Otherwise, if the spirit turtle left him behind, he would be trapped on the island, and over time, he would face certain death. Time is of the essence. He began to act. Li Yuan expanded his spiritual awareness, only to find that his perception was restricted by the dense fog, limited to about 100 meters in radius. Should an unexpected event occur, he might not be able to react in time. The fog hampered the map and Appo's utility, compelling him to rely on his intuition and key landmarks to seek opportunities. This search consumed most of the day. As night fell, Li Yuan spotted a colossal tree that would require dozens to encircle. One of the 5 regions known for yielding treasures, this was aptly named Giant Tree Ridge, which had been recorded to produce 6 varieties of rare Gu and 11 treasures suitable for nurturing Gu insects. He had memorized all the essential details. Xiao Very. Come out, Li Yuan gently called, and the 5-colored strange fire python and the pan-silk queen Gu emerged from within his robes. Sizzling and chirping, the 2 little creatures appeared quite excited, seemingly enchanted by their surroundings. Shao Kai, can you sense any treasures? The 5-colored strange fire python had an exceptionally keen sense for treasures, a fact he had confirmed while refining the corpse puppet legion. Sizzling, Shao Kai nodded, tilting its head to indicate a direction. Following Shao Kai and Appo's lead, Li Yuan discovered a cluster of 10 or so crimson wild fruits nestled among the bushes. Selected raw materials, his thoughts locked onto the fruits, and a system prompt materialized. Phantom Dream Raspberry grows beneath the Phantom Dream tree, contains potent toxins, but offers excellent nourishment for serpentine creatures. A fine find. Li Yuan instructed Shao Kai to gather all the raspberries. Selected raw materials. Your fated Gu, 5-colored strange fire python, has absorbed Phantom Dream raspberries. To save time, Li Yuan directly utilized the black jar to expedite Shao Kai and Appo's evolution. Your fated Gu, 5-colored strange fire python, has undergone a significant spiritual transformation, becoming more sentient. Sizzling. Although Shao Kai could not yet articulate human speech, communication with it became much simpler, allowing Li Yuan to easily understand its thoughts. It conveyed, "Master, I am so happy. Please feel free to command me. Since the Phantom Dream Raspberry is so powerful, could I possibly refine the Phantom Dream Tree as well?" Li Yuan gazed upward along the towering trunk, which soared over 100 meters without revealing any branches or leaves. One could only imagine the grandeur of the Phantom Dream Tree. If he were to refine it, it might even reach the heavens. With a sense of inexplicable anticipation, he focused his thoughts. Selected raw materials. This item is owned by another, cannot be examined or synthesized. Li Yuan was taken aback. Who is the owner of the Phantom Dream Tree? The residual will of the Gu Immortal? Regardless, he consoled himself. What is not meant to be will not be forced. Shao Kai, continue searching. Thus, the trio embarked on a comprehensive search within the Giant Tree Ridge area, tirelessly collecting and refining the treasures of the island. They continued for a full day and night before unexpectedly detecting the aura of a rare Gu. Is it here? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. This was the very purpose of his visit. With 3 rare Gus and an abundance of similarly themed treasures, could he synthesize an extraordinary Gu? The long-anticipated puzzle was about to be unraveled. Chapter 61. Encounter in the secret path. Li Yuan encountered a rare Gu, a cicada, its body entirely gilded and adorned with 4 wings. The 4-winged golden cicada Gu. The evolutionary path of this Gu was quite evident in its base form. It was the sun cicada Gu, evolving into the 2-winged golden cicada Gu, and finally transforming into the 4-winged golden cicada Gu. Further evolution could lead to the 6-winged golden cicada Gu, suggesting a linear progression with stringent and singular conditions for advancement. Regardless of the circumstances, It was imperative to capture it first. In a fleeting moment, Li Yuan executed a swift step, seizing the four-winged golden cicada Gu and promptly suppressing it. The untamed Gu before him was akin to fish on a cutting board, entirely at his mercy. He continued his search, placing the four-winged golden cicada Gu into a black jar, and proceeded onward with Xiao Kai and Wu Mei. After another night, the trio discovered the second rare Gu at the edge of the giant tree ridge. This peculiar plant Gu was named the Vitality Gu, originating from the roots of the dream tree. Having detached from its parent tree, it transformed under the influence of the immortal Gu secret realm and the will of the Gu immortal, taking on a unique plant form, reminiscent of human meridians. Once refined into a life-bound Gu, it could enhance the power of the human meridians, allowing the Gu master greater control over their bodily pathways. Without hesitation, Li Yuan secured the Vitality Gu into his black jar. Only one remained. On the morning of the fourth day, Li Yuan encountered the third rare Gu. This Gu was an earth type, taking the form of a pangolin, which, sensing danger, began to burrow frantically underground. Where did it think it could escape? With time running short, Li Yuan could not allow the earth-type Gu to flee. He exerted his strength instantly, arriving at the spot where the pangolin had burrowed and delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The ground collapsed under the force of his blow. To his surprise, Li Yuan then discovered a hidden passage beneath the surface, which he had previously overlooked. Cautiously, he followed the passage for a distance, becoming increasingly wary as he sensed danger. It was best to retreat. The underground passage was fraught with uncertainty, and his mental perception was limited to a mere 10 meters, rendering it too perilous. Just as he turned to leave, he caught a glimpse of dazzling, multicolored lights flickering in the depths of the darkness. Was that the aura of the dream tree? The dream tree was undoubtedly a rare entity, igniting Li Yuan's curiosity. Wu Mei, command a few flying insects and bats to investigate further, he instructed. His cautious nature compelled him to exercise restraint in the face of a treasure that rivaled the extraordinary Gu, unwilling to venture too deep himself if it proved too dangerous. He would rather forego the pursuit. With a chirp, the Queen of Spiders Gu displayed its power, sending the flying insects and bats deeper into the passage. Before long, the brilliant, colorful lights flickered once more. Through a resonance of thoughts with Wu Mei, Li Yuan discerned the scene deeper within the passage. Countless intertwined roots, akin to meticulously woven colored lanterns, shimmering with dreamlike hues. What astonished Li Yuan even more was the sight of a massive coffin beneath the intricate roots, appearing ominous and eerie in the flickering light, as if something was lurking in the shadows, watching intently. Should he proceed, or should he retreat? Li Yuan felt quite conflicted. There was a unique energy pulsating from within, and the bats and insects commanded by Wu Mei could no longer venture further. To uncover the truth, he had no choice but to enter himself. After all, this was the sacred ground of the Gu immortal. Could it possibly be the resting place of others? Were those interred here friends of the Gu immortal? Li Yuan speculated. Entering could lead to strange entanglements. Such omens from years past were not to be taken lightly. Just as he prepared to abandon the endeavor, he heard movement at the entrance of the passage. Had someone else arrived? Li Yuan recalled his senior sister mentioning that members from the other 8 palaces occasionally ventured into the immortal Gu's secret realm, seeking opportunities. He never expected to encounter one now. Senior brother, is what our master said credible? Is the corpse of that sword immortal truly buried here? A melodious voice echoed through the passage. Would the master deceive us? A deeper voice responded. Suddenly, the 2 individuals sensed Li Yuan standing at the edge of the passage, startling them into a jump, nearly provoking a defensive reaction. Are you a junior disciple of the 9th palace? The man among them inquired, regaining his composure. Yes. Li Yuan nodded. Are you from the 7th or 8th palace? The 7th palace, being the closest to the giant tree ridge, and the 8th and 9th palaces typically took the shortest route to seek opportunities in this area. We are from the 7th palace, the woman smiled. I am Suyue Tian, and this is my senior brother Zhao Baidong. I am Li Yuan. Li Yuan held a profound impression of the 7th palace. The individual who had united with the life-bound Gu, the otherworldly version known as the Serpent, was a prominent figure from the Su family, the leader of the Seventh Palace. Junior brother Li Yuan, did you overhear what we were discussing? Zhao Baidong inquired. Yes. The mention of the sword immortal and Appo's corpse buried here prompted Li Yuan to wonder if the colossal coffin beneath the dream tree held the remains of the sword immortal. Do not be alarmed, junior brother Li Yuan. We harbor no ill intentions, Sui Wetian said with a gentle smile. Hearing it is of no consequence. That is reassuring. Li Yuan Xalad Raliava. If this pair intended harm, he would be compelled to defend himself excessively. Junior brother Li Yuan, have you ventured inside to investigate? Zhao Baidong asked. I took a distant glance. What did you see inside? Many luminous roots and a gigantic coffin. Li Yuan instructed Xiao Kai and Wu Mei to conceal themselves once more in his attire, refraining from detailing how he had made his observations. Indeed, Zhao Baidong and Appo's expression turned fervent. The corpse of the sword immortal resides within. Sister, we must go. Senior brother, could there be danger? Sui Wetian expressed apprehension. If junior brother Li Yuan could return unscathed, what could we possibly fear when united? Besides, we possess the means granted by our master, Zhao Baidong reassured her. To him, Li Yuan was merely a typical disciple of the Ninth Palace, while he and his sister were favored disciples of the palace master, carrying far greater weight. Very well. After much hesitation, Sui Wetian acquiesced. Junior brother Li Yuan, will you accompany us? Zhao Baidong inquired again. I am fearful. Li Yuan feigned bravery, his expression betraying genuine trepidation. You may follow closely behind us. We will ensure your safety. Zhao Baidong perceived that they might require someone to unveil the coffin's lid, and Li Yuan appeared suitably fit for the task. All right. With someone leading the way, Li Yuan felt a surge of confidence, believing it was worth attempting. With their agreement established, the trio advanced without delay. Senior sister Yuetian, may I inquire about the sword immortal you mentioned? Could you enlighten me? Li Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Junior brother Li Yuan is unaware? Sui Wetian asked, surprised. Have you not been in the Ninth Palace and Appo's intersect for long? Indeed, Li Yuan acknowledged. This revelation reassured Zhao Baidong, leading the way. A Gu master newly entering the sixth transformation, particularly one from outside, was perfectly manageable. Allow me to enlighten you. Sui Wetian and Appo's smile was sweet as she began to recount the legend of the sword immortal, which had endured for 3 millennia. P.S. A new year has arrived. May everyone enjoy a prosperous year ahead, with abundant wealth and the fulfillment of wishes. Chapter 62. The Legend of the Sword Fairy, 3,000 Years? Li Yuan was astonished. Was she a figure from the same era as the Gu Immortal? Indeed, Su Yulian explained, the Sword Fairy is the daughter of the Gu Immortal, but she perished before her father attained enlightenment. Li Yuan had not anticipated that such a tale lay buried within the Gu Immortal and Appo's secret realm. Over 3 millennia ago, the Gu Immortal was merely a youth emerging from the mountains, who unexpectedly formed a bond with a woman afflicted by lustful poison. After a fleeting romance, the woman vanished, leaving an indelible mark on the youth and Appo's heart. For many years, the young Gu Immortal searched in vain for his beloved. Time flowed like a river, and 20 years passed until he attained the rank of a 9th transformation Gu master and was invited to partake in a bloody battle against a demon in the Central Plains. There, he encountered a familiar figure, whose features bore an uncanny resemblance to his lost love. In that moment, he learned that his beloved had been slain by the demon, leaving only their daughter alive in the world. He yearned to reunite with her, but was met with harsh rebuke. The Gu Immortal, burdened with unspoken sorrow, could only watch over her in silence. Later, the Second Great War between humanity and demons erupted across the Tianyuan continent, and the Sword Fairy fell in battle at the border. Before her demise, misunderstandings were resolved, and she finally recognized her father. That day, the bloodied Sword Fairy cried out Father, summoning the first Gu Immortal in the history of the Tianyuan continent. Su Yulian spoke animatedly, her voice heavy with the grief of the characters in the story. Li Yuan Kuden and Appo's help but feel a sense of melancholy. A grain of sand from the era, when it falls upon the individual, becomes a mountain. Talented individuals like the Sword Fairy possessing the potential to become a sword immortal, were stifled by demons. Throughout history, how many geniuses have faced the same fate? They bore the potential to ascend, but were unable to complete their journey. The Gu immortal took his daughter's lifeless body into the mountains, his aura rising steadily until he finally paused, opening the heavenly gate through the path of Gu. Thus, the Gu immortal and Apos' secret realm was established, and the sword fairy and Apos' body was interred there. Su Yuan revealed the conclusion of the tale. Li Yuan inhaled sharply, his expression one of terror. You don't intend to turn the sword fairy's corpse into a corpse Gu, do you? Zhao Baidong, who walked ahead, shuddered. Junior brother Li, one can eat disorderly but must not speak recklessly. None of the palace masters possess such capabilities. How could we dare? Then what do you seek her body for? Li Yuan inquired. We merely wish to assist our teacher in testing an idea, Zhao Baidong replied. Li Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the danger of accompanying this group. His goal was the dream tree, and he had never considered disturbing the sword fairy and Apos' corpse. Do not fear, junior brother, Su Yuan assured him. We would never dare to offend or desecrate the esteemed sword fairy. We act solely in accordance with the will of the Gu immortal. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. What exactly do you intend to do? This relates to the subsequent story, Su Yuan continued. After the sword fairy's demise, the Gu immortal could not bear to let his daughter rest eternally. He attempted to defy fate, planting the dream tree here to sustain the sword fairy's life. But how can one return from death? Even with extraordinary Gu, like the reviving Gu, there are conditions for resurrection. The sword fairy is truly beyond revival. Years later, the Gu immortal was summoned by the heavenly gate, shattering the void to depart. Before leaving, he forcibly severed his own will, sealing it on a lonely island to protect his daughter's corpse with his obsession. The Gu immortal believed that the sword fairy would awaken. This was the echo of destiny. The echo of destiny? Li Yuan began to comprehend. All is fate. Not a single thing is within our control. Su Yuan sighed, noting that the Gu immortal, who ranked second with the great fate Gu, achieved supreme status, yet lived a life fraught with trials. He searched fervently for his beloved, only to be toyed with by fate. Generations later, people would say this was the price of destiny. Perhaps he encountered his beloved countless times in the throngs of humanity, only to pass her by. At the moment he refined the great fate Gu, fate had already predetermined the price of all things for the Gu immortal. Zhao Baidong interjected. Precisely because of the great fate Gu's marvel, later Gu masters came to believe that the sword fairy could awaken, and successive palace masters have sought methods for this. So, you have found a way? Li Yuan remained skeptical. More precisely, the master of the seventh palace, our teacher, has found it, Zhao Baidong responded. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan felt an inexplicable glimmer of possibility. The master of the seventh palace was a formidable figure, unafraid to publicly wed a fated Gu, inviting all to feast without concern for societal judgment. Such audacity required exceptional skill and temperament. Yet, Li Yuan still doubted whether this individual could truly awaken a corpse from 3,000 years past. At most, they might achieve something akin to creating a corpse Gu, granting the sword fairy limited mobility. Yet, such actions would likely draw fierce condemnation from many Gu masters, provoking a united outcry against them. As they spoke, the trio ventured deeper into the secret passage. Dense vines shimmered once more, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that briefly illuminated the surroundings. They soon beheld a massive coffin. Zhao Baidong's breath quickened. Indeed, the sword fairy rests within. We must awaken her. Su Yuan shared his excitement, while Li Yuan felt an overwhelming fear. The seventh palace was truly aberrant. Were they not afraid of awakening a millennia-old corpse that might consume them all? Junior brother Li, could you assist us? Zhao Baidong implored once more. No, Li Yuan replied swiftly. Zhao Baidong was taken aback. This young man did not conform to expectations. Junior brother, this matter pertains to the grand enterprise of the 9 palaces. Should we succeed, it will benefit the southern lands, and you shall be immortalized in history. I refuse, Li Yuan declared, utterly unconvinced. If this were truly a matter of the 9 palaces, why would only 2 lesser figures be sent? This reeked of the 7th master selfish motives. Junior brotherly, since you are aware of our plan, you are now part of it. I advise you to cooperate with us. Zhao Baidong dropped the facade, revealing his true intentions. From the moment Li Yuan heard his words, he felt as though he had become a mere pawn. Su Yulian and Amp, Oppo's demeanor shifted, her warmth replaced by a chilling coldness, starkly contrasting her earlier gentleness. Junior brotherly, within the Gu Immortal's secret realm, even the 9 palace masters hold no sway. Should you perish here, no one will care. She quietly stepped back, blocking the exit. Be obedient, and after the matter, consume the oath Gu. We shall grant you a chance to live. This is our greatest concession, Zhao Baidong sighed. Must you truly push me to my end? Li Yuan appeared enraged, panic coursing through him, his body trembling. We offer you a way out. If you refuse, we cannot be held responsible, Zhao Baidong stated. I. Li Yuan had not wished for bloodshed, fearing the consequences of such a change. Yet he found himself cornered. He appeared feeble, stumbling backward until he collapsed to the ground. I agree to your terms. Junior brother, eat this. Su Yulian smiled, stepping forward to present an oath Gu. In that instant, a terrifying surge of blood and energy erupted from Li Yuan, and as Su Yulian attempted to retreat, a hand, grasping a heart, pierced through her chest. Su Yulian's eyes widened in shock as she fell to the ground. Chapter 63. Endless as Su Yulian collapsed to the ground, the vibrant fire python manifested on Li Yuan and Amp, Oppo's shoulder. The intertwining azure and emerald flames surged forth, targeting the suddenly pale Zhao Baidong. He had never anticipated that the seemingly harmless and naive youth, who had been asking questions moments ago, would suddenly launch such a lethal attack. Zhao Baidong reacted swiftly, summoning his innate shadowless Gu, narrowly evading the blue flames, though his arm was grazed. However, an overwhelming chill swiftly engulfed him, freezing his arm in an instant. How is this possible? Zhao Baidong was bewildered, unable to discern the nature of his opponent and Amp, Oppo's innate Gu. While Li Yuan, his hair standing on end and his blood surging like fire, charged forward. Was this truly an unremarkable foreign 6 transformation Gu master? Regardless of his speed, he found it difficult to maneuver in the constricted space. In just a few exchanges, Li Yuan seized Zhao Baidong by the throat. Truly, a prodigy under the sect leader and Amp, Oppo's tutelage, to withstand even a few of my strikes in the same realm is worthy of pride for a lifetime. A tale to boast in the underworld. At this moment, Li Yuan was consumed with arrogance, his eyes blazing with disdain as he spoke haughtily. Spare my life. Zhao Baidong struggled. I can consume the oath Gu. I will never reveal a word of your secrets. I can end Amp, Oppo's. Trust the oath Gu. Only the dead remain silent. Li Yuan and Oppo's hand twisted forcefully. Crack. Zhao Baidong and Oppo's neck snapped, his unwilling eyes bloodshot, as if they might roll from their sockets, extinguishing completely. The giant spirit Gu immediately released its hold. I never anticipated it would come to this. There are indeed many perverse individuals among Gu masters. It is truly terrifying. Li Yuan sighed. Fortunately, he was even more twisted than his opponent. Otherwise, he would not have escaped this calamity today. It was unwise to linger here. Departing was the wisest choice. Upon discovering that the slumbering person within the enormous coffin was the daughter of the Gu Immortal, Li Yuan abandoned the thought of further investigation. The methods of the Gu Immortal were boundless, and their 3,000-year legacy still loomed large. Risking himself for such a venture was not worth it. With this in mind, he turned to leave. At that moment, the dreamlike tree tendrils shimmered once more, radiating a dazzling array of colors. Li Yuan was suddenly alarmed. The 2 corpses on the ground vanished in the blink of an eye. Boom! The entire secret passage began to tremble violently, rocks crumbling, dust billowing, and the distant exit collapsing. Fairy Sword Master, I have not wronged you. Please do not harm the innocent. Li Yuan lamented in despair. The giant spirit Gu once again taking hold as he pounded his fists, attempting to forge a path through the crumbling earth. Not far away, the tree tendrils flickered again. With a fleeting glance, Li Yuan saw the coffin lid being lifted. I can't believe this. Li Yuan instinctively wanted to curse, but restrained himself, quickly changing his tone. Fairy Sword Master, I never intended to desecrate your resting place. I have eliminated the wicked for you, so please do not mistakenly harm the innocent. His explanations felt utterly feudal. Buzz. A sword and Oppo's resonance echoed from within the coffin. In an instant, the underground tree tendrils illuminated fully, no longer flickering, casting a brilliant light throughout the secret passage. Coiling toward Li Yuan. Zhao Baidong, Su Yulian, 7th Palace. I curse you, celestial being. Li Yuan could no longer contain his frustration, shouting out loud. Xiao Kai, 5th Sister. Act. Let us ensure the Fairy Sword Master continues her eternal rest. At this moment, Li Yuan could no longer maintain respect for his predecessor. 5th Sister unleashed a torrent of spider silk, akin to a flowing white river, clashing with the oncoming colorful tree tendrils. Li Yuan and Xiao Kai surged upstream against the current. At this point, escape was no longer realistic. They could only sever the source. Under 5th Sister and Oppo's protection, Li Yuan and Xiao Kai approached the tree roots, readying the unique fireball Xiao Kai had been preparing for a long time. Roar! The crimson fire soared forth. The roots, immobile, would be incinerated upon contact with the fire. Buzz! At that moment, a second sword's resonance echoed. Invisible sword energy surged forth, extinguishing the crimson fire in an instant. How terrifying! Li Yuan was astounded. The sword energy emanating unconsciously from his opponent could quench the fire, indicating the vast disparity between them. According to Zhao Baidong, the Fairy Sword Master had achieved the realm of an 8th-rank martial saint during her lifetime. Should she truly revive, I would not withstand a single strike. Yet, as merely a corpse, there remained a chance. As this thought emerged, Li Yuan felt a void in his right arm. The intangible sword energy had struck without warning. His right hand was severed. The force was overwhelming. Li Yuan activated the regeneration goo, and a new arm swiftly grew. Swish, swish, swish. More sword energy followed. Thus, Li Yuan lost his leg. Li Yuan lost his left hand. A hole was punched through his abdomen. Li Yuan was reduced to a state of baldness. Is this ever going to end? Were it not for the regenerative abilities of the regeneration goo and the immense vitality provided by the giant spirit goo, Li Yuan would have perished countless times by now. It is fortunate that the Fairy Sword Master and Oppo's sword energy was released unconsciously. Were a true sword saint to target him, a few strikes would have obliterated him. Continuing this way was untenable. He needed to find a way to break the deadlock. Li Yuan observed his surroundings, soon noting a peculiarity. The sword energy was not solely directed at him. The small creatures within the secret passage were also affected. In a place devoid of life, the sword energy roamed freely. It only struck the living. With this realization, Li Yuan collapsed to the ground, choosing to feign death, covering Xiao Kai and 5th Sister, concealing all traces of life. In the next instant, the passage fell silent. Indeed, as suspected, Li Yuan silently rejoiced at his accurate deduction. But a question loomed before him. How to escape? Lingering here would also lead to his demise at the hands of the Gu Immortal's will. I should not have acted so recklessly. I ought to have spared Zhao Baidong and Oppo's life for clarity. Unfortunately, once the giant spirit Gu took hold, his surging vitality clouded his judgment, and he had not considered the consequences. Reflecting now, it was likely that Zhao Baidong and Su Yulian possessed an item that had affected the slumbering Fairy Sword Master. They had come prepared for this, to uncover the truth. He could only enter the coffin himself. With a sudden burst of determination, Li Yuan leaped toward the colossal coffin. Swish, swish, swish. The sword energy struck once more. I can't believe this. Li Yuan once again fell to the ground, masking his presence, feigning death to escape. Once the sword's intent subsided, he sprang back up. The sword energy surged. Alas, I have perished again. Though this is a simulation, it is a hellishly difficult one. Any other person would have likely met their end hundreds of times over. Li Yuan reflected. He must not act impulsively again. He should not harbor even the slightest greed. Regrettably, he was but a human. After countless attempts, Utilizing the ruse of death, Li Yuan finally reached the coffin and damp Oppo's edge, lying atop the lifted lid. One last time, Li Yuan's heartbeat had ceased, yet his mind was taut with tension. Fairy Sword Master, I sincerely apologize. I only wish to live. If I have caused any offense, I implore your forgiveness. Chapter 64. All is fate in the midst of swirling thoughts. The rebirth goo once again surged with vitality. Li Yuan abruptly leaped up from the coffin lid. The closer he drew, the denser the sword aura emitted by the sword fairy became, almost overwhelming him. Get away! Gathering all his strength, Li Yuan desperately evaded the critical strikes, fracturing into 4 or 5 pieces that fell into the coffin. Only at this moment could he behold the true visage of the sword fairy. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, strands shimmering with a silvery glow, draping elegantly over her snow-white gown, each hair twinkling as if infused with the moon and Oppo's ethereal light. Her features were exquisite, with brows like distant mountains, slender and graceful. Her eyes tightly shut, long lashes framing skin fairer than snow, delicate as mutton-fat jade. Beside her floated a sword, its blade elongated, radiating a chilling blue light. It was this very sword that had struck him in pieces. Li Yuan stared, too fearful to shift his gaze. Something in damp Oppo's SMS. At that moment, it dawned upon him. How could the sword fairy in Oppo's body still possess warmth? Could she truly still be alive? 3,000 years. Normally, a 9th-rank martial emperor would not survive beyond 300 years. The lifespan of a martial god is unknown, but they cannot linger on the continent. They are guided by the heavenly gate, shattering the void to ascend. How could anyone live for 3,000 years? Not to mention, the sword fairy had died once 3 millennia ago. Could it be? Li Yuan suddenly recalled the guidance on the map. Beside the giant tree ridge lay the living dead tomb. One of the desolate isles. Was this the living dead tomb? What to do? Countless thoughts swirled in his mind. The path to escape had already been blocked, and time was not on his side. To leave, he must ensure the sword fairy once again slumbers. Stay calm. Stay calm, Li Yuan pondered, recalling the words of Zhao Baidong and Su Yuetian. To untie a knot, one must be the one who tied it. The key to breaking the impasse lay within their words. Could it be that I truly must refine the sword fairy? Gazing at the slumbering vision of the stunning sword fairy, unparalleled in grace, he could no longer concern himself with the consequences. In Li Yuan and Oppo's world, nothing mattered more than survival. Not even the sword fairy herself. Even if a true immortal were to appear, he would still dare to offend. Sword fairy, forgive your junior. In the past, you were harmed by demons. Should I manage to escape this time, I shall slay 10,000 demons in vengeance for you. If you do not speak, I shall take it as your consent. I am about to act. After a moment of psychological fortitude, Li Yuan concentrated his intent, locking onto the body of the sword fairy. Selected original material. This is a possessed object, unable to be examined or synthesized on. It's over. A chill ran through Li Yuan's heart. The sword fairy's body has an owner? Does it truly retain a faint consciousness after 3,000 years? Or does owner refer to the will of the goo immortal? If I attempt to refine it manually, it would take at least a decade, and I cannot wait that long. It seemed every avenue was blocked. No, I must not give up. Heaven does not leave one without a path. Surely, there must be a way. Li Yuan contemplated deeply. After a long while, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Since it has an owner, then I shall seize it. As long as I become the master, the refining will be but a matter of moments, and the problem will be resolved. 5th sister, transform the sword fairy into family. Li Yuan issued a bold command. The next instant, he sprang forth, his fragmented body rejuvenated, seizing the sword fairy and Oppo's treasured sword. The giant spirit goo unleashed its full might, tightly restraining it. 5th sister immediately expelled a torrent of silk threads, aiming to infiltrate the sword fairy's body. Is this the price of becoming a goo immortal? Suddenly, a series of soft sighs exploded within Li Yuan's mind. The silk threads expelled by 5th sister fell in resignation. Goo, immortal. Li Yuan seemed to see an immensely tall figure seated at the center of his consciousness, continuously shaking its head in lamentation. My daughter, such is fate. All I can do for you is this. In the secret realm of the long sleep immortal goo, the physical body remains immortal for 3,000 years, allowing for a thread of residual consciousness to gather, to gain a soul to reside in, preserving that residual consciousness for 300 years in clarity, permitting the rebirth of the soul. The ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Li Yuan savored the words within, finally awakening to a surge of survival instinct. And he bellowed skyward, Gu immortal, this life shall be borne by me, Li Yuan. I am willing to connect my life soul with the sword fairy, to protect her through past and present. Gu immortal, I am the sword fairy's destiny. At this point, Li Yuan no longer cared whether the Gu immortal and Amp, Oppos, Eswell could comprehend his intent. He simply needed to declare his position. If all else failed, he would be left to fight to the death. He still had one final trump card. Rumbling, his consciousness continued to roar, and instinctively, Li Yuan tightened his grip on the jade pendant hidden near his heart. This was his last resort, a pendant containing the will and blood of the Emperor Taizu. A martial god. The will of the Gu immortal was strong, and the will of the martial god must be no less formidable. In his consciousness, the towering, indistinct figure turned, and Li Yuan's gaze seemed to transcend time and space, colliding fates with the Gu immortal. Yes, I can, Li Yuan shouted. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The ethereal figure of the Gu immortal became still, while Li Yuan and Oppos, hand clutched the sword fairy and Oppos, sword, preparing for a life and death struggle. Good. After a long pause, the Gu immortal spoke again. You, May. As the words fell, the Gu immortal and Oppos' visage grew increasingly clearer. Just as Li Yuan was on the verge of fully discerning it, the sword fairy and Oppos' treasured sword ceased its tremors. Everything within the realm of consciousness returned to reality. The overwhelming sense of oppression vanished, and the sword intent and killing aura dissipated. The breathtaking sword fairy remained in slumber within the coffin. Li Yuan was drenched in sweat. His throat parched. It seemed the Gu immortal had long since planned this, yet the conditions set were excessively stringent. Beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, only I could encounter such a fate. The physical body, nourished within the Gu immortal and Oppos' secret realm for 3,000 years, could indeed gain a thread of residual consciousness. The sword fairy had obtained it. The first prophecy of the Gu immortal was fulfilled. Yet, the second aspect was exceedingly arduous. The so-called soul connection required a Gu master to transform the sword fairy into their life Gu. However, a powerful Gu master could no longer change their life Gu, and a weaker Gu master would merely be courting death here, living less than 300 years, let alone ensuring the sword fairy's consciousness remained clear throughout and achieving rebirth. The Gu immortal's plan, steeped in obsession, existed almost solely as a theoretical construct. Li Yuan was the sole solution to this nearly impossible theory. Is this fate as well? Perhaps this is indeed destiny, the wondrous ability of the fate Gu, ranked second on the extraordinary Gu list. Senior Sword Fairy, I beg your pardon. Li Yuan opted not to employ the black jar synthesis system to bind his fate with the Sword Fairy, since the Gu immortal had long made arrangements. The most primitive method would suffice. He summoned a drop of blood from his heart and let it fall into the sword fairy and Oppos' mouth, then sat cross-legged to comprehend his life Gu. At that moment, scenes began to materialize in his mind. Chapter 65. Harvesting a Sword Fairy in the Lingxiao Sword Sect. One is born with a natural sword body. At the tender age of 3, one begins sword practice. By 5, one engages in martial arts. At 10, one comprehends the essence of the sword. At 14, one steps into the realm of a 6th-grade minor master. And by 17, one achieves the status of a grandmaster. At 20, one participates in the Second Heavenly Source War, guarding the borders of humanity and battling against demons and monsters. In a life-and-death struggle, one surpasses 2 demon saints in rank, invoking the celestial phenomenon of Oppos, 10,000 swords returning to the sect, and Oppos, advancing to the 8th rank and becoming a legendary sword saint, revered by the world as the End Amp. Oppos, sword fairy, and amp. Oppos. However, fate turned cruel, and at the age of 22, she fell victim to a treacherous ambush by the 7 great demon saints. Fragments of memory shimmer like a meteor shower in Li Yuan and Amp. Amp. Oppos. Mind. Extraordinary talent and unparalleled grace, truly a sight to behold. Experiencing the life journey of an exceptional prodigy deeply stuns Li Yuan. The reverence for martial prowess in the Tianyuan continent is not without reason, compared to martial arts. Other cultivation systems exhibit evident shortcomings. The path of Gudao is indeed a true test of endurance. Without extraordinary encounters, even with outstanding talent, one must rely on the passage of time to forge oneself. At this moment, Li Yuan senses a peculiar connection with the sword fairy. It resembles the bond between a Gu master and their life Gu, yet carries an extraordinary distinction. A data panel materializes before him. Gu master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 6 transformation 17-3000. Realm, 6 transformation, mental strength, mid-domain realm. Life Gu, giant spirit Gu, rebirth Gu, colorful ethereal fire python, illusory robe. Silk Queen Gu, sword fairy, Gu house. Colorful ethereal fire cave, 1000 Gu house. Silk mystical realm, 1000 Gu house. Has it been accomplished? Upon noticing the addition of and Oppos, sword fairy and Oppos, to his list of life Gu, Li Yuan exhales in relief. This journey was not in vain. He sought an extraordinary Gu, yet by a twist of fate, transformed the sword fairy into his life Gu. He has already witnessed the prodigious power of the sword fairy. Even if she cannot unleash her full potential from her previous life, her current abilities far exceed those of ordinary Gu. Today marks the 5th day of my entrance into the secret realm of immortal Gu, with only 2 days remaining. There is no time to waste. Sword fairy? Li Yuan concentrates his thoughts and softly calls out her name. The long slumbering sword fairy, draped in white, stirs slightly, her eyelashes quivering. Under Li Yuan's anxious gaze, she slowly sits up. With a blank expression, her unseeing eyes gaze at him, silent. Sword fairy, we must depart. Li Yuan rises to his feet. The sword fairy follows suit, possessing only a remnant of consciousness, residing within Li Yuan's soul, with limited intelligence and unable to speak. As they emerge from the coffin, a thought strikes Li Yuan. Will their exit draw the attention of the old guardians of the 9 Palace Gu nest? Should the 9 Palace Masters discover the truth, they would undoubtedly dissect him for research. He wonders if the illusory robe can conceal the sword fairy and Amp, Oppos, as presence. Pondering this, he makes his way outside. At that moment, colorful light flashes once more. The dreaming tree. Previously, he attempted to refine the dreaming tree, but it indicated that it had an owner and could not be synthesized. The owner of the dreaming tree is likely the sword fairy herself. Now that she is mine, it seems reasonable to refine the dreaming tree, does it not? With this thought, Li Yuan gathers his intent. Selecting original material, dreaming tree, a miraculous tree nourished by the celestial dew scattered when the heavenly gate opens, capable of purifying all things, rendering them eternal. This is the dream of the mortal realm. Is it truly feasible? Li Yuan's eyes light up. However, the dreaming tree is too large to transport, so it must be synthesized on site. Otherwise, wouldn't it be delightful to take it back and plant it in the small bamboo grove? Just then, the slug illusory robe crawls out. Do you wish to consume it? Each life Gu possesses its own spirit, expressing desires uniquely. The giant spirit Gu is combative. The rebirth Gu is a silent guardian. The slug illusory robe is lazy, a prime example of a slacker Gu, while the colorful ethereal fire python is possessive, and the silk queen Gu is a clingy sweetheart. Instances where the slug illusory robe articulates its desires are rare, and it is yours. The slug illusory robe's interest in the dreaming tree is just right, as the little colorful and 5 sisters show little interest. Selecting original material, life Gu illusory robe, incorporating the dreaming tree. Commencing synthesis, little lazy Gu, you must strive a bit harder. Such a fine item is of a value comparable to even the lower-ranked extraordinary Gu. Li Yuan hopes for the illusory robe and amp, Oppo's evolution. Over the years, in numerous battles, the slug illusory robe has proven its worth, enabling him to manifest an elusive combat capability, allowing him to strike first. Boom! In the next moment, the ethereal black jar before Li Yuan begins to soar, quickly vanishing into the clouds, encompassing the towering dreaming tree. This is Li Yuan's first time using such an extraordinary material for Gu refinement. Without the enhancement of the Oppos, black jar, and Oppos, obtaining the dreaming tree for Gu refinement would require no less than 100 or 80 years. Moments later, the black jar shakes violently. Li Yuan is filled with anticipation. After 5 long hours, the commotion from the black jar gradually subsides. In previous Gu synthesis endeavors, the process rarely exceeded a T and Oppos duration. This is the longest yet. The system prompt finally resonates. Your life, Gu illusory robe has completed an evolution, transforming into the extraordinary Gu, all-encompassing forest Gu. All-encompassing forest Gu grants the Gu master the ability to alter the environmental phenomena within a certain area, using the mind as a canvas to encompass all things, constructing a domain entirely beneficial to oneself in battle, capable of obscuring and altering the aura of all entities. Extraordinary Gu? The all-encompassing forest ranks 8th among extraordinary Gu. The Dreaming Tree, a divine artifact existing for 3 millennia, cultivated by the Gu immortal, naturally fuels Li Yuan and Oppos' anticipation for the illusory robe and Oppos' evolution into an extraordinary Gu. Yet, when a success is realized, he cannot contain his joy, altering the environment, constructing a domain, obscuring presence. The 3 abilities bestowed by the all-encompassing forest Gu are nothing short of divine techniques, capable of offense, defense, and surprise attacks. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the earth quakes once more. This is bad. Li Yuan and Oppos' expression shifts as he realizes the dreaming tree has been refined, leaving the land barren. It is likely to provoke an anomaly, and the mighty beings of the 9-palace Gu nest will surely come to investigate. We must leave. All-encompassing forest, pave the way. With a mere thought, the all-encompassing forest Gu begins to reveal its power, carving out a stable path amidst the collapsing ground. This is the essence of environmental alteration. It can bask in sunlight amidst torrential rain, embrace snow and wind under the blazing sun. This is extraordinary Gu. Upon breaking through the earth, Li Yuan utilizes the all-encompassing forest Gu's abilities to dispel the mist, hastening toward the island where the spirit turtle resides. The land of Giant Tree Ridge continues to crumble. Li Yuan feels like a child who has caused a great disaster, his heart racing. Wait, why am I panicking? This was originally the creation of the Gu Immortal. Aiding the Gu Immortal in caring for her daughter and receiving a bit of compensation seems reasonable, does it not? Reassuring himself, he does not slow his pace, darting swiftly through the forest. Before long, he reaches the shore. Slug, protect the sword fairy. Do not let the mundane disturb her ethereal beauty. Chapter 66. News of the Fengshan ceremony, the myriad transformations of the myriad phenomena Gu settled upon the robe of the sword fairy, continuously shifting until she seemed to dissolve into the very air, as if she had never existed. Li Yuan felt a sense of relief. Such a disguise was imperceptible even to an 8th turn Gu master. It was perfect. The spiritual turtle surfaced, and Li Yuan leaped onto its back, followed by the sword fairy, who remained undetected by the spiritual turtle and Oppos' Gu. By the lakeside, Ning Hongyu was in quiet meditation when she suddenly sensed something amiss and abruptly opened her eyes. What could it be? She glanced toward the center of the lake, where colorful lights flickered, piercing through the mist and affecting the shoreline. Could there be a disturbance in the immortal Gu's secret realm? Would her junior brother be in danger? Filled with worry, Ning Hongyu could only watch helplessly from the shore. The waves in the lake roared with a ferocity greater than ever, akin to a raging beast. An elder approached swiftly from a distance. Master Uncle. Upon seeing the old man, Ning Hongyu bowed respectfully. This was Qi Yin, the deputy master of the 9th palace, and an accomplished 8th turn Gu master. Master Uncle, has something happened in the immortal Gu's secret realm? I do not know. Yin replied, shaking his head. It seems that among the disciples who entered the island for training, someone has stirred up a disturbance. Such occurrences have been rare in the secret realm for a long time. It is uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. I shall investigate. As one of the guardians of the immortal Goose secret realm, he had the authority to enter the isolated island in special circumstances. Master Uncle, my junior brother Li Yuan is also on the island. If there is truly a disturbance, please save him, Ning Hongyu implored. Oh, Yin raised an eyebrow. Is he the disciple of junior brother Yu? Indeed, Ning Hongyu confirmed with a nod. Very well, Yin replied. If I encounter him, I shall bring him back without fail. No sooner had he spoken than a commotion arose on the shore. A spiritual turtle emerged from the lake, and atop its back stood a tall and handsome young man. Junior brother, Ning Hongyu exclaimed in delight upon seeing the returning figure rushing toward him. I am relieved to see you safe. What happened on the island? I do not know. Li Yuan shook his head. I was searching for treasures when suddenly the ground shook violently, and I promptly fled to the shore, calling upon the spiritual turtle Gu to carry me back. You are quite prudent, showing no greed. No wonder junior brother Yu praises your character, believing you will achieve great things in the future. Yin chuckled. Disciple greets master uncle. Li Yuan bowed respectfully, his heart racing. The sword fairy stood shrouded in mist at the water's edge, concealed by the myriad phenomena Gu. This person was the senior brother of his teacher, Yu Hongchuan, and was likely also an 8th turn Gu master. If he detected anything amiss, it would spell disaster for him. Do not be overly courteous, Yin waved his hand. You both should leave this place and not linger. I will go to the island to ascertain what has transpired. Understood, Ning Hongyu nodded, hastening her departure with Li Yuan. At the moment she grasped his hand, Li Yuan sensed a surge of sword intent, evidently emanating from the sword fairy following him. Could it be? He mused. This possessiveness was even more intense than that of Shao Kai. Shao Kai merely contended with the Gu worms and had disagreements with Wu Mei, but the sword fairy outright forbade him from approaching other women? That seemed unlikely. Li Yuan pondered further. It was likely that after 3,000 years of seclusion, the sword fairy was somewhat averse to unfamiliar presences, but she would acclimate with familiarity. It was merely a remnant of consciousness, not enough to incite jealousy. It appeared he would need to invest some effort to help the sword fairy adapt to the world of 3,000 years hence. As his thoughts meandered, the two grew increasingly distant. Only when he could no longer sense his master uncle's presence did the weight in Li Yuan's heart lift, confirming the formidable disguise capabilities of the myriad phenomena Gu, which would facilitate his future endeavors. Junior brother, what was your harvest in the immortal Gu secret realm? Ning Hongyu inquired as they walked. Quite satisfactory, Li Yuan and Appo's lips curled into a smile, his long-awaited expectations not in vain. The immortal Gu secret realm was indeed his paradise. The precious Gu, illusory robe, had evolved into the extraordinary myriad phenomena Gu, and he had acquired an exceptionally beautiful sword fairy. He would return if given the chance. Such a pity that a disturbance occurred on the island. Otherwise, you could have stayed a few more days and reaped even greater rewards, Ning Hongyu lamented. That is enough, Li Yuan replied contentedly, then asked, How is the teacher? Has he awakened? Yes, he has awakened, Ning Hongyu smiled. His recovery is quite good. He can move about freely now. Ever since he awoke, he has been boasting incessantly. Boasting about what? Li Yuan inquired, puzzled. What else could he possibly boast about? He praises his own discernment, claiming that finding a talent like you in a place like the 12 caves of the outer sect is heaven's compensation for him. Ning Hongyu teased. As they bantered, the two returned to the 9th palace, arriving at the quaint farmstead where Ning Hongyu resided. Teacher, we have returned. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Yuan immediately spotted the white-haired elder tending to the flowers and hurried over. Teacher, you have suffered during this time. Not at all, Yu Hongchuan replied with a smile, waving his hand. After traversing the realm of life and death, his perspective had grown more expansive. Having relinquished all, he had truly let go of his final attachment. With both you and Hongyu here, I can enjoy my later years in contentment. And what of me? Pei Luoqing interjected. You Hongchuan scolded, you eat like a pig. If it weren't an amp, Appo's, tea for your senior sister, our home would be emptied by your appetite. Pei Luoqing protested. What can I do? It is the nature of my goo. Can I be blamed for it? Besides, I have been eating only vegetarian. Ning Hongyu kicked him playfully. So you still want to eat meat? Enough of this chatter. Yu Hengchuan interjected, raising his hand. The Fengshan ceremony is approaching. Now that you are all here, let us discuss the allocation of spots. Li Yuan and Appo's heart stirred. Teacher, when does the Fengshan ceremony commence? The palace master conveyed to me not long ago that the ceremony will take place in 36 days, Yu Hengchuan explained. Originally, each elder was entitled to nominate just one disciple. However, due to my significant contributions in life and death, I have been granted an additional spot, allowing 2 of you to participate in this Fengshan ceremony. The Fengshan ceremony is a grand celebration, where the dragon vein emerges, bringing forth great fortune. Those who attend the ceremony at Kunlun Su will receive the blessings of the dragon vein's auspiciousness, a rare opportunity that countless people covet. I shall not attend. The opportunity is better bestowed upon Pig Pei and junior brother. Ning Hongyu offered selflessly. Among us, my talent is the weakest. This rare opportunity should be given to senior sister and junior brother. Pei Luoqing added with a grin. Li Yuan, wait, this makes me seem quite foolish. He genuinely wished to attend, as this matter pertained to his bloodline and family grievances, involving his grandfather, the imperial physician, and his mother. He had compelling reasons to go. Moreover, having acquired the myriad phenomena goo, he was in a secure position. As long as he did not actively expose himself, no one would discover anything unusual about him. Chapter 67. A mute and a blind person you surely wish to go, Ning Hongyu said with a smile, wrapping her arms around Li Yuan's shoulders. Junior brother, don't be shy. If you want to go, just say so. We all understand. Li Yuan nodded. This matter is a favor I owe to my senior sister and second senior brother. It and Appo's. It's merely a trifling matter. It and Appo's. It's nothing. Pei Luoqing waved her hand. Senior sister, you should accompany junior brother. The upcoming Fengshan ceremony may not be peaceful, and with your strength, you can look after him should any unforeseen events arise. Ning Hongyu raised an eyebrow. Are you truly willing? Siblings must settle accounts clearly. Speak candidly without pretense. No pretense, Pei Luoqing chuckled. As long as senior sister allows me to feast heartily at the cottage for 3 days, I'll consider it compensation. Get lost. Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes. At most, it will be 1 day. In 3 days, you would consume every morsel from the celestial palace. Deal. Pei Luoqing grinned mischievously. You're setting a trap for me, aren't you? Ning Hongyu raised her brows. Hee. Pei Luoqing reveled in her cunning. As the saying goes, seek the higher to gain the middle. Seek the middle to gain the lower, and when one seeks the lower and fails, it is called deception and warfare. The master and junior brother have both witnessed this. Allow me to feast for a day without backtracking. Hee. As she spoke, Pei Luoqing licked her lips. Look at you like a glutton. I'll let it slide this time. Ning Hongyu sighed helplessly. Then, Li Yuan watched as the imposing Pei Luoqing transformed into a rotund figure, diving into the vegetable patch and indulging in a feast. This reminded him of the towering Xinjiang ginseng baby insect. So, it was all due to senior brother Pei's gluttony? Master, you might want to worry about whether your second disciple can find a wife, Ning Hongyu teased. A daughter must marry. You should hurry as well. Yu Hengchuan glanced at her. Junior brother is quite good, matching my ideals, Ning Hongyu winked. Master, she said, since the good water does not flow to outsiders, why not grant me and junior brother marriage? Yu Hengchuan laughed. You certainly know how to choose. Li Yuan quickly waved his hands. Senior sister, it's too early to discuss this. Once my cultivation reaches fruition, then we may speak of romance. I and Appo's. I'll be waiting for you, Ning Hongyu teased. She certainly knew that feelings did not develop overnight, but for 2 people to be destined, one must take the initiative. As a young talent like junior brother, she was willing to pursue him. If he was unwilling, she would not force it. Let fate take its course. Who knows, perhaps one day it might truly happen? The next day, the 4 of them had lunch together. It was time for Li Yuan to leave. The journey from the Nanjiang Jiugong Mountains to Kunlun Void would require at least 15 days, even on the Black Eagle. After reaching there, he would need additional time to prepare, at least 3 days. Junior brother, I will come to the 12 caves to find you in half a month. Ning Hong you planned. Yes, Li Yuan nodded, waving goodbye. Master, take care. I will visit you again when I have the chance. Your master has entrusted his life and Appo's work to you. Yu Hengchuan clasped Li Yuan's hand tightly, whispering, Li Yuan, you must concoct the dream's silkworm goo. 7 days later, Li Yuan returned to the 12-cave bamboo grove with the sword fairy. Brother Yuan, you're back. Before entering the grove, a figure dashed out from the remnant Gu Tower. It was Wang Zhao Zhao. Xiao Zhao, your perceptive abilities are growing stronger, Li Yuan smiled. The Blood-Eye Gu robbed Gu masters of their sight, but granted them heightened senses in other areas. As time passed, Wang Zhao Zhao became increasingly astute. Who is the lady beside you? Wang Zhao Zhao noticed another person standing next to Li Yuan, an extraordinary woman. She, Li Yuan hesitated, is my distant cousin, known as the Sword Fairy. Cousin? Wang Zhao Zhao blushed. Brother Yuan, does this mean the distant cousin who helped me with my arm last time knows her? Yes. Li Yuan replied. They are from the same family. Hello, Sister Sword Fairy. Wang Zhao Zhao greeted nervously, feeling that this sister was formidable, even more so than Brother Yuan. She cannot speak. She is mute, Li Yuan explained. Mute? Wang Zhao Zhao felt a pang of sympathy, marveling at Brother Yuan and Appo's kindness in taking in a blind girl and now caring for a mute sister. Brother Yuan, I will prepare dinner. You can help the Sword Fairy get acquainted, Wang Zhao Zhao said, recalling how difficult it was for her to move when she first lost her sight. The Sword Fairy, despite her strength, must have suffered from some dreadful curse that left her in such a state. You've worked hard, Xiao Zhao. The girl was so understanding that it tugged at one's heartstrings. It's not hard. Just having Brother Yuan back home makes me incredibly happy, Wang Zhao Zhao said. Hurrying into the kitchen, Li Yuan led the Sword Fairy to the bedroom. Sword Fairy, you will sleep here from now on. In order to restore a fragment of her consciousness, he needed to nurture her for 300 years, gradually imparting the nuances of this world, including the warmth of human life. Sword Fairy, that girl is called Xiao Zhao. From now on, we are family. You must not harbor hostility towards her. Li Yuan instilled the concept of not seeing others as foes into the Sword Fairy. Otherwise, apart from him, everyone else would instinctively be perceived as enemies. The Sword Fairy nodded slightly. Do you understand? This simple action surprised Li Yuan, indicating that after connecting with his soul, the Sword Fairy had developed a basic awareness. To him, the Sword Fairy was now a vibrant life form, capable of continuous transformation and evolution. In the future, she might unleash powers surpassing those of 3,000 years ago, serving as an extraordinary ally. Next, he imparted some simple commands to the Sword Fairy, such as drinking, sleeping, undressing, and dressing. Brother Yuan, Sister Sword Fairy, dinner is ready. Before long, Xiao Zhao and Appo's voice rang out from outside. Let us go, Li Yuan said, stepping outside with the Sword Fairy following behind him. Sword Fairy, you sit here. Li Yuan pointed to a chair. The Sword Fairy awkwardly settled down, unsure of how to use chopsticks. Brother Yuan, is there something wrong with Sister Sword Fairy's mind? Wang Zhao Zhao inquired. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. At present, she has lost all her memories, like a newborn baby. Everything must be learned anew. How pitiful. Wang Zhao Zhao fetched a wooden spoon, holding up a bowl. Sister Sword Fairy, let me feed you. Open wide. Xiao Zhao patiently cared for the Sword Fairy. That night, Li Yuan had Xiao Zhao teach the Sword Fairy how to bathe and change clothes. In the bathing room, Xiao Zhao's exclamations rang out. Wow, Sister Sword Fairy, your skin is so smooth and tender. It feels so pleasant to touch. Your figure is also fantastic, far surpassing mine. While washing the Sword Fairy, Wang Zhao Zhao felt a twinge of envy. Even without seeing her appearance, she sensed that the Sword Fairy must be an unparalleled beauty, like an immortal descended to the mortal realm. Chapter 68. The ethereal cousin time flows like water, and in the blink of an eye, a fortnight has passed. After a period of adaptation, the Sword Fairy has gained a touch more spirituality, allowing her to manage simple tasks such as eating and bathing independently. However, without careful guidance, she occasionally finds herself in amusing predicaments, such as climbing trees mid-meal to catch birds, unexpectedly barging into Li Yuan's room while bathing, or late at night swinging in the bamboo grove. Such antics leave Li Yuan both exasperated and amused. The journey to fully nurture the sword fairy is still a long way off. As half a month has elapsed, it is time for the eldest senior sister to arrive. Xiao Zhao, the Fengshan ceremony is about to commence, and I must make a trip to Kunlun Void, Li Yuan declared. For this was the soul not in his heart that he could not ignore. Is it dangerous? Wang Zhao inquired anxiously. She had heard tales of the Fengshan ceremony, where various factions and lords would gather, and the possibility of demons causing chaos loomed large. Even if Brother Yuan were exceptionally skilled in such dire circumstances, he would be like a leaf adrift. Fear not, Li Yuan replied with a smile. With the Night Owl King overseeing the event, no disturbances shall arise. I shall return after experiencing the blessings of the dragon vein. Then, take care, Brother Yuan, Wang Zhao said, recalling the tumultuous days of her past. With her father gone and her mother departed, she had known hunger, had eaten foul rats and gnawed on tree bark, and had been chased by feral dogs, until she met her grandfather, who brought her here, where she met Brother Yuan. It was then that she understood the warmth of home. She longed for this to be the conclusion of her tumultuous journey, to live a simple and quiet life with Brother Yuan in a serene mountain abode. Despite her deep reluctance, she knew this was an opportunity not to be missed, one that could not jeopardize Brother Yuan and Appo's future. I shall take my leave, Li Yuan said, turning around, only to feel a sudden tightening at his back. Brother Yuan, Wang Zhao exclaimed, embracing him from behind, tears streaming down her face. You must return. Xiao Zhao will always be here, waiting for you to come home. Li Yuan sighed with a gentle smile, brushing his fingers through Xiao Zhao and Appo's hair. Silly girl, when I say I will return, I assure you I shall. Have I ever deceived you? He understood that her fears stemmed from memories of their troubled past, a shared understanding of anxiety and the fear of separation. With a reluctant release, Li Yuan departed with the sword fairy, vanishing at the edge of the small bamboo grove. On the descent down the mountain, Ning Hongyu, clad in a flowing crimson gown, crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. No wonder even the senior sister did not want him. It appears he has hidden beauties, and two at that. Junior brother, I underestimated you. Senior sister, please. This is my cousin. The one on the mountain is my sister, Li Yuan replied earnestly. Is that so? Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes. The words of men can be deceiving. Let's proceed. Li Yuan sought to shift the conversation. Ning Hongyu pouted, summoning her black eagle familiar, and asked, Are you certain you wish to take your little cousin to Kunlun Void? Rest assured, I have my plans, Li Yuan assured her. The sword fairy was his strongest asset, and it was only prudent to keep her close. Very well, Ning Hongyu cautioned. Do not blame me for not warning you. Kunlun Void is currently under strict surveillance from various factions. Not even a fly could slip through. That is of no concern, Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. With a myriad of illusions at his disposal, the defenses were but a mere fade. If not for the purpose of allowing the sword fairy to experience the mundane world, engaging with its myriad forms, he would not have allowed his senior sister to see her at all. Miss, are you truly his cousin? Ning Hongyu asked, eyeing the ethereal sword fairy, who seemed like a celestial being, her presence transcending the mortal realm. 3,000 years ago, she was a paragon of beauty. Now, her years of seclusion have only enhanced her otherworldly grace, making her resemble a goddess from the heavens. Ning Hongyu, who prided herself on her beauty and had attracted her fair share of admirers, found herself starkly aware of the difference in their essence. With this thought, she puffed her chest in pride. What a fairy! At least I have my own merits. And Appo's, it's not all about looks. Li Yuan observed his senior sister and Appo's antics with amusement, secretly finding charm in her boisterous demeanor. He could not help but marvel at her endearing qualities. Why do you remain silent? Ning Hongyu inquired, noticing the sword fairy's gaze was lost in the distant sky. My cousin has lost her memory. Her consciousness has been damaged, and she cannot speak, Li Yuan explained. Ning Hongyu gasped, bowing in apology. I'm sorry, miss. I did not mean any offense. Please forgive me. So, she truly is your cousin? Ning Hongyu pondered, beginning to believe. With Li Yuan's looks and talents, finding a partner of exceptional beauty would be easy. There was no need for him to feign relationships with an amnesiac sister and a blind sibling. By that logic, perhaps I still have a chance? Haha. Ning Hongyu chuckled merrily. Please, senior sister, no more teasing. Li Yuan laughed in return. Her warm and open-hearted nature had its advantages, allowing for easy self-reconciliation without the need for further explanations. By the way, there's something I forgot to mention, Ning Hongyu exclaimed, slapping her forehead as a thought struck her. What is it? Li Yuan inquired. Recently, when you were training in the immortal Gu secret realm, there was an incident on the isolated island, right? The sect has uncovered the reason. What was it? Li Yuan felt a rush of tension. After the combined efforts of the 9 palaces elders, they discovered that the towering tree in the immortal Gu secret realm had vanished. It is rumored to be a miraculous object planted by the Gu immortal 3,000 years ago. Ning Hongyu lamented. Have they identified the culprits? Li Yuan pressed on. It appears to be the work of individuals from the 7th palace, Ning Hongyu revealed. The 2 direct disciples of the 7th palace master, one named Sui Wetian and the other Zhao Baidong, recklessly entered the tomb of the living dead. Do you know what that place is? Not all. Li Yuan shook his head vigorously. The tomb of the living dead is the resting place of the Gu immortal and Amp, Appo's daughter. After the 9 palaces elders investigated, they found not only the disappearance of the giant tree, but also that the coffin of the Gu immortal's daughter had been disturbed, and her remains were missing. Those who lie in eternal slumber must not see the light. Perhaps her body has long since vanished. Ning Hongyu continued. After thorough investigation, the elders narrowed it down to Sui Wetian and Zhao Baidong, but they have since disappeared, leaving this matter shrouded in mystery. Ning Hongyu elaborated. Originally, the palace master had intended to summon you for questioning, but fortunately, with Master Qi Yin's testimony, you were spared the trouble of returning. I see, Li Yuan thought, silently expressing gratitude towards Sui Wetian and Zhao Baidong. If it were not for their interference, he might have found himself embroiled in complications. However, this matter would not be resolved easily. Ning Hongyu sighed. The 9 palaces elders declared that regardless of where the instigators flee, they will undoubtedly be brought to justice. Chapter 69. On the mountain and beneath, its sister was right. Li Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. That scoundrel still owed him 2 days to seek opportunities, and he must repay that debt once found. With the grand ceremony of Fengshan approaching, the 9 palace masters were overwhelmed, and they would surely pursue accountability afterward. Ning Hongyu also expressed her indignation. In Kunlun Su, atop the peaks on the Tianyin platform, Li Chengxiu stood cloaked in yellow robes, hands clasped behind his back. After nearly a year of trials, the once rustic youth now bore an air of imperial grandeur. It was said that this place, aside from the imperial capital, held the most potent aura of destiny in the realm. Yet he felt an inexplicable solitude. Gazing down, he surveyed the world and the multitude of mountains, with various lords and champions of the martial world waiting at the foot of the mountain, while he stood at the summit, at a moment meant for lofty aspirations. Li Chengxiu felt a peculiar sense of belonging. This place did not seem to be his. Was it because he yearned for Shaofeng village? Reluctant to part from his mother? Perhaps he was not suited to be an emperor after all. His thoughts were tumultuous. At this juncture, he had no say in the matter. Whether he was to tread the path of a true sovereign or merely serve as a puppet, he had no choice. He was utterly oblivious to the 2 figures observing him from afar. Xiao Ming, is everything prepared on your end? The Night Owl King, cloaked and wearing a bronze mask, inquired solemnly. Absolutely without error, answered Xiao Ming and Mu Yao, nodding. With our clan's totemic treasures veiling us, we can obscure the manifestation of the dragon vein. When demons attack, they would seize the opportunity to disrupt the ceremony, deceiving all present. Thus, they could temporarily stabilize the situation, uniting the factions to expel the demons before slowly uncovering the truth. This was the strategy Mu Yao presented to the Night Owl King. Very well. At this point, the Night Owl King was certain that the young prince standing on the Tianyin platform was merely a decoy. However, to protect this substitute, the Xiao Ming from the extreme northern tribes would have to play along, allowing him to find the true prince. Should that connection be severed, everything would be lost. Once the true prince was located, they could hold another Fengshan ceremony, attributing the disruption of this one to the demon's mischief. This was the only feasible plan at present. The myriad champions of the realm had begun to arrive, and the grand spectacle that could alter the course of destiny was about to unfold. And Miao gazed at the throng at the edge of Kunlun Su, her heart heavy with sorrow. Shaolin and Appos. Or will you come? She pondered, wishing that if Shaoliner were still alive, he would surely be present. But where could he be? Would they truly meet again? On the outskirts of Kunlun Su, after a week's journey, Ning Hongyu and Li Yuan finally arrived at this gathering of heroes. Although the sky was clear, a sense of oppression hung in the air. Junior brother, we can only go this far. From here, we must proceed on foot. Beyond lies the sacred ground. The foremost factions from the Central Plains, Southern Frontier, Eastern Wilderness, Northern Lands, and Western regions are not permitted to enter without having undergone the baptism of destiny. Even the elite from the foremost factions must walk in. The pilgrims were sincere and devout. This was a sign of respect for the dragon vein, or perhaps a reverence for the martial god. Sister, you go ahead. I will tend to my cousin before joining you, Li Yuan said. All right. Ning Hongyu was uncertain why Li Yuan insisted on bringing an amnesiac cousin, but she did not press further. Perhaps it was for convenience and care. Once Ning Hongyu departed, Li Yuan dashed into a nearby grove. Jin Xinzi, follow me and stay at the back of the group. Avoid approaching those formidable ones and refrain from acting recklessly. Understood? Li Yuan cautioned. Jin Xinzi nodded gently. Li Yuan released the myriad forest goo, which settled on Jin Xinzi and Appo's white dress, quickly concealing her form, blending her into the air. Once assured, Li Yuan took a deep breath and slowly turned around, his gaze drawn to the towering mountains, looking up at the peak of Kunlun. An unusual sensation stirred within him, as if some voice were calling him, pulling him closer. Even though his bloodline had been stripped away and given to his grandfather's biological grandson, and despite not yet merging with the blood of the founding emperor, he felt an inexplicable bond, like an unbreakable chain. It was destined for him to arrive here irreplaceably. Ancestors, do not interfere with me, as long as the heavens endure. The time will come for Diyin to be re-established. Li Yuan forcefully suppressed the turmoil within. He was merely here to observe, to see his grandfather, the healer who had rescued him from hardship for 16 years. Nothing more. The treasures of the martial god and the dragon vein's destiny were not his concern for now. One day, he would stride through the snow to the mountain's peak, reclaim everything, and conclude it all. He stepped out of the grove and into the crowd. Currently, Kunlun Su was divided into 4 layers. The outermost layer was occupied by the armies of various factions, all on high alert, guarding against both demons and alliances, ready to engage in battle at any moment. The middle layer was comprised of the elite from each faction, including Li Yuan himself. The innermost layer was dominated by representatives and rulers of the major factions, such as the 9 palace masters and various lords. At the summit resided the Yin royal family and the Night Owl Guards. Junior brother, you have returned. Ning Hongyu called out upon seeing Li Yuan. She pointed toward the summit. Do you see that golden platform nearly touching the clouds? Yes, Li Yuan nodded. That is the Tianyin platform, where emperors of past dynasties held the Fengshan ceremony to worship heaven and earth, Ning Hongyu explained. So high, Li Yuan squinted. Even though his mental acuity had reached the mid-domain realm, allowing him superior vision, through layers of mist, he could only discern a black speck. Could it be? The biological grandson of the healer, my savior. Li Yuan into Appo's breath grew heavy, desperately suppressing the tumult within him. Junior brother, are you eager to undergo the baptism of destiny? Ning Hongyu teased. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. Patience, we must wait 3 more days, Ning Hongyu replied. Many martial artists and gu masters stuck at bottlenecks are anticipating this opportunity. Even some martial saints and 8-turn gu masters. Brother Li Yuan. As they conversed, a clear voice rang out nearby, and Li Yuan turned to see a girl in silver-white Southern Frontier attire rushing toward him, her silver accessories jingling as she approached with a bright smile. Little princess? Brother Li Yuan, I finally found you. I knew you would come. The Kanglan princess, Shao Qiner, exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Li Yuan. Congratulations, little princess, on achieving your dream of becoming a formidable Gu master. In Li Yuan and Appo's perception, Shao Qiner had already become a 5-turn Gu master at merely 13 years of age, a full decade younger than he. This illustrated the might of the third-ranked Wuxin Gu on the. I'm still far behind you, brother Li Yuan. Shao Qiner smiled sweetly. You have always been my goal. The memory of that night's fierce battle against the demons was etched deep in the Kanglan princess's mind. In the days that followed, despite encountering many Gu masters, she had not witnessed anyone with the same overwhelming, unparalleled aura as his. Yet, her mentor had remarked, foolish Qiner, that was merely the moonlight from your childhood memories. Chapter 70. Old Dreams. Is she the radiant moonlight from childhood memories? Shao Qiner did not share the teacher and Appo's sentiment. Upon meeting Li Yuan again, she still perceived this elder brother, who had introduced her to the world of Gu Dao, as immensely powerful. Even with the possession of the third-ranked Wenxin Gu, her feelings remained unchanged. Instead, she felt an even stronger sense of unattainable admiration. Do you know each other? Ning Hongyu asked, her face a picture of surprise. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. The little princess once resided in the 12 caves of the bamboo forest for a time. Ning Hongyu teased. The teacher said you were solitary and withdrawn. I never expected you to have quite a few friends, even the little princess of Kanglan Domain. Sister, you know me? Shao Qiner scrutinized Ning Hongyu for a moment, recalling that she had never encountered such a stunning and charming elder sister before. I am Ning Hongyu. You are Sister Hongyu? Shao Qiner exclaimed with delight. The teacher has told me that you are the strongest among the younger generation of the 9th palace. From now on, that title belongs to you. Ning Hongyu was not one to indulge in rivalry, yet she felt a twinge of reluctance, having to admit the reality. In the face of Wenxin Gu, she had no chance of victory. I have a long way to go before I can reach Sister Hongyu's level, Shao Qiner humbly acknowledged. Shao Qiner, enough chatter. We must leave. My father is still waiting for us. At that moment, a young man with a sword approached. Li Yuan turned his head to see Shao Lai, the heir of Kanglan Domain. Years had passed, and the once impetuous boy now exuded an air of maturity. Shao Lai stood tall, armored and dignified, merely glancing at Li Yuan without offering a greeting. Brother Li Yuan, Sister Hongyu, I must take my leave, Shao Qiner said softly. Be careful. My father mentioned that the Fengshan Grand Ceremony may not be peaceful and could lead to a bloody battle. Understood, you take care as well. Li Yuan nodded, watching the little princess depart. The attitude of the Kanglan king had already indicated his distrust towards the Fengshan Grand Ceremony. Other nobles likely shared this sentiment, unwilling to accept a new ruler, particularly the likes of King Yu, who would even conspire with demons, revealing their stance. As night fell, various factions set up camp. The once tranquil Kunlun Void was now illuminated every night. Due to circumstance, Li Yuan and Ning Hongyu shared a tent, separated by a curtain. Lying on the blanket, Li Yuan cradled his hands behind his head, gazing at the sky. The pure white moonlight filtered through the tent and Appo's partially closed top. As he lay there, his thoughts became restless, as if he were intricately connected to the earth beneath him. The words of the Grand Physician echoed in his mind during his final moments. Yuan and Appo's, remember, you're not my grandson. Your true identity is the Prince of Dian. Your mother is the lesser deity of the extreme North Ice Plains tribe, the beloved consort, and from 16 years ago. You must survive. This jade pendant contains a drop of the blood of the founding emperor. When paired with potent elixirs, it may allow you to regenerate your divine martial roots. Yuan, you must eradicate the demons and restore Dian, avenging your mother. Li Yuan felt a warmth in his chest. He grasped the jade pendant containing the ancestral blood, which stirred after years of dormancy, as if longing to merge with him. The Dian dragon vein of Kunlun Void might just be the finest elixir. Don and Appo's, T-Rush. It will come soon. Li Yuan murmured to himself. Everything that belongs to me will be reclaimed. I wanted Appo's, T let it tarnish, but I need the right moment. Chaos is the perfect opportunity. While various forces speculated about the current situation, Only Li Yuan understood that the Fengshan grand ceremony in 3 days would undoubtedly descend into chaos. For the dragon vein could not truly manifest. To what extent the chaos would unfold, he could not predict. If given the chance, he would rescue the Grand Physician's grandson. If not, he would have to wait until the passage of time to settle old and new scores together. Thud, thud, thud. Li Yuan and Appo's heart pounded heavily. Beneath Kunlun void, something resonated within him. The divine bloodline truly was remarkable. Even after being stripped and reshaped, certain essences remained irreplaceable, etched into the soul and affirming one's destiny. Thank goodness for that, Li Yuan mused. If it could be easily replaced, the divine treasures of the founding emperor would have long been seized by ambitious factions. Lost in thought, the tent and amp, Appo's, as curtain fluttered in the wind, and a warm figure nestled beside him. As she lay on her side, her starry eyes gazed intently at him, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. How could I forget this? Li Yuan slapped his forehead, bemused. Once his thoughts wandered, the remnants of the sword immortal would draw near involuntarily. Just now, she had been lured in by the power of the dying dragon vein. Yet, it was truly a sight to behold. Li Yuan admired the breathtaking beauty of the sword immortal. Her ethereal presence, having transcended the world for 3 millennia, was stunning beyond compare, captivating no matter how many times one gazed upon her. All right, you can sleep here, Li Yuan conceded, allowing the sword immortal to lean against him, preventing any further disruptions should his thoughts wander again. The Kunlun void was enigmatic to him. He was highly likely to lose focus again, especially on the day of the Fengshan grand ceremony, when unexpected events would surely arise. The sword immortal nodded, but did not close her eyes, still staring blankly at Li Yuan. Stop looking at me. Sleep, Li Yuan conveyed telepathically, returning to a reclining position. Only then did the sword immortal mimic him, lying back and closing her eyes, a bit obedient, a touch foolish, and somewhat endearing with occasional rebellion. It felt akin to nurturing a little cat. That night, Li Yuan dreamed. He envisioned the founding emperor rising amidst chaos, wielding a 3-foot blade to cut through the tumult, transforming Kunlun void into the dying dragon vein. He saw his mother, consort, and tearfully bidding him farewell. He beheld the steps leading to the dragon throne, where the ancestors of the Li family, the emperors of generations past, cradled him as an infant, step by step, offering him upward. At dawn, Li Yuan was awakened by a cacophony of voices. Did you see? Those are the people from the extreme North Ice Plains. It is said that the women there possess skin as delicate as jade and beauty akin to celestial beings. The one at the forefront, wearing a veil, is the lesser deity of the extreme North Ice Plains tribe, and Muyao. Years ago, consort and had outshone all others in the Dian royal family, rendering the 6 palaces devoid of color. Her sister must surely be remarkable as well. Whispers of discussion reached his ears. Extreme North Ice Plains? Lesser deity? And Muyao? These words stirred tumultuous waves within Li Yuan. Had his mother and Appo's kin arrived? And was it his aunt? With his thought, Li Yuan suddenly sat up, quickly dressing and exiting the tent. Ning Hongyu stood outside, a cheerful smile gracing her face as she watched him. Junior brother, you seem to have slept soundly last night. Finally waking upon hearing that a great beauty was passing by. Chapter 71 Encounter in the Crowd, senior sister. I must admit that sleeping in Kunlun Void feels distinctly different. Li Yuan replied with a smile. You seem to have a good attitude. Ning Hongyu praised him. Someone like me, who fears death, is terrified of being slain in the dead of night, and can only afford a brief nap. But you have your senior sister watching over you, Li Yuan remarked, glancing towards a group approaching from the foot of the Tianyin Peak in Kunlun Void. At the forefront was a woman clad in an ice-blue robe, adorned with a hood made of white fox fur. Draped over her outer robe was a snow-colored shawl, with delicate ice bells crafted from pure jade and embedded with tiny ice diamonds dangling from its hem. Her ankles, fair as jade, were adorned with 2 chains of ice and gemstones. This was the distinctive attire of the lesser death deity from the extreme North Icefield tribe. She moved gracefully, her presence captivating even behind the veil that partially concealed her face, enchanting all who beheld her. Hey, junior brother, don't stare so blankly. Ning Hongyu teased as she noticed Li Yuan's fascination. That is a woman you cannot possess. It would be better to admire your senior sister, who is no less alluring. At least I can promise you that the children won into Oppos. T go hungry. Li Yuan, what kind of wolfish words are these? Senior sister, please refrain from such talk. I am merely curious. After all, it is rare to encounter someone from the extreme north ice field, given our polar differences. I do not believe you. Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes. Under the watchful eyes of various factions, the group from the extreme north ice field arrived at a clearing, where they began to dance and recite ancient incantations. Ultimately, the lesser death deity and Muyao inserted a game piece into the soil. What are they doing? Li Yuan inquired. It seems they are conducting some sort of ritual, likely related to the dragon vein, Ning Hongyu explained. By the way, this lesser death deity is actually the maternal aunt of a young prince, sharing part of the same bloodline. It is no coincidence that the extreme North Icefield tribe, renowned for their totemic and bloodline techniques, was invited by the Night Owl King. There are few who can verify the authenticity of the young prince's bloodline, and Muyao is one of them. As one of the strongest among the younger generation of the Ninth Palace, Ning Hongyu possessed considerable information. Li Yuan felt a jolt of shock. If Muyao could ascertain the legitimacy of the young prince and amp, Oppos, as bloodline, she must already know that Li Chengxiu is merely a substitute. Then, does the Night Owl King know? He likely does. If everything unfolds, as I suspect, then the Fengshan Grand, right, is merely a farce. A grand play to lure in big fish. And I, Li Yuan, am that big fish. Li Yuan harbored no trust for the Night Owl King. His faith in this unknown aunt was equally tentative. Even for the young prince, his lifesaver and the grandson of his esteemed physician grandfather, he remained skeptical. He must exercise caution. The only outcome of recklessly revealing his identity would be to become a pawn, a mere key for others to manipulate. Lost in thought, the group from the ice field completed their sacrifice and proceeded to another clearing to continue planting flags. Li Yuan stood quietly among the crowd, appearing as just another passerby, his face betraying none of the turmoil within. After a while, the group shifted locations again, heading toward the encampment of the Ninth Palace Goo Nest. Li Yuan furrowed his brow and subtly retreated behind Ning Hongyu. Junior brother, why are you hiding further back? Ning Hongyu jested. The Icefield beauty is truly approaching. Why not step forward and take a closer look? Such opportunities are rare. Upon reflection, I believe senior sister possesses far greater allure, Li Yuan countered, having learned to retaliate. Consider yourself wise, she replied. As they chatted, the group from the Icefield drew nearer, and Muyao led the way, her fair feet gliding over the ground, leaving no trace of dust. She had intentionally waited for all factions to gather before setting up the totemic flags, eager to see if the young prince would appear. As she pondered, and Muyao felt a sudden awareness. The jade pendant at her chest trembled slightly. Little Lin and Amp, Oppos, the lesser death deity and Amp, Oppos. As heart raced, realizing he was truly here. Yet, she dared not act impulsively. Every move she made was under the scrutiny of the Night Owl King, and revealing the young prince's location could lead to dire consequences. Maintaining her composure, and Muyao continued her advance. Upon reaching another clearing, she inserted yet another flag, deliberately avoiding any direct search for the young prince. Her gaze evenly sweeping across the crowd. Southern frontier, Ninth Palace Goo Nest. In the wake of the royal blood disaster, had little Lin and Oppos fled to the southern frontier after being sent from the palace? Had he forsaken martial arts for the mastery of Goo techniques? Through her connection with her sister's pendant, she could distinctly sense that little Linner was nearby. Unfortunately, she could not identify him among the crowd, nor could she reveal herself to him. After the Fengshan Grand Rite concludes, I shall visit the Ninth Palace Goo Nest, and Muyao resolved, suppressing her inner turmoil as she departed the area, maintaining an unyielding facade. Among the crowd, as they watched the lesser death deity depart, Li Yuan felt a weight lift from his heart. She must have sensed my presence, at least aware that I am among the throng. Just moments before, Li Yuan's pendant had responded, causing his nerves to tense, fearing that this newly encountered aunt might recognize him. Fortunately, Muyao remained composed throughout, as if she were an uninvolved party. From this, it seemed likely that my aunt stood on my side, refraining from recognition out of fear of the night owl king discovering our connection. Yet, I still lacked sufficient caution, Li Yuan reflected. He had not anticipated that the heirloom pendant left by his mother was a twin, with the other piece worn by his aunt. A storm was on the horizon. Li Yuan was eager to witness how this unfolding drama would culminate. Since arriving here, he had understood that the Dian dragon vein could only manifest through him. Even the physician and Amp, Appo's grandson, sharing his bloodline, could not achieve this. The Night Owl King must also be aware of this fact, yet he still summoned lords from all corners, gathering heroes in Kunlun Void. There were two possibilities. Either he had some means of deception, or he had no intention of allowing the Fengshan Grand Rite to proceed smoothly to its conclusion, merely using it to fulfill some other scheme. He leaned towards the latter. Even if the Night Owl King was recognized as the pinnacle of martial arts in this era, it was unlikely he could unravel the mechanisms set by the martial god, particularly given that he had grown under the will of the founding emperor, which influenced him greatly. Things were becoming increasingly intriguing. Through the intricate details of various events, Li Yuan pieced together the general framework of the Fengshan Grand Rite. Chaos was welcome. The more tumultuous it became, the safer he felt, allowing him a chance to unravel the knots within his heart. Another night passed. The final day before the commencement of the Fengshan Grand Rite arrived. Ning Hongyu awakened Li Yuan early in the morning. Junior brother, are you truly confident, or are you just oblivious? The greater the turbulence, the more soundly you sleep? What is it, senior sister? Li Yuan inquired. Indeed, he slept soundly in Kunlun Void, reassured by the legacy of his ancestors. Ning Hongyu and Amp, Appo's brows knitted together. The palace lord and the Kanglan king are discussing important matters and have summoned us as well. This does not bode well. A disturbance may truly arise during the Fengshan Grand Rite. Chapter 72. The grand ceremony of Fengshan commences accompanied by Ning Hongyu. Li Yuan arrived at the command camp of the Kanglan army, where he encountered many unfamiliar faces, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Talented practitioners of the Gu Path and martial prodigies gathered here in considerable numbers. A quick glance revealed that numerous elite disciples from the 9 palaces had arrived, though it remained uncertain how many palace masters were present. Before long, King Xiao Yuan of Kanglan emerged from the tent, accompanied by an elderly woman. Salute to King Kanglan. Salute to the 9th palace master. The crowd bowed in unison. This was Li Yuan's first encounter with a 9th palace master. By relationship, she was the mentor of the Kanglan queen, thus belonging to an older generation than King Xiao Yuan. Ladies and gentlemen, I have summoned you today for an important task. King Kanglan began, standing with his hands clasped behind him. Yesterday, our spies discovered traces of demons. Various fiends are bound to attack Kunlun Su, creating chaos during the Fengshan ceremony. This is critical for the revival of the Dian royal family and the peace of the realm. Tomorrow and Appo's ceremony must proceed without any mishaps. With the strength of the lords, safeguarding Kunlun Su should be a trivial matter. However, with hearts divided, those with ulterior motives may seek to betray us. Thus, we must anticipate the emergence of gaps in our defenses, and your mission is to secure these vulnerabilities. The implication was clear. He was referring to King Yu. Previously, King Yu had almost openly colluded with demons to contest King Kanglan for control of the southern territories. It was only due to the current chaos in the world that the Night Owl Guard had not taken action against him. Perhaps those wishing to betray were not limited to King Yu alone. We shall obey. The assembly responded with respectful bows. Subsequently, King Kanglan and Amp, Appo's subordinates unfurled a map in the air, allowing all to see. King Xiao Yuan pointed out several strategic points, assigning tasks for defense. Li Yuan and Ning Hongyu were assigned to guard a route leading to Tianyan Peak alongside some Kanglan troops. Senior sister, did only one palace master from our 9 palaces come? Li Yuan inquired with curiosity. I heard that the 6th palace master also arrived, Ning Hongyu replied. However, the 6th palace master never reveals his true form. His life Gu is the 1,000 faces Gu, allowing him to blend into the mortal realm, making it difficult for many to recognize him. I see. Li Yuan mused, contemplating the peculiarities of the divine figures among the 9 palace masters. A sleepless night passed. Li Yuan awakened early. As dawn broke, a great fire ignited on Tianyin Terrace, illuminating all of Kunlun Su like a radiant sun. The banners previously set up by the tribes of the extreme north began to glow, linking them through an invisible energy, as if they were one unified entity, shimmering across the vast expanse of Kunlun Su. Is it finally beginning? As a true descendant of the Dian bloodline, Li Yuan felt a profound clarity. The dragon vein energy concealed beneath Kunlun Su was stirred by the ancient rites. Yet, it lacked a guiding to manifest fully, and that could only be him. This indicated that the Fengshan ceremony was destined to fail. Li Yuan gazed toward the mountain peak. In the reflection of the blazing flames, a figure gradually ascended Tianyin Terrace, and a resonant voice echoed among the mountains. Today, the Dian royal family holds the Fengshan ceremony at Kunlun Su to honor heaven and earth, and to manifest the dragon vein. From the very outset, Li Yuan confirmed his suspicions. The Night Owl King was surely aware that the young prince was merely a stand-in, not the true dragon, which is why the ceremony was conducted in the name of the royal family, rather than that of the emperor. In that brief proclamation, he sensed a brewing storm. Looking around, the majority of people maintained an air of anticipation, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, their eyes gleaming with desire as they awaited the baptism of true dragon fortune. You cannot deceive heaven. If the ceremony fails, the people and Appo's hearts will be lost, and the last vestige of the Dian royal family and Appo's dignity will crumble. Thus, Li Yuan surmised that the Night Owl King would not dare to let the ceremony reach its conclusion, likely seeking to disrupt everything with the hand of demons. The powerful voice continued to resonate throughout the heavens and earth. Kunlun, the spine of heaven and earth, the source of all spirits, the foundation of Dian. Since the establishment of the dynasty by our revered ancestor, the dragon vein has resided in Kunlun, protecting the people of Dian. Today, with the nation flourishing and the populace united, it is the time for the dragon vein to manifest. I shall uphold the heavenly mandate, aligning with the hearts of the people, and join forces with the divine spirits to celebrate this occasion, praying for the eternal stability of the dragon vein and the perpetual prosperity of the nation. May Dian endure for millennia, ever thriving. With the conclusion of his words, a resounding dragon roar reverberated through the cosmos. Ethereal auspicious light emerged over the boundless Kunlun Su, swirling and rising among the mountains. The forces of yin and yang fused and clashed in the heavens, creating a vibrant tapestry of colors above the peaks, as if the heavenly path had laid out a magnificent carpet for this grand ceremony. Ancient trees in the mountains rustled in unison, and spiritual birds soared high, their melodious cries echoing through the air, awakening the spirits of all living things. May Dian endure for millennia, ever thriving. May Dian endure for millennia, ever thriving. At the foot of the mountain, various lords and heroes of the realm bowed in reverence, hoping to partake in a fragment of this fortune. Such opportunities were exceedingly rare. If not for the fear of the Night Owl King and Appo's might, many would have rushed up the mountain to claim that most magnificent heavenly blessing on Tianyin Terrace. The altar, crafted from exotic stones, shone brightly, radiating an intense glow, surrounded by various rare treasures offered as sacrifices to heaven and earth. In the center of the altar, the Dian imperial jade seal connected heaven and earth. The aura of the royal family materialized as if it were a solid entity, forming a 3-foot-wide heavenly pillar that pierced through the clouds and into the sky. In comparison to the Fengshan ceremony held during the previous emperor and Appo's ascension, the disparity in the Pillar of Fortune was stark. This time, it appeared as insignificant as a silver needle. Among the crowd, an elder, a relic from the previous emperor and Appo's era, lamented, recalling how the Pillar of Fortune had loomed like a mountain during the last emperor and Appo's ascension, observable throughout the realm. It was hard to imagine the grandeur when the founding emperor established the Dian dynasty. Li Yuan heard the murmurs of lamentation, confirming that the royal family and Oppose. As fortune had indeed weakened to a considerable degree, to the point where the hearts of the people were fragmented. Should the destined individual raise their voice, they could easily usurp the throne. Yet, the awaited destined individual had yet to appear. Li Yuan did not act, continuing to observe. After a lengthy pause, the pillar of fortune began to emanate dragon energy, and faintly, the shape of a five-clawed golden dragon was poised to manifest in the world. Thunder rumbled from beneath Kunlun Su, stirring excitement among those on the mountain and below, all believing that the dragon vein was about to reveal itself, and the gates of heaven would be opened once more, showering fortune upon the mortal realm. Only Li Yuan understood that the dragon vein remained in slumber, showing no signs of stirring. All that unfolded before him was but a superficial illusion, a mere facade designed to deceive, incapable of sustaining itself for long. Should it continue, the truth would inevitably be revealed. Chapter 73. The demons invade the Tianyan platform. Li Chengxiu stood dazedly in place, an overwhelming sensation enveloping him. He felt increasingly disconnected from this realm, as though he did not belong here, and all that unfolded before him was but an illusion. Everything in this place belonged to another, while his true home remained forever at the foot of the mountain in a modest village. He harbored no sense of kinship toward the imperial family, the dragon vein, or the ancestors of the Li clan. He had come to a profound realization of his true self. The impending evolution of the dragon vein was a mere fabrication. The Night Owl King intended to use me as a pawn in his grand play. Yet, he remained oblivious to whether this performance would bring calamity or salvation to the world. His insights were too limited to discern the truth. He could only watch helplessly as the manifestation of the five-clawed golden dragon gradually materialized along the pillar of fate. Time trickled by. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from afar. In the heavens, a colossal black lotus unfurled, releasing an overwhelming dark energy akin to layers of ominous clouds, invading the radiant Kunlun void. The pillar of fate trembled. The coalescing form of the five-clawed golden dragon began to show signs of disintegration. Black Lotus Demon Emperor, how dare you? A resounding roar echoed through the sky as the Night Owl King stepped forth from the Kunlun void, appearing atop the Black Lotus in an instant. He struck with a single palm, shattering the heavens and earth like a broken mirror, turning the Black Lotus to ashes. Unexpectedly, the scattered ashes once again blossomed, transforming into countless tiny black lotuses that erupted once more. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Kunlun void quaked under the relentless series of explosions. Protect the sacrificial altar, commanded the Night Owl King, simultaneously forcing the Black Lotus Demon Emperor to retreat toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, more demons surged forth, pouring out from every direction of the Kunlun void. What a splendid performance! The situation unfolded much like Li Yuan had anticipated. The Night Owl King indeed seized the opportunity to interrupt the grand ceremony. Thus, even if the various lords discerned the underlying schemes, the earlier phenomenon would suffice to convince the common folk that the heir of the dying imperial family had returned. The world was rife with gullible souls who echoed one another's sentiments, and the few who remained clear-headed were compelled to feign ignorance amidst the tide of events. This was undoubtedly advantageous for the dying imperial family, ensuring that the people's hearts would not scatter. With a unifying figure in place, the cohesion among the station troops across the regions would also strengthen. Kill. At that moment, the unknowing factions began a frenzied clash with the demons. Indeed, chaos had ensued. Ning Hongyu and Appo's brows knitted in concern. Junior brother, we must leave. Their task was to guard a road adjacent to the area where the Yu King's army was stationed. Move! Just as the Kanglan King had predicted. When Li Yuan and Ning Hongyu arrived, a torrent of demons surged from this very path, with the Yu King's side entirely undefended, allowing the demons to pour through. The Kanglan army was embroiled in a brutal struggle against the demons. Li Yuan spotted a familiar figure, Li Ruoqian, the former personal guard of the little princess, Shaoqiner. Li Yuan. Upon seeing the reinforcements, Li Ruoqian was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the powerful aura emanating from him, which rivaled her own as a martial arts grandmaster. Miss Li, it has been a while. Li Yuan rushed forward. In this battle, could you assist me in procuring a 7th-tier demon corpse? You come straight to business? Let us talk after we get through this ordeal. Li Ruoqian replied curtly. Junior brother, you are truly fortunate. Wherever you go, beautiful companions surround you, even in this bloody battlefield. Ning Hongyu remarked from behind. Senior sister, do not misinterpret. Miss Li is merely my business partner, and we fortuitously crossed paths today. Li Yuan defended himself. Ning Hongyu snorted lightly but swiftly changed the subject. Speaking of which, I have yet to present you with a gift. Earlier, you mentioned wanting a 7th-tier demon corpse. I shall procure one for you that will certainly surpass what Miss Li offers. Li Yuan found himself in a bewildered state. He and Miss Li were purely business partners, yet his senior sister seemed intent on tasting jealousy. Amidst his thoughts, Ning Hongyu had already plunged into battle. As a Gu master, her combat style focused on close-quarters combat, wielding impressive martial skills with her Gu insects swirling around her, striking with stealth and agility. The demon she engaged with fell victim to her prowess, either rotting away or collapsing lifelessly. In just a brief moment, Ning Hongyu carved a bloody path, pressing toward a 7th-tier tiger demon. Li Yuan also joined the fray, cautious not to unleash his full strength, for Shao Kai and Wu Mei hid within his garments, while the sword fairy observed from a distance, refraining from entering the fray. Boom! With a casual strike, he obliterated a 6th-tier demon and assessed his own capabilities. With the support of 2,000 Gu residences, his strength surpassed that of a 6th-tier demon, and he felt confident in confronting a 7th-tier demon directly. Given the right conditions, he was certain he could slay a 7th-tier demon. However, amidst the chaotic battlefield, he preferred to blend in, maintaining the appearance of an ordinary genius. The dragon vein phenomenon in the heavens persisted, fragmented yet desperately holding on. I must seek an opportunity to resonate with the dragon vein and seize the royal inheritance. Li Yuan was unwilling to let go of what rightfully belonged to him. The more chaotic it became, the better the cover it provided. As Li Yuan pondered, a figure suddenly flew back, crashing heavily against a distant mountain wall. It was Li Ruoqian, an 8th-tier demon saint. Li Yuan squinted. No, it was not yet an 8th tier, but rather a half-saint at its peak. It was an elephant demon with the head of a human and the legs of an elephant, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Ordinary blades and swords were ineffective against its tough hide. Li Yuan stepped back. Li Ruoqian gripped her blade and charged forth again. As a grandmaster, she could condense imperishable blood, recovering swiftly and being one of the younger elites of the Kanglan army. She was not intimidated by the half-saint. They clashed once more, but the situation was evident. Li Ruoqian had only recently stepped into the 7th-grade Grandmaster realm, and was far from a match for the elephant demon. Human talent is nothing but this. The elephant demon spoke, its attacks appearing clumsy, yet capable of shattering myriad defenses. With a single kick of its formidable legs, it could level mountains, rendering Li Ruoqian's exquisite swordplay ineffective. What a top-tier demon puppet! Li Yuan was envious. A half-step demon saint also counted as 7th grade, well within Wu Mei's control range. If he could seize one, his combat prowess would soar. Alas, the opportunity seemed bleak unless he could enlist the sword fairy's assistance. Yet he hesitated. The sword fairy was too ethereal. Should she appear in the public eye, it would inevitably lead to endless troubles. Not to mention the Lingxiao sword sect. Her ancestral clan from 3,000 years ago was also present within the Kunlun Void. If they learned that he had transformed their ancestor into his spirit Gu, only to warm his bed, they would undoubtedly seek his life. Roar! At that moment, a disturbance arose on another battlefield. Li Yuan turned his gaze to see Ning Hongyu, clad in a flowing red gown, seated upon the neck of the tiger demon, golden light bursting from her legs as she twisted with force. Crack! The tiger demon's neck was brutally snapped. The golden garment Gu and great strength Gu had been wielded by his senior sister to such an extent. At that moment, Ning Hongyu glanced at Li Yuan, brandishing the tiger demon and amp, Oppos, as corpse as she approached, her red gown billowing in the wind, her fair legs dashing through the crimson chaos. So, junior brother, are you satisfied with this gift? Chapter 74. The half-saint of the elephant demon Li Yuan was taken aback, expressing his gratitude to his senior sister, Ning Hongyu. She exceeded his expectations, showcasing not only her profound mastery of the Gu technique, but also her formidable strength. Seizing the rare opportunity, he resolved to hone his skills. With a smile, Ning Hongyu charged forward, declaring her intent to rescue her dear friend, Miss Li. With that, her crimson dress swirled gracefully across the battlefield, advancing toward the half-saint of the elephant demon. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows shot out from the shadows, forcing Ning Hongyu to retreat momentarily. She activated the golden garment Gu to deflect the barrage of arrows. The girl in the red dress has quite a figure. Shall I join you for some fun? Approached a man, his quiver slung over his shoulder. Jiang Qiufeng, it's you. Li Ruoqian recognized him and shouted angrily, "This is Kunlun Void. Do you not fear the Night Owl King will have you and your master executed for conspiring with demons?" "Dear Sister Li, you are mistaken," Jiang Qiufeng chuckled. "I ceased to be human long ago. Demons are my brethren. Do not hastily label me. The great Yin has returned, and the world will be pacified." "You shall meet a fitting end," Li Ruoqian retorted. "Return? Huh. This matter will not come to fruition today. Awaken, for the great Yin has long perished. Only you pitiful souls remain ensnared in dreams," he sneered. "Traitor! Despicable!" Li Ruoqian spat. "Let us see if you can survive to say that." Jiang Qiufeng mocked with a smirk. "I shall hold on a moment longer. Allow me to sever the head of that traitor." Ning Hongyu could no longer contain her anger. "Be cautious. This traitor possesses considerable strength. He was once the adopted son of the King of Ghosts. Nearing half-saint level," Li Ruoqian warned. The battlefield was once again divided. The influx of demons grew, and the casualties among the Kanglan army were dire. Other paths faced similar devastation, with some demons even heading toward Tianyan Peak. Is this all a performance? Li Yuan thought skeptically. With all the heroes gathered in the Night Owl Guard, the most powerful organization of the Great Yin, unable to halt the demons, it seemed someone was deliberately impeding the little prince from ascending the throne, using demons as tools against the royal family. Perhaps only the Kanglan army was truly fighting for their lives, and among the lords, only Kanglan King Xiao Yuan genuinely wished to see the royal family reforge its glory. Bang! After hundreds of exchanges, Li Ruoqian was struck by the elephant demon and Appo's foot. Nearly incapacitated, her recovery slowing, and she found herself at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Li Yuan had no choice but to rush to her aid. If Li Ruoqian were to perish, the Kanglan army would face utter annihilation, and he and his senior sister would likely meet a grim fate as well. Bang! 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 The half-saint of the elephant demon laughed maniacally, relentlessly trampling and kicking, forcing Li Ruoqian to evade repeatedly. The demon and Appo's trunk lashed out like a long whip, each strike creating massive craters in the earth. In a moment of carelessness, Li Ruoqian was hit again, her dagger sent flying, and the elephant's hoof descended to crush her into a pulp. At that critical moment, Li Yuan finally carved a bloody path to reach her. The giant spirit Gu was fully activated. His blood surged like flames, enveloping him in a fiery aura. His hair standing on end, resembling crimson waves. Boom! He threw a powerful punch, meeting the elephant and Appo's hoof head-on. The half-saint of the elephant demon staggered back a step, while Li Yuan was forced to retreat several paces, leaving Li Ruoqian dumbfounded behind him. "Li Yuan, you," she stammered, astonished. "Are you even human?" The elephant demon possessed innate strength, and this particular demon was a half-saint, capable of overwhelming nearly all peers in physical prowess. Not to mention the Gu masters, who were ill-equipped for such raw might. "Stop dawdling," Li Yuan urged without further explanation. "Miss Li, I have my sights set on that demon and Appo's corpse. Can you assist me in severing a few strikes?" "All right." Li Ruoqian found it odd. Li Yuan seemed transformed, exhibiting a wildness previously unseen. No longer the humble and cautious individual she once knew. He was likening a living half-saint demon to a mere corpse. "Little brat, you and Appo's LL meet your end." The half-saint of the elephant demon was thoroughly enraged at being considered a lifeless body before he had even fallen. Being large does not equate to being useful, Li Yuan declared, his hair billowing as he unleashed his audacious spirit. I say you are a corpse, and thus you are one. The elephant demon and Amp, Appo's hoof swept towards him. Li Yuan and Appo's muscles bulged as he grounded himself, merging his waist and stance, both fists thrusting forward with tremendous force. The clash of powers sent waves through the air, blood surging like a torrent. Revival goo. Li Yuan did not retreat to dissipate the force. He held his breath, employing the power of revival goo to mend his injuries, capable of recovering even in the face of severe internal damage. Li Yuan, are you insane? Do you wish to throw your life away? Li Ruoqian gasped in fear. The man who once appeared refined and cautious now seemed like a reckless fugitive, disregarding his life in combat. Most astonishingly, wasn't an Appo's. He a sixth-order master? How could he display ferocity surpassing even a seventh-order martial grandmaster? Mind your business. Help me strike him to death. Li Yuan bellowed, relentlessly closing in. The half-saint of the elephant demon was unnerved by this reckless approach, his own insides churning from the impact, overwhelmed by the audacity of a human being more resilient than himself. With no other choice, Li Ruoqian joined the fray. Her exquisite blade work finally able to shine without being overshadowed by brute force. Within Li Yuan's embrace, the little colorful snake was gathering strength, a swirling white flame rising within. The half-saint of the elephant demon was forced to retreat, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration despite sustaining no real damage. Finally, he could endure no longer. Get away from me. He ceased to mitigate the force and charged forward, determined to deliver a second stomp, his insides roiling. At that moment, he noticed the colorful scaled little python emerging from Li Yuan's arms. Roar! The multicolored flame python unleashed a torrent of white fire in an instant. The elephant demon instinctively recoiled, yet found the flame intangible. It could not be extinguished and surged straight into his mind. Mental assault. He had not anticipated that what appeared to be physical flames was, in fact, a pure mental attack, leaving him momentarily dazed. Seizing this opportunity, Li Yuan and Li Ruoqian struck again, one attacking from above, the other from below. Buzz! With a resounding cry, Li Ruoqian and Appo's long blade cleaved into the elephant demon and Appo's colossal head, while Li Yuan delivered a ferocious kick directly to the demon and Appo's groin. The half-saint of the elephant demon howled in anguish, a more terrifying force erupting from within, manifesting a towering half-figure of over 10 zhang that flickered into existence before vanishing. Both Li Yuan and Li Ruoqian were violently thrown back. Demonic celestial phenomenon. This was a technique only a demon saint could wield. Even a fleeting moment of such power was beyond the capability of anyone below the 8th realm to withstand. Li Ruoqian crashed heavily to the ground, her bones shattering, nearly falling apart, and the speed of her blood coagulation slowed significantly, rendering her unable to recover. Li Yuan, too, felt his meridians shatter. Yet the revival goo worked swiftly to mend him. All of you die. The half-saint of the elephant demon, drenched in blood, charged forward, shaking the earth beneath him, intent on obliterating the two. Chapter 75. It turns out to be a legacy Li Yuan. Let an Appo's go. The elephant demon, a half-saint with tough skin and thick flesh, continued to fight fiercely despite being heavily injured. Li Ruoqian was nearly exhausted. She unleashed a palm strike that transformed into a gust of air, attempting to send Li Yuan a distance away, hoping that the girl in the red dress might still save him. However, she soon found herself frozen in place. Despite the wind swirling around him, Li Yuan remained perfectly still, rising to his feet with a playful grin. Dearly, spare me the melodrama. Remember, you owe me a favor. Do keep the discounts coming for future transactions. You can still fight? Li Ruoqian was left speechless. Was this fellow human? Was the art of goo truly this profound? His performance completely shattered her understanding of the goo lineage. Boom, boom, boom. The elephant demon and Appo's heavy footsteps shook the ground as it charged once more, oblivious to the additional presence of a small, dreamlike spider, glimmering like glass. that had appeared on the corpse of the 7th-tier tiger demon lying on the ground. The elephant demon kicked at Li Yuan, but sensed something amiss at the last moment. Before it could react, a sharp claw pierced through its chest. Brother who? Its eyes widened in disbelief as it turned to see the headless corpse of the tiger demon. Li Ruoqian was equally dazed. Was this the goo that controlled corpses, turning them into puppets? Bang! The heart of the elephant demon was crushed by the tiger and Appo's claw, yet it did not fall. Still possessing enough strength to send the tiger and Appo's body flying with a single punch before leaping away into the forest. Still able to run? Such resilience. Li Yuan would not let such a valuable corpse puppet escape and immediately pursued it. Do not chase a desperate enemy. The mountains are perilous. Li Ruoqian shouted. Recover from your injuries. If you and Appo's, this week, done and Appo's, concern yourself with me. Li Yuan laughed boisterously, leaving behind 2 rejuvenating goo as he dashed into the woods, quickly disappearing from sight. Crude, your words are truly unpleasant. Li Ruoqian spat, murmuring under her breath. Yet, she found his audacity somewhat charming, far more impressive than the facade of a gentleman, gentle and refined. Compared to her previous impression of Li Yuan as cautious and timid, she now appreciated his bold, unruly demeanor. In the forest, Li Yuan chased after the elephant demon, entering a remote, uninhabited area. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Finding the opportunity to discreetly separate from the main group, he could pursue his own affairs. Fighting and killing were not his preferences. While the lords were performing their acts, was he not playing a part as well? In truth, it was he, Li Yuan, who was the star of the show. Muttering to himself, Li Yuan exited the state of being possessed by the giant spirit goo. He needed to be cautious. The vitality flow of the giant spirit goo was too elevated, making it prone to mishaps, a style unsuitable for him. The fleeing elephant demon suddenly sensed something, pausing in its tracks and turning to face Li Yuan. Your vitality has diminished. Can you no longer hold on? The wind had calmed, and the rain had ceased. The elephant demon felt invigorated once more. I suppose you're also a remarkable figure from the 9 Palaces goo nest. A 6th-turn goo master has forced me to this extent. It is indeed a point of pride. With that, the elephant demon redirected its charge towards Li Yuan. However, it had barely taken a few steps when it halted abruptly, cold sweat soaking its fur, fear gripping its soul. Before the human goo master, a figure appeared suddenly, a woman of unparalleled grace, ethereal as a celestial being. Li Yuan softly uttered, "Please, sword fairy, slay the demon." Swish! A flash of sword light flickered and vanished. The sword fairy swung her sword, still before Li Yuan. Yet upon retracting it, she had already reached the back of the elephant demon. The expression of terror remained etched on the demon and Appo's face. 3 breaths later, its head slid off its towering body, a column of blood erupting from its neck. Elephant demon half-saint. Dead. Thud. Li Yuan collapsed onto the ground, his complexion ashen, feeling as though his vitality had been entirely drained. His limbs grew weak and his head spun. The fierce battles prior, constantly utilizing the rebirth goo and the giant spirit goo, coupled with the surprise assault from Shao Kai and the rapid refining of the tiger demon by Wu Mei, had siphoned away 90% of his energy. The sword fairy and Appo's strike left him with a debt of 30% more. Indeed, the greater the power, the harder it is to control. Li Yuan lay back on the grass. While the sword fairy was splendid, one must not be greedy. 4/10 of vitality for 1 strike. 2 strikes lead to a call for nurturing. 3 strikes send the soul soaring to the heavens. After a while, he slowly sat up, regaining a modicum of strength. He gazed at the sky. After being ceaselessly attacked by demons, the pillar of fortune on the TNYN platform had dimmed, and the 5-clawed golden dragon was destined to remain unrealized. This must be the outcome that the Night Owl King desired, allowing him to shift all blame onto the demons. Would he now use this to coerce the emperor into commanding the lords? Or would he seek his true self through the bloodline of a substitute? Li Yuan could not ascertain. Fortunately, the chaos orchestrated by the Night Owl King was precisely what he needed, providing him the cover to resonate with the dragon vein. To the ancestors of the Li family, the royal sages of past generations, your descendant Li Yuan, constrained by circumstances, is unable to conduct a grand ceremony to honor you. But rest assured, what belongs to our family shall not be taken by anyone. One day, I shall eradicate the demons, restore the great fortune, and uphold the royal lineage. Should you deem it fit, send down your legacy to guide me on the path, and I shall not disappoint the trust of my ancestors. Li Yuan prostrated on the ground, his forehead pressed to the earth, eyes closed, listening to the echoes of the Kunlun void dragon vein. As the saying goes, sincerity begets spirituality. After witnessing the formidable will of the Gu immortal, he believed that the martial god will of his great ancestor was equally potent, a spirit that could indeed be communicated with. Thud, thud, thud. Li Yuan's heartbeat grew heavy once more. A searing heat enveloped his chest. As the blood of his ancestor sealed within the jade pendant began to release its power, seeping out as a mist of blood that merged into his being. As Li Yuan had surmised, the great medicine lay within the Kunlun void's dragon vein. Soon after, golden light began to shimmer on his skin. It was as if an illusory dragon robe had draped over him, exuding majesty, with a small five-clawed golden dragon swirling around him. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that receiving the legacy would cause a tremendous uproar, shaking all of Kunlun void, with dragons soaring and dominating the realms. But the outcome, Li Yuan could not help but laugh aloud. Had the ancestors foreseen this day? Was the evolved golden dragon only this size? It turned out that my caution was indeed a legacy passed down through the generations. Chapter 76. The Legacy of the Great Ancestor. The martial god, a diminutive golden dragon, circled around Li Yuan, its subtle movements obscured by the grand ceremony and the chaotic circumstances. Within Li Yuan's sea of consciousness, for small dragon eggs materialized. Was this a spiritual inheritance? Truly, the martial goddess will left behind a contingency that rivals, if not surpasses, that of the Gu immortal. If one were to draw a comparison with the Gu immortal and Appo's secret realm, it is foreseeable that the martial goddess treasure harbors unimaginable wonders, awaiting future generations to claim. Promising to extend the glory of the Dian Empire, Li Yuan concentrated his essence in the sea of consciousness and touched the first dragon egg. The golden egg transformed into a radiant light, coalescing into a towering figure. The great ancestor emperor, even though they had never met and a millennium had passed. The bond of blood and the overwhelming aura was sufficient to declare the identity of this majestic figure, the founder of the Dian Empire, the last martial god of the Tianyuan continent. Lonely descendant, when you encounter me, the Dian realm is already in peril. I leave behind this spiritual edict, hoping to guide you on your path. The ethereal voice resonated within Li Yuan's sea of consciousness. The younger generation shall remember. Li Yuan bowed his head in reverence. In years past, I, a mere martial artist, wielded a 3-foot azure blade, overcoming all obstacles and rising amidst turmoil. After countless battles, slaying demons and monsters, I ultimately established the Dian Order and ascended to the imperial throne. At that time, the warriors of Dian were numerous, strong heroes emerged, and nations came to pay homage, basking in boundless glory. Yet, I am aware that the Tianyuan continent is fraught with uncertainties, dangers looming like an abyss, pressing down upon all. No one can remain perpetually prosperous, and nothing can be passed down through the ages. Those who achieve the status of martial god declare that there is no such thing as eternal life. Li Yuan felt a heavy heart, but continued to listen intently. I have bequeathed 4 legacies, 3 supreme techniques, and the martial god-s treasure. The first inheritance is the Shattering Heaven Divine Fist. This fist technique was conceived during my struggles in a chaotic world. When unleashed, the power of the fist can summon the forces of heaven and earth, akin to falling stars and collapsing mountains. At its zenith, it can vanquish all foes. To master this fist, one must possess unwavering determination and fearless courage, drawing upon one's vital essence and will to unleash the might of heaven. As these words concluded, The towering figure in the sea of consciousness began to demonstrate the fist technique. Li Yuan watched, entranced. It was formidable. However, when he attempted to practice, he found himself unable to evoke even a fraction of the shattering heaven divine fist and oppos as momentum. This technique did not suit my usual state. Rather, it harmonized well with my giant spirit gu-possessed state, perfectly compensating for my lack of finesse. Li Yuan pondered deeply. After a while, the great ancestor emperor and oppos phantom completed its demonstration. For the first time, Li Yuan felt his mind was so smooth that the martial knowledge seemed to slip away like water, leaving only desolation behind. The martial path indeed seemed ill-suited for me, or perhaps my bloodline had yet to fully merge with me to awaken my innate potential. He approached the second dragon egg and infused it with power. The majestic phantom reappeared. The second inheritance is the Tianyin myriad manifestation sword art. This sword art was born from my battles along the borders of humanity, where I engaged demons for 99 days, comprehending the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, blending countless sword intents. When the sword is drawn, it can be as thunderous as a tempest, as gentle as a breeze, as tumultuous as a raging sea, or as eerie as a ghostly wail. The sword moves are infinitely variable. To cultivate this sword art, one must possess an ethereal mindset, grasp the mysteries of the universe, observe the myriad phenomena of the world, and act according to one's heart and thoughts. As the words concluded, the phantom of the great ancestor emperor demonstrated the sword art once more. Compared to the shattering heaven divine fist, the Tianyin myriad manifestation sword art was even more profound and elusive, rendering it nearly incomprehensible, as Li Yuan had never wielded a sword. My head feels so itchy. Li Yuan understood that good things cannot be rushed and require gradual honing. He then activated the third dragon egg. The third inheritance is the heavenly dragon fortune technique. This technique was crafted by me as the emperor, merging the collective will of the countless subjects of the Dian Empire, drawing upon the power of the Kunlun void dragon vein. Mastering this technique allows one to consolidate the empire and oppos fortune, as if protected by a heavenly dragon, sheltered by heaven and earth. To comprehend its true essence, one must harbor the welfare of the world and keep the common people in mind. This technique, Li Yuan dismissa outrigut. It was simply beyond his current capabilities. He approached the fourth dragon egg, but found it impossible to activate. The egg bore 3 lines, representing 3 forces. It informed him that he needed to cultivate the 3 legacies to a certain level before it could be unlocked. The martial god-esque treasure is coveted by all powerful beings. To recklessly unlock, it would merely benefit others. The great ancestor emperor had his reasons for setting such a threshold. Great ancestor, I, your descendant Li Yuan, shall not fail your expectations. Li Yuan bowed deeply to the towering figure. What you have left can extend the fate of Dian, if Dian wishes to endure through the ages. Future generations must strive ceaselessly. With a soft sigh, the phantom of the great ancestor emperor gradually dissipated. Li Yuan felt a sense of disorientation. He sensed he had gained something, yet it seemed as though nothing remained, despite the martial goddess' celestial abilities and a millennium of planning. What would be left behind was but this. Ultimately, much still relies on the abilities of future generations. Suddenly, a thunderous roar jolted Li Yuan from his sea of consciousness, pulling his thoughts back to reality. He lifted his gaze to the sky. There, several 8th-tier demon saints were engaged in battle with the Night Owl Guards. The chaos from the fight caused the pillars of fortune on the Tianyin platform to collapse. The illusion of the 5-clawed golden dragon shattered, heralding the imminent conclusion of this grand spectacle. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan maximized the capabilities of the myriad manifestations Gu to conceal his presence. Since the grand ceremony had been pushed toward failure by the Night Owl King, it seemed the grandson of the Grand Physician could escape death after all. He was the only clue to my whereabouts, and the Night Owl King would not be foolish enough to sever his own arm. Perhaps we shall meet again. With his heart unburdened, this journey was complete. There was little else Li Yuan could do. Rushing to reunite with the Grand Physician and oppos' grandson or his aunt would be a foolhardy act leading to certain death. Sword Fairy, Let us depart. He had no intention of rejoining the main force, fearing the Night Owl King would issue orders to seal off the area and investigate everyone, no matter how well hidden. Li Yuan could not guarantee that he would evade detection after a direct encounter with the Night Owl King. Sister, you control the corpse of the elephant demon to clear the path. The grand ceremony was interrupted. The Black Lotus Demon Emperor, satisfied, led the various demons in retreat. The Night Owl King returned to the Kunlun Void. Various factions continued to await developments in the Kunlun Void, while Ning Hongyu and Li Ruo Qian followed Li Yuan's trail in pursuit of the elephant demon, ultimately discovering only a hastily written note. Senior sister, I found the treasure within the corpse of the elephant demon. I must refine it while it's still warm, as it holds great utility for Gu refinement. I shall return to the 12 caves. See you then. Chapter 77. The schemes of the Night Owl King, did he just slip away? Ning Hongyu couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Yet, it aligned perfectly with her junior brother's character. After all, their teacher had remarked that he could endure solitude, seldom venturing beyond his door. In a place rife with turmoil, it was prudent for him to depart early. She refrained from pondering further. I still wish to thank him, Li Ruoqian lamented. On the peak of Tianyan, the Night Owl King returned, striding with an imposing presence, his expression concealed beneath a bronze mask. The esteemed ministers of Dian, including King Yu, King Kanglin, King Ying, King Qian, King Han, and the Grand General, gathered there. Before the Night Owl King, they wore solemn expressions, hesitant to speak. Some were guilt-ridden, while others harbored secrets. Yet, all present understood a crucial fact. Though the demon and amp, Oppo's, assault appeared fierce, it had not yet reached a level that would disrupt the ceremonial rites. Ironically, the ceremony had been interrupted. Even the young prince had suffered grievous injuries and lay in a coma, prompting suspicion that the Night Owl King might have orchestrated this. Was the ceremony merely a facade to rally the populace, stabilize the situation, and, in truth, seize power by leveraging the emperor to command the lords? The expressions of the lords varied. Even if they surmised the Night Owl King and Oppo's intentions, they dared not openly resist, for that would only provide him with an excuse to deal with them. Useless lot, the Night Owl King thundered, expressing his frustration at the inability of so many to protect the prince, though his ire seemed directed at the Night Owl guards. The lords felt the sting of his words, believing he was subtly mocking them. No one anticipated that the Black Lotus Demon Emperor would take action personally, crossing borders to invade Kunlun Void. Now that the situation had unfolded, it was prudent to first assess the prince and Oppo's injuries, suggested Grand General Bai Chun. Indeed, King Yu Lingyue concurred, advocating for the prince and Oppo's swift recovery before selecting an auspicious day to resume the grand ceremony. Naturally, the Night Owl King replied, standing with his hands clasped behind him. The ceremony will be held after the prince ascends the throne. Until then, I implore you all to refrain from spreading rumors that could disrupt the people and Oppo's morale. Should anyone dare to incite unrest in Kunlun Void and jeopardize Dian and Oppo's fortunes, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Do you understand? His resonant voice echoed across Tianyan Peak, an overwhelming pressure palpable in the air. We understand, King Yu responded, bowing respectfully. We shall adhere to your command, Night Owl King. The various factions dared not speak further, their hearts firmly convinced that the Night Owl King intended to usurp power, using the emperor to command the lords. The next steps would likely involve sweeping reforms to reshape the Central Plains and expel the demons. Whether this would ignite another great conflict or quietly usher in a change of dynasties remained uncertain. Enough, the Night Owl King declared, stepping onto the Tianyan platform with his back to the crowd. The chieftain of the Northern Ice Plains, please remain. The rest may depart. Yes, the crowd responded, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, and they withdrew. Shurao, Siming, and Muyao maintained a calm demeanor. Yet her heart raced. Did the Night Owl King intend to confess to her? The prince has already visited. The Night Owl King spoke calmly, his words stirring a tempest within Muyao and Oppo's heart. What did he mean by that? Feigning ignorance, she replied, "What do you mean? The situation has reached this point. There is no need for pretense," the Night Owl King stated, his tone composed. "You know precisely what I mean. How could a mere girl presume to interpret the Night Owl King's intentions?" And Muyao insisted stubbornly, "If the true prince were here, do you think the ceremony would have failed? A mere demon? I possess ample means to keep them at bay from Kunlun Void. This is Dian and Appo's territory. The demons shall not run rampant. I have taken your opinion into account and deduced that the one lying on the Tianyin platform is but a substitute for the prince." As he spoke, the Night Owl King retrieved Dian's imperial jade seal from the altar. "You, the Northern Ice Plains chieftain, possess means to identify the prince's bloodline. Dian, too, has its own techniques to match." He approached in Muyao, holding the jade seal before her. "Do you feel it? A newfound power emanates from the imperial seal. It reveals to me that the true prince has returned, embracing the will of Dian and Appo's ancestors." Ha ha ha. After the royal blood disaster, the Night Owl King had never laughed so freely. "With the protection of our forefathers, Dian shall thrive. I should have anticipated that the true prince would not be an ordinary country bumpkin. Even in chaotic times, even when surrounded, the prince shall still radiate the brilliance of the Li family. Sure, Siming, do you not acknowledge this?" His gaze bore into Muyao, his eyes behind the mask glowing like ghostly flames. After a long silence, and Muyao nodded. "Indeed, the little prince has come, but I do not know his true identity or where he is now." The Night Owl King and Appo's meticulous mind and exquisite methods exceeded in Muyao and Appo's imagination, forcing her to confront the truth. "I understand that the prince does not trust you, nor me, nor anyone in this world. He wishes to grasp his fate firmly in his hands. Just as the great ancestor did a millennium ago, the prince possesses such will. It brings me great comfort," the Night Owl King remarked with a smile. And Muyao found it impossible to fathom the Night Owl King and Appo's intentions. What did this peak martial artist truly think? Were his words genuine or false? She dare not gamble on it. Perhaps the Night Owl King was genuinely loyal to the Dian royal family, fulfilling the great ancestor's legacy to support the little prince's ascendance and restore the rightful order. Yet, the unpredictability of the world and the inscrutability of human hearts loomed large. Setting aside whether the Night Owl King was sincere, even if he were at this moment, when the martial god's treasure lay before him, he might still waver. Once the little prince emerged, he would become a puppet, a key. Now that it was determined that the young prince was a falsehood, what would the Night Owl King do next? And Muyao inquired, "What do you think, Shirao Siming?" The Night Owl King countered, "I hope you spare his life. He is innocent and merely a pawn in this game." And Muyao implored, "I shall certainly spare his life. The prince would wish for it as well, and it will be left to him to decide his fate in the future," the Night Owl King replied. "However, from now on, he must not reveal his true identity to the world. The young prince shall remain perpetually ailing and unable to engage in governance. Only on the day of the true dragon's return will he awaken. The people need only to know that the prince has returned, and that Dian will revert to its rightful course. That is sufficient." This was the Night Owl King and Appo's scheme. By doing so, the lords and ministers of Dian will regard you as a traitor, using the emperor to command the lords. This is not the role of the Night Owl Guards, and Muyao stated solemnly. "It matters not," the Night Owl King declared boldly, standing tall. "For the sake of Dian's realm and the legacy of the Li family, what does it matter if I bear all the blame? I care not for the reproaches of the ministers. I care not for the world and Appo's criticisms. Even if the prince misunderstands me, I still remain unconcerned. All I desire is stability for this realm, a reunification of the people's hearts, to shield the common folk from the demon's chaos, to sing of Dian's virtues and witness the flourishing of the dynasty. That is all I seek. I will pave the way for the prince, so that when the true dragon returns, he can embrace the will of heaven and secure his reign. I shall bear the weight of 1,000 sins, even if it means facing death." Chapter 78. The first transformation of the Sword Fairy from the beginning to the end. The Night Owl King's schemes were merely a legitimate pretext to reshape the Central Plains. The noble lords were displeased. The words of the ministers were but trivial. The happiness of the common people is the foundation of the Dionysian's destiny and the most essential element for His Highness upon his return. The Night Owl King, with painstaking efforts and unwavering dedication, earned the admiration of the young woman. And Mu Yao performed a respectful bow and took her leave. After a long pause, the solitary Night Owl King spoke again, saying, "After listening for so long, you should rise." On the Tianyan platform, the severely injured and damp, Oppos, unconscious and damp, Oppos, youth slowly sat up. "Ha ha!" He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I always said, the namely Qingshu is too grand and burdensome for me to bear. It is far better to be Chun Godin for my little Feng village." He mused further, "Speaking of which, I am the stand-in for the true prince. I suppose that makes me his savior, doesn't it?" As he transitioned from Li Qingshu back to Chun Godin, the youth's tone became markedly lighter and more joyful. He was no longer afraid of death, feeling utterly unrestrained. "The true dragon is protected by destiny and shall not perish," remarked the Night Owl King nonchalantly. "To intersect with His Highness's fate is a privilege, a gift from him to you." "Uft," Chun Godin scoffed, "you speak so grandly, yet I do not comprehend. Now I wish to know how you intend to deal with me. Confinement? Or perhaps silencing me permanently? I have promised to Mu Yao not to kill you. Upon His Highness's return, he shall decide your fate personally." After speaking, the Night Owl King tossed aside a mask for Chun Godin to wear. "You're no longer yourself. On the day His Highness returns, your freedom shall be restored." "I have a request," Chun Godin said, holding the mask in his hands. His brows furrowed in contemplation. "Speak." The Night Owl King nodded. "I wish to join the Night Owl Guard and continue my martial training. I want to be stationed at Kunlun Su, safeguarding Feng Village. Is that acceptable?" Chun Godin inquired. The Night Owl King was taken aback, falling into silence. It was rare for anyone to elicit such a response from him. After a considerable pause, he asked, "Do you harbor hatred for His Highness?" "A bit," Chun Godin conceded, nodding. "Upon reflection, my biological parents were likely loyal subjects of the royal family, who sacrificed me as a scapegoat to save him. Yet, I also realize he was forced into this situation, and both our elders acted of their own volition. Therefore, I shall not hold a grudge. As long as he can eradicate the demons and restore peace to Kunlun Su, allowing my parents to rest in peace, I will forgive him." "You possess a broad-mindedness," the Night Owl King observed with a semblance of a smile. "I hope your words are sincere. It would be beneficial for you. Human hearts are fickle." "I cannot guarantee it," Chun Godin replied, baring his teeth as he stood. He slowly placed a mask upon his face, his voice deepening. "This mask seems quite fitting for me, though it lacks your charm. If only I could have a cloak like yours, I would be quite imposing." A terrifying aura erupted from the Night Owl King. "Today is the last time I shall tolerate your nonsense. I hope there will not be a next time." Time flew by. 3 months later, in the Jiugong mountain range, within the 12 caves, sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows upon ground. The sword fairy, clad in a white dress, danced with her sword, as if she had wandered from an ethereal realm into the mortal world. As she raised her sword, her movements were as graceful as a flying swallow, the sword's blossoms shimmering like morning dew upon the bamboo leaves. Her swordplay unfolded like flowing clouds and water, sometimes resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, powerful and majestic, at other times like a spirit serpent, unpredictable and elusive. At the height of her sword techniques, an ethereal glow enveloped her, merging the person with the sword, the essence of the sword permeating the air. Time seemed to stand still as myriad sword shadows showcased the sword fairy in various poses, only to suddenly converge into one, piercing the sky and transforming into a white dragon soaring into the clouds. The fairy's sword dance was breathtaking, a true masterpiece. Such exquisite swordsmanship left Li Yuan in awe. Since returning from Kunlun Su, he had occasionally attempted to cultivate martial arts alongside his alchemical practices, but his innate talent was rather mediocre, leading to slow progress. Despite possessing 3 supreme techniques without guidance, it was akin to a primary school student attempting advanced mathematics, utterly incomprehensible. He could barely grasp a few moves of the shaking heaven-divine fist, managing to scrape through the beginner's threshold. However, the Tianyin Wanxiang sword technique was entirely beyond his understanding. Until one fortuitous occasion, when Li Yuan allowed the sword fairy to peruse the Tianyin Wanxiang sword technique. To his surprise, she mastered it almost instantly, reaching the 7th layer in a remarkably short time. Initially, he felt a twinge of frustration, but then he reconsidered. The sword fairy is mine. If she learns it, does it not equate to my own mastery? Through resonating with the sword fairy, he genuinely grasped a few techniques. Given time, success was not out of reach. Sword fairy's sister, brother Li Yuan, dinner time, called Wang Zhao Zhao from the small courtyard. Coming, Li Yuan responded. The sword fairy moved with astonishing speed, akin to a white rainbow, and in the blink of an eye, she was seated, bowl and chopsticks ready, eagerly awaiting a meal. Brother Li Yuan, do you not feel that the sword fairy has become more spirited? Wang Zhao Zhao queried with a smile. Indeed, Li Yuan had noticed this change. Perhaps it was the influence of Kunlun Su's dragon vein fortune, or possibly linked to his own ancestral bloodline, or perhaps due to her training in the Tianyin Wanxiang sword technique. Regardless, since their return from Kunlun Su, the sword fairy had transformed. Her gaze was no longer vacant. Occasionally, a spark of brilliance would shine through. Her peculiar behaviors, such as climbing trees while eating, running around during baths, and swinging in the bamboo grove at midnight, had notably diminished. Li Yuan speculated that his transformation had triggered a series of changes within the sword fairy, as they were in A and Oppos, fate-connected and Oppos, state. Perhaps within 300 years, she could be awakened completely. Even the Gu immortal from 3,000 years ago could not have anticipated that a Gu master like him bore the bloodline of a martial god. Only a martial god could break the predictions of the great fate Gu of the Gu immortal. Li Yuan did not dwell on these thoughts. For him, it was a fortuitous development, wholly beneficial. A few days later, Pei Luoqing hurried to the small bamboo grove, his face radiant with joy. Senior brother Pei, what delightful news brings you such cheer? Li Yuan inquired. I am preparing to step down, Pei Luoqing replied with a smile. I came to seek your opinion on who should take my place as the leader of the 12 caves. Shall it be you or another? Senior brother, you know I prefer a leisurely life. Li Yuan declined politely. Pei Luoqing nodded. Very well. I shall arrange for someone from the Jiugong inner sect to take over. However, they may not be too strong, considering your presence here. The cave master merely needs to manage affairs. Agreed, Li Yuan concurred. Pei Luoqing added, I have another piece of news regarding the Dine royal family. You may have heard that the young prince remains gravely injured under the regency of the Night Owl King. Does the Night Owl King have new plans? Li Yuan asked with curiosity. Chapter 79. I have found the little Liner indeed. Pei Luoqing nodded emphatically. It is still a significant development. Oh, Li Yuan and Oppo's interest was piqued. Senior brother, please elaborate. Not long ago, the Night Owl King issued a decree, commanding the Night Owl Guards and Oppo's various commanders to mobilize and oversee battles across the Central Plains, compelling local garrisons to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the demons, until they were driven out of the region. For the people of the Central Plains, this is undoubtedly a blessing, as they can finally escape the calamities brought by the demons and enjoy peace. Even if some demons remain hidden in the countryside, the Night Owl Guards will gradually eradicate them. I have heard that across the Central Plains, people are extolling the virtues of the young prince, hoping for his swift recovery and ascension to the throne to restore the prosperity of the Yuan dynasty. Pei Luoqing sighed. Thus, with this strategy in place, tranquility will return to the Central Plains, and the populace will once again live in peace, singing praises of the new emperor, allowing the fragmented fortunes of the yin to coalesce once more. However, with his plans set in motion, in as short as 3 months, or as long as a year, a great influx of demons will surge into the southern borders, northern territories, western regions, eastern wastelands, and the vast Kanglan. The already struggling borderlands will truly become a hell on earth. As a native of the southern borders, Pei Luoqing naturally does not wish to see his homeland sacrificed under the weight of political machinations. Yet, The tides of the world are such that even the 9 palaces Gu nest cannot intervene, let alone a mere individual like himself. Li Yuan understood all too well. The Night Owl King not only coerces the emperor to command the feudal lords, but also employs a strategy akin to driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, utilizing the chaos of the demons that has persisted for over 20 years to diminish the power of various noble houses. Pei Luoqing remarked with a bitter smile. The crux of the matter is that this is an overt scheme. No lord dares to confront the Night Owl King, for he will certainly set an example to instill fear in others. In times of peace, such actions would surely lead the populace to feel a sense of mutual vulnerability, causing them to lose faith. But in chaotic times, one can only say that the Night Owl King possesses enough resolve to sacrifice a portion of the territory to stabilize the greater situation. The Night Owl King is also assured that the demons will willingly cooperate, accepting this excellent gift delivered by the internal strife of the Yuan's power struggle. Any lord who dares to collude with demons will become the chicken used to warn the monkeys. A truly clever calculation. Li Yuan's expression turned grave. The ambitions revealed by the Night Owl King only strengthened his resolve to keep his identity concealed until he possessed sufficient means of self-preservation. In summary, true chaos is about to descend, far more violent than the last, and the Kanglan army may find themselves unable to cope. Everything will depend on us alone, Pei Luoqing solemnly advised. After much contemplation, he could not help but ask, "Junior brother, have you truly decided to remain in the 12 caves? Yes, Li Yuan nodded. The small bamboo grove has been entirely transformed by him, and he intends to continue expanding it, turning it into a domain entirely his own. 2 Gu houses are also situated here. This is his stronghold. Only within the small bamboo grove can he unleash his full potential. Very well. Pei Luoqing offered no further persuasion, stating, "I shall take my leave today. I know not when we shall meet again. Should you find it unbearable, you may seek refuge in the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces. Yes, take care, senior brother." With the storm approaching and the unpredictability of fate, this parting felt heavier than usual. Li Yuan produced a small jade vial, saying, "This contains the precious medicine I used to heal our teacher. Please convey my regards to him." This, Pei Luoqing sighed. "Junior brother, I must speak candidly. Our teacher is no longer fated to the path of Gu. He should be content to enjoy his twilight years. Chaos will soon arrive. You should keep this precious medicine for yourself, just in case. Even if our teacher were here, he would not accept it." "This is my heartfelt intention," Li Yuan replied with a smile. "Trust me, our teacher will surely find it useful." "Very well then." Pei Luoqing ceased to decline. The younger disciple, though seemingly solitary and somewhat reclusive, truly had no reservations when it came to friends and family, willing to give such precious medicine without hesitation. After watching Pei Luoqing depart, Li Yuan entered a hidden treasure trove concealed by numerous Gu insects. The data panel materialized. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 6 Transformation 136-3000, Realm, 6 Transformation, Mental Strength, Mid-Domain Realm, Life Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Reviving Gu, Colorful Strange Fire Python, Myriad Forms Forest Gu, Spider Queen Gu, Sword Fairy, Gu Houses, Colorful Strange Fire Cave, 1000 Gu House. Spider Veil Realm, 1000 Gu House. The Spider Veil Realm produces a drop of reviving essence each month. Thus far, he has yielded 5 drops, 4 of which he has given to teacher Yu Heng Chuan, reserving 1 for emergencies. The 5 strands of radiant fire produced by the Colorful Strange Fire Cave have all been retained for trade, in exchange for rare treasures. 7 days later, the new cave master of the 12 caves assumed office, a 5th transformation Gu Master. On his first day, he arrived at the small bamboo grove bearing generous gifts. "Li Shixiang, I am Peng Dechun, sent by the 9 palaces Gu nest to take up the position of cave master here. This is the inner door token. Please verify it." Although Peng Dechun is also an inner disciple, Li Yuan is a direct disciple of the elder, holding a higher status. "You are too courteous," Li Yuan replied with a slight smile. "I shall only oversee matters regarding the ruined Gu building of the small bamboo grove. The rest is under your purview as cave master. No need to seek my counsel." Reflecting on his early days, arriving at the age of 16. Following the old Wang like a lackey, today Pang Chun's demeanor made him feel somewhat dazed, once again acutely aware of the passage of time and the changes it brings. Yes, yes. Pang Chun nodded repeatedly and added, Li Shixiang. I heard from Pei Shixiang that you prefer tranquility. Would you like to expand the small bamboo grove further, incorporating the surrounding peaks to prevent other disciples from disturbing your cultivation? Li Yuan was taken aback, not expecting Pang Chun to be so thoughtful. He indeed harbored thoughts of expanding the small bamboo grove once more. As the goo houses grow stronger, the corpses and puppet army might be expanded, and more goo insects cultivated, all requiring territory. Certainly, since Pang Chun has suggested it, Li Yuan readily agreed. Excellent. Pang Chun beamed, assuring Li Shixiang that he would make proper arrangements. Thank you for your efforts, Li Yuan said, summoning a black jar containing several unrefined fifth transformation goo, specifically meant to replenish the power of his life goo, as a gift for you. Thank you, Li Shixiang, thank you. Pang Chun beamed with gratitude, bowing repeatedly in thanks. In the extreme northern icefield tribe, the wind and snow were fierce, the cold biting. Amidst the white expanse, houses forged from ice and snow stood tall. There were no city walls. The heavens were vast, the earth wide, with the wind and snow serving as the tribe and Appo's best protection against external threats. Glop, glop, glop. Not far off, horses burst through the snowy veil. That is, the patrolling soldiers, spotting the newcomers, exclaimed in delight. It is Xiao Ximing. Xiao Ximing has returned. Quickly, notify the king. Within the grand ice house, the Kirin king and Tuo Yuan abruptly sat upright, coughing a few times before rushing out the door. Xiao Ximing dismounted from her steed, her bare feet treading through the snow and wind, her silver hair dancing in the breeze, the small ice bells on her dress jingling softly. Father, she hurried to the Kirin king's side, exclaiming, Father, I found it. I found a little Lin and Appo's, I found my sister and Appo's child. Chapter 80. The tribe of the far north Muyao. Have you found Shaolina? The face of the Qilin king and Tuo Yuan turned somewhat rosy with anticipation. Yes, the young deity and Muyao supported him, saying, Father, let's enter the house and speak slowly. Good, good. And Tuo Yuan smiled brightly. Upon entering the dwelling, and Muyao gestured, and an ethereal Qilin apparition manifested, enveloping the entire room. Only then did she speak, while I was arranging the totem flags in Kunlun Void. The twin jade pendant suddenly reacted, indicating that Shaolin and Appo's was surely nearby. However, due to the threat posed by the Night Owl King, I dared not reveal myself. I only noted the forces he was associated with. He is in the southern wilderness, at the Nine Palaces Goo Nest. The Nine Palaces Goo Nest? And Tuo Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. Even in the far north, separated from the southern wilderness by vast distances, the name Nine Palaces Goo Nest was well known to him. It was the origin of the Goo Master lineage, the dominant force in the southern wilderness, with a legacy far more profound than that of the Ice Plain tribe. Father, should we not go and retrieve my sister's child? And Muyao's heart ached at the thought of him alone in the world, enduring countless hardships. The descendant of a martial god, reduced to obscurity, learning the art of Goo. Of course we must retrieve him. And Tuo Yuan's expression turned bitter. If it weren't an Appo's, T for Muchio, our Ice Plain tribe would have long ceased to exist. How could we allow Muchio and Appo's child to drift alone in the world? But I feel, and Muyao paused, Shaoliner may not be very eager to acknowledge us. We must understand him. And Tuo Yuan sighed. Shaoliner has been wandering since childhood, experiencing untold suffering. Growing up in such an environment, who could he trust? He has no choice but to rely solely on himself. As someone who had experienced similar trials, and Tuo Yuan deeply understood his yet-to-be-met grandson. Caution is not a vice, it is a means to survive. What shall we do then? Amuchio spoke up. The opportunity to find Shaoliner lies before us. Must we simply watch without making our presence known? Certainly, we must acknowledge him, and Tuo Yuan replied. Yet we cannot force him. We have not raised this child. He has received no kindness from us. It is only natural for him to be wary. Our task is to gradually dispel his suspicions, allowing him to slowly trust us and be willing to accept us. He is the child of Muchio. At his core, he cannot be a cold and selfish person. His apparent indifference is merely a means of self-protection. Within Yuan's words, and Mu Yao felt a sense of relief. Father, what do you suggest we do? You should conceal your identity and venture to the southern wilderness to investigate discreetly. Once you locate Shaolin and Oppose, refrain from making noise or taking unnecessary actions. And Yuan instructed, observe first, then approach slowly until he shows goodwill and is willing to accept us. Cough, cough, cough as he spoke. And Yuan fell into a fit of violent coughing, his white hair disheveled, resembling a fallen old lion. Father, and Mu Yao quickly supported him. Your condition seems to be worsening. It Oppose, nothing, and Yuan waved his hand. I can hold on for another decade or so. I must meet Muchio and Oppose, child, and hear him call me and Oppose, grandfather, and Oppose, come with me. I have a gift for Shaolin and Oppose that I need you to deliver. He shakily rose, opening a door to the underground, with Mu Yao supporting him as they descended the stairs step by step. The Ice Plain tribe originated 2,000 years ago when a group of refugees fled from the Central Plains to this desolate, frigid land, nearly freezing to death from hunger and cold. It was not until one among them discovered a Chilin's corpse in the ice mountains that their fortunes began to change. The Chilin, a symbol of auspiciousness, had once been equated with the true dragon in certain historical moments. The refugees, horrified at the sight of the Chilin and Oppose's tragic demise on the ice plains, were paralyzed with fear. At that moment, one man raised his arm and proclaimed, "The Ice Chilin is a benevolent deity who cannot bear to see humanity suffer. It has descended to earth, offering its flesh to nurture us. We must not betray the kindness and compassion of the Chilin deity." Thus, under his leadership, the refugees partook of the Chilin and Oppose's remains and, as a result, gained mysterious powers. No longer fearing the icy winds or the bitter cold, the refugees, filled with trepidation and fearing retribution, prayed and knelt in sincere worship. In time, the Chilin deity not only spared them from punishment, but also manifested mysterious runes upon the Chilin and Oppose's bones, bestowing upon them the methods of cultivation and granting them the Chilin and Oppose's treasured arts. Grateful and reverent, the people honored the Chilin as a god, establishing a tribe upon the ice plains, with the Chilin as their totem. They believed this to be the true deity, an eternal god, one that nourishes humanity and alleviates worldly suffering. Thus, the Ice Plain tribe began to flourish in the far north, revering the Chilin for generations. All these stories were depicted in murals along the walls of the underground passage, and Mu Yao had visited this place with the Chilin king several times, each time filled with awe. At the end of the underground passage, a vast space opened up, revealing a grand altar 1,000 feet wide and hundreds of feet high. At the center of the altar lay a skeleton, its bones resembling exquisite jade, radiating a gentle luster tinged with a hint of age. The contours were robust, yet graceful. The base of the horns sturdy and firm, tapering sharply into fierce points. Along its elongated neck, the vertebrae were tightly connected, with runes appearing faintly upon them. The Chilin's chest cavity was broad, its ribs like resilient arches extending outward, while its limbs were strong and powerful, still retaining the posture of running. Great Chilin deity, your subjects in Yuan and in Mu Yao humbly bow in reverence. The two knelt before the Chilin and Oppose's remains, bowing 3 times. We are grateful for your grace. May your blessings endure eternally. After paying their respects, and Yuan approached a recess in the altar and retrieved a shimmering orb of ice blue light. Handing it to Mu Yao. Mu Yao, this is the Chilin pearl, capable of catalyzing the bloodlines of all beings and enhancing their spiritual essence. Once, a Gu master from the southern wilderness traversed the 2 poles, braving mountains and rivers to seek this pearl, offering numerous rare treasures in exchange. Surely, this item will be of great use to the Gu masters. After you locate Shaoliner, Present him with the pearl. He will surely cherish it. This was one of the few valuable items Yuan could bestow upon his grandson. Understood. And Miao nodded. Father, rest assured. I will ensure that Xiao Lin and Appos comes to trust us, accept us, and I will bring him back to see you, so we can worship my sister together. Do not be impatient. Do not allow those with ulterior motives to take notice, and Yuan cautioned. He sighed softly, Muchio, if you are watching from above. Bless Xiao Liner. I hope that in my lifetime, I can make amends for the shortcomings towards him. Chapter 81. The 7 Absolute Peaks of the Central Plains, 12 Caves. The expansion of the small bamboo grove is in full swing. Every day, Yuan practices swordsmanship with the Sword Fairy, collaborates with Xiao Kai and Fifth Sister to construct the Goo House, and occasionally synthesizes new goo insects, living a carefree and joyful life. Yet, he knows that such blissful moments cannot last indefinitely. One day, a familiar guest arrived at the small bamboo grove. Miss Pear, it has been a while. The visitor was none other than Li Ruo Qian of the Kanglan army. It has been some time since our last meeting, and your small bamboo grove has flourished, becoming quite impressive, almost a realm of its own, Li Ruo Qian remarked with a smile. With so many goo to raise, a spacious territory is essential, Li Yuan replied. That day, thank you for saving me, Li Ruo Qian said, bowing her head respectfully. It was nothing, Li Yuan waved his hand. Miss Pear and I are old business partners. Without your connections, how could a small figure like me board the grand vessel of the Kanglan army? Knowing your fondness for dissecting demons to cultivate goo, I have brought you a corpse of a 7th-tier demon. Li Ruo Qian ordered her soldiers to carry forth a body. It was a butterfly demon, possessing a beautiful human face, a graceful figure, and wings of dreamlike hues. What a splendid specimen! Li Yuan's eyes brightened. He lacked the materials from silkworms, butterflies, and moths for his dream silkworm concoction. Such creatures are inherently weak and far less numerous than the likes of tigers, leopards, wolves, or lions among demonkind. Miss Pear, what is your asking price? It is a gift. This is my personal possession, not to be recorded in the Kanglan army and Appos. As accounts. Li Ruo Qian declared. Li Yuan chuckled. I knew Miss Pear was a magnanimous heroine, so I shall also present you with a gift. He retrieved a specially crafted metallic box and opened it. Inside flickered a dancing flame. This treasure is called the Heavenly Fire, condensed from the energy of the celestial sun, useful for attacking foes or forging treasures. Can it be used for forging treasures? Li Ruo Qian exclaimed in surprise. Such unique fire born of the heavens is rare, and she had sought it out specifically. Now that she had officially ascended to the realm of a 7th-tier grandmaster, she needed it to forge her destiny weapon. Please accept it. Li Yuan closed the iron box and handed it to her. I owe you another favor. Li Ruo Qian did not refuse, accepting the heavenly fire. When I next visit the mountain, I will bring several more demon corpses as a token of gratitude. Let us not dwell on favors. The more demon corpses, the better. Li Yuan was unceremonious when dealing with old acquaintances. Miss Pear, I can procure more heavenly fire, and if the army has high-tier demon corpses, whether incomplete or whole, I want them all. The more, the better, and the higher the grade, the greater my interest. Understood. Li Ruo Qian nodded. I will assist you in contacting other generals to acquire surplus demon corpses. Thank you for your trouble, Miss Pear. Li Yuan clasped his hands in gratitude. Not all. Li Ruo Qian smiled. On that day in Kunlun Su, your valor was witnessed by many in the Kanglan army, and I believe everyone would be eager to collaborate with a prodigy like you. A 6th-tier goo master battling a half-saint demon. Such talent is among the brightest in any superpower. Perhaps you may someday become a figure of authority within a superpower. Who wouldn't want to befriend you? There is something else I must inform you. Li Ruo Qian's expression turned serious. About the demon turmoil? Li Yuan guessed. Indeed. Li Ruo Qian continued. Since the Night Owl King ordered the commanders to oversee the Central Plains, the demons have been largely expelled from the region, spilling into various noble territories. The current situation sees the Central Plains remaining self-sufficient while ignoring the plight of the borders. The demons have taken advantage of this, becoming even more ferocious than before, overwhelming various noble houses, forcing the Kanglan army to retract its defenses. You must prepare for battle. Though the 12 caves are situated in the mountains, they are not as deeply entrenched as the 9 palaces and may still be affected. Thank you for the warning. Miss Pear, Li Yuan bowed. Before the power of the lords is diminished to a certain extent and the royal family regains control, the Night Owl King will not relent. No one knows how long this turmoil will last. However, there's also some good news. Li Ruoqian paused, gazing at Li Yuan. You must have heard of the saying regarding the 7 dominant powers of the Central Plains? I have heard of it, though I do not know much, Li Yuan admitted. He understood it as a phrase referring to the 7 major dominant forces within the Central Plains. According to popular belief, these 7 powers could rival the 9 palaces' Gu Nest. He thought this was somewhat exaggerated, as the 9 palaces' Gu Nest boasted nearly 28th-tier Gu masters, dominating the Gu Dao realm with 9/10 of its strongest practitioners. Any single one of the 7 major forces of the Central Plains would likely pale in comparison to the 9 palaces' Gu Nest. You truly are wholly devoted to refining Gu, oblivious to worldly affairs, Li Ruoqian exclaimed in astonishment. Is there truly someone who has only heard of the 7 dominant powers of the Central Plains? Many children in the southern frontier are well acquainted with them. She elaborated. The so-called Ndapos, one pinnacle Ndapos, refers to the celestial outer heaven, a faction that embodies both righteousness and wickedness, shrouded in mystery, with many experts within. The Ndapos, one summit pavilion Ndapos, refers to the Su Xian Pavilion, a domain of scholars, excelling in rhetoric, a pinnacle of contemporary Confucianism. The 2 absolute sects refer to the Lingxiao Sword Sect and the 100 Refinements Sect. The former represents one of the apexes of swordsmanship today, while the latter excels in artifact forging and physical cultivation, unmatched by any. The Ndapos, 3 mountains Ndapos, denote another pinnacle of swordsmanship, including the benevolent Shushan, the Taoist Longhu Mountain, and Qingqing Mountain. These 3 forces focus on cultivating the heart, avoiding worldly interests. In times of prosperity, they remain secluded, immersed in cultivation. When chaos arises, they descend from the mountains to eradicate evil and restore order. This is why there is the saying of 3 mountains entering the world to cut off red dust, Li Ruoqian patiently explained. Only then did Li Yuan realize that the good news Miss Pear mentioned earlier was related to them. Indeed, Li Ruoqian sighed. The emperor is heartless, yet the martial world possesses righteousness. Despite the Night Owl King's prohibitions, Shushan, Qingqing Mountain, and Longhu Mountain have rallied the martial community, organizing righteous individuals to venture into the border regions to slay demons and eliminate evil. Furthermore, I have heard that the Lingxiao Sword Sect has also sent people to the southern frontier, but it seems their purpose is not to eradicate demons. Li Yuan was taken aback. Wait, the Lingxiao Sword Sect? Why does that sound so familiar? Suddenly, he recalled the vivid scenes from his initial resonance with the Sword Fairy, Wasn't Amp. Apos, T at the birthplace of the Sword Fairy 3,000 years ago. The Lingxiao Sword Sect is not here to eradicate demons. For what purpose, then? The reason became clear. Wait a moment. Li Yuan thought again. Why should I be anxious? If we were to speak of lineage, they ought to refer to me as their ancestor. P.S. The plot is gradually unfolding. I will make adjustments and updates these days. I kindly request you to add this to your bookshelf, urge updates, and provide positive reviews. Are there any active readers out there? Please make your presence known to give the author some motivation. Chapter 82. Xiao Zhao's 5th transformation. After bidding farewell to Li Ruoqian, Li Yuan sat in the remnants of the Gu Tower, lost in contemplation. He unraveled the intricacies of the situation. He recalled his senior sister, Ning Hongyu, mentioning that after the Kunlun Su and Apos, as grand ceremony, the Jiugong Gu Nest would thoroughly investigate the disappearance of the Sword Immortal. It was inevitable that the Jiugong Gu Nest had sent word, seeking assistance from the Lingxiao Sword Sect in the southern frontier. Surely, they would not trace it back to me? By now, no one should remember what the Sword Immortal looked like. However, if the Sword Immortal truly resembled an ethereal being and wielded a sword, it was likely that someone might make the connection. Nevertheless, the grand ceremony had concluded, and I need not venture out. So there is little to fear unless they were to turn the entire Jiugong mountain range upside down. With this thought, Li Yuan felt a sense of relief. His gaze shifted to the corpse of the 7th-tier butterfly demon nearby. This body was perfectly suited for refining the precursor materials for the dream caterpillar, so it would not be incorporated into the demon puppet army. Currently, his younger sister's demon puppet army comprised one 7th-tier demon lord. The semi-holy elephant demon he had brought back from Kunlun Su, 10 6th-tier demons, 100 5th-tier demons, and over 1,000 4th-tier demons. The ability to command such a multitude of demon corpses was greatly aided by the successful crafting of the Gu house, allowing his sister to flourish and ascend to true queenship. The tides of the world are beyond my solitary grasp. I must find solace in the mountains, nurturing warfare to carve out my own domain. Li Yuan's spirits lifted as he began to dissect the butterfly demon's corpse. 7th-tier demons are treasures in themselves. Illusion butterfly blood, metamorphosis powder, reverse birth eggs, azure sky demon wings, and transformational demon pills. Upon completing the dissection, Li Yuan meticulously categorized the valuable materials. Let's commence. Select original materials. 5-turn mystic Gu dream soul worm 3. Add illusion butterfly blood. Add metamorphosis powder. Begin synthesis. You have obtained the 6-turn mystic Gu colorful feather butterfly. There are 3 types of precious Gu necessary for refining the anomalous Gu dream caterpillar. The first is the butterfly illusion without trace, which is also the innate Gu of Yuan. The second is the reverse thought caterpillar, which grants the Gu master the ability to obliterate living memories and forcibly alter the will of the target. The third is the spring and autumn pupa, allowing the Gu master to seal themselves in a near-death state, undergoing rebirth through the cycles of spring and autumn, emerging stronger with each rebirth, albeit at the cost of more time and increasing difficulty. Only these 3 types of Gu can evolve into the pupa of the dream caterpillar, thus entering the phase of illusionary dream 9 transformations. Once more, Li Yuan focused his thoughts. Select original materials. 5-turn mystic Gu dream soul worm 3. Add illusion butterfly blood. Add reverse birth egg. Begin synthesis. You have obtained the 6-turn mystic Gu spring breath caterpillar. Yet another failure. Li Yuan adhered strictly to the synthesis paths detailed by his mentor, Yuan, yet the outcomes were still disparate. As the mentor had stated, even with identical materials in the same environment, subtle factors could lead to differing results in the cultivated Gu. The higher the tier, the more pronounced the discrepancies. Persisting, Li Yuan had long grown accustomed to repeated failures, treating them as mere oppos, preparations, and oppos wink with a frown. Select original materials. 5-turn dream soul worm 3. Add azure sky demon wing fragments. Add transformational demon pill powder. Begin synthesis. You have obtained the 6-turn mystic Gu devouring life Gu again. Li Yuan tirelessly continued synthesizing. You have obtained the 6-turn mystic Gu night illusion butterfly. You have obtained. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Li Yuan sat before the black cauldron, gazing at the dwindling materials, lost in thought, increasingly understanding the difficulties and regrets of his mentor. He added all the materials into the cauldron. Begin synthesis. You have obtained the 6-turn precious Gu reverse thought caterpillar. Success? Li Yuan's eyes brightened. After so many preparatory attempts, he had finally nurtured a precursor precious Gu suitable for cultivating the anomalous Gu dream caterpillar. The cost was an entire 7th-tier demon corpse, specifically that of the butterfly demon. Still, he would require more high-tier demon corpses. For this, he could only place his hopes on Li Ruo Qian and the Kanglin army. Brother Yuan, are you there? At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. What is it, Xiao Zhao? Li Yuan inquired. Brother Yuan, the cave master Pang Dachuan said a large group of refugees has arrived in our jurisdiction. He has sent word to seek your opinion, Wang Zhao reported. Refugees? Li Yuan stored away the precious Gu reverse thought caterpillar and opened the door to step outside. The mention of refugees reminded him of his own past as one, including old Wang, Xiao Zhao, and many comrades from the 12 caves, all of whom had origins as refugees. Xiao Zhao, how do you think we should handle this? Let them participate in the Gu Master examination. After several tribulations, our 12 caves have also faced personnel shortages, Wang Zhao replied. Li Yuan nodded and promptly instructed UK to relay his orders. Inform the cave master that any refugees wishing to partake in the Goom Master examination may be accommodated. Those unwilling can remain in the outer mountains for a time to recuperate before departing. The 12 caves are not a refuge for the displaced. Some matters must adhere to regulations. Understood. UK flapped her wings and took flight. Brother Yuan, the situation outside appears dire. The previous influx of refugees was scarce, but this time we are witnessing a multitude in the hundreds. Wang Zhaozhao sensed that war would soon threaten the 12 caves once again. There will always come a day of resolution, Li Yuan replied calmly. Days passed, and Wang Zhaozhao excitedly approached Li Yuan. Brother Yuan, I have broken through. I have entered the realm of the 5-turn Goo Master. For many years, all the goo insects and nurturing materials Wang Zhaozhao required for her cultivation had been provided by Li Yuan, effectively allowing her to take a shortcut. Therefore, the breakthrough was not unexpected. With the potential of the precious goo blood-eye goo, as long as she practiced methodically, reaching the 7-turn realm should not be overly difficult. Congratulations, congratulations. With war looming, Xiao Zhao's timely breakthrough brought Li Yuan a sense of ease. He had been awaiting this day, as he had something to bestow upon Xiao Zhao. Follow me. I have something for you. All right. Wang Zhaozhao, filled with joy, felt no need for formality with her brother Yuan after so many years of companionship. Upon entering the room, Li Yuan retrieved a small black jar and handed it to Xiao Zhao. Goo. Wang Zhaozhao paused, having already possessed her innate goo. Ordinary goo insects held little value for her. So what could possibly warrant such special preparation from Brother Yuan? It seemed as though he had been waiting for this moment. With anticipation, she slowly removed the lid of the black jar. Inside lay a silken caterpillar, resembling one crafted from crystal, translucent and shimmering, with an icy blue luminescence flowing within, akin to a glacial dream, emanating an aura that instilled tranquility and calmness. Wang Zhaozhao could not see it, but she recognized this aura all too well. It was a sensation she would never forget. This is the Ice Heart Goo, the precious goo nurtured from grandfather into Appo's S-Heart before his passing. Chapter 83. Codename, Cave Sparrow Brother Yuan. Have you kept this goo worm all along? For reasons unknown, Wang Zhaozhao felt an overwhelming urge to weep, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Old Wang cherished 2 treasures throughout his life. Li Yuan chuckled. One is you, my precious granddaughter, and the other is the Ice Heart Goo, which I nurtured with my life and became one with after my demise. I shall not covet what others hold dear. Now that you have entered the realm of the 5th-tier Goo Master, you are perfectly positioned to acquire a new subordinate goo. And the Ice Heart Goo is an ideal match. Under normal circumstances, rare goo worms are difficult to claim as subordinate goo, with only a few exceptions, such as when a Goo Master possesses the corresponding higher-level variant, or when the rare goo has a close bond with the Master. Clearly, Wang Zhaozhao fits the latter category. Take it. To Li Yuan, a rare goo was of little consequence, but for Xiao Zhao, a functional rare goo was exceedingly precious. Stop crying. You seem like a little girl, Li Yuan consoled her. The once emaciated girl who ascended the mountain had now blossomed into a beautiful young lady. Brother Yuan, thank you. As the word thank you lingered on her lips, Wang Zhaozhao hesitated, recalling that Brother Yuan disliked her expressing gratitude, lest he turn the tables and thank her for the trivialities of daily life. She silently etched everything into her heart. After years of companionship, although she could no longer see his face clearly, Brother Yuan continued to illuminate her existence like a celestial deity. It was precisely because she could not see him that her perception grew sharper. In her world, Brother Yuan had always been silent and solitary, as if burdened with an unseen weight, traversing toward an unattainable destination. She harbored a premonition that one day, Brother Yuan would depart to undertake a monumental task. The quieter and more composed he became, the more intense and restless her foreboding grew. Should that day ever arrive, she wished to stand by his side rather than allow him to leave alone, bearing all burdens in solitude. Until then, she must tread carefully, ensuring she does not impose further pressure on him. I can wait, even if it takes an eternity, as my hair turns white. The passage of time is but a trifling matter, is it not, Wang Zhao Zhao? In the mountains, time slipped away unnoticed. Refugees seeking safety in the 12 caves increased in number, arriving in waves. Some passed the trials to join the 12 caves, while others perished in the process, and some left in despair. Li Yuan observed everything in silence. To many disciples, he had become an enigmatic recluse, thanks to the rebirth goo, which allowed him to retain his youthful appearance despite the passage of years, adding an air of mystery to his persona. Occasionally, he overheard his disciples discussing him through the reconnaissance goo, and the tales circulated, transforming him into a legendary figure akin to a wandering monk. The various rumors amused Li Yuan. Cave Master Pang Dachuan would occasionally compile and deliver intelligence from beyond the mountains to Li Yuan for his perusal. The state of the world aligned closely with expectations. After night, Owl King ordered the commanders to engage in battle and drive away the demons. The situation in the central plains flourished, while the fortunes of Dayin surged dramatically. In stark contrast, the border regions languished in despair. Under constant demonic assaults, feudal lords had to retreat their defenses repeatedly, relinquishing territory and cities. The 7 dominant factions of the Jianghu in the Central Plains, 1 peak, 1 summit pavilion, 2 absolute sects, and 3 mountains entering the world to sever worldly ties, gradually joined the fray. Waves of chivalrous individuals ventured from the Central Plains to the borders, generously offering their lives, with Shushan, Longhu Mountain, and Qingqing Mountain leading the charge, truly embodying the titles bestowed upon them and earning profound respect. In Kunlun Su, deep within the shadowy woods, a woman clutched a flower basket, her expression one of terror as she stumbled along the mountain path. Behind her, a grotesque wolf demon sauntered leisurely, a mocking grin upon its face. "Little beauty, you cannot escape. Surrender and serve me," it taunted, though it appeared to move slowly. Each stride spanned several yards, closing the distance between them. Thud! The suffocating weight of fear drove the woman into a frenzy, and in her panic, she tripped over a stone, falling to the ground, injuring her leg, unable to rise. "Little beauty, I and amp, oppos, am coming," the wolf demon leered, rubbing its hands together with drool pooling. Just as it prepared to pounce, it suddenly sensed something, eyes darting forward to see a shadow darting between the trees, swiftly approaching. "Night Owl Guard," the wolf demon gasped. Swish! The masked figure draped in a cloak of the Night Owl Guard appeared before her. The flash of a blade cut through the air. The wolf demon's head rolled away. The sword was sheathed in one fluid motion. "Are you all right?" After dispatching the wolf demon, the Night Owl Guard helped the woman to her feet. I am fine," she stammered, bewildered. Just recently, during the grand Fengshan ceremony, she had seen the Night Owl Guard, cold, unfeeling killers, akin to emotionless puppets. Why then did this Night Owl Guard exhibit such humanity? "Can you walk?" the Night Owl Guard inquired. "I think. My leg is sprained," the woman replied softly. "Allow me to assist you." The Night Owl Guard knelt, producing a small vial, carefully pouring some powder and applying it gently to her wound. "The medicine will take effect soon. We should not linger here. I will carry you." "Ah," the woman was taken aback. "You? Carry me?" "Yes," the Night Owl Guard nodded. "Come here." In disbelief, she climbed onto the Night Owl Guard's back. The man carried her away in silence. As dusk fell, the setting sun illuminated the contours of a small village named Xiaofeng Village. Resting against the Night Owl Guard's shoulder, the woman reminisced about a day years ago, under a similar sunset, when a young boy had driven away a pack of wolves and carried her home, bloodied and bruised. Later, that boy, who promised to save up for her dowry, vanished after burying his mother, never to return. She would forever remember that unfaithful wretch and amp. Oppo's name, Chun Godin. "Here we are." The low, raspy voice drew the woman from a reverie. "From here on, you can walk by yourself. Do not venture into such dangerous places alone again." "Thank," she began, but before she could finish, she noticed that the Night Owl Guard had already departed. It seemed that even among the Night Owl Guards, there were compassionate souls. The woman smiled to herself as she made her way along the country path towards Xiaofeng Village. A sudden tremor seized her heart. She realized she had never mentioned where she lived during her encounter. How did that person know she resided in Xiaofeng village? Turning back, she saw the figure of the night owl guard fading into the distance. Yet it became increasingly vivid in her memory, reminiscent of a bygone youth. She could not hear the whispered words of the night owl guard beneath the sunset. There is no longer a Chun Godin. Li Chengxiu is not my true name. From this day forth, I am solely known as the night owl guard, codename Cage Sparrow. Chapter 84. Turbulent times in the stillness of the night. Shadows danced in a canyon outside the Jiugong mountain range in the southern frontier. For countless years, the Jiugonggu nest had loomed over us, annihilating the Fengshui sword manor and destroying much of the foundation of both the Tiandao cliff and the Xingyue palace. Today, the opportunity for vengeance has arrived. Not long ago, King Kanglin, Xiao Yuan, sustained grave injuries and was preoccupied with his own troubles, resulting in the withdrawal of most of the Kanglin army from this region. From this point forward, this place shall be the stronghold of the Ghost King. I have thoroughly investigated the situation. The Jiugonggu nest has 36 entrances within this mountain range, yet only 2 7th-rank Gu masters are stationed to guard them. Our objective tonight is to eradicate these Gu masters, leaving not a single one alive. The endless chaos wrought by demons and monsters undeniably benefits the Ghost King Lingyu. General, if we openly confront the Jiugonggu nest and attack the Kanglin army, will we not face retribution from the Night Owl King? He is surely waiting to make an example of us. Someone asked nervously, "Reckoning? What reckoning?" The speaker chuckled. Oh no. I am no longer a subordinate of the Ghost King. I have long ceased to be human. Remember, we are brothers of demons and monsters. Let me say something unpleasant beforehand. If any of you pity those wretched commoners, wishing to act as their saviors and preach false morality, then get lost. He surveyed the crowd with a cold glare. I only accept ruthless individuals here, merciless heroes who can take lives without batting an eye. If you aspire to greatness, stow away your pitiful sympathy and grip your blades firmly. Who recognizes whom as the master? The Night Owl King does not regard us as human, and by allying with demons, we shall reap greater rewards. With the fervent call of the black armored general, the people in the canyon raised their sharp blades high. Kill! 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 Above the canyon, 2 high-ranking demons watched the scene with amusement, their eyes glinting with mockery. Bring the wine, little ones. One of the leopard demons, adorned with patterns resembling gold coins, waved his hand, beckoning a group of lesser demons to bring forth barrels of amp, oppos, fine wine, and amp, oppos, to all. Let us drink together. The thick scent of blood pervaded the canyon, tantalizing the nostrils of the crowd. Gazing at the steaming crimson liquid in their cups, some struggled to keep their hands steady. This was no mere wine. It was clearly blood. Fresh, living blood. Gold Leopard Commander, is this not a bit excessive? Someone could not help but inquire. Bang! In an instant, the head of the questioner exploded into the night. To be brothers, one must not merely profess it in their heart. The red gold leopard demon sneered. Drink our demon wine and take a few more heads of human monsters, then you shall truly be brothers of our kind. Otherwise, you would be deceiving our kinship. The consequences will be dire. The multicolored peacock demon covered her mouth, laughing. You are being too unreasonable. Another soldier shouted. This is clearly not a partnership. It is an imposition of servitude upon us. There is nothing to discuss with human monsters. They are hypocritical and weak, deserving only of servitude. The red gold leopard demon scoffed. Moreover, I must remind you, it was once we who cooperated with the Ghost King, but now he seeks our favor. The times have changed. Enough talk, I shall drink. The black armored general raised his cup and drank deeply. The red gold leopard demon approached him, patting his shoulder. Well done. You are indeed a fine demon, our true brother. With the black armored general leading the way, more and more individuals drank from the scarlet wine. Clap, clap, clap. Excellent. The red gold leopard demon applauded in satisfaction. Next, you need only take another human monster and oppos, as head as a token of allegiance, and you shall be part of the great demon clan. I look forward to it. The peacock demon, enchanting and charming, breathed softly, whoever slays the most human monsters. I shall gladly share a night of passion with him. The crowd was instantly invigorated. Let us depart. commanded the black armored general, and the group swiftly exited the canyon, dispersing in various directions into the mountains. In the 12th cave, Yuan, engaged in refining goo, sensed an impending presence. Has the time finally come? With his current mental prowess, he could easily monitor the activities within the entire 12th cave and even extend his awareness for dozens of miles beyond. The various defensive lines and mountain pathways were lined with his goo insects. No movement could escape his notice. As the demons entered the 12th cave and Appo's domain, Yuan immediately detected their arrival. 3 6th-rank demons, 1 human 7th-rank grandmaster, and over 20 lesser beings of the 5th realm and below. This was a formidable configuration. In the past, such an assembly would have been sufficient to decimate the 12th cave. It seemed that the Kangling King had suffered considerable losses, and the Jiugong nest had also faced setbacks. Otherwise, they would not have sent so many demons into the mountains. Peering through the lens of the current situation, Yuan deduced that the circumstances had grown dire. Elephant Demon Commander, he called softly. Thud, thud, thud. The Elephant Demon Commander, transformed into a corpse puppet, approached with heavy steps and knelt before him. It is time to test your capabilities, Yuan commanded. These mere minions need not enter. Do not disrupt the purity of my 12th cave. Yes, master. The Elephant Demon Commander and Appo's voice emerged from its hollow chest, devoid of emotion. Following orders, it vanished into the night, heading straight for the path of the approaching demons. Yuan, accompanied by Shao Kai, 5th sister, and Sword Fairy, followed from a distance, eventually finding a secluded mountaintop that provided a view of the road. The Elephant Demon Commander stood like a small mountain, blocking the entrance to the 12th cave. The group of black armored soldiers and demons soon spotted the colossal figure under the moonlight and trembled in fear. That is, a demon exclaimed. The Elephant Demon Commander who went missing in the Battle of Kunlun Void. How could he be here? The leading Grandmaster and Appo's expression darkened. It was evident that the commander had been turned into a corpse puppet. The Elephant Demon Commander was a half-saint. Panic surged through the crowd. What are you afraid of? Those who attain the Grandmaster rank possess resolute minds and formidable spirits. Even faced with a corpse puppet of a half-saint, they should not be overly fearful. Once transformed into a corpse puppet, its strength is reduced by at least half. It is nothing to worry about. I will hold it off. You all seek out the Goom Master controlling him. They surely cannot be far, and killing that Goom Master will resolve our issues, the leading Grandmaster commanded. Can we defeat it? A 6th-rank demon inquired. The Goom Master and Appo's combat capability is weak. If I can restrain the Elephant Demon Commander, the Goom Master and Appo's power will be negligible. You can slay him as easily as killing a chicken, the leading Grandmaster replied confidently. The others felt reassured and immediately began their search in the vicinity, while the leading Grandmaster unsheathed his black blade and charged toward the Elephant Demon Commander. On the mountaintop, Yuan smiled. I must say, Grandmasters are indeed remarkable, possessing clear minds and courage, analyzing the situation with precision. Too bad. The usual tactics of Goom Masters will not work here. Chapter 85. The Sword Fairy Strikes Again. The Blackwater Heavenly Saber. The Grandmaster converged the true essence of martial arts, and the ebony long saber in his grasp emitted a resonant hum, its blade energy manifesting as a tangible force, akin to the deep and perilous waves of the ocean. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, positioning himself behind the corpse puppet of the Elephant Demon, and executed a fierce slash. The Elephant Demon merely performed a simple turning kick, its thick-skinned leg allowing the blade energy to graze it, shedding only some dead skin. The terrifying recoil inflicted an unbearable pain upon the ebony-armored Grandmaster, compelling him to retreat and dissipate the force, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. Not a problem. I merely need to hold my ground. Realizing the dire situation, he inhaled deeply, ceasing his aggressive onslaught and resorting to a defensive struggle. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from not far away. What is happening? Are there more formidable foes? The ebony-armored Grandmaster's expression darkened. How could such a small area harbor so many powerful adversaries? They had meticulously gathered intelligence, and this time, they were certain of their findings. This region consisted of 36 caves, yet only 2 7th-order Gu masters were present, both engaged by the leaders of the Crimson Gold Leopard Demon and the Peacock Maiden. The remaining foes were likely a handful of Gu masters wielding peculiar abilities, like the one he was currently battling. However, they could not possibly be too numerous, nor could they all converge in one spot. The only response to his thoughts was the agonizing screams, familiar to him. They belonged to his trusted subordinates, those who had fought alongside him for many years, now meeting a tragic end. 1, 2, 3. Li Yuan had already issued orders. Demons were to be left intact, while humans were to be mercilessly slaughtered. It appeared this was a large-scale operation. The execution of this team indicated a premeditated strategy, suggesting that a higher command was orchestrating events behind the scenes. Not only the 12th cave was under attack, stronger adversaries were likely to follow. Faced with such dire circumstances, Li Yuan had long ceased to place his hopes in others. He must stand firm himself. The battle at Kunlun had roughly validated his strength. He might have a chance to slay a half-saint, but if true martial saints and demon saints were to arrive, he could only flee. After all, he was merely a 6th-order Gu master. Even with a Gu house that could only be refined by an 8th-order Gu master, an inherent gap remained. Battling a half-saint was his limit. 8th-order powerhouses were pillars of any faction, likely keeping a keen eye on the 9 Palaces Gu nest and the Kanglan army's elites, too wary to act recklessly. The loss of even one such strong individual would be a grievous blow. As he pondered, the puppet army of demons had nearly dispatched the invaders, leaving only the ebony-armored Grand Master struggling to hold on. If only the attackers were not human Grand Masters, but rather 7th-order great demons. Human Grand Masters relied on the true essence of mastery, martial techniques, and secret weaponry, their physical forms not particularly robust. Thus, their combat effectiveness as corpse puppets would be significantly diminished compared to their demonic counterparts of the same rank. Foreseeing further troubles, Li Yuan wished to delay no longer. Sword Fairy, it is time for your intervention. This moment also provided an opportunity to observe the practical effectiveness of the Sword Fairy's cultivation of the heavenly transformation of all things sword technique. The Sword Fairy nodded in agreement. Grasping her 3-foot azure peak, she gracefully descended from the mountaintop. Is it snowing? The ebony-armored Grand Master, engaged in combat with the elephant demon corpse puppet, was momentarily stunned, his heart racing and scalp tingling. The sudden onset of snow felt eerily strange. Sensing something, he abruptly looked up to behold a figure in white descending from the mountain, clad in flowing garments and wielding a sword, resembling an ethereal being untainted by the mortal realm. This snow is a manifestation of martial phenomena? The ebony-armored Grand Master was filled with dread. Was this celestial figure a martial saint or a sword saint? At that moment, the snow transformed into crimson. It fell like drops of blood, striking him while accompanied by wails of sorrow. His feet became immobile, ensnared by bloodied hands reaching up from the ground, grasping him tightly. He recalled the end amp, oppos, fine wine and amp, oppos. He had once drunk, proclaiming he would no longer be human, aspiring to be a brother to demons. Relishing in mocking the weak and trampling upon the pitiful, he recognized one of the hands, and a sudden tremor coursed through him, his face paling. He remembered vividly the moment he had slaughtered an entire village, when a pregnant woman clutched his leg, pleading for him to spare her child. He had laughed joyously, first disemboweling her before killing her. His thoughts abruptly halted. When did my belly rupture? Why are my feet gone? Why are my fingers falling off one by one? The ebony-armored Grand Master stared wide-eyed as his body began to disintegrate, piece by piece, yet he felt no pain. He was almost on the verge of forgetting that he was still in the midst of battle. On the mountain, Li Yuan observed this scene, perceiving a stark contrast between the impressions conveyed by his mind and those visible to his eyes. To his naked eye, he saw the Sword Fairy executing a single, fluid strike, reducing the ebony-armored Grand Master into countless fragments. Yet, in his mind's eye, it was a night of drifting snow, transforming from white to red, as countless ghostly hands, imbued with deep resentment, seized the ebony-armored Grand Master, tearing him apart bit by bit. When the sword was drawn, It could manifest as a thunderous tempest, a gentle breeze, the fury of the ocean, or the wails of the abyss. The sword techniques were endlessly varied. Mastery of this sword technique required a state of ethereal clarity, an understanding of the mysteries of the universe, the observation of myriad phenomena, and movement in accordance with one's heart and thoughts. Li Yuan recalled the words imparted to him during the bequeathal of the legacy by the ancestor. So this is the heavenly transformation of all things? The power of a single sword could encompass all phenomena, reigning over the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. This was the true imperial sword. For many years, he had lived in fear and hunger, a life of only dread and desire, hiding in the mountains and rarely venturing into the world, witnessing far too little. Naturally, he could not grasp the true essence of the heavenly transformation of all things sword technique. In contrast, the sword fairy had endured various hardships 3,000 years ago, slumbering for 3 millennia and comprehending life and death. Now, her heart was incredibly pure. It was a perfect match for the heavenly transformation of all things sword technique. How delightful! Li Yuan laughed heartily. The sword fairy had likely never experienced the intricacies of romantic love. After 5 breaths, the crimson snowflakes fluttered down, and the nightmarish cries of the damned suddenly faded away, all suffering erupting simultaneously. The agony of severed fingers, disembowelment, and heart extraction. An array of sufferings erupted in an instant, overwhelming even the Grand Master. Only the remnants of the ebony-armored Grand Master remained on the ground, rolling in agony, his heart-wrenching screams echoing. Ultimately, he succumbed to a death wrought by unbearable pain. In the final moments of his life, he pondered that perhaps he was also a person, a small figure who had grown under the weight of others' feet. Li Yuan found a human heart inscrutable. He was merely curious as to why the sword fairy executed the demons with such efficiency, sealing their fates with a single stroke, yet chose to torment the ebony-armored Grandmaster. Was it that, in the sword fairy's perception, this fate was fitting for him? Boom! The battle in the 12th cave was drawing to a close, when suddenly, a multicolored arrow burst through the clouds in the night sky. Was that, towards the 13th cave? Chapter 86. Slaying the 7th-rank demon, Li Yuan held a faint recollection of the 13th cave. During his initial venture to the intersect of the 9 palaces with his senior brother,